Chapter 1968. If it weren't for this girl named Mo Xiaoqi telling Yang Kai that she knew the exact location of the Firebird, Yang Kai would never have followed her here. The star boundary was much more treacherous than the territory of Homestar, so how could Yang Kai not act cautiously? However, the information thrown out by Mo Xiaoqi made it impossible for him to refuse. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Mo Xiaoqi nodded and said, "Of course it's true. Where is it?" Yang Kai asked directly. To the side, Su Qing and Yu Ruomei also focused, seemingly wanting to hear more carefully. It's... Mo Xiaoqi had just spat out a word when she suddenly realized something and quickly swallowed the second half of her sentence back into her stomach, instead saying with a smile, "I won't tell you now, just follow me." She wore an innocent look on her face, as if she really intended to reveal the exact location of the Firebird. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "How can I believe you? Since you know the exact location of the Firebird, why don't you gather familiar people and search for it yourself instead of gathering people like us?" Su Qing nodded to the side and said, "Brother Yang is right. Sister Xiaoqi, it's not that we don't trust you. It's just that we don't know each other." This Su also has this question in his heart and hopes Sister Xiaoqi can answer it. Mo Xiaoqi frowned and said matter-of-factly, "I went in and saw it before, so naturally I know where it is. Did you see those guys who were injured? Previously, I followed behind them and sneaked in. Later on, they encountered that little fellow. Some died while others fled. I followed that little guy all the way to its habitat. As for why I didn't look for familiar faces, I don't know anyone here, and I may not be able to defeat it alone, so I came to you." Yang Kai and Su Qing glanced at each other. Both of them nodded slightly. There were no flaws in Mo Xiaoqi's statement, or rather, even if there were, they wouldn't be able to find out. Seeing these people remain silent, Mo Xiaoqi couldn't help feeling a little nervous. He hurriedly said, "Don't be afraid. Although that little guy is strong and difficult to deal with, it's still a baby after all. In fact, it's not difficult to deal with. As long as we're well prepared, it won't be a problem to take it down." At the side, the enchanting Yu Ruomei pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Little sister Xiaoqi, it's not that we're afraid, it's just that there's only one Firebird. If we really get it, how are we going to split it?" Hearing this, Mo Xiaoqi suddenly became a little embarrassed and said with embarrassment, "I was just about to discuss this matter with my big brothers and big sisters. That little guy is of great use to me. If you really succeed, can you give it to me?" As soon as she said this, not only did Yang Kai look at her with a strange expression, but even Su Qing and Yu Ruomei's expressions turned ugly. Everyone was a third-order origin king cultivator, so why should they work for nothing and not receive any benefits? Not to mention that Yang Kai had his own plans. Su Qing and Yu Ruomei would definitely not agree to such ridiculous conditions. This old demoness, isn't she a little too good at pretending to be innocent? Yang Kai secretly despised her in his heart. Didn't she know that going too far was as bad as falling short? Mo Xiaoqi saw the ugly expressions on the faces of these people and quickly said, "Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. I can give you enough compensation." Compensation? Su Qing coldly snorted. His attitude was no longer as amiable as before. Sneering, he asked, "I wonder what kind of compensation Sister Xiaoqi wants to give us?" Mo Xiaoqi did not answer him and instead released her divine sense to scan her space ring. After a while, with a flash of light, she took out 3 artifacts. These were 3 artifacts. One of them was a pink gauze robe that was as thin as a veil and decorated with colorful gems. These gems were not ordinary and gave off mysterious energy fluctuations. The second artifact was a black ruler that was about 2 fingers long. Although it was not big, it gave off an extremely heavy feeling, as if it could even suppress a cultivator's divine sense. The last artifact was a thick-backed machete with a thick blade that was engraved with complex patterns. A bloody aura wafted from this machete, and it was obvious at a glance that many masters had died under it. However, the energy fluctuations coming from these 3 artifacts were not weak at all. Origin King grade artifacts? Su Qing's eyes bulged while Yu Ruomei's breathing suddenly quickened. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded, because the 3 artifacts Mo Shaoqi took out were actually 3 Origin King grade artifacts, and they were definitely not low-grade Origin King grade artifacts. This heavy tasseled ruler and enduring hatred saber are both Origin King grade high-rank artifacts, each with its own unique properties. This colored silk gauze robe is an Origin King grade mid-rank artifact, woven from the silk of the 3,000-year-old snow silkworm, a specialty of the Northern Territory's Snow Province. It is impervious to all 5 elements and has excellent defensive capabilities. The outer space star sand on it can also be transformed into powerful attacks, combining attack and defense, and I'll give you these 3 artifacts as compensation first. Okay? If you succeed, there will be additional rewards. Mo Shaoqi looked at the 3 people in front of her timidly and asked hesitantly, "Is that okay?" Su Qing couldn't help swallowing hard while Yu Ruomei's pair of beautiful eyes were like locusts biting onto the colored silk gauze robe, unwilling to look away. Yang Kai forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart as he stared at Mo Shaoqi calmly, his heart filled with extreme vigilance. The fact that the other party could casually take out 3 high-grade Origin King-grade artifacts showed just how rich her family was. Such a person was definitely not some unknown master and might even be a Dao Source Realm master in disguise. Otherwise, how could she act so casually? Even if she was ignorant of worldly affairs, she should still understand the simple truth of not showing off one's wealth. Daring to expose her wealth like this, she should be confident in her strength. However, if she was really a Dao Source Realm master who could hide from his perception, she should be at least a 2nd-order or 3rd-order Dao Source Realm master, so why would she need to find him? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. Why can't I? Mo Shaoqi saw that the 3 of them still hadn't replied and couldn't help showing a look of disappointment as she tried to take back the 3 artifacts. What is little sister Shaoqi saying? Yu Ruomei was the first to recover and giggled. Elder sister saw little sister for the first time and felt that little sister was a good girl. Since little sister wants that little thing, elder sister naturally won't compete with you. Elder sister will help you with this matter. Her words were filled with righteousness, but her actions were not slow as she directly took the colored silk gauze robe and stuffed it into her space ring. Not to mention the value of the Firebird in Clear Jade Mountain wasn't as high as an Origin King grade mid-rank defensive artifact. Even if it was, after the 4 of them divided it equally, it definitely wouldn't be as valuable as the colored silk gauze robe. Moreover, before they even started, Mo Shaoqi had already given her a colored silk gauze robe. If they really succeeded, there would likely be even more benefits. As such, she no longer hesitated. Seeing that Yu Ruomei had already taken action, Su Qing couldn't help lightly coughing and saying, "This Su can feel sister Shaoqi's sincerity. In that case, count this Su in as well." Saying so, his eyes swept between the remaining heavy tasseled ruler and enduring hatred saber, seemingly hesitant to choose. In the end, he picked up the heavy tasseled ruler and put it into his space ring. Mo Shaoqi turned her eyes to Yang Kai and looked at him expectantly. Yang Kai frowned, instinctively not wanting to get involved in this muddy water, but thinking that Lu Yen was likely to be besieged by countless masters, he could only feign civility. Su Qing also persuaded from the side, "Brother Yang, Sister Shaoqi is so sincere. Why are you still hesitating?" Yang Kai sighed and said, "I'm not hesitating. It's just, I don't use a saber." Mo Shaoqi heard this and her eyes lit up as she hurriedly asked, "Then what kind of artifact does Big Brother Yang want?" She wasn't afraid that Yang Kai had high requirements, but rather that Yang Kai had no requirements. "Do you have a sword? An ice attribute sword-type artifact?" Yang Kai suddenly remembered that the monster insect queen still lacked a decent weapon and quickly asked, "Oh, let me see, I remember I have one." Mo Shaoqi said as she put away the enduring hatred saber and buried her head in her space ring. Su Qing stared at her ring with fiery eyes, as if he was staring at some kind of peerless treasure. It was no wonder they were like this. Mo Shaoqi's performance just now had convinced them that this girl had countless treasures on her. She could take out 3 or 4 Origin King grade artifacts at will, so who knew how many more treasures she had in her ring? Who wouldn't covet such a space ring? Yang Kai observed their expressions and sneered in his heart. He didn't believe that Su Qing and Yu Ruomei couldn't see Mo Shaoqi's problem, But humans die in pursuit of wealth and birds die in pursuit of food. This was an eternal truth. So Yang Kai didn't care what they thought. After a long time, Mo Xiaoqi raised her head and looked at Yang Kai with an embarrassed expression. Big brother Yang, I seem to have remembered wrongly. I don't have an Origin King grade high-rank ice attribute sword artifact. Her expression was like a child who had done something wrong and was eager to be forgiven. Yang Kai just said lightly, since you don't have one, forget it. In any case, it wasn't anything urgent. The monster insect queen didn't have a weapon, so it could still display good combat strength. Can I use dual swords? After Mo Xiaoqi finished speaking, she suddenly took out 2 long swords that exuded a cold aura, one of which was purple and about 3 meters long, while the other was blue and about 2.5 meters long. The 2 swords, one long and one short, intertwined in a brilliant radiance, like a perfect combination of pearls and jade, giving off no sense of awkwardness. What was most noticeable was that both swords were exuding the aura fluctuations that Origin King grade high-rank artifacts should have. Su Qing and Yu Ruomei's eyes suddenly turned red as their breathing quickened slightly. Dual swords. Yang Kai's eyes also lit up, never having expected Mo Xiaoqi to give him such a huge surprise. In essence, dual swords could be regarded as a sword-type artifact in another form. The difficulty of using them was several times greater than using a single sword, but correspondingly, the power they could display was greatly increased. It was for this reason that the value of dual swords was far above ordinary artifacts, comparable to defensive artifacts of the same level. The true value of 2 Origin King grade high-rank swords was no less than an ordinary Dao Source grade artifact. Chapter 1969. Are you sure you want to give me these twin swords? Their value is not low. Yang Kai looked at Mo Xiaoqi and asked with a frown. Brother Yang, if you think it's inappropriate, how about I exchange my heavy tasseled ruler with you? Su Qing asked eagerly from the side. He was not a fool, so how could he not understand the difference in value between the heavy tasseled ruler and these twin swords? Yang Kai glanced at him and smiled coldly. Su Qing couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed as he scratched his head awkwardly. Mo Xiaoqi smiled and said, but I don't have the artifacts Big Brother Yang needs. Only these twin swords barely meet your requirements. If Big Brother Yang doesn't mind, please accept them. Ahem, since you say so, then I'll accept. Yang Kai took the purple-green twin swords from Mo Xiaoqi and threw them into the sealed world bead, sending them to the monster insect queen so it could familiarize itself with refining these artifacts. Only now did Su Qing and Yu Ruomei retract their reluctant gazes. But when they thought of the rich man next to them, perhaps even more benefits were waiting for them. The two calmed down and looked at each other. As their eyes met, they seemed to be secretly communicating with each other. Mo Xiaoqi didn't notice this scene at all. Seeing the 3 of them accept her benefits, a happy smile appeared on her face as she said, then it's a deal? If we can really catch that little guy, I hope you can keep your promise. Xiaoqi will reward you handsomely. Of course, of course. Su Qing smiled warmly again. There's no time to lose, let's go. Yang Kai urged. While the 3 of them were discussing, many teams had already gathered and were rushing towards Clear Jade Mountain. He was very worried about Lu Yan's current situation and couldn't wait to find her. Come with me. Mo Xiaoqi turned around and led the way. Brother Yang, please. Su Qing smiled and gestured. Yang Kai said calmly, you 2 go first, I'll bring up the rear. Su Qing smiled slightly. He didn't decline and said, in that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Yang. As he spoke, he immediately followed. Yu Ruomei also nodded slightly to Yang Kai and entered Clear Jade Mountain. Yang Kai looked around and was the last to enter. Clear Jade Mountain was a mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. The forest was deep, and there were many fierce beasts roaming about. However, the group of 4 was a third-order Origin King cultivator, so if they worked together, even if a Dao Source Realm monster beast appeared, they would still be able to fight. Therefore, they were not afraid. Moreover, they were not in the depths of Jade Clear Mountain, so there were no powerful monster beast. Mo Xiaoqi seemed to really know the specific location of the Firebird. After entering Clear Jade Mountain, she didn't even need to distinguish the direction, and simply led everyone forward. His speed was extremely fast. Her performance gave Yang Kai some confidence in her. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that along the way, Mo Xiaoqi didn't seem to be on guard against the other three, as if she really trusted them. Between Su Qing and Yu Ruomei, who were sandwiched in the middle, there were faint spiritual energy fluctuations, obviously communicating with each other in secret. It was ridiculous that they thought they were acting covertly, but in front of Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, which was not something a third-order origin king cultivator should possess, they were unable to hide. In this team, Mo Xiaoqi's origins were mysterious while Su Qing and Yu Ruomei were sneaking around. Yang Kai also had other plans. It was hard to say who would have the last laugh. Along the way, they could faintly hear the sound of flying in the distance. Obviously, other teams were searching for the whereabouts of the Firebird. However, as time passed, such movements became fewer and fewer. The place where the four of them were was getting deeper and deeper into clear Jade Mountain. Half a day later, Mo Xiaoqi, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped, and the other three naturally hurriedly stopped as well. The last time I saw it, it was in the mountain pass up ahead. Everyone, get ready to fight. Mo Xiaoqi reminded everyone. Su Qing and Yu Ruomei nodded and secretly pushed their Saint Qi, preparing to take action at a moment's notice. Yang Kai, on the other hand, frowned because if Lu Yen was in front of them, he should have sensed it a long time ago. But until now, he had not sensed Lu Yan's aura. There were only two possibilities for this. The first was that Lu Yen had left the mountain pass up ahead and was looking for another place to rest. The second possibility was also what Yang Kai did not want to see. The one inside clear Jade Mountain was not Lu Yen, so he could not sense it. Mo Xiaoqi had already used a secret technique to conceal her figure, restraining her aura and Saint Qi fluctuations, as did Su Qing and Yu Ruomei. The secret techniques of these three were different, but it was clear at a glance which one was stronger and which one was weaker. After Mo Xiaoqi used her secret technique, her aura and life fluctuations completely disappeared. If one did not observe her with their naked eyes, even Yang Kai would not be able to detect her whereabouts. It was obvious that the secret technique she cultivated was of extremely high grade. Su Qing and Yu Ruomei, on the other hand, were much worse. Although Yang Kai's vision was quite good, they were completely incomparable to Mo Xiaoqi's. Yang Kai also used a secret technique to conceal his aura, nihility. However, he did not use the full power of nihility, only slightly. This way, while concealing himself well enough, he did not have to worry about exposing the secrets of his space secret technique. However, what Yang Kai did not expect was that after he used the weakened version of his nihility secret technique, Mo Xiaoqi, who was in front of him, actually looked back at him, her beautiful eyes flashing with a puzzled light before she immediately turned her head away with a blank look. This girl, did she see something? Yang Kai was shocked. The four of them approached quietly and soon arrived above the mountain pass. Looking down, Mo Xiaoqi could not help but let out a cry. What's wrong? Su Qing was surprised. It's not here, Mo Xiaoqi said, standing up and flying directly down to the mountain pass. The remaining three looked at each other and did not bother to hide their figures, following closely behind Mo Xiaoqi. At the mountain pass, it seemed that a fierce battle had just taken place. There were burn marks everywhere, and there were several charred corpses on the ground. It was a horrible sight to behold, and the air was full of a burnt smell that made people want to vomit. Such a scene made everyone's eyes shrink. However, the situation in front of them also proved that Mo Xiaoqi was not lying. The Firebird was indeed resting here before, but it might have been disturbed by these people, so it left after a great battle and killing the enemies. This is the Jiang family's third elder? Su Qing looked down at an old man in a brown robe and whispered. He obviously recognized this old man. Although the old man was burned to death, his appearance was still recognizable. What's the strength of this person? Yang Kai asked. Su Qing's face was solemn as he said, the Jiang family is not weak in Maplewood City. The third elder is a third-order origin king, the same as us. This is the Vice Palace Master of Red Leaf Palace? He actually died here? Yu Ruomei covered her red lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. As the dead cultivator was identified one by one, it turned out that these corpses were all second-order or third-order origin kings, and there were actually 8 of them. 8 second-order origin kings working together had actually been killed by the Firebird, a discovery that made Su Qing and Yurua Mei's faces turn ugly. The 8 corpses in front of them made them suddenly feel that this operation was a little too hasty. Everyone seemed to have underestimated the strength of the Firebird. After all, the 2 of them, including Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi, only had 4 third-order origin kings. In terms of numbers and overall strength, they were absolutely no match for these 8 people who died in front of them. If they were all killed, how could the 4 of them succeed? Thinking so, Su Qing and Yurua Mei could not help but retreat, their faces gloomy. Yang Kai also frowned, because he was very clear about Lu Yan's strength. Even if Lu Yan was not to be trifled with, he should not have the ability to kill so many people at once. Mo Shaoqi saw the hesitation of the 3 and suddenly said, "You don't have to worry too much. Although that little guy killed a lot of people, it is also injured." "How do you know?" Yang Kai looked up at her. "There is its blood on the ground." Mo Shaoqi smiled slightly and pointed to a spot on the ground. There seemed to be a pool of red on the ground, but it was surrounded by a raging fire. Yang Kai did not pay much attention to it before, but after Mo Shaoqi's reminder, he finally noticed. It's not Lu Yan. The moment he saw this pool of blood, Yang Kai's heart was filled with disappointment. The Firebird in Clear Jade Mountain was obviously not Lu Yan, because Lu Yan was an artifact spirit, not a body of flesh and blood. Even if she was injured, it was impossible for her to bleed. Moreover, judging from the situation around this pool of blood, it seemed to contain an unimaginable burning power, causing the surrounding ground to ignite into a raging fire that could not be extinguished. Realizing this, Kai Yang's whole body lost all its energy. The reason he came to Clear Jade Mountain was because of Lu Yan, but now that he knew the truth, he was naturally disappointed. "If that's the case, we really do have some chance," Su Qing frowned thoughtfully. Although the Jiang family's 3rd elders group had been completely wiped out, they had still caused some damage to the Firebird. If the 4 of them were well prepared, they might have a chance to succeed. It's just that when the time comes and we really encounter that Firebird, what should we do? Shouldn't we discuss it carefully? Yurua Mei asked. The 8 dead people in front of her made her feel uneasy, and if it weren't for her greed for the reward Mo Shaoqi had promised before, she would have left already. Although treasures were good, she still needed to be alive to enjoy them. "We should discuss this carefully. How about this, each of you briefly explain the secret techniques and powers you are proficient in so that everyone can cooperate when the time comes," Su Qing proposed. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai immediately gave him a meaningful look. Mo Shaoqi smiled and waved her hand. "No need when we encounter it. The 3 of you just need to help me stall for time. I have my own way to deal with it." She had a victorious expression on her face, and no one knew where her confidence came from. Chapter 1970. The feeling Mo Shaoqi gave Yang Kai was one of mystery. He faintly felt that the purity and naivety displayed by the other party was a disguise, but he couldn't find any flaws. Moreover, judging from the generosity of her actions and the concealment secret technique she had mastered, it was clear her origins were extraordinary. How could an ordinary Origin King store so many Origin King-grade artifacts in their space ring? Not to mention, each one of them was of extraordinary grade. This was especially true for Mo Shaoqi, who gave off a powerful aura, obviously wearing a number of powerful artifacts. This girl definitely had a great background, and one that was not small at that. This made Yang Kai keep a close eye on her. However, now that she said she had a way to deal with the Firebird, Yang Kai believed her. Although Yang Kai didn't want to get involved in Clear Jade Mountain's affairs anymore, after all, he had received benefits from them, so withdrawing halfway wasn't good. So he could only follow this path to the end. "Sister Shaoqi, you said you have a way to deal with the Firebird. Can you tell us in detail? After all, that beast's strength is extraordinary. We really don't want to follow in the footsteps of others," Su Qing asked with some concern. Yurua Mei also nodded, agreeing with Su Qing's point of view. Mo Shaoqi frowned. looking a little embarrassed, but after a while, she seemed to make up her mind and said, "It's not convenient for me to tell you the details, but I have an artifact that can restrain its power. Please believe me, I won't let you do anything too dangerous." Hearing this, Su Qing and Yuruame glanced at each other and nodded lightly, the former smiling and saying, "Since Sister Shao Qi says so, this will not ask further. Then I won't ask any more questions. I just hope that Miss Shao Qi will succeed when the time comes." "No problem, leave it to me." Mo Shao Qi was overjoyed when she heard this and patted her chest confidently. "Then let's track its location now. Although we don't know where it is now, if we follow the trail, we will be able to find it. We can definitely find it." Saying so, she led the way again. After walking all the way inside for more than an hour, Mo Shao Qi stopped again in the midst of a tense and uneasy atmosphere. The trail in front of her suddenly broke, just as she furrowed her brows and was about to search for clues again. An unusual power suddenly surged out from a certain place. That power was incomparably hot. As soon as it appeared, the temperature in the air rose sharply, and the surrounding lush trees were affected by this high temperature, instantly withered, dried up, and began burning. "Be careful," Yang Kai shouted hurriedly. There was no need for him to remind them. All four of them were third-order Origin King cultivators were extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of this kind of power. When this hot aura, they all immediately, as soon as they felt, the four of them immediately, a ball of pitch-black flames the size of a washbasin directly bombarded the place where everyone had been standing, turning that area into scorched earth. The black flames burned fiercely, as if they would never be extinguished. Whether it was the deep color or the terrifying killing power, they all couldn't help but change their expressions. Sure enough, it's here. Mo Shao Qi was not only not surprised, but instead overjoyed, her delicate face filled with joy. He stared at a certain spot. In that position, a strange bird about 3 meters long with a fiery red body was staring at the four of them with a fierce light in its eyes, as if it was made of flames. Its body was covered in scorching flames and it had a long tail. Its appearance was beautiful, like a fire spirit. Lu Yen. Yang Kai was taken aback. Judging from the appearance of this firebird that had suddenly appeared, it was as if it had been carved from the same mold as Lu Yen, but he soon understood that this firebird in front of him was not Lu Yen, because no matter how it looked like it was made of flames, it was still in existence with flesh and blood. Moreover, Yang Kai could vaguely feel a faint pressure from its body. It was an indescribable power that made even someone as strong as Yang Kai feel somewhat uneasy in front of it. "Bastard! Who spread the rumor that this thing is an artifact spirit?" Su Qing cursed angrily on the other side. Previously, outside Clear Jade Mountain, many cultivator had rumored that there was an artifact spirit with sentience inside the mountain, leading to countless people rushing here. But now it seemed that this was clearly not the case. Which bastard had spread this rumor? However, it was meaningless to pursue this matter now. "It's coming again!" Yuruame screamed as her tender body flickered, leaving behind a series of afterimages as she suddenly dodged. In the next moment, a mass of black flames bombarded the place she had been standing. After Yuruame reappeared from another direction, a look of lingering fear appeared on her face. She could clearly feel the powerful lethality contained in these black flames. If she had been accidentally contaminated, she would likely have ended up like the Jiang family's third elder. So many Origin King realm masters had already died, demonstrating just how difficult and terrifying this firebird was. So how could Yuruame dare not be careful? "Everyone, please hold it back for a while. I'll start preparing." After Mo Shao Qi hurriedly said, she suddenly jumped away from the spot and formed a series of mysterious seals with her hands, her entire temperament suddenly changing. The innocence faded from her body and Mo Shao Qi suddenly became solemn and awe-inspiring, her red lips moving slightly as she formed a series of seals with her hands, muttering some unknown words. At the same time, an aqua-blue sphere appeared in front of her. This sphere was filled with extremely powerful water attribute energy, like a vast ocean. If one listened carefully, one could even hear the sound of waves and tsunamis coming from it. "A Dao source-grade artifact?" Su Qing's eyes suddenly turned red as his breathing quickened as he stared greedily at the aqua-blue sphere in front of Mo Shaoqi. Although he was a third-order origin king cultivator, he had never owned a Dao source-grade artifact before. Although judging from Mo Shaoqi's generosity before, it was very likely that this girl had many Dao source-grade artifacts. Seeing it with his own eyes still shocked Su Qing. What's more, this aqua-blue sphere was obviously not an ordinary Dao source-grade artifact. It was most likely a high-rank Dao source-grade artifact. Such a treasure was invaluable to Su Qing. Brother Su, it's not good to be absent-minded at this time, is it? Yang Kai coldly snorted and hurriedly rushed in front of Mo Shaoqi. When Mo Shaoqi took out the aqua-blue sphere artifact and began chanting, the firebird opposite her suddenly stared at this girl with a pair of fierce eyes, as if it also felt the threat to its life from this girl and regarded her as its #1 enemy. The bird opened its beak and spat out a dragon-like pillar of black flame. Yang Kai's face changed drastically and his first reaction was to dodge immediately. Help me block it. I can't move right now. Before Yang Kai could dodge, Mo Shaoqi's nervous words reached his ears. Idiot. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing. He really couldn't figure out whether Mo Shaoqi was really stupid or just pretending to be. In the face of such a powerful enemy, she had actually used a secret technique that made her unable to move. Wasn't this simply courting death? Now, as long as he dodged, Mo Shaoqi would inevitably be hit by the black flames. Judging from the terrifying destructive power of these black flames, this girl would definitely die. Could it be that her true nature was the same as what she showed before? Was she not pretending? Was all his previous guesses about her wrong? Otherwise, how could her combat experience be so shallow? Anyone with even the slightest bit of common sense in battle would not choose to do this. Unless the people around them were extremely trustworthy companions they could entrust their lives to. And he, Su Qing, and Yurua Mei were obviously not companions Mo Shaoqi could entrust her life to. For a moment, all kinds of thoughts floated through Yang Kai's mind. But soon, he shouted, "If you don't want to die here, come help." Saying so, he let out a roar and a 5-colored light burst out from his body. Stretching out his hand, he pushed forward and muttered, "Earth Sword Chi, Divine Nullification Shield." A yellow light burst from his body and quickly formed a shield-like barrier in front of him. Yang Kai cultivated his 5 elements indestructible sword chi and had absorbed a large amount of the Divine Nullification Sand's energy into his Earth attribute sword chi. So now he could naturally display the power of the Divine Nullification Sand to form a defensive barrier. The Earth attribute sword chi was thick and its main defensive attribute was the Divine Nullification Shield's defensive power. However, this was not the end of it. Yang Kai also stripped the light cyan light from his body and condensed his wood attribute sword chi into an illusory forest in front of him, forming a second line of defense behind the Divine Nullification Shield, followed by the water attribute, metal attribute, fire attribute. Using all 5 element sword chis, the 5-colored light originally covering Yang Kai's body disappeared in a very short time and was replaced by 5 layers of defensive nets. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the black flames collided with the Divine Nullification Shield and in an instant, tore through its defenses and rushed into the illusory forest, incinerating the scenery around it. The water curtain was evaporated and the golden walls were melted away. Only the fire sword chi, which was the main offensive attribute, was able to contend with the black flames for a while. After all, this was the sword chi Yang Kai cultivated by absorbing the sun's true fire, so in terms of grade, it was definitely not inferior to his opponent's black flames. But in terms of quantity, it was somewhat inferior and fell into a disadvantage in the blink of an eye. The heat and murderous intent rushing towards him made Yang Kai's hair stand on end as the aura of death rushed towards him, making him feel as if he was facing the summons of the Grim Reaper. It was not until this moment that Su Qing and Yurua Mei finally reacted. Although the two of them were acting stealthily in secret, they were not idiots and knew that they were not this firebird's opponent. If they wanted to survive, they had to first save Mo Shaoqi's life and allow her to complete her secret technique. As such, seeing Yang Kai take action, they had no choice but to act. Heaven's Net Cut. Boundless Saint Seal. 2 powerful attacks bombarded from Su Qing and Yurua Mei's direction, blocking the black flame dragon's path. The full strength of a third-order origin king was definitely not something to be underestimated. With the two of them joining forces, the pressure on Yongkai was instantly reduced. Chapter 1971. Secret Technique. Exile. Yongkai knew that if he didn't use his trump card now, he wouldn't have another chance. So he didn't care about exposing himself at this moment and hurriedly displayed his space force. In front of him, a black hole suddenly opened, like the maw of a hungry beast, greedily swallowing up the weakened black flame dragon and banishing it into the endless void. Looking around, the violent and chaotic power fluctuations gave Yongkai a good cover for his secret technique, making those who didn't know the truth think that the collision between the two sides was simply too powerful, causing the surrounding space to collapse. At the very least, Su Qing and Uruame, who saw the exile secret technique with their own eyes, didn't associate it with Space Force and instead just watched all of this in horror, their faces trembling. On the other hand, Mo Shaoqi, who had been concentrating on preparing her secret technique and urging the power of her artifact, suddenly lit up and shot a look of surprise towards Yongkai. Yongkai, on the other hand, was unaware of all this. Now that he was riding a tiger, he couldn't get off, so he couldn't help feeling annoyed. If he didn't dodge, he would be the first to bear the brunt of the Firebird's attack. But if he did, Mo Shaoqi would be in danger. This made him curse Mo Shaoqi in his heart. But at the same time, he had no choice but to stand in place and act as a meat shield. Yongkai, Su Qing, and Uruame's joint attack obviously let the Firebird know that its opponents were difficult to deal with. So its crimson eyes filled with anger, it spread its wings and gently waved them, sending out countless black fireballs towards the three of them. Su Qing and Uruame screamed again and again as they constantly used their exquisite movement skills to dodge. But there were simply too many fireballs, so the two of them had no choice but to summon their defensive artifacts. This gave them a sense of security. Yongkai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Su Qing and Uruame were free to move, but he could only stand in place and summon his golden blood threads. These golden blood threads transformed into streaks of golden light that swept away the oncoming fireballs. Although the effect was quite good, Yongkai couldn't help feeling bitter as his golden blood threads made contact with the fireballs. Many of them were actually incinerated. These were all things transformed from his own golden blood, so each of them was extremely precious. After such a short time, he had already lost so many of them, making him want to cry but have no tears. Ah, my sorrow cloud mirror. Su Qing's cry reached Yongkai's ears, and Yongkai quickly glanced over, only to see a mirror in Su Qing's hand wrapped in black flames. In the blink of an eye, it began to melt, causing Yongkai to hurriedly throw this artifact away, lest he draw fire to himself. Judging from the energy fluctuations coming from this treasure mirror, it was obviously an Origin King grade mid-rank artifact. Looks like I'm not the only one who suffered heavy losses. If Yongkai's golden blood threads were damaged, he could always use his golden blood to repair them. However, if the other party's Origin King grade artifact was incinerated, he would really lose everything. Thinking of this, Yongkai's mood improved a lot. Not only did Su Qing lose his sorrowful cloud mirror, but the hairpin-shaped Origin King grade artifact in Uruame's hand was also destroyed by the black flames. The two of them, who had suffered such a huge loss, glared at the Firebird with eyes filled with endless hatred. But due to the ferocity of the Firebird, none of them dared to step forward and could only dodge awkwardly. The Firebird suddenly let out a cry that was mixed with an inexplicable anger. It pierced through the 9 heavens. The moment the cry rang out, everyone's face changed drastically. Because if they did, it was very likely to attract the attention of others. If all the cultivators who had entered Clear Jade Mountain were attracted here, all of their efforts would be wasted. Just as Yongkai was in a daze, a fireball suddenly shot in front of him, causing Yongkai's face to sink. Just as he was about to use the same trick to banish it, he never expected that the fireball would explode right in front of him. In an instant, the pitch-black rain of fire that filled the sky shot towards him like raindrops. Yongkai's eyes narrowed, and without even thinking about it, he directly used another secret technique. Dragon transformation. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, a huge dragon head flashed behind Yongkai. At that moment, dragon pressure filled the air, causing the firebird opposite him to be stunned. A look of dread flashing across its red eyes. Dragon scales appeared and wrapped around most of Yongkai's body. Even the real dragon scale appeared on Yongkai's chest, covering the vital points on his chest. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of explosions rang out as countless black flames hit Yongkai's body, causing Yongkai to cough up a mouthful of blood. The black flames stained the surface of his body and burned fiercely, causing the strength in his body to rapidly melt away like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Yongkai's face sank as he desperately urged the power of his golden divine dragon source to stop the spread of the black flames. However, his appearance was extremely miserable, and his entire aura had fallen by quite a bit. Sister Xiaoqi, I've reached my limit, Yongkai hurriedly said and was about to leave. He had done everything he could, and if he stayed any longer, he was afraid the situation wouldn't be good. He had stood in front of Mo Xiaoqi and bought her so much time, even suffering injuries in the process. He had done enough. I'm done. Mo Xiaoqi shouted tenderly as she suddenly waved her hand, causing the sound of a tsunami to ring out from the blue sphere in front of her, giving people the illusion that they were standing in the middle of the sea and listening to the crashing waves. The blue sphere also burst into pieces, turning into a mist that shot forward like it had a life of its own. This mist swept over Yongkai's body, instantly extinguishing the burning black flames. Immediately afterwards, the mist arrived in front of the firebird and wrapped it up, transforming back into a blue sphere. However, this blue ball was many times larger than before. No matter how much the firebird struggled, it couldn't escape the ball's wrapping. After doing all this, Mo Xiaoqi seemed to be a little exhausted, her delicate face pale and her towering chest heaving up and down violently. Obviously, using this artifact had taken a huge toll on her. Although the price was not small, the result was gratifying. Hee, I finally caught you, little thing. Let's see where you can run now. Mo Xiaoqi looked forward with a grin. Yongkai's face suddenly sank as he shouted, "Be careful!" Saying so, he quickly dodged and a figure strangely appeared behind him, using a secret technique to hit Yongkai's afterimage and shatter it. The figure revealed himself and frowned, as if he had not expected that his sneak attack would be seen through by Yongkai. Who else could this person be but Su Qing? At the same time, Yu Ruomei's figure also appeared behind Mo Xiaoqi, her slender palm filled with violent power, a cruel and greedy smile on her charming face as she slammed her palm into Mo Xiaoqi's back. Mo Xiaoqi let out a miserable cry as she opened her mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. While she was sent flying, her beautiful eyes were still filled with disbelief. Ah! Along with Mo Xiaoqi's scream, Yu Ruomei also let out a cry of alarm. After unleashing this move, Yu Ruomei seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, her figure continuously retreating as her pretty face suddenly turned pale. She felt a burning pain in her palm as she raised her hand and looked down. In an instant, her face turned ugly as she screamed, "How is this possible? What is this?" An extremely strange imprint had actually appeared at the center of her palm. The imprint looked like the face of a ghost, and it was savage, terrifying, and warped to the extreme. One could faintly hear miserable and shrill howls that caused one's hair to stand on end. At this moment, 2 spots of light appeared in the eyes of this ghost face, and through these 2 spots of light, Yu Ruomei seemed to see a lofty existence staring at her indifferently. She lost her composure for a moment and fell to the ground, trembling all over. "Ruomei, what happened to you?" On the other side, Su Qing, whose sneak attack had failed, saw Yu Ruomei fall to the ground and could not help calling out. Yu Ruomei's eyes were absent-minded as she sat on the ground sluggishly. If someone could invade her knowledge sea with their divine sense, they would be able to see that at this moment, inside her knowledge sea, there was a ghost face exactly the same as the one on her palm that was madly devouring her spiritual energy. The more spiritual energy her knowledge sea consumed, the dimmer the light in her eyes became. On the other side, Mo Xiaoqi stood up while coughing lightly. From her current state, although she had been sneak attacked, it was obviously not a big deal. She turned her head and looked at Uruame blankly, a look of disbelief on her face as she asked, "Why did you attack me?" Her pained look didn't seem to be fake. After all, she had been attacked from behind by her trusted companion, and if it weren't for the protection of her powerful artifact armor, she would probably be a corpse by now. "You really are a stupid woman?" Yang Kai looked at her as if she was an idiot. Mo Shaoqi turned her head and looked at Yang Kai, her big eyes watery as she asked, "How am I stupid?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand and held his forehead, really not knowing how to explain it to her. "What did you do to her?" Su Qing saw that no matter how he called out to Uruame, she didn't respond, so he turned his head and roared at Mo Shaoqi. Mo Shaoqi's tender body trembled as a look of extreme horror appeared on her face, waving her hand and saying, "I didn't do anything to her. I'm wearing my artifact armor. Anyone who attacks me will suffer a backlash from the evil ghost seal." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Is it really appropriate to reveal my details so easily? Now, he finally determined that this girl named Mo Shaoqi was not the treacherous existence he had imagined her to be, but rather a pure and innocent little girl who knew nothing about the world. Is she really only as old as she looks? Yang Kai was taken aback by the thought that emerged in his mind. If this was the case, it would be too terrifying. Evil ghost seal? Su Qing frowned, obviously having never heard of this secret technique before. But soon, he shook his head and said lightly, "Fine. One less person is good. This Su can monopolize all the benefits." He no longer cared about Uruame's life and death and instead just grinned. Yang Kai curled his lips and sneered, "Brother Su, where does your inexplicable self-confidence come from? Don't you see the situation clearly? We have two people on our side." Chapter 1972. So what if you have more people? Su Qing sneered as he looked at Yang Kai contemptuously. How much strength can the two of you exert at this moment? After all, from his point of view, Yang Kai had stood in front of Mo Shaoqi to resist the Firebird's attack, so he must have consumed a lot of his strength. Later, he had been hit by the black flames, so it was a miracle he hadn't died. After using that artifact, Mo Shaoqi also looked like she was about to collapse. These two were obviously not at their peak, so the strength they could exert was greatly reduced. Su Qing himself, on the other hand, was in perfect condition, so he was not afraid. Yang Kai chuckled and said lightly, "If Brother Su really thinks so, you might as well give it a try." Seeing Yang Kai's fearless look, Su Qing couldn't help frowning, unable to guess whether Yang Kai was deliberately mystifying things or really had nothing to fear. Not far away, Mo Shaoqi still stood there with a lost look on her face, looking at Su Ruame, whose eyes had lost their luster and had become an idiot, muttering, "Why did you attack me? How could this be?" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her, unable to help scolding, "Idiot! People die in pursuit of wealth. Birds die in pursuit of food. You don't even understand such a simple truth. Do your parents know you ran out here to court death?" "I don't know." A look of panic appeared in Mo Shaoqi's eyes as she waved her hand at Yang Kai. "Don't tell my father I'm here, or he'll beat me. I don't even know your father. How am I supposed to tell him?" Yang Kai almost vomited blood and died from anger at this girl. That's right. Mo Shaoqi suddenly showed a look of relief. Enough! When Su Qing saw the two of them talking to each other, as if there was no one else around, he immediately roared angrily, "Brother Yang, if you don't want to die, leave here quickly. You have no reason to oppose this Su." Yang Kai chuckled lightly as he looked at Su Qing calmly. "We really have no reason to be enemies with each other. But what Brother Su wants is exactly what this Yang wants." Su Qing was startled as he looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Muttering in amazement, he said, "Brother Yang's strength is quite deep, but if that's the case, why don't you and I join forces and split everything 50-50? No. Shaking his head, Yang Kai raised a finger and said, "I have a shortcoming. I always like to eat alone and am not very willing to share with others. If Brother Su is sensible, then I will share with you. If Brother Su Qing's right, it's not too late now." Brother Yang's eyes, Brother Yang Kai. I have a great appetite. Mo Shaoqi looked at the two of them blankly and interjected. What do you want to eat? I have some spirit fruits here. Do you want them? Saying so, Hua Huan really did take out 2 tender spirit fruits from his space ring. In an instant, a fragrant aroma filled the air, causing everyone who smelled it to drool, and judging from the energy fluctuations emanating from the spirit fruits, this spirit fruit was obviously not an ordinary item. It was very likely to be an extremely rare treasure. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Yang Kai glared at her angrily. Mo Shaoqi felt wronged. Humph, since Brother Yang says so, does that mean there's no room for discussion? Su Qing gulped, his expression gradually becoming crazed. The good things Mo Shaoqi casually took out made him extremely greedy, making him more and more certain that there were countless treasures hidden in Mo Shaoqi's space ring. Thinking that as long as he could snatch the space ring, he might not have to worry about cultivation resources for the rest of his life, how could Su Qing endure? From the moment Brother Su launched that sneak attack on me, we had nothing to say. Yang Kai sneered. Good. Then let this Su see how great Brother Yang's skill is. Su Qing's voice fell. The power in his body suddenly surged. Immediately, his whole body grew several times larger. The clothes on his body emitted a sizzling sound as they instantly turned into strips of cloth and scattered to the ground, revealing Su Qing's exposed skin. Countless golden hairs were visible to the naked eye. In just 3 breaths of time, Su Qing's entire appearance had undergone a huge change. At this moment, he was 5 meters tall. His body was slightly hunched. His arms were extraordinarily long. His muscles were bulging, and his eyes were shining with an indescribable ferocious light. His throat was letting out a beast-like roar, and his whole body was covered in golden hair, making him look like a giant golden ape. Yang Kai was stunned. This was the first time he had seen this kind of secret technique. At the very least, he had never seen such a beast-like secret technique in the Homestar territory. The wonders of the star boundary were truly extraordinary. However, what made Yang Kai somewhat disdainful was that even in that dangerous situation just now, Su Qing had not used his trump card, but when dealing with him, he did not hesitate to use it. Beast-soul symbiosis? Giant golden ape? Mo Shaoqi exclaimed from the side, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly as she immediately did something that made Yang Kai feel was unreasonable. She actually stretched out her hands and covered her eyes, no longer daring to look at the almost naked Su Qing, even though the tattered clothes on his lower body were enough to cover his vitals. This silly girl. Yang Kai had nothing to say to her and completely abandoned any plans to join forces with her. Su Qing, who had used his trump card secret technique, roared at this moment and turned into a golden streak of light, rushing directly in front of Yang Kai at an incredible speed. A fist bigger than a clay pot slammed down from above, carrying with it the power to split mountains and split seas, enveloping this part of the heavens and earth. So fast! Yang Kai instantly realized how difficult Su Qing was to deal with at this moment. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, but he had no intention of dodging and instead gathered all his strength to meet this fist head-on. Su Qing's eyes flashed a look of ridicule as he sneered, "A mantis trying to stop a chariot? Overestimating yourself." The huge fist fell at an even faster speed. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk with a loud bang. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as half of his body was smashed into the ground, while Su Qing's 15-meter-tall body staggered slightly and was almost sent flying. His golden-haired face was filled with surprise, as if he hadn't expected Yang Kai's physical strength to be so powerful. But soon he stabilized himself, raised his other fist high, and smashed it down again. Like a falling meteorite, the sound of his fist whistling through the air was extremely ear-piercing. Yang Kai's body was half stuck in the ground, making it difficult for him to move, so he was unable to avoid this blow. Left with no choice, he could only raise his arms to block. With another loud bang, Yang Kai's entire body was smashed into the ground, leaving only half of his head. Su Qing did not even spare a glance at Yang Kai, nor did he care whether he lived or died. Instead, his figure flickered as he rushed towards Emo Xiaoqi. In his opinion, it was meaningless to fight a life-or-death battle with Yang Kai. As long as he could snatch Emo Xiaoqi's space ring, his goal would be achieved. Emo Xiaoqi was still standing there, covering her eyes, completely unaware of the impending danger. Her face flushed red, and even the tips of her ears were rosy. For Emo Xiaoqi, who was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, even if she saw the topless Su Qing in his beast form today, it was still not something she could bear. Her heart was filled with panic. Damn, I won't go blind like this, right? Auntie Feng's words were still ringing in her ears. Never look at a man's ugly body. It will blind you. Emo Xiaoqi still remembered Auntie Feng's serious expression and tone when she said this to her that day, so she couldn't help feeling uneasy. Su Qing was extremely fast and arrived beside Emo Xiaoqi in an instant. Looking at the girl who was completely unguarded against him and the sparkling space ring on her hand, Su Qing could not help but grin. Immediately, he reached out to grab Emo Xiaoqi's space ring. Because of Yu Ruomei's example, he did not dare to make a move against Emo Xiaoqi. Only the heavens knew what kind of power the artifact armor she was wearing had. If he followed in Yu Ruomei's footsteps, he would be in deep trouble. His goal from beginning to end had always been Emo Xiaoqi's space ring. But just as his big hand was a foot away from Emo Xiaoqi, the two earrings on Emo Xiaoqi's ears suddenly let out a tinkling sound. Immediately afterwards, these two seemingly inconspicuous earrings flickered slightly and transformed into two beams of light that shot towards Su Qing like arrows from a bow. The sharp edges of these two beams of light caused Su Qing's hair to shrink and his golden hair to stand on end. His complexion changed drastically and he no longer dared to attack Emo Xiaoqi, hurriedly retreating. However, the two beams of light did not give up and shot towards Su Qing from both sides. At this moment of crisis, Su Qing could not help roaring as his body glowed with a golden light and his already huge body seemed to grow even larger. With two light crackling sounds, the golden light around Su Qing's body suddenly shattered and his body shook, unable to help letting out a muffled groan as he stumbled back a few steps. The two beams of light returned and transformed back into the shape of the earrings on Emo Xiaoqi's delicate earlobes. However, a huge gash appeared on Su Qing's abdomen from which blood gushed out like a fountain. Panicking, Su Qing hurriedly circulated his strength to stop the bleeding. He looked at Emo Xiaoqi incredulously, unable to believe that this girl in front of him had not even been able to move her hand, and had instead relied on the self-protection of her artifact to make him suffer such a big loss. Yu Ruomei's death was not unjust. Who the hell are you? Su Qing roared. At this time, if he still could not guess that Emo Xiaoqi's background was not small, he would not be worthy of being an Origin King realm cultivator. He secretly regretted having set his sights on Emo Xiaoqi. Such a person was definitely a descendant of some master. If he dealt with her without leaving any traces behind, it would be fine. But if he made the slightest mistake and caused his information to be leaked, what awaited him would be endless pursuit. If he fell into the hands of her elders, his life would be worse than death. However, there was no turning back, so regretting it now was useless. The only thing he could do now was to kill her to silence her. Just as he was lost in thought, a murderous intent suddenly bloomed behind him. Su Qing was startled and quickly turned his head, only to find Yang Kai rushing down from above, his body flashing with a dazzling five-colored light. His face was filled with anger and a violent power was brewing in his hands, like an enraged beast, causing anyone who saw him to shudder. Chapter 1973. Yang Kai had underestimated the power of Su Qing's beast form, mainly because he did not know who this giant golden ape was. If he had known that this giant golden ape was famous for its strength even in ancient times, he would not have been so careless and allowed himself to be smashed into the ground. In ancient times, this kind of powerful beast could easily uproot mountains. Fortunately, Yang Kai's skin was thick, so although he was a bit embarrassed, he was not injured. However, Su Qing's attack had completely enraged him. Yang Kai's third-order Origin King's territory domain pressed down on Su Qing, causing the surrounding space to become unstable as countless tiny void cracks began to appear. Yang Kai grinned fiercely as he waved his hands and sent out a series of moon blades. Su Qing's complexion changed drastically. Although he was not able to immediately determine what kind of power these moon blades were, the strength of Yang Kai's territory domain made him feel a threat to his life. Ignoring the injury on his lower abdomen, Su Qing roared towards the sky as his golden hair stood on end, transforming into steel needles. Using his unparalleled divine strength, Su Qing broke free from the suppression of Yang Kai's territory domain and retreated. Chi sounds rang out incessantly as the moon blade's attacks all hit empty air, splashing dirt everywhere. When Yang Kai turned around and locked onto Su Qing's position, Yang Kai saw that a big axe had appeared in the latter's hand at some point and was swinging it down. Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger as the five-colored glow around his body intensified. At the same time, he also used his dragon transformation secret technique, covering his right arm in a layer of dragon scales as he swept it towards the axe. When the two auras collided, it was as if two mountains had collided. Even the earth trembled. What? Su Qing's complexion changed drastically as he watched his artifact axe being sent flying while Yang Kai remained unscathed. His figure only paused for a moment before he dissipated the force behind his opponent's attack. Then he charged forward again. Even a cultivator at the Third-Order Origin King Realm should have been severely injured or even killed if they were hit head-on by this attack. But Yang Kai seemed to be completely unscathed. Just how strong is his physical defense? Su Qing was furious. Instead of retreating, he roared and rushed forward to meet Yang Kai head-on. The two soon engaged in a fierce battle high up in the sky. From the very beginning, Su Qing was at a disadvantage while Yang Kai became fiercer and fiercer, using all kinds of secret techniques and martial skills to attack him. This caused Su Qing to complain. How can this be? I have already displayed the golden-haired great ape's beast-soul symbiosis. Even if it is not invincible among Origin Kings, it is still not something anyone can suppress. Could it be that his source Qi? Su Qing's eyes were filled with bewilderment. It wasn't fear but worry. It was hard for him to calm down. However, although Su Qing was in a difficult situation, being completely suppressed by Yang Kai, but there were no new wounds. All he had suffered were internal injuries. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, Su Qing could not hold on any longer. He realized that if he stayed to fight Yang Kai, he would likely lose his life here. Thinking so, he began to think about retreating. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from afar. At the same time, it was accompanied by a person's laughter. The heavens have treated me well. I actually picked up a ready-made one here. Ha 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 ha. As soon as these words fell, a ship suddenly blocked the sunlight overhead. On the ship, Wuxia was standing on the ship. A group of 7 or 8 cultivator emitting deep auras were looking down coldly, the old man in the lead staring at the firebird imprisoned by the blue sphere. Yang Kai and Su Qing were both shocked and hurriedly retreated. In the next moment, Yang Kai arrived beside Mo Shaoqi. Frowning, Yang Kai looked up. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense to investigate the surroundings. Yang Kai's face suddenly became ugly. He sensed that countless martial artists were rapidly approaching this place. Clearly, the cries of the firebird had attracted these people here. The ship was only the first batch to arrive, but the old man in the lead was a powerful Dao Source Realm cultivator. Just as the old man's voice fell, a figure flashed not far away and a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar appeared in front of everyone. He sneered and said, "Old Joe, you're quite fast." Hearing this, the old man glanced at the middle-aged scholar in disgust and said coldly, "Chan Shirqi, you've also come to join in the fun?" The middle-aged man named Chan Shirqi smiled and said, "What's wrong? Since old Joe can come, why can't this Chen come? And my Raging Fire Temple also wants to join in the fun. Old Joe, you won't be unwelcome, right?" Another voice interjected as 3 tiger-like war chariots appeared from a certain location. The burly man in the lead leapt off the chariot. He was as strong as a bear and gave off a very obvious fire attribute aura. Even his hair and beard were dark red in color. "Humph! Seeing this man from Raging Fire Temple arrive, Old Jiao and Chen Shiqi couldn't help coldly snorting as a look of displeasure appeared on their faces, seemingly extremely wary of this burly man. 3 Dao Source Realms. Yang Kai frowned. With his perception, he could vaguely estimate the strength of these 3 people. Old Jiao and Chen Shiqi, who had arrived first, were probably from the First Order Dao Source Realm, while this burly man was a Second Order Dao Source Realm Master. As soon as this burly man appeared, Old Jiao and Chen Shiqi stopped arguing, and after exchanging a glance, both of them seemed to want to work together. Temple Master Luo coming here is beyond this old master's expectations. Doesn't Temple Master Luo need to guard Raging Fire Temple? I heard that your noble temple hasn't been very peaceful recently. Old Jiao coldly snorted. The burly man surnamed Luo chuckled and said, "Many thanks for Old Jiao's concern. There were just some small disputes in the temple that were easily resolved by this Luo." Hearing this, Old Jiao's face sank as he knew that this easily resolved situation was likely accompanied by the deaths of many people. Don't be fooled by this Temple Master Luo's crude and careless appearance. In fact, he was a vicious and merciless person, causing many people near Maplewood City to fear him. As these people talked, more and more cultivators gathered here. These cultivators basically came in groups, while those who came alone like Chen Shiqi were extremely rare. This situation made the 3 Dao Source Realms extremely dissatisfied, and they wanted to expel these small fries. But none of them dared to take the lead and provoke public anger. Yang Kai frowned secretly, feeling that this matter was a bit difficult to deal with. Just as he was hesitating though, Temple Master Luo suddenly asked, "Old Jiao, you are quite knowledgeable. Do you recognize what kind of monster beast this thing is?" He had been staring at the firebird wrapped in an aqua blue ball but did not seem to recognize its species, so he had no choice but to ask. Old Jiao frowned and said, "In this old master's opinion, this little thing seems to have a phoenix bloodline." Phoenix? Ancient divine spirit. Many of the cultivator present heard this, and instead of being surprised, all of them took a step back in horror. The name of an ancient divine spirit was too great, so great that even an ordinary cultivator would be shocked to hear it. Even the 10 great Emperor Realm Masters would find it difficult to deal with an ancient divine spirit, a powerful divine spirit that had been born since ancient times. The power of an ancient divine spirit was enough to destroy an entire world. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. If this was really the case, it would explain why he felt a faint pressure coming from this firebird's body. Dragons had their dragon's aura, and phoenixes had their phoenix's aura. If this firebird really had the bloodline of the phoenix, it would naturally have an innate aura within its body, which was a deterrent to any living creature. Chen Shiqi nodded from the side and said, "This Chen also agrees with Old Jiao's opinion, but this Chen cannot tell which bloodline this thing belongs to." Temple Master Luo chuckled. "I heard that in ancient times, there was a kind of divine spirit called the Luan Feng, one that possessed both the Phoenix and Blue Luan bloodlines. This Luo is not a genius, but he has seen some records and diagrams in ancient books that are quite similar to this little thing, but he is not certain." Luan Feng? Old Jiao frowned and suddenly shouted to Su Qing, who was standing nearby, "Boy, let me ask you, did this little thing use any kind of power before?" Su Qing had already removed his beast-soul symbiosis state and restored his original appearance, but his face was a little pale. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of energy in the battle just now, so when he heard Old Jiao's question, he did not dare not answer and quickly explained everything he had experienced. As the Dao Source Realm Masters listened, their expressions became more and more excited, because according to Su Qing's description, this firebird might really belong to the Luan Feng bloodline. That was an ancient divine spirit. In other words, this little firebird was a descendant of a divine spirit, and a young one at that. If they could capture it and bring it back to captivity when it grew up, they would be able to obtain a divine spirit as a helper, and its status would be no different from the 10 great emperors. Thinking so, many people's breathing became rapid. This was a good opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. Old Jiao, Chen Shiqi, and Temple Master Luo all looked at the little firebird with greedy eyes. "It's time to go." Yang Kai observed everyone's expressions and realized that this was not a place to stay for long. So he quickly whispered to Mo Xiaoqi, "Can I take my hands off now?" Mo Xiaoqi asked timidly, "Why do you keep covering your eyes?" Yang Kai angrily removed her hands from her eyes. Regaining her vision, Mo Xiaoqi looked around and was suddenly startled. "So many people?" "Yes, if we don't leave now, we won't be able to." Yang Kai ground his teeth. "But, my little Luan Feng." Mo Xiaoqi bit her red lips as she stared at the firebird imprisoned by her artifact. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that it was impossible to take the firebird away in front of so many people. "You know it's a Luan Feng?" Yang Kai looked at Mo Xiaoqi in amazement. I knew it the first time I saw it," Mo Xiaoqi said matter-of-factly. Yang Kai was dumbfounded for a long time before cursing fiercely. If he had known that there was a young Luan Feng in clear Jade Mountain, even if Mo Xiaoqi offered him many benefits, he would never have come. Chapter 1974. Not to mention that an ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. If he really obtained this Luan Feng, he would definitely be in trouble. It was a divine spirit, so if there were young ones, there would definitely be old ones. Yang Kai did not want to be chased by a mature Luan Feng all day long. This little Luan Feng was obviously a hot potato. It was ridiculous that so many people had been blinded by the promise of a bright future and actually wanted to take it for themselves. But facing this stupid young girl, what else could Kai Yang say? If he tried to reason with her, Yang Kai would probably vomit blood in anger. Just as the two were communicating secretly, Old Joe asked again, "What kind of artifact is this?" "It can actually bind a young divine spirit. It seems quite extraordinary." He stared at the aqua blue ball with a greedy look on his face. Chun Shiqi and Temple Master Luo were the same. Even if this Luan Feng in front of them was just a baby, it still had the bloodline of a divine spirit, so it was not something that could be easily bound by some artifact. The aqua blue ball did not look very eye-catching at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it was quite shocking. The 3 Dao Source Realm Masters were unable to see through its quality. This thing was brought by that girl. It was unknown what Su Qing was thinking, but when he heard Old Joe's question, he actually smiled slightly and pointed to Mo Xiaoqi. Yang Kai's face suddenly became gloomy as he cursed 18 generations of Su Qing's ancestors in his heart. Su Qing was obviously trying to get someone else to do his dirty work. He had already offended Mo Xiaoqi, so he was afraid of being hunted down by the force behind Mo Xiaoqi, so he could only turn his attention to Old Joe. Sure enough, when Old Joe and the others heard this, they could not help looking at Mo Xiaoqi with bright eyes. Temple Master Luo grinned meaningfully, saying, "Little girl, not bad. Do you want to join my raging fire temple? This Luo can provide you with very good cultivation resources." He actually directly opened his mouth to win over Mo Xiaoqi. As long as he could win over Mo Xiaoqi, she would be willing to work for him. Naturally, he could make her work for him and obtain the Luan Feng sealed by Mo Xiaoqi's artifact. If it were an ordinary cultivator, even if they refused, it would not be too obvious, but Mo Xiaoqi was obviously not so tactful. Hearing this, he shook his head decisively and said, "Aunt Feng said that the forces outside are as messy as grass and not worth mentioning. I don't want to join the Raging Fire Temple." The veins on Temple Master Luo's forehead throbbed, and his eyes turned cold. On the other hand, Old Joe and Chun Shiqi were shocked. He laughed gloatingly on the side. Yang Kai's face darkened. The corners of his mouth twitched as he cupped his fists and said, "Temple Master Luo, please don't mind her. This girl is a little crazy." "What did I say wrong?" Mo Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai blankly. "Shut up." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. "Humph. How dare you insult my Raging Fire Temple? Little girl, you've got guts. If you promise me one thing today, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, how could Temple Master Luo pay any attention to Yang Kai's pleading?" Mo Xiaoqi's answer had made him lose all face, so his murderous intent had already risen. If it weren't for him wanting to use Mo Xiaoqi's artifact to subdue the Luan Feng, he would have already attacked. Temple Master Luo, you must not act rashly against her. This little girl is covered in artifacts, many of which have autonomous defensive abilities. One of my companions was caught off guard and was killed by her, losing his soul and turning into an idiot. Even this junior himself was affected. Even junior brother Luofeng was almost killed by her, Su Qing shouted. His voice was so loud that everyone could hear him clearly. An artifact that has autonomous defensive abilities? Temple Master Luo heard this and cried out. An artifact with an artifact spirit? Artifacts were inanimate objects. An artifact that had autonomous defensive abilities meant that it already had an artifact spirit. Such an artifact was definitely not low grade and was extremely valuable. That's interesting. Old Joe also stared at Mo Shaoqi with shining eyes, his gaze constantly wandering over her earrings, hairpins, pendants, and bracelets. Secretly probing them with his divine sense, Old Joe found that just as Su Qing had said, all of Mo Shaoqi's accessories were artifacts of high grade. Chen Shiqi's expression also flickered as greed filled his eyes. Bastard Su Qing, you'll die a horrible death. Yang Kai cursed angrily before grabbing Mo Shaoqi and shouting, "Let's go!" As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai let go of Mo Shaoqi as if he had been electrocuted, because the moment he grabbed her, Yang Kai felt like he had been pricked by a needle, causing his hand to ache. Sorry, my hand is smeared with. Don't say anything. Save your life first. Yang Kai didn't want to waste time with her. So after speaking, he wrapped her in his Saint Qi and rushed out. My weak water bead and little Luan Feng. Mo Shaoqi called out tenderly as she formed a series of hand seals, seemingly trying to take back the weak water bead and imprisoned Luan Feng. But how could the 3 Dao Source Realm Masters present just stand by and watch this happen? Temple Master Luo and the others simply waved their hands and suppressed the weak water bead and Luan Feng in place. Quickly take back the weak water bead, Yang Kai said hurriedly. Mo Shaoqi was extremely obedient and stopped caring about the Luan Feng after hearing this, taking back the weak water bead with a single thought. Without the imprisonment of the weak water bead, the infant Luan Feng immediately regained its freedom. Spreading its wings, it sent out countless black fireballs in all directions, causing the surrounding cultivator to panic. At the same time, the infant Luan Feng's body shot up into the sky, as if it was trying to escape from this dangerous place. Where do you think you're going? The 3 Dao Source Realm Masters took action together, blocking all the escape routes of the infant Luan Feng, but none of them dared to approach. After all, the black flames were too intimidating and would be extremely difficult to extinguish once they came into contact with them. After blocking the Luan Feng, Temple Master Luo even had the time to send out a palm strike towards the fleeing Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi. You think you can just run away? Too naive. Temple Master Luo coldly snorted. The blow of a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, even if it was just a casual blow, was enough to stir up the surrounding world principles, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of crisis. Quickly using his Nihility secret technique, his figure suddenly disappeared. The power of the palm strike arrived as expected and passed through Yang Kai's body, hitting nothing but air. On the other side, an oval-shaped energy barrier flashed around Mo Shaoqi's body, completely neutralizing Temple Master Luo's attack, leaving her unscathed. When Yang Kai reappeared, he immediately stared at Mo Shaoqi like she was some kind of monster. He was able to avoid Temple Master Luo's attack because he used his space secret technique, but Mo Shaoqi was obviously able to do so because of the array of artifacts she was wearing. This girl's heritage was far greater than he had expected. The speed of the two of them was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye they had fled far away. Behind them, Temple Master Luo and the others were caught in a fierce battle over the Luan Feng, the sounds of battle filling the air as the energy fluctuations around them became extremely chaotic and the light of their artifacts flashed brightly. It was estimated that they would not be able to find Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi for a while. After running a few dozen kilometers away, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. Mo Shaoqi also stopped and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her coldly and grinned. Mo Xiaoqi's beautiful face suddenly turned pale as she stumbled back a few steps and tried to act tough. What do you want to do? I'm not someone to be trifled with. Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. What do you think I want to do? I just want to stay here and observe for a while longer. Mo Xiaoqi frowned and thought for a while before suddenly jumping up and saying, What you mean is, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? She looked extremely excited, as if she had found something fun. I just want to set up an ambush and see if Su Qing will come over. Those who dare plot against me are doomed to have a bad end. Yang Kai sneered. I'll help you. That guy doesn't seem to be a good person. Mo Xiaoqi volunteered. You should have already noticed that he isn't a good person, right? Yang Kai was completely speechless towards her. Immediately, the two of them set up an ambush and concealed their auras. However, Mo Xiaoqi stayed far away from Yang Kai. It wasn't that Mo Xiaoqi was cautious and wasn't afraid that Yang Kai would harm her, but Yang Kai was afraid. This girl was covered in thorns, and when he accidentally touched her just now, his hand was covered in blood. If he got too close, who knew what would happen? So, under Yang Kai's strong request, Mo Xiaoqi hid 1,000 meters away from him. At this moment, she was pursing her lips and muttering something with an unhappy expression. Although there was a distance of 30 kilometers between them, with Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, he was still able to clearly observe the situation there. More and more cultivator rushed to that position and became involved in the battle, many of whom were Dao Source Realm Masters. These cultivator were either in groups of 3 or 5, or in groups of 7 or 8, all of them fighting fiercely. From time to time, someone would fall and die, but instead of calming them down, the flow of blood and the screams of death only served to further stimulate the ferocity in their hearts, causing almost all of them to become bloodshot. On the other hand, the Dao Source Realm Masters were undoubtedly much calmer. While they were dealing with others, they were also blocking the Luanfeng's escape route, forcing it to stay in place and unable to leave. Yang Kai found Su Qing in the crowd. This guy had once again used his beast-soul symbiosis secret technique to transform into the giant golden ape and was following behind old Jiu, slaughtering his way through the crowd. In just 2 hours, at least 80% of the hundreds of cultivator that entered Clear Jade Mountain had been attracted to the battlefield. Blood flowed like rivers on the battlefield, and the scene was extremely chaotic. As time passed, the Dao Source Realm Masters also began to suffer injuries. At this point, almost everyone had become enraged. It was no longer just a matter of snatching the Luanfeng, but rather a matter of seeking revenge and repaying grievances. Almost all of them were cultivator from the vicinity of Maplewood City, so there were many differences between them. Many of them held grudges against each other, so now was naturally a good time to settle them. More and more cultivator fell. The Dao Source Realm Masters finally realized that something was wrong. No one knew who suggested it, but in the end, the battle subsided, but only half of the original cultivator remained. The infant Luanfeng was still surrounded by the cultivator in the center, but at this moment, it was no longer as ferocious as before. Instead, it was lying weakly on the ground, its beautiful fur stained with blood, and the burning flames on its body seemed to be on the verge of extinguishing. This battle seemed to have damaged its foundation. Chapter 1975. The infant Luanfeng was destined to have no way to escape. Under the watchful eyes of so many cultivator, where could it escape to? The only question left was who would be able to subdue it. However, seeing that no one was willing to back down, Yang Kai was certain no one would be able to come to a good conclusion in a short time. Sure enough, the surviving cultivator argued for an hour without coming up with any good countermeasures. The situation was still deadlocked, and the atmosphere gradually froze, as if a second battle was about to break out. Throughout the entire process, the infant Luanfeng lay on the ground, letting out a soft cry. Yang Kai, who was hiding 30 kilometers away, frowned, no longer having the patience to continue waiting. Once these people reached a consensus on who the Luanfeng belonged to, their next target would most likely be Mo Xiaoqi. After all, her value did not seem to be any less than the infant Luanfeng. Just as Yang Kai was about to withdraw from this place, He suddenly felt his skin tighten as a sense of crisis and horror welled up in his heart. This made him frown, not knowing what had happened to cause him to feel this way. Turning his head to the other side, Yang Kai saw that Mo Shaoqi also seemed to be aware of this and was looking around furtively. Suddenly, the sky darkened. It was as if dark clouds had covered the sun overhead, casting a huge shadow over the earth. At the same time, the temperature of the air suddenly rose. The lush trees around clear Jade Mountain began to wither and burn. Screech! Above his head, a resounding and sharp screech resounded through the sky. Yang Kai was startled and looked up. The next moment he froze in place. In the sky, an existence that looked exactly the same as the infant Luanfeng was flapping its wings as it flew overhead. However, this existence was countless times larger than the infant Luanfeng, as if it was an enlarged version of the infant Luanfeng. Wherever it passed, even the sky was left burning marks. Space shattered as an unimaginably huge pressure descended like a collapsing mountain, suppressing Yang Kai so much that his bones creaked. Luanfeng, an ancient divine spirit? Yang Kai exclaimed. This was a truly mature Luanfeng, a powerful existence that only appeared in legends, a peerless overlord that could contend with a true dragon. Yang Kai groaned inwardly. Although he had already guessed that there would be a young Luanfeng, he had no idea. Then there must be a mature Luanfeng, but he never imagined that a mature Luanfeng would appear in front of him. Yang Kai was almost unable to move due to the deterrence of its huge body, not to mention the pitch-black flames burning all over its body. Those were black flames that could destroy an entire world. His eyes trembled violently. He wanted to move his fingers, but he found that he was completely powerless. He could only watch as the Luanfeng flew over his head. Screech! 30 kilometers away, the young Luanfeng let out an anxious cry and stood up with its weak body. He was like a lost child who had finally found his parents. He kept chirping in response to the sky. Hall Master Luo, Elder Jiu, Chun Shichi, and the others all froze in place when the shadow that covered the light descended upon them. Everyone knew that a great disaster was imminent and large beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads. Everyone desperately pushed their strength, trying to escape from this place as quickly as possible. However, under the suppression of an ancient divine spirit, they were like children, unable to withstand a single blow. Even the Dao Source Realm Masters were like this, so the Origin Kings and Origin Returning Realm Masters were even worse off. There were even a few weaker Origin Returning Realm Masters who vomited blood and died. The Luanfeng circled in the air, as if it had seen the miserable state of its child. Its eyes suddenly turned crimson red, and a violent aura escaped from its body, sweeping in all directions. Stopping midair, it opened its mouth wide, its abdomen slightly contracting and expanding as it sent out a tsunami of black flames. No! Hall Master Luo could only shout out this one word before he was incinerated by the black flames and turned into nothingness. Wherever the black flames passed, nothing remained. None of the more than 200 cultivator who survived were able to escape this calamity. All of them burned to death, their souls extinguished. The black flames soared into the sky, and even from 100 kilometers away, they could still be seen clearly. These flames seemed to want to incinerate even the heavens and earth, a ferocious sight to behold. The ground was scorched, and not a single blade of grass grew. The area within a radius of 5 kilometers had turned into a dead zone, and this dead zone was still spreading out at an extremely fast speed. 30 kilometers away, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the black flames rapidly burn towards him. He no longer dared to hesitate and pushed his golden divine dragon source to resist the violent pressure coming from the Luanfeng, allowing him to regain some of his freedom. In the next moment, he summoned the sealed world bead and hid inside it. The moment Yang Kai's figure disappeared, the black flames burned through the place he was hiding. If he had been just a moment slower, he would have followed in the footsteps of Hall Master Luo and the others. Shit! As soon as he hid inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that he had forgotten about Mo Shaoqi. Although Mo Shaoqi had powerful artifacts, in front of the peerless flames of an ancient divine spirit, she would not be able to resist. Just now, he had been in too much of a hurry to consider Mo Shaoqi's situation. Now that he thought about it, even if he had gone out to save her, it would have been too late. Yang Kai could not help feeling a little annoyed. Although he and Mo Shaoqi did not have much of a friendship, this simple-minded girl had no ulterior motives. So Yang Kai felt a little guilty for letting her die in these black flames. Hopefully, the heavens will help the worthy, Yang Kai thought to himself, although he knew that the possibility of this happening was slim. Clear Jade Mountain was burning, and a black light enveloped a radius of 100 kilometers, destroying all living creatures. At this moment, the figure of the Luan Feng that was flying in the sky swayed. Suddenly, it transformed into a young woman, her hair tied up in a bun, her temperament cold, and her clothes luxurious. Her pair of beautiful eyes did not contain the slightest emotion. There was only a cold, murderous intent. Only when she looked at the young Luan Feng on the ground did she reveal a rare trace of gentleness. The young Luan Feng also turned at this moment and suddenly transformed into a child who looked only 3 or 4 years old with a sky-piercing spear on his head. He looked like a tiger. The young woman stretched out her hand and an inexplicable force wrapped around the child and pulled him in front of her. The young woman glared fiercely at the child, as if blaming him. The child, however, giggled and crawled into the young woman's arms. He assumed a comfortable position, closed his eyes and fell asleep. The young woman sighed faintly. Hugging the child with one hand, she disappeared at an extremely fast speed. Before leaving, her brow furrowed as she glanced in the direction Yang Kai had been, seemingly a little confused. Oh! After a full 10 days, Yang Kai quietly ran out of the sealed world bead. As soon as he appeared, he felt an unbearable heat coming from all directions. And this was not just heat, but also a kind of power that seemed to be able to burn one's soul. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly flew up. Looking down, he couldn't help feeling frightened. At this moment, on clear Jade Mountain, with the battlefield as the center, black flames were burning in a radius of 100 kilometers. Although 10 days had passed, there were still no signs of them extinguishing, especially the 10-kilometer radius in the center, where the black flames gave off a world-destroying aura. It had probably been hundreds or thousands of years. It was impossible for anything to grow in that place. There were no corpses on the ground either, all of them having been burned clean, not even leaving behind a speck of dust. Looking at the place where Mo Shaoqi had been hiding, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling sad. There, it seemed to have been affected by the black flames, as the burning flames were particularly dark. Mo Shaoqi had long since disappeared. That girl, I'm afraid she's already dead. Yang Kai thought to himself. If there had been a chance at that time, he would definitely not have left her in the lurch, but at that time he was not close to Mo Shaoqi, and life or death could have been decided in an instant, so he didn't have time to think too much. Is this fate? If he hadn't been stabbed by Mo Shaoqi, they wouldn't have been so far apart. If she had been by his side at that time, Yang Kai could have taken her to hide in the sealed world bead. Shaking his head, Yang Kai was about to leave this place. But at that moment, he suddenly seemed to have discovered something and turned his eyes in a certain direction. Over there seemed to be something left behind. In front of the Luan Feng's world extinguishing black flames, anything that could remain was definitely not ordinary. Yang Kai smiled happily and hurriedly flew over. Only when he got closer did he really see what it was. It was actually a feather, about 2 meters long. But it was not black and instead exuded a fiery red glow as it lay quietly in a corner. A Luan Feng feather. Yang Kai raised his brow and hurriedly stepped forward. He did not dare to reach out rashly and instead released his golden blood thread to hold it in front of him. Unexpectedly, this Luan Feng feather was not burning hot. Through the golden blood thread, Yang Kai could feel that it was not a threat at the moment, as if it was just an ordinary object. But if he probed it carefully, he could feel that this feather contained a terrifying aura. This is a good thing. A divine spirit feather, if given to an excellent artifact refiner, would definitely be able to refine an extraordinary artifact, possibly even an emperor artifact. After all, this was already a top-grade artifact refining material. Yang Kai examined it for a moment before happily putting it away. This trip to Clear Jade Mountain had not been completely fruitless. He had obtained the ice attribute purple-green dual swords from Mo Shaoqi and picked up a Luanfeng feather. Compared to the time he had spent on this trip, this harvest was already extremely generous. It's just a pity for Mo Shaoqi. Yang Kai sighed secretly, adjusted his mood, and flew out. His goal was Maplewood City. When he arrived in the Star Boundary, he was caught by Ko Wu and forced to enter the Blue Feather sect. Yang Kai had not had time to experience the many wonders of the Star Boundary yet, so he was still looking forward to visiting the nearby Maplewood City. He was only a third-order origin king now, and the strength in his body had not been completely transformed into Source Qi, so he did not even have the qualifications to break through to the Dao Source realm, so his top priority now was to transform his strength. Chapter 1976. Maplewood City was more prosperous than any city Yang Kai had seen in the Home Star territory. Even Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's Water Sky City could not compare. But in the Star Boundary, it was merely one of the countless obscure cities. Even in the entire southern region, it couldn't be considered to be very eye-catching. Yang Kai's horizons were truly broadened. The only thing he despised was that he had to pay 10 low-rank source crystals to enter the city. This made him feel extremely distressed. He was no longer in the Home Star territory. Every source crystal was extremely precious to him, so he naturally did not dare to use it casually. The source crystals he had were all found in the space rings of the Blue Feather sect disciples. There were not many of them, only a few thousand. Originally, there were 4 space rings and even a first-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator's ring. However, Yang Kai gave 3 to Lu Xianyun and only kept 1 for himself. In addition to the few thousand source crystals, there were only 2 low-grade artifacts in the ring. There were also some miscellaneous materials that were not of much use. After entering Maplewood City, he did not rush to find a place to live. Instead, he walked around and listened to the conversations of the surrounding cultivator to obtain information that would be beneficial to him. After a day, he gained a lot. Just as he had expected, the cultivators in Maplewood City weren't very strong. Even some of the small forces in the surrounding area didn't have powerful masters overseeing them. City Lord Duan Yuanshan was a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, and the 2 Vice City Lords were first-order Dao Source Realm Cultivators. The 3 of them jointly governed the entire Maplewood City. As for the small families in the city, only the Zhang family had an old ancestor from the first-order Dao Source Realm. There was no other Dao Source Realm cultivator. Most of the surrounding small forces only had a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Only Raging Fire Temple had a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. They could vaguely compete with the City Lord's mansion in Maplewood City. However, Yang Kai knew that the Raging Fire Temple's Hall Master Luo had already died in the Clear Jade Mountain. It would not be long before he died. The power structure of Maplewood City was about to change. The tragedy in Clear Jade Mountain had already spread to Maplewood City. It was even spreading to the entire southern territory at an extremely fast speed. After all, the appearance of the Holy Spirit Luanfeng would most likely attract the attention of many powerhouses. Of course, this wasn't what Yang Kai needed to care about. What he cared about was whether or not Maplewood City could become his temporary foothold. Now, it seemed that this place was not bad. If there wasn't a powerful cultivator, it meant that he wouldn't encounter too big of a threat. He had plenty of time to slowly grow. After gathering enough information, Yang Kai decided to stay in Maplewood City for the time being. At the very least, he had to convert the energy in his body into Source Qi before making any other plans. When night fell, he came to a side hall beside the City Lord's mansion. He found the personnel on duty in the City Lord's mansion to handle his identity token and various procedures. After a while, he spent more than 3,000 origin crystals, which made Yang Kai grit his teeth in pain. However, although the cost was high, he could live in Maplewood City with peace of mind for a year. Moreover, he also had a good cave residence. This cave residence was built by the City Lord's mansion of Maplewood City. Any foreign cultivator could rent it, but depending on the quality of the cave residence, the fee needed to be paid was different. Yang Kai was not stingy in this regard, because he knew that the speed of cultivation was inseparable from a good environment, so he directly rented a good cave residence. Leaving the side hall took a lot of twists and turns. He inquired about the location of the cave residence. Finally, he came to the place where he settled down. Using his identity token to open the cave residence, Yang Kai entered. Although it was called a cave residence, it was actually just a well-built house with a lot of good restrictions inside, to prevent outsiders from peeping. Yang Kai walked around inside and found that it was not bad. The world energy in the cave residence was much richer than in the city. It seemed that some kind of spirit array was used to gather world energy. There were also several rooms with different functions for Yang Kai to use. He did not have many requirements in this regard, as long as he could have a place to stay. The night passed silently. Yang Kai just sat cross-legged in meditation, converting his source chi while recovering his spirit. The next day, he came out of the cave residence. Walking on the street, looking at the various cultivator and the people coming and going on the street, Yang Kai's thoughts flew. When he first entered the star territory, his mood was almost the same as now. He was full of curiosity and the desire to explore everything. Step by step, he grew from a weak person to a strong one. If he could do it at that time, he could definitely do it now. Thinking so, Yang Kai's gaze became firm. But I don't know how my two great helpers Ao Guizhu and the others are doing and where they are. If I'm not separated from them, it would be better to work with them than to work alone. Yang Kai shook his head and did not think too much about it, walking straight ahead. Not long after, he stopped in front of a shop called Spirit Pill Plaza. After pondering for a moment, he walked in directly. The shop assistant opposite him immediately bowed and greeted him. "What would this guest like? I'm not bragging, but our Spirit Pill Plaza has everything you need. The prices are fair, and we don't cheat anyone. We guarantee that you will have the spirit pills you need. Also, let me tell you a secret. We have a share of the city lord's shares, so you don't have to worry about buying fake goods here." The waiter had a mysterious look on his face as he lowered his voice. Yang Kai smiled faintly. He knew that this old man must have said this to every guest who came here. However, this Spirit Pill Plaza really was owned by the city lord. In Maplewood City, this old man didn't dare to speak nonsense. Otherwise, even if he had several lives, it wouldn't be enough. "I'm not here to buy spirit pills." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Then what would this guest like?" The shop assistant had a good temper and smiled. "We only sell spirit pills here. Nothing else. Do you have pill recipes?" Yang Kai raised his brow. The shop assistant frowned and forced a smile. "This, I really can't decide. Would this guest like to wait for a moment while I ask the shopkeeper?" Yang Kai nodded. The shop assistant immediately turned around and went inside. The reason why Yang Kai came to buy pill recipes was entirely related to his experience during the month he spent in Blue Feather Sect performing alchemy. Although he was very popular in Blue Feather Sect when he was performing alchemy and was sought after by many Blue Feather Sect disciples, Yang Kai had never even heard of the pills a cultivator would ask him to refine, let alone refine them. After all, the materials and products of the Star Boundary were much richer than those of the Hometown Star's territory. Many herbs that could not be found in the Star Boundary's territory could be found everywhere in the Star Boundary, which promoted the development of alchemy in the Star Boundary. Countless different pill recipes were born. With Yang Kai's knowledge of alchemy, it was enough to use in the Star Boundary's territory, but it was somewhat lacking in the Star Boundary. If he wanted to cultivate, he had to earn source crystals, and the only way he could think of was to resume his old profession of alchemy. Perfecting his own pill recipes was a preparatory work. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of chopping firewood. Moreover, Yang Kai was in urgent need of a pill recipe, the source condensing pill. The role of the source condensing pill was to help an Origin King realm cultivator transform their Saint Chi into source chi, and it was very popular among Origin King cultivators. After all, once one's strength reached this level, it was extremely difficult to break through. Not only did it require a variety of opportunities, but it also required the accumulation of time. However, compared to breaking through to the next realm, transforming one's Saint Chi into Source Chi could also improve one's combat power. An Origin King realm cultivator naturally needed a large number of source condensing pills to help shorten the time it took to transform their Saint Chi. When Yang Kai broke through to the Third Order Origin King realm, the starlight in his body had been exhausted, so the speed at which he could transform his Saint Chi into Source Chi had suddenly slowed down. If he wanted to increase the speed, he could only start with source condensing pills. Moreover, this kind of pill was extremely popular among Origin King realm cultivator and was very expensive. The materials were not too difficult to find, so as long as Yang Kai could buy the pill recipe for this kind of spirit pill, he could refine it freely. Even if he only refined source condensing pills, Yang Kai felt that he could make a lot of money. While waiting, Yang Kai wandered around Spirit Pill Plaza and saw many spirit pills that he had never heard of before, each with strange effects that greatly interested him. As an alchemist, Yang Kai naturally had a desire for pill recipes, so he was secretly thinking about how to ask someone to buy the pill recipe. Not long after, the shop assistant returned with a smile on his face. "Honored guest, our shopkeeper invites you in for a chat." Yang Kai raised his brow, looking a little surprised. After all, he was just here to buy a pill recipe and had never met the shopkeeper before, so why was he being so enthusiastic? However, after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Good. I'll have to trouble you. This way, please." The shop assistant eagerly led the way, and soon, he brought Yang Kai to a side room. He gestured to him before bowing and retreating. Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the door, and an old voice immediately called out from inside, "Please come in." Pushing the door open and entering, Yang Kai was greeted by the smell of sandalwood and simple decorations. An old man was standing there with his hands behind his back, and after seeing Yang Kai, he quickly cupped his fists with a smile and said, "This old man is Spirit Pill Plaza's shopkeeper, Kong Si Ran. May I know honored guest's name?" Yang Kai greets shopkeeper Kong. Yang Kai smiled and returned the greeting. Kong Si Ran nodded and looked Yang Kai up and down, his eyes lighting up as he said, "Young Master Yang is young and promising." Yang Kai naturally knew that Kong Si Ran had seen through his cultivation, and Kong Si Ran was also a third-order Origin King cultivator. However, Yang Kai could feel that the strength in his body was very pure and not chaotic. Obviously, all of it had been transformed into Source Chi, and if there was an opportunity, he might even be able to break through to the Tao Source realm. Since the other party praised him so highly, Yang Kai was naturally modest. "Come, young Master Yang. Please sit down and try the rain maple initial stamen that this old master personally stir-fried." As Kong Si Ran spoke, he enthusiastically poured a cup of steaming tea for Yang Kai, and in an instant, the fragrance of tea filled the air. Kong Si Ran pushed the teacup in front of Yang Kai and gestured for him to taste it. Chapter 1977. Inside the room, Yang Kai took a seat, but didn't rush to touch the tea in front of him. The shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza was a bit too enthusiastic, which made him feel like he was being unaccountably solicitous. So Yang Kai showed the necessary caution. Kong Si Ran obviously noticed this as well, but he didn't care and simply smiled lightly. "I heard that customer is here to buy pill recipes?" And Yang Kai nodded. Kong Si Ran's eyes lit up as he asked, "So, customer is an alchemist?" Yang Kai frowned and said lightly, "While selling things, do you also inquire about the details of your customers?" There was an element of blame in these words, but Kong Si Ran didn't get angry and instead apologized. "Young Master Yang, please don't take offense. This old master was wrong. This old master will offer you tea instead of wine as an apology." As he spoke, he really finished the tea in his cup in one gulp. Wiping the water from his chin, he said, "If customer is really an alchemist, and if your alchemist grade is high enough, this old master can give you any pill recipe you need." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai was confused. Kong Si Ran smiled bitterly when he heard this, but did not answer immediately, seemingly choosing his words carefully. After a while, he said, "Since that's the case, this old master will get straight to the point. Please speak, shopkeeper Kong." "Actually, it's like this." Kong Si Ran pondered for a moment. "Our Spirit Pill Plaza is currently lacking in alchemists, If customer is an Origin King grade alchemist or above, this old master would like to hire customer as an alchemist of our Spirit Pill Plaza. This old master has two proposals for you to choose from. Either you will be given a certain amount of monthly salary or you will receive a commission from our Spirit Pill Plaza. Everything is up to you. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. Your Spirit Pill Plaza doesn't have enough alchemists. To be honest, Kang Si Ran seemed to have been worried about this for a while. Now that he saw a glimmer of hope, he had no intention of hiding it. Our pill shop originally had 3 alchemists, but 2 of them left a while ago. Now there is only 1 person left, and the spirit pills he refined are not enough to make ends meet, but you can rest assured that if our Spirit Pill Plaza has any pill recipes, you can check them out. This old man will never hide them. This answer couldn't help but make Yang Kai a little excited. After all, he didn't have many source crystals on hand right now. Perhaps he would only be able to buy 1 or 2 ordinary pill recipes. As for the source condensing pill recipe, it would definitely be incomparably expensive. With his current financial resources, he definitely wouldn't be able to afford it. Originally, he had only planned to inquire about the price of the pill recipe before raising the source crystals to buy it. He hadn't expected to encounter such a pleasant surprise in the Spirit Pill Plaza. Yang Kai calmly asked, "Why did the 2 alchemists suddenly leave? Could it be that shopkeeper Kong didn't pay enough?" "How could there be such a thing?" Kang Si Ran smiled bitterly. "This old man has always been fair in doing business in Maplewood City. He is an honest man, and the price that the Spirit Pill Plaza offered to his alchemists was definitely not low. It's just that people want to go higher who wants to go lower. This is an immutable truth. In the face of greater benefits, it is only natural for them to choose to leave the Spirit Pill Plaza." Listening to what he said, Yang Kai understood a little. He's been poached. Kang Si Ran heard this, and a trace of annoyance appeared on his face. Nodding, he said, "Indeed, our Spirit Pill Plaza is actually the property of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and the Pill Pavilion across the street is the business of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. It is only natural that they would target us." Violet Source Chamber of Commerce? Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce? Yang Kai frowned. Customer hasn't heard of it? This time, it was Kang Si Ran's turn to be surprised. Kai Yang smiled awkwardly and shook his head. Kang Si Ran was stunned for a while. He did not expect that Yang Kai, a third-order Origin King, would not have heard of these 2 great chambers of commerce. After all, in the Southern Territory, besides the Supreme Overlord Star Soul Palace, the great forces below them were Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai's strength was not low, so how could he not have heard of them? But in the end, Kang Si Ran was a businessman and was very good at reading people's expressions. In order to avoid embarrassing Yang Kai, he quickly smiled and said, "It seems that customer is a cultivator. No wonder your cultivation is not inferior to this old man's at such a young age. This old man admires you." Yang Kai gave a hollow laugh but did not answer. However, from the information revealed by Kang Si Ran, it seemed that these 2 chambers of commerce had a hostile relationship. This was not difficult to understand. After all, peers were enemies. Since they were all doing business, it was natural for them to compete. Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce had offered a higher price to poach 2 of Spirit Pill Plaza's alchemists, causing Spirit Pill Plaza to be in an awkward situation. Without enough alchemists, there would naturally not be enough spirit pills. Over time, it was likely that no one would patronize Spirit Pill Plaza anymore. Kang Si Ran, as the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza, was naturally anxious about this situation. These days, Yang Kai had been looking for suitable alchemists to recruit into the Spirit Pill Plaza. But Maplewood City wasn't a big city in the star boundary. Even if there were alchemists, they would already belong to someone else. Therefore, even if he hired low-level alchemists, they wouldn't be of much use. This was why he was so enthusiastic about Yang Kai. When he heard that Yang Kai was here to buy pill recipes, he immediately asked the shop assistant to invite him in. Those who would buy pill recipes were undoubtedly alchemists. An ordinary cultivator would not care about pill recipes at all. They only needed to collect materials and pay enough to hire an alchemist to refine pills. Dare I ask, what is customer's alchemist grade? Kong Si Ran explained his predicament before looking at Yang Kai nervously and expectantly. If Yang Kai's alchemist grade was not high, then there was no need for him to waste any time with Yang Kai. Yang Kai thought about it and said, I have no problem refining Origin King grade spirit pills. His answer was not complete, and there was some concealment, but it was enough to satisfy Kong Si Ran. Hearing Yang Kai admit that he was an Origin King grade alchemist, Kong Si Ran was extremely excited, his eyes filled with sincerity. Before he could speak, Yang Kai said, Shopkeeper Kong, there is no need to say anything more. I only perform alchemy because I need source crystals. It is a way to make money, and it can also be regarded as a form of cultivation. I will not continue to perform alchemy for long. Perhaps one day I will stop. Shopkeeper Kong should find someone better qualified. The other party's attitude was very sincere, and Yang Kai did not want to hide anything, so he spoke bluntly. After all, for Yang Kai, alchemy was just a means of cultivation, and he would not invest too much energy and time into it. If he agreed to Kong Si Ran's request, it would be tantamount to selling himself to Spirit Pill Plaza, and his time and freedom would be limited in the future. This was not what Yang Kai wanted to see. You won't be able to perform alchemy for long? Kong Si Ran was stunned for a moment, but immediately smiled and said, It doesn't matter, as long as customer can help this old master with alchemy for 3 months. No, 2 months will be enough. This old master will not delay your cultivation too much. Only 2 months? Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. In fact, this old master has already reported the situation here to the Chamber of Commerce's headquarters, and they have agreed to transfer 2 alchemists here, but it will still take some time. After all, the journey is long, and this is a small place, so the headquarters will not pay too much attention. It will take about 2 months, so customer only needs to help this old master through these 2 months. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Customer, what do you think? Do you want to think about it carefully? Kong Si Ran asked nervously. He had been tormented by this matter for some time now, and now that a suitable person had been sent to him, he was not willing to miss this opportunity. If it is 2 months, I can give it a try, but Shopkeeper Kong, the pill recipes of your esteemed Chamber of Commerce. Before Yang Kai could finish, Kong Si Ran waved his hand boldly and said, If customer really becomes one of us, you can naturally investigate those pill recipes at will and even copy them. Can I ask what pill recipes are available? Are there source condensing pills among them? Almost every pill shop has a pill recipe for source condensing pills. But because each shop is different, there will be some small differences in pill recipes. Why? Since customer is an Origin King grade alchemist, does he not know how to refine source condensing pills? Kong Si Ran suddenly felt a little uneasy, wondering if Yang Kai was talking nonsense just now. Which Origin King grade alchemist did not have a pill recipe for source condensing pills? This was the pill that an Origin King realm cultivator needed the most. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and could only say, The place where I came from is relatively remote, and there is no powerful cultivator. So, although this explanation was full of loopholes, it was still a reasonable explanation. Kong Si Ran did not try to get to the bottom of this matter, as it was annoying. Shopkeeper Kong, please give me a list of the pill shops owned by your esteemed Chamber of Commerce. I will go back and consider it carefully. If possible, I will definitely come back in 3 days. Yang Kai did not rashly agree to Kong Si Ran's request. After all, he was not familiar with the Spirit Pill Plaza or Kong Si Ran himself, so who knew if he was a hypocrite? It was always right to be careful. Very well, then this old master will wait for customers' arrival. Please consider it as soon as possible. Our Spirit Pill Plaza's supply of pills is currently running out. Kong Si Ran knew that this matter could not be rushed, so he could only agree to Yang Kai's request. Immediately, he sorted out a list of pill recipes and handed it to Yang Kai. After bidding farewell to Kong Si Ran, Yang Kai did not return to his residence, but instead continued to wander around the city. Every time he saw a shop selling spirit pills, he would go in and ask about it. Although he had already negotiated with Kong Si Ran, Yang Kai still wanted to try to buy pill recipes from other places, After all, if he could do it alone, it would be better than taking a cut from Spirit Pill Plaza, and the profits he could obtain would be much greater. Of course, there were also some benefits to cooperating with Spirit Pill Plaza, such as a fixed source of customers, sufficient materials, and no need to worry about sales channels. Both had their advantages and disadvantages. Chapter 1978. Late at night, Yang Kai returned to his residence with a gloomy look on his face. Today's trip hadn't gone very smoothly. Although he had visited a lot of shops, those shops either treated their pill recipes as precious treasures and wouldn't easily show them to outsiders, or they would offer sky-high prices that Yang Kai couldn't do anything about. Moreover, the pill recipes these shops were willing to sell were all obscure pill recipes that were basically useless. As for the truly useful and popular pill recipes, they wouldn't sell them at all. Of course, Yang Kai wasn't going to be taken advantage of. He could understand the practices of these shops. The pill recipes of each shop were refined by many alchemists and could be considered their own trade secrets, so how could they easily show them to outsiders? As such, he had to carefully consider Kong Si Rant's proposal. Over the next 2 days, nothing happened. On the 3rd day, Yang Kai came to Spirit Pill Plaza again. Kong Si Rant seemed to have instructed him to do so. As soon as the shop assistant saw Yang Kai, he immediately greeted him with a smile. "Master, you're here. Please come in. The shopkeeper has been waiting for you for a long time." Yang Kai nodded lightly and motioned for him to lead the way. Entering the same room as last time, Kong Si Rant saw that Yang Kai was as punctual and trustworthy as he had previously promised. His old face bloomed with a smile as he warmly invited Yang Kai to take a seat. After pouring some tea for Yang Kai, Kong Si Rant took out a piece of paper from his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. "This is the list of pill recipes young Master Yang requested. Please take a look and see if you are satisfied." Yang Kai thanked him before taking the pill recipe list and browsing through it. After just a glance, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help lighting up. That was because there were 40 to 50 types of pill formulas in the pill formula catalog. Looking carefully at them one by one, Yang Kai found that the first one was the source condensing pill he had requested. Although Yang Kai had already mastered most of the pill recipes, they were still not fixed. However, things like pill recipes weren't fixed. Depending on the geographical environment and the production of resources, they would be distributed in different regions. A pill recipe could be derived from many different versions, and the effects of the spirit pills refined would also be somewhat different. Therefore, even if he had already mastered the pill recipes, he could learn from the experience of the Spirit Pill Plaza's pill recipes and improve them. It was not completely worthless. Out of the 40 to 50 types of pill recipes, there were only about a dozen that he didn't have. However, Yang Kai was very satisfied with this result. He nodded and put the paper down. Kong Si Rant's pair of fiery golden eyes had been carefully observing the situation. How could he not know that Yang Kai was already tempted? He immediately asked, "Young Master Yang, are you satisfied with the catalog this old man provided?" Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Shopkeeper Kong is too kind. These pill recipes are not easy to come by, right?" Kong Si Rant smiled and said, "Young Master Yang's vision is indeed sharp. Only a small portion of these pill recipes are owned by our pill square. The rest were obtained by this old master from some old friends and are not trade secrets. Therefore, young Master Yang need not worry about it." "You have so many different kinds of spirit pills? Does this mean that if I were to refine pills here, I would need to refine all of these pills?" No. Kong Si Rant quickly waved his hand. "The pills our pill square mainly sells are the top 15 spirit pills on this catalog. We do not sell the rest mainly because there are not many cultivator demand them, so there is not much profit to be made. In particular, source condensing pills are the top priority of our pill square. It is not that this old master wants to boast, but the source condensing pills produced by our pill square are at least 10% better. Compared to the source condensing pills on the market, the effects of our pill square are at least 10% better. It is highly sought after by all cultivator in Maplewood City." "Why is that?" Yang Kai was extremely surprised. In fact, he had noticed before that many cultivator who came to Spirit Pill Square to buy pills needed source condensing pills, and these cultivators were all Origin Realm cultivators. Without a doubt, all of them were Origin Kings. Hearing this, Kong Si Ran smiled proudly. Stroking his beard, he said calmly, "Because our source condensing pill recipes were personally improved by Grandmaster Huang Pu from the headquarters." After saying so, Kong Si Ran seemed to realize that Yang Kai was a little ignorant and quickly added, "Grandmaster Huang Pu is an emperor-grade alchemist who enjoys a high reputation throughout the star boundary." Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. Only now did he understand why Spirit Pill Square's source condensing pills were so popular. It turned out that the pill recipes were personally improved by an emperor-grade alchemist, so it was only natural that their effects were better than those of others. However, this was good news for Yang Kai, because what he needed the most now was source condensing pills. Refining pills with a pill recipe improved by an emperor-grade alchemist would naturally be of great help to him. Perhaps he could even learn some mysteries from this pill recipe. Haha, young Master Yang. This old master will be frank. I wonder if young Master Yang. Kong Si Ran looked at Yang Kai with a smile. At this moment, he was no longer as anxious as before because he could tell from Yang Kai's demeanor and tone that Yang Kai would be joining Spirit Pill Square for the time being. Sure enough, as expected, Yang Kai nodded and said, "It is this Yang's honor to be able to perform alchemy for your esteemed Spirit Pill Square. I will have to trouble shopkeeper Kong to take care of this Yang for the next 2 months." Good, good. Kong Si Ran laughed heartily, the haze that had covered his face for the past few days finally sweeping away, putting him in a good mood. The current situation of Spirit Pill Square could be said to be strapped for cash. Because source condensing pills were selling well, Spirit Pill Square had a steady stream of customers. Previously, there were 3 Origin King grade alchemists in charge, so the pills they refined could barely keep up with the sales, but after 2 of them were poached by 7 Glory's Chamber of Commerce's Pill Pavilion, the remaining 1 had to work overtime to refine pills desperately but still couldn't make ends meet. Now, Spirit Pill Square's source condensing pills were in short supply, causing many old customers who came to buy pills to complain. Doing business was about maintaining a steady flow, and once there was a lack of supply, it was very likely that one would lose many customers, which was a fatal blow to Spirit Pill Square. Now that Yang Kai had joined them, although things wouldn't return to normal immediately, they could at least breathe a sigh of relief. All that was left was to survive the next 2 months. As long as he waited for the 2 alchemists from the headquarters to arrive, everything would be fine. Young Master Yang, this old man is a businessman, so he will speak his mind. If I have offended you in any way, I will not offend you. If there is any offense, I hope young Master Yang can forgive me. After the great joy, Kong Si Ran suddenly became solemn again. Shopkeeper Kong, please speak freely. Good, young Master Yang can study these pill recipes and even copy them. However, you cannot disclose them to others, especially the source condensing pill recipes. This old man needs Yang Kai to sign a contract with me using his soul brand. I wonder if young Master Yang can agree? Naturally, Yang Kai nodded readily. Very good. Then I ask young Master Yang to see if this contract needs to be changed. Kong Si Ran was already prepared and directly took out the prepared contract from his space ring. Yang Kai didn't know what this contract was made of, but he could vaguely sense a trace of energy fluctuation from it. Yang Kai took it and read it carefully. The responsibilities and obligations of both parties were written in detail on the contract, especially the problems with the pill recipes. Yang Kai was not allowed to disclose the secrets of those pill recipes. After a long time, Yang Kai nodded and said, "No problem." Kong Si Ran said, "Then I ask young Master Yang to brand this contract with this old man's soul brand. That should be enough." Saying so, he took the initiative to release his divine sense and brand it onto the contract. Although Yang Kai had never done this before, with Kong Si Ran's demonstration, he was able to quickly learn. When the 2 soul imprints were completely branded into the contract suddenly lit up without any flames. As the contract burned, a trace of inexplicable power split into 2 and poured into Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran's knowledge seas. Unknowingly, Kai Yang felt that there was an inexplicable barrier in his knowledge sea. Normally, this barrier had no effect on him, but if he tried to reveal something that he shouldn't, he would inevitably suffer a backlash from this barrier. This thing is quite mysterious, Yang Kai thought to himself. He didn't know which master had developed this, but it was undoubtedly of great help to those who did business. Kong Si Ran knew that Yang Kai didn't know much, so he took the initiative to explain. This kind of soul contract originated from the Serene Soul Palace. It was developed by the great emperors of the Serene Soul. The Serene Soul Palace is one of the great emperors of the 10 great emperors. This kind of soul contract can guarantee the integrity of both parties. If young Master Yang goes out in the future and has no choice but to cooperate with a stranger, this kind of soul contract can be signed. However, the value of this thing is not low. A single one costs at least 150,000 low-rank source crystals, and it is extremely difficult to obtain. So expensive. Yang Kai couldn't help but be shocked. He had only earned 30,000 low-rank source crystals a month in Blue Feather Sect, but 150,000 meant that it would take him 5 months to refine a single soul contract, and even then, he might not necessarily be able to buy it. Haha! This old master soul contract was inadvertently obtained in his early years, Kong Si Ran said with a pained expression. Although he was reluctant to use his soul contract in order to protect Spirit Pill Plaza, Kong Si Ran had no other choice. Alchemist Yang, please take care of me for the next 2 months. Kong Si Ran put away his pained expression and cupped his fists to Yang Kai with a warm smile. Likewise, Yang Kai replied. Good. Since we have signed a soul contract, let's talk about the remuneration, Kong Si Ran said before sitting down. The soul contract just now only guaranteed that Yang Kai would not leak the pill recipe. The remuneration was not written on it. This required Kong Si Ran and Yang Kai to discuss in detail. At that moment, however, there was a knock on the door from outside. Kong Si Ran frowned and shouted coldly, What is it? He had clearly ordered that he would be discussing an important matter with Yang Kai today and that no one was to disturb them, but he had not expected that there would still be an insensible waiter, which made him very annoyed. Manager, this is bad. Alchemist Fan is about to leave our pill shop. The panicked voice of the shop assistant came from outside the door. What? Kong Si Ran stood up abruptly, his face pale and stunned, obviously very surprised. Shopkeeper, please go and take a look. Alchemist Fan says he's leaving. How preposterous. Kong Si Ran was furious and hurriedly rushed out. But when he reached the door, he suddenly remembered Yang Kai and asked, Will Alchemist Yang come with me? Can I? Naturally, you are no longer an outsider. Chapter 1979. Kong Si Ran had not been having a good time in the past month. His opponent, Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's Alchemy Pavilion, was despicable and shameless, disregarding the ethics of the industry and poaching 2 of his alchemist pillars. If Spirit Pill Plaza really closed down because of this matter, his future in Violet Source Chamber of Commerce would come to an end. He had finally found Yang Kai and had just signed a soul contract with him, hoping to become the second alchemist of Spirit Pill Plaza to stabilize the situation. He had not expected that at this critical juncture, news of Alchemist Fan's departure would appear. If Alchemist Fan really left, then the situation he had worked so hard to salvage was very likely to tilt again, and his future would be bleak. He was so anxious that his throat burned as he led Yang Kai to the backyard. But before he arrived, he heard Fan Hong shouting, Who dares to stop me? This fan won't do it. Get out of my way. If you don't blame this fan for being impolite. In the backyard, a few shop assistants were trying to persuade him, but they were still unable to stop Fan Hong. Kong Si Ran heard this and knew that the situation was not good. So he quickly sped up and arrived at the backyard in the blink of an eye, only to see Fan Hong's angry face and surging strength, as if he was about to fight. But after seeing Kong Si Ran, Fan Hong frowned and a trace of guilt flashed in the depths of his eyes. Alchemist Fan, what are you doing? Although Kong Si Ran was annoyed that Fan Hong was causing trouble at this time, he did not dare to speak too harshly and could only ask with a sullen face. Fan Hong sighed. He said, Shopkeeper Kong, this fan is sorry, but this fan has made up his mind to leave. Please forgive me, Shopkeeper Kong. Is Alchemist Fan dissatisfied that this Kong did not pay enough? Or perhaps someone else offered a better price? If so, we can discuss it. Kong Si Ran knew that the most important thing now was to figure out why Fan Hong wanted to leave Spirit Pill Plaza, so that they could find the right remedy. Shopkeeper Kong is insulting this fan. Ever since I came to Maplewood City, I have been working in the Spirit Pill Plaza and have been refining pills for the Spirit Pill Plaza for 10 years. This fan has long regarded this place as his home, so even if someone else offers a higher price, this fan will not covet it. Fan Hong put on an impassioned look, as if Kong Si Ran's words were insulting him. Kong Si Ran smiled bitterly. If that's not the reason, why did Alchemist Fan suddenly decide to leave? Fan Hong heaved a sigh and opened his mouth to say, Shopkeeper Kong, this recent month, this fan has been refining pills day and night. I'm practically already a lamp without oil. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it. Shopkeeper Kong, please do me a favor and let me go. Hearing this, Kong Si Ran was at a loss for words. While the two were talking, Yang Kai was also observing Fan Hong. He found that what Fan Hong said was true. It was very likely that this person had overexerted himself. His mental state was not very good. The energy fluctuations around his body were fluctuating. His hair was messy, and his eyes were sunken. It was obvious that he was exhausted. This Fan Hong's strength was not high, only reaching the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. With such a cultivation, Yang Kai estimated that even if he was an Origin King-grade alchemist, he would at most be an Origin King-grade low-rank alchemist. After all, sometimes alchemy required the support of one's strength. The weaker one's strength was, the less hope one had of refining a good spirit pill. However, alchemists dealt with spirit grasses and medicines all year round. How could they have the time to cultivate? If they did not cultivate, how could they have great strength? Without great strength, how could they support high-intensity alchemy? This had almost become a vicious cycle for alchemists. This Kong was not thoughtful enough. Please forgive me, Alchemist Fan. Kong Si Ran also knew that Fan Hong had paid too much this month, so he quickly bowed. Fan Hong was shocked. Shopkeeper Kong is too polite. Kong Si Ran shook his head. It's this Kang's fault. But now, this Kong has found another alchemist. Alchemist Fan, you no longer need to refine spirit pills like before. How about you go back and rest for a few days before coming to the pill shop? You found another alchemist? Fan Hong was stunned when he heard this, his eyes sweeping across the crowd before finally settling on Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled at him lightly. Alchemist Fan's contributions to the pill shop are naturally seen by this Kong, so I won't say any words of gratitude. Why don't you go back and rest for a few days and come back when you feel the time is right? Kong Si Ran looked at Fan Hong sincerely, unwilling to let him go no matter what. Fan Hong looked like he was in a dilemma, seemingly hesitant. Just as Kong Si Ran was about to strike while the iron was hot and persuade Fan Hong, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly called out from outside, Alchemist Fan, it's time. This mistress has come to pick you up personally. As soon as this person's voice fell, Fan Hong's face changed drastically. His originally pale face due to excessive consumption suddenly turned purplish-red, like a pig's liver, making him look extremely embarrassed. Kong Si Ran, on the other hand, was startled but soon ground his teeth and shouted, Zhuaning Si! A look of extreme hatred appeared on his face, as if he had a great hatred for this woman named Zhuaning Si. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he vaguely understood what was going on and turned to look at Fan Hong with a smile. Fan Hong's whole body became uncomfortable as his eyes flickered and his lips squirmed, seemingly cursing. When Kong Si Ran's gaze shifted to him, Fan Hong's face turned even redder, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. This old master understands. Kong Si Ran smiled coldly. Alchemist Fan, it turns out you really have found a better place to go. If that's the case, you should have said so earlier and this old master would have congratulated you. Why bother making excuses? Fan Hong grit his teeth and became angry out of shame. What does Shopkeeper Kong mean? Could it be that this fan's efforts this past month were fake? In order to produce spirit pills for the pill shop, This fan coughed up blood several times. If it weren't for this fan's support, Spirit Pill Plaza would have closed down long ago. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became and the more impassioned he became. Kong Si Ran heard this and frowned deeply. After a long time, he let out a long sigh and nodded slightly, seeming to have aged quite a bit. What Alchemist Fan said is correct. If it weren't for your support, Spirit Pill Plaza would have closed down long ago. Humph. Since you understand, there's no need to say anything more. Fan Hong snorted coldly. This fan is only thinking about his own future. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Shopkeeper Kong should also know this. Shopkeeper Kong, take care of yourself. This fan will take his leave now. Saying so, Fan Hong pushed aside the two shop assistants in front of him and walked straight out. When he passed by Yang Kai, he turned his head and smiled at Yang Kai, taking pleasure in his misfortune. You're going to be miserable in the future. Yang Kai just shrugged and did not comment. Kong Si Ran stood in place and pondered for a moment before suddenly turning around and leaving with Fan Hong. Outside Spirit Pill Plaza, a beautiful woman wearing revealing clothes stood at the entrance with a smile on her face. She was accompanied by several beautiful maidservants. She had a charming smile on her face, and her exposed snow-white skin and faintly discernible cleavage attracted the gazes of countless passing cultivators. However, she didn't seem to care at all and instead seemed to enjoy the gazes of these men, casting a few flirtatious glances around from time to time, causing many men to fall head over heels for her. Fan Hong hurriedly walked out of Spirit Pill Plaza and came to the beautiful woman's side, whispering, "Didn't you say I would come? What are you doing here?" Xuaningxi smiled charmingly, her red lips wriggling as she asked, "What's wrong? I came to pick you up in person. Is that not enough?" "You woman, sigh." Fan Hong looked helpless. Xuaningxi said, "If you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. You might be able to hide it for a while, but do you want to hide it forever? Besides, you're just changing places to perform alchemy. What's so shameful about it?" Fan Hong's face became gloomy and he didn't answer. He knew that Xuaningxi didn't come here to greet him, but to attack the morale of Spirit Pill Plaza. He was just a chess piece that Xuaningxi could use, so he knew that it was useless for him to say anything. While the two were talking, Kong Si Ran walked out and stared at the graceful woman with fiery eyes. Xuaningxi let out a strange cry as she patted her towering chest with her jade hand. Shopkeeper Kang's eyes are so fierce, as if he wants to eat this mistress. "But Shopkeeper Kong, you're so old. Can you really do it?" After saying this, she covered her mouth and giggled. Shopkeeper Zhua. Kong Si Ran wasn't moved by her beauty at all and just smiled coldly. "Good means. This old man admires you greatly." "Oh, what does Shopkeeper Kong mean? This mistress doesn't understand." Xuaningxi's slender waist swayed as a fan suddenly appeared in her hand, gently waving it. "We're all sensible people, so there's no need to play dumb. However, if Shopkeeper Zhua thinks this will cause my Spirit Pill Plaza to close down, you're gravely mistaken." Kong Si Ran sneered. "Ha ha." Xuaningxi covered her mouth with her fan as she stared at Kong Si Ran with her beautiful eyes. This mistress remembers that Shopkeeper Kong used to have 3 Origin King grade alchemists, but now they seem to have all gone to this Mistress Alchemy Pavilion. Could it be that Shopkeeper Kong is also an alchemy grandmaster and plans to go into battle personally? "Old master, you're not young anymore, so you must take care of your body." "Humph, Maplewood City is so big. Do you think it's difficult to find an Origin King grade alchemist?" Kong Si Ran smiled when he heard this. Xuaningxi was stunned and asked in surprise, "Does Shopkeeper Kong have other alchemists?" Fan Hong leaned over and whispered a few words in Xuaningxi's ear. Xuaningxi frowned and her eyes immediately turned to Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she smiled and said, "Honored Alchemist Master, dare I ask your name?" "Yang." "So it is Alchemist Yang. This mistress greets you." Xuaningxi smiled and said, "Alchemist Yang is so young, but his cultivation is not bad, and he also knows alchemy. This mistress admires you greatly." "There have always been many people who admire me," Yang Kai chuckled. Xuaningxi froze for a moment, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to be so shameless. But she didn't care, still smiling as she said, I wonder if Alchemist Yang is interested in coming to my alchemy pavilion? This mistress can give Alchemist Yang. Xuaningxi. Before she could finish speaking, Kang Si Ran roared angrily. Chapter 1980. The previous two alchemists and even Fan Hong had been secretly poached by Xuaningxi. But now this woman was trying to win over Yang Kai right in front of him. She was simply not putting him in her eyes. Kang Si Ran was furious. Why is shopkeeper Kang so angry? Xuaningxi was not afraid of him at all. After all, both of them were third-order origin king cultivators, and their source chi had long since been fully transformed. It was just that they had not had the opportunity to break through to the Tao source realm. She pursed her lips and smiled tenderly. I just want to say a few words to Alchemist Yang. I'm not bothering you in any way. Kang Si Ran's face was filled with murderous intent, but he could not really attack, so he could only suppress his anger, feeling as if his lungs were burning. Seeing this, Xuaningxi turned her beautiful eyes to Yang Kai again and said, Alchemist Yang, what do you think of this mistress proposal? As for the remuneration, you don't have to worry about it. How about we double the amount shopkeeper Kang is offering you? Hearing this, Kang Si Ran's face became even more livid. The previous three alchemists of Spirit Pill Plaza had all been tempted by benefits and turned to Pill and Artifact Pavilion. He did not know much about Yang Kai, nor did he have any friendship with Yang Kai, so he did not know what Yang Kai's attitude was. Looking at Yang Kai anxiously, Kang Si Ran's heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. Yang Kai actually looked interested and said with a smile, Is there such a good thing? Xuaningxi smiled even more happily and nodded. Naturally, if Alchemist Yang does not believe me, you can ask Alchemist Fan. In addition to the remuneration, this mistress will arrange for 4 beautiful maids to serve you and take care of Alchemist Yang's daily needs. Men pursued fame and fortune all their lives. It was nothing more than power, wealth, and women. As an experienced woman, Xuaningxi naturally knew what these men were thinking. As such, she was able to successfully poach several alchemists from Kang Si Ran. She believed that as long as Yang Kai was not stupid, he should make a wise choice. Shopkeeper Zhua's proposal is very tempting. Yang Kai's eyes darted around the beautiful maidservants. Seeing his appearance, Fan Hong couldn't help but sneer. A look of disdain appeared in his eyes, as if he despised Yang Kai's character. However, on second thought, he didn't seem to have the qualifications to do so. Suddenly, he felt a little embarrassed. Alchemist Yang Kai, you? Kang Si Ran looked at Yang Kai in despair. He wanted to say 1,000 words, but in the end, all he could do was sigh helplessly. Although he had just signed a spiritual contract with Yang Kai, it was only a contract that stated that the pill recipe could not be leaked. Yang Kai hadn't gotten the pill formula from him yet. Therefore, the soul contract could not be used at all. Kang Si Ran was annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have written all kinds of agreements on the contract, but now it was too late to regret. Xuaningxi chuckled, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement, as if she could already see the day Spirit Pill Plaza closed down, and the day she would be valued by the upper echelons of the Chamber of Commerce. As long as she could deal a heavy blow to Spirit Pill Plaza, it would close down. Then she would have a chance to gain the favor of the upper echelons and possibly be transferred away from a small place like Maplewood City to a bigger city to take charge of the Chamber of Commerce's business. Just as she was about to strike while the iron was hot and finalize this matter, she saw Yang Kai say with a look of embarrassment, Unfortunately? Unfortunately what? Xuaningxi frowned. Unfortunately, this Yang has just signed a soul contract with shopkeeper Kang. So even if I want to, I'm afraid I won't be able to help shopkeeper Zhua. Yang Kai sighed, a look of regret on his face. Kang Si Ran was stunned for a moment before immediately looking at Yang Kai with overjoyed eyes. He didn't believe that Yang Kai didn't know the restrictions of the soul contract. Yang Kai saying this now meant that he had no intention of going to Pill Pavilion. How could Kang Si Ran not be surprised? Kang Si Ran stared at Yang Kai with excited eyes. He was filled with gratitude. After all, if Kai Yang really did leave, other than spitting on Kai Yang for not keeping his word, what else could he do? At that time, Spirit Pill Plaza would have no alchemist and would not be far from closing down. As for Yang Kai's attitude, it had become a life-saving straw for Kang Si Ran. In an instant, Kang Si Ran's evaluation of Yang Kai in his heart underwent a 180-degree change, and even Yang Kai's figure suddenly became taller. A soul contract. Zhuaning Si was also shocked. Shopkeeper Kang is so generous, even using a precious soul contract. Kang Si Ran coldly snorted. I had no other choice. Shopkeeper Zhua, what do you think? Yang Kai looked at Zhuaning Si with a smile. I'll perform alchemy for Shopkeeper Kang, while also performing alchemy for your pill pavilion. I'll only take half of the benefits you promised before. How about it? Go to hell. Zhuaning Si glared at Yang Kai without any trace of politeness. After learning that Yang Kai and Kang Si Ran had signed a soul contract, she subconsciously felt that it was impossible for her to poach Yang Kai, so she no longer tried to be perfunctory and instead resorted to vicious words. Since she couldn't poach him, what was the point of being polite? This woman's sudden change in attitude stunned Yang Kai. Zhuaning Si no longer had any intention of entangling with Yang Kai. In any case, her purpose for coming to Spirit Pill Plaza this time had been achieved, so she sneered and said, Shopkeeper Kang, now that you only have one alchemist left, I'd like to see how long your Spirit Pill Plaza can last. Let's go. Saying so, she waved her hand and led the beautiful maidservants across the street. Fan Hong didn't want to stay here and be treated with disdain, so he hurriedly followed. The storm subsided, but Kang Si Ran's brow furrowed deeply. The predicament of Spirit Pill Plaza had not improved. Originally, with Yang Kai and Fan Hong, there were now 2 alchemists in the plaza, which allowed Kang Si Ran to breathe a sigh of relief. He was confident that they could hold on for 2 months while waiting for the alchemists sent by headquarters to arrive. But what he really hadn't expected was that after inviting Yang Kai, Fan Hong would leave. This situation had not changed at all. The only thing he could hope for now was that Yang Kai's alchemy skills were better than Fan Hong's. But after thinking about it carefully, this was somewhat unlikely. After all, Yang Kai was already a third-order origin king, and he himself had said that he only regarded alchemy as a means to make money and would not invest too much time and effort in it. Such an alchemist would definitely only treat alchemy as a sideline. Being able to refine an origin king-grade spirit pill by chance was already good enough, so how could Kang Si Ran expect Yang Kai to be so good? However, Yang Kai's previous actions had left Kang Si Ran with a good impression of him. At the very least, Yang Kai was a man of his word. Returning to his room, Kang Si Ran cupped his fist solemnly and said, Alchemist Yang, this old master must thank you for today's matter. If not for you, Spirit Pill Plaza and this old master would have lost a great deal of face. Yang Kai waved his hand slightly and said, Shopkeeper Kang is too serious. This Yang did not do anything. Kang Si Ran smiled and said, This old master is actually a little confused. Since shopkeepers were offered such generous conditions, why did Alchemist Yang? 3 days ago, I went to Pill Pavilion to buy some pill recipes, but I was rudely driven out by the shop assistant. Just because of that? Kang Si Ran's jaw dropped. Then why does shopkeeper Kang think? Yang Kai chuckled. This old master understands. Then let's continue to talk about the matter of remuneration. Our Spirit Pill Plaza can provide 2 methods of payment. The first is a monthly salary. Spirit Pill Plaza will give you a certain amount of source crystals every month. Of course, this old master can give you double this monthly salary. Perhaps he was grateful to Yang Kai for choosing to stay and help him, or perhaps it was because of the remuneration Zhuaning Si had offered before. But Kang Si Ran was not stingy on this issue and readily expressed that he could double the remuneration. The other method is a commission. Our Spirit Pill Plaza will provide you with various herbs and Alchemist Yang will be responsible for refining them. After the refined spirit pills are sold, you will receive a commission from the Spirit Pill Plaza. What does Alchemist Yang think? The second method, Yang Kai replied without hesitation. Kang Si Ran couldn't help being startled. He had thought that Yang Kai would choose the first method. After all, only capable alchemists would choose the second method, because the more spirit pills one refined, the more rewards one would receive. In his opinion, Yang Kai was just a dabbler in alchemy, so choosing the first method would naturally ensure his own benefits to the greatest extent. But he chose the second method, which greatly surprised Kong Si Ran. Is this alchemist Yang a master of alchemy? Kong Si Ran's heart shook. Just to be cautious, he still asked, Alchemist Yang, do you not want to reconsider? Alchemist Fan, who left before, paid with the Spirit Pill Plaza using the first method. No need. Yang Kai shook his head. Then, all right, since it was someone else's choice, Kong Si Ran could not say anything more. Soon, the two of them finalized the ratio of profits. Originally, the ratio between the Spirit Pill Plaza and the alchemist was 30-70, with the alchemist taking 30% and the Spirit Pill Plaza taking 70%. After all the materials were sold by the Spirit Pill Plaza, while the alchemist was only responsible for refining. The Spirit Pill Plaza also had to bear some of the losses, so the alchemist taking 30% of the profits was quite fair. However, Kong Si Ran took the initiative to propose a 40-60 split with Yang Kai, so Yang Kai naturally had no reason to refuse. After everything was agreed upon, Kong Si Ran said, Then we've reached an agreement. Alchemist Yang, do you want to go back and rest for a few days? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and said, With Spirit Pill Plaza's current situation, is there any time for me to rest? There's no time to lose, so let's get started. Shopkeeper Kong, please give me the pill recipes on the catalog. I'll study them for 2 days before I begin refining the spirit pills. No need to rush. Sharpening the axe won't delay the work of chopping firewood, Kong Si Ran said. As Kong Si Ran spoke, he took out a variety of pill recipes he had prepared in advance from his space ring and handed them to Yang Kai. Alchemist Yang, please come with me to perform alchemy. Spirit Pill Plaza had its own alchemy pill plaza, and inside it was a grand fire array that could draw fire from the ground for alchemists to use. This grand fire array was a few dozen meters below the store and was originally used by 3 alchemists, but now it had become Yang Kai's territory. Chapter 1981. After entering, Yang Kai immediately felt a scorching heat wash over him. Alchemist Yang, take your time to comprehend the mysteries of these pill recipes. Don't worry about alchemy for now, just wait until you are ready. Kong Si Ran was afraid that Yang Kai would not be fully prepared, so he urged him. Yang Kai nodded before turning back and asking, By the way, shopkeeper Kong, what kind of spirit pill is your shop in urgent need of right now? Naturally, source condensing pills. There are countless Origin King Realm cultivator in Maplewood City, so the demand for this kind of spirit pill is extremely high. Our source condensing pills are often sold out as soon as they are refined. Kong Si Ran replied proudly. I understand. Yang Kai nodded lightly, having some ideas in his mind. Oh. There were countless spirit pills and miraculous medicines in this world, and the number of pill recipes was impossible to calculate. But if one were to ask cultivators what spirit pills they needed the most, the answer would be source condensing pills. The use of source condensing pills had been with an Origin King Realm cultivator for many years, and any Origin King Realm cultivator had a great demand for this kind of spirit pill because it could promote the transformation of source chi in one's body. Maplewood City was not big, and there were not many Dao Source Realm masters, but it had become a gathering place for many Origin King Realm cultivators, so the demand for source condensing pills was terrifying. If one opened a pharmacy in Maplewood City without source condensing pills, it was impossible for anyone to patronize it. Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pill recipe was actually improved by an emperor-grade alchemist, and its effects were about 10% better than ordinary source condensing pills. It had long since accumulated countless praise and popularity. Countless cultivator wanted to buy source condensing pills from Spirit Pill Plaza, and every time a new source condensing pill was refined, it would be snatched up. This was the result of Kong Si Ran limiting the number of pills each person could buy. If he had not limited the number of pills he could buy, the competition would have been even fiercer. Now that Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pills were out of stock, many of its old customers were naturally dissatisfied. Outside the alchemy room, Kong Si Ran paced back and forth. He was anxious and uneasy. His strength was not considered low at his level, and as the shopkeeper of a workshop, he had a calm temperament. But now he was still as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. If he listened carefully, he could even hear the impatient urging of the Origin King Realm cultivator at the entrance of Spirit Pill Plaza. Thump, 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 a series of footsteps sounded from above. Kong Si Ran didn't need to look to know that it was one of the shop staff who had rushed over. He stopped in his tracks, and before the shop assistant could speak, he snapped, "Didn't I ask you to go and appease those customers? Why did you come back?" "That won't do, shopkeeper. The situation is a little out of control. Originally, our pill shop should have released the new source congealing pills yesterday. Many old customers have been queuing up to buy them since yesterday, but they have not arrived until now. They have been dissatisfied for a long time. So what if you're dissatisfied? Could it be that they want this old man to make them appear out of thin air? Tell them to wait." Kong Si Ran replied impatiently. "I've already told them many times, but they won't listen," the shop assistant said with a long face. Furthermore what? Kong Si Ran's face sank. "Furthermore, I don't know who spread the rumor that our Spirit Pill Plaza will no longer supply spirit pills in the future. So some customers became impatient and left," the shop assistant replied in a low voice. "Zhuaning Si, you cheap slut." Kong Si Ran ground his teeth so hard that they were about to break. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, with his shrewdness, how could he not know that Zhuaning Si had instigated this rumor? This vicious woman naturally would not miss this opportunity to add insult to injury. She could not wait for Spirit Pill Plaza to close down as soon as possible. Although she despised this rumor, it was really troublesome now. If they could not produce source congealing pills in a short time, those customers who did not know the truth would most likely believe this rumor. When that time came, they would lose a large number of customers, which would be a huge blow to the future of Spirit Pill Plaza. But in this situation, what could Kong Si Ran do? He turned his head, looking eagerly at the closed alchemy door. He could only pray that Yang Kai would not disappoint him too much. "Shopkeeper, can this alchemist Yang really do it?" The shop assistant did not seem to have much confidence in Yang Kai. He had seen many alchemists before, but none of them had a cultivation as high as Yang Kai's, and most alchemists were sloppy and unkempt. They dealt with herbs all year round and had medicinal fragrances all over their bodies. From his previous contact with Yang Kai, he could tell that Yang Kai was not an orthodox alchemist at all. "How should I know?" Kong Si Ran replied weakly. It had been 10 days since Yang Kai entered alchemy. 2 days ago he had been studying the pill recipes, but on the 3rd day he had asked for a large number of herbs to refine source congealing pills and immediately closed the alchemy door, not coming out until now. Kong Si Ran really wanted to rush in and see how many source congealing pills Yang Kai had refined and how many herbs he had wasted. Every alchemist would lose some herbs in the process of alchemy. This was unavoidable. Even the most experienced alchemist could not guarantee that every batch of spirit pills would be successfully refined. However, depending on the skill of an alchemist, the loss rate of herbs varied. Of the 3 alchemists in Spirit Pill Plaza, the best one could control the loss rate of herbs to about 30%, which meant that out of 10 batches of pills, 7 would be successful while the remaining 3 would be wasted. This was already an amazing result, and Fan Hong's material loss rate was about 50%. Even so, Kong Si Ran had to treat him as a guest of honor, who made him an Origin King grade alchemist. What was Yang Kai's loss rate of herbs? 60%, 70%, even if it was 80%. Kong Si Ran felt that this was acceptable as long as he could refine some source congealing pills. But what made him anxious was that Yang Kai had not taken out a single source congealing pill until now. If it weren't for the fact that alchemists could not be disturbed while they were refining spirit pills, Kong Si Ran would have rushed in to investigate. The noise outside seemed to be getting more and more intense, making Kong Si Ran extremely irritated. Kacha. At that moment, a soft sound rang out. Kong Si Ran was startled for a moment before he was overjoyed. His eyes widened as he looked forward and saw the closed alchemy door open. Before it could fully open, Kang Si Ran rushed in directly. The alchemy room was filled with flames, but Kang Si Ran turned a deaf ear to it and went straight to Yang Kai. With a glance, he saw a pile of dregs not far from Yang Kai. This was the result of a failed spirit pill refinement. It was black and had a burnt smell to it. There wasn't much dregs here, only about 10 batches of herbs or so. What Kang Si Ran had given Yang Kai 7 days ago was a full 100 batches of source-congealing pill materials. I don't know how many batches this alchemist Yang has consumed. If I can find out, I can estimate his loss rate, Kang Si Ran thought secretly. Alchemist Yang. Kang Si Ran squeezed out a smile on his face and cupped his fists. Have you finished refining the spirit pills? They are all here. Yang Kai waved his hand and more than 30 jade bottles appeared in front of him. *C. Seeing this scene, Kang Si Ran couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air as he stared blankly at the jade bottles on the ground. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement and called out, Shopkeeper Kang? Kang Si Ran came back to his senses and turned his stiff neck to look at Yang Kai. Alchemist Yang, are these all source-congealing pills? Yes, Shopkeeper Kang can inspect them. Hearing what he said, Kang Si Ran no longer hesitated and reached out his hand, sucking over a few jade bottles. Opening the caps one by one, he found that they were all filled with round and fragrant source-congealing pills. Each bottle contained 10 pills, so there were more than 30 bottles here, which meant there were more than 300 source-congealing pills here. When this number appeared in Kang Si Ran's mind, it was like a sledgehammer had struck him, making him dizzy and unable to think. How is this possible? How could this happen? In just 7 days, a single person refined more than 300 source-congealing pills. This is equivalent to the result of 3 alchemists working together in Spirit Pill Plaza. Can Yang Kai replace 3 alchemists by himself? Kang Si Ran completely lost his mind and stood there stiffly, unable to recover for a long time. Everything in front of him had subverted his understanding of common sense. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he had taken too many. If he had known earlier, he would have kept another 100. Refining source-congealing pills was actually not difficult for Yang Kai. After all, it was only an Origin King-grade mid-rank spirit pill. Yang Kai himself could have refined Origin King-grade high-rank pills long ago. He just didn't know the pill recipe and had never refined one before. After experiencing the first few failures, Yang Kai had become proficient in this process. The number of pills he could produce from a furnace of herbs was also gradually increasing. From the beginning, he could produce 2 or 3 pills, but now he could condense 4 pills, then 5. Out of 100 sets of materials, 10 sets had been wasted, and the remaining herbs had all been refined into pills, resulting in a total of more than 400 pills. Yang Kai had secretly kept 100 pills to avoid shocking the world. But now, it seemed that keeping 200 pills would not be a problem. Yang Kai needed source-congealing pills himself, and in large quantities at that. Even if he couldn't use them all up, he could sell them. There was absolutely no need to worry about a market for source-congealing pills. Kang Si Ran's expression made him feel very annoyed. However, fortunately, the source-congealing pills with pill veins had been kept by Yang Kai, which could be considered a consolation. After a long time, Kang Si Ran also chuckled, a somewhat nervous look on his face. Yang Kai seemed to be able to understand Kang Si Ran's mood a little, so he didn't say anything. After all, Kang Si Ran didn't expect Yang Kai to be so amazing. He alone could produce as many pills as the previous 3 alchemists combined. Kang Si Ran had only hoped that Yang Kai would not waste too many herbs, but the result had greatly surprised him. The violent ups and downs of his mood made it impossible for him to suppress the joy in his heart, so it was only natural for him to laugh out loud. Chapter 1982. How is that possible? Old Ghost Kong actually took out more than 30 bottles of source-condensing pills? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Inside Pill Pavilion, Zhuaning Xi's pretty face was gloomy as she stared at the first-order Origin King cultivator in front of her and asked in a deep voice. The cultivator, who was short and stout, nodded and said, "Subordinate is not mistaken. Those more than 30 bottles of spirit pills were indeed source condensing pills. As soon as they were taken out, they were immediately snatched up by many people. Subordinate also expended a great deal of effort to purchase 3 pills." Saying so, he respectfully placed the jade bottle containing the 3 spirit pills in front of Zhuaningxi. Because Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pills were so popular, Kong Si Ran stipulated that any customer could only buy 3 at a time. 3 source condensing pills were enough for an Origin King cultivator to use for 10 days to half a month. When they ran out, they could buy more, and it just so happened that Spirit Pill Plaza would produce new source condensing pills. This way of selling was also one of the important reasons why Spirit Pill Plaza's source condensing pills were so popular. Because of the tight supply of source condensing pills, the black market of Maplewood City had even begun selling them. Although they were only 20% more expensive than those sold in shops, they were still in short supply. Many Origin King Realm cultivators did not care about the extra 20%, they just wanted to convert the Saint Qi in their body into Source Qi as soon as possible. Are they really source condensing pills? Zhuaningxi poured out the 3 spirit pills and frowned even more. Shopkeeper, could these spirit pills have been refined by that guy named Yang Kai? The short and fat cultivator asked. Zhuaningxi sneered and coldly snorted. Do you think he can refine so many spirit pills in 10 days? What kind of alchemist do you think he is? Even a Dao source-grade alchemist does not have such ability. Shopkeeper is right. Subordinate was too stupid. The short and fat cultivator thought about it and agreed. Although he did not know much about alchemy, he knew how many spirit pills were needed to refine and how much energy an alchemist would consume to refine a furnace of spirit pills. A person could refine more than 300 spirit pills in 10 days, even if they had enough time. It was impossible for him to have so much energy. This kind of thing was too comical. It looks like old Ghost Kong still has some reserves, Zhuaningxi said thoughtfully. This old fogey really isn't easy to deal with. What should we do? I've heard that the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce will send 2 alchemists to Maplewood City in 2 months. If we can't take down the Spiritual Pill Plaza in 2 months, we'll have to deal with them. At that time, we won't have much of a chance. Hearing this, Zhuaningxi gently nodded, a cold killing intent flashing through her beautiful stars-like eyes. The killing intent bloomed slightly, making the short and fat cultivator shudder involuntarily. You can go now. Keep an eye on the Spirit Pill Plaza. If there's any movement, report it to me immediately. Zhuaningxi waved her hand. Yes. After the short and fat cultivator left, Zhuaningxi picked up another source condensing pill with a puzzled expression, sniffed it, and carefully observed it for a while. She murmured, "Strange. These pills don't look like they have been stored for a long time. They look like they were newly refined." She had noticed this before. After all, although Zhuaningxi wasn't an alchemist, she had dealt with spirit pills all year round, so she had some insight. The 3 spirit pills in front of her were round and smooth. They were plump and gave off a pure pill fragrance. Obviously, they were high-quality goods. What Zhuaningxi cared about the most was that these spirit pills seemed to have been refined recently. Could they have been refined by that alchemist named Yang Kai? This thought appeared in Zhuaningxi's mind, but she quickly rejected it. No matter what, she didn't want to believe that a person could refine so many spirit pills in such a short time. She would rather believe that old Ghost Kong had been prepared for this and threw out his stock. After pondering for a moment, she stretched out her slender jade fingers. She picked up a spirit pill and stuffed it into her mouth. After swallowing it, she circulated her secret art to dissolve its medicinal efficacies. She had already reached the peak of the Origin King realm, and all the source qi in her body had been transformed, so she didn't need source condensing pills to assist her. She just wanted to test the efficacy of this spirit pill, so she did this. First, Zhuaningxi's expression didn't change, but as time passed and the medicinal efficacies began flowing through her body, her face couldn't help changing slightly as she opened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, "This is She found that the medicinal efficacies contained in these source-condensing pills were even stronger than the source-condensing pills sold by Spirit Pill Plaza in the past. Although this increase was very subtle and almost imperceptible, it was still there. Old Ghost Kong, that idiot, actually found that Grandmaster to modify his pill recipe again. Zhuaning Si suddenly thought of this possibility. Spirit Pill Plaza's source-condensing pill recipe made Zhuaning Si extremely jealous, and it was also the main reason why she had spared no expense to poach 3 alchemists from her rival. These 3 alchemists, for various reasons, would not leak their pill recipes to others, but it was not a problem to provide them with materials to refine them. As long as they were poached, Pill Pavilion would be able to sell the same pills as Spirit Pill Plaza in the future. At that time, Spirit Pill Plaza's only advantage would be gone, and it would be much easier to suppress them. But today's discovery made Zhuaning Si very angry. Old Ghost Kong was really cunning. He must have known her plan, so he changed the pill recipe again to make the source-condensing pill even more effective. In this way, Spirit Pill Plaza still had the advantage in terms of medicinal efficacies. Zhuaning Si's lungs were about to explode. What was the point of her spending so much to poach 3 alchemists from her rival? Old Ghost Kong, you idiot, just you wait. In a few days, the Star Envoy from Star Soul Palace will come to Maplewood City. At that time, I want to see how you will fight with me. Zhuaning Si muttered to herself angrily. At the same time, in the underground alchemy room of Spirit Pill Plaza, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and turned all his alchemy experience over the past few days into insights, examining them one by one and accumulating them. After refining so many furnaces of source-condensing pills, Yang Kai naturally had some gains. This kind of gain was not just the harvest of 100 source-condensing pills, but also the growth of his alchemy experience and comprehension of the alchemic Tao. A few years ago, he triggered the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone on Water Moon Star, and since then, he had a unique advantage in the alchemic Tao. That time, the Grand Alchemic Tao Tone had caused a fundamental change in his alchemy talent. Not to be modest, Yang Kai's alchemy aptitude was not inferior to Xia Ningchang's sacred spirit medicine body in the slightest, and even surpassed him in some aspects. It was precisely for this reason that he was able to get started so easily after obtaining the new pill recipe and was able to refine even better pills. Zhuaning Si guessed wrong. Spirit Pill Plaza's source-condensing pill recipe had not changed. It was just that Yang Kai was refining it himself, and the medicinal liquid he condensed was much purer, so the spirit pills he refined were much more effective. And this was just the beginning. Zhuaning Si believed that as Yang Kai continued to refine pills, the spirit pills he refined would become more and more powerful, eventually becoming unique. Kong Si Ran ordered another 100 sets of source-condensing pill materials to be delivered, but he also told Yang Kai to rest for a few more days before opening the furnace again. He was more concerned about Yang Kai's physical condition than Yang Kai himself. Now, in Spirit Pill Plaza, there was only one alchemist, Yang Kai, in charge, and he alone could take on 3 others, so Kong Si Ran did not dare to neglect him. Since taking away more than 300 source-condensing pills that day, his attitude towards Yang Kai had become more and more amiable, granting almost all of his requests. But then again, Yang Kai did not seem to have any requests. At this time, Yang Kai was absorbing the insights he gained from the past few days while taking source-condensing pills to transform the Saint Qi in his body. A few days passed by quickly, and Yang Kai opened the furnace again. 100 sets of materials were divided into different categories. Yang Kai wore a solemn expression as his conflagrated knowledge pulsed inside the purple origin furnace in front of him. Herbs were thrown in one after another, and under the powerful power of his divine sense, the impurities were removed and the medicinal liquids were condensed. Various spirit arrays were drawn and formed inside the furnace. Yang Kai's movements were extremely skillful, without the slightest hesitation. His control of the flames was so perfect that it could almost make an emperor-grade alchemist gasp in amazement. The timing of the herbs he threw in was also perfect. The change in his talent made it much easier for Yang Kai to perform alchemy. For Yang Kai, alchemy was almost like eating and drinking. It was a kind of instinct. He clearly knew what kind of spirit array to inscribe, which spirit array would have the best effect, when to use the right amount of heat, and when to add the required herbs. When alchemy became an instinct, Even failing to refine a pill was an extravagant hope. Coupled with his powerful conflagrated knowledge C, which was a natural advantage that all alchemists dreamed of, Yang Kai had walked in front of many people on the alchemic Tao. Although he had not put much effort into it all this time. The great Tao was obscure and elusive, and only a few lucky people could reach out and touch it. Yang Kai was undoubtedly one of them. As the pill fragrance began to diffuse, Yang Kai's expression became more and more focused. He did not let his guard down because of his proficiency and instead became even more cautious. Inside the purple origin furnace, various medicinal liquids were mixed, and under the influence of the spirit arrays and conflagrated knowledge C, a magical transformation took place. When the pill fragrance condensed to a certain extent, Yang Kai suddenly moved. Both of his hands were constantly forming mysterious seals as streaks of light shot into the purple origin furnace and disappeared. A sense of ancient desolation suddenly filled the air, as if this set of seals did not belong to the current era, but rather to the ancient era. However, this set of techniques was in harmony with the great Tao and contained countless mysteries. As he displayed this technique, Yang Kai's strength and spiritual energy were rapidly drained away like a broken dam, unable to stop himself from being consumed. 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method. This was a set of extremely profound pill condensing techniques, which had no effect on cultivation and could only be used when an alchemist condensed pills. There were countless pill condensing techniques and secret arts in the world, each with its own merits. Grandmaster Wuxia, who competed with Yang Kai in the Alchemy Dao in Water Sky City, had once created a set of red lotus magical hand seals, which was sought after by countless alchemists within the territory of the Homeland Star. In the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture, there was also a pill condensing technique which Yang Kai had studied quite a bit. However, this set of 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method did not come from the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture, but from the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone. Chapter 1983. On that day, during the competition between Yang Kai and Wuxia, it was because of the pill condensing technique that triggered the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone. That pill condensing technique was the prototype of the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method. Yang Kai combined all his alchemy knowledge and lifetime of alchemy experience to comprehend it. With the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone, the omnipresent and all-encompassing heavenly Tao principles perfected this pill condensing technique for Yang Kai. Therefore, the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method could be regarded as the crystallization of the heavenly Tao. The truth of heaven and earth was everywhere, and only those who were fated could comprehend it and benefit infinitely. Yang Kai's 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method was a product of heaven and earth itself, but he was able to peek into it by chance. Even if he wanted to teach such a technique to others, they would not be able to comprehend it because this was the affirmation of the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone. At that time, Yang Kai felt that this pill condensing technique was extremely mysterious. If he wanted to comprehend it thoroughly, he would not be able to do so in a short time. Now, it seemed that it made some sense. After all, this 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method, which was born in the territory of Homestar, was still an extremely high-end technique in the star boundary. All the pills that he had refined, he had used the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method to end the pill. At this moment, it was time to condense the pills. As the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method was used, the pill fragrance in the alchemy room became stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, there was even a strange sound coming from the purple origin furnace. Realizing that the time had come, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed at the purple origin furnace. The lid flew up, followed by 6 rolling spirit pills. Yang Kai took out the jade bottle he had prepared and put it away. Only 6. Yang Kai frowned slightly, seemingly a little dissatisfied. Theoretically speaking, one set of source condensing pill materials could condense up to 9 pills, which was the limit of most pill recipes. Yang Kai had good aptitude in alchemy and a unique pill condensing technique like the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method. But after all, he was just an Origin King grade high-rank alchemist. Even if he tried his best, he could only condense 6 pills at a time. 3 pills short of the limit of 9. But this was already amazing. There were very few alchemists who could refine a spirit pill to its limit. Those who could do this were all great grandmasters with reputations throughout the entire star boundary. Alchemists like alchemists, it was impossible to achieve such results every time. The 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method was the method 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method. And Yang Kai was able to achieve this was mostly thanks to the 9 Heavens Profound Pill Method. That was the reason why so many alchemists were masters had a profound condensing technique. This was because a good pill condensing technique meant that one could refine more pills at the last moment, which in turn saved a lot of materials, time, and energy. When Yang Kai first began refining source condensing pills, he could only condense 2, but now only 10 days had passed. Yang origins Yang. Although it seemed that he was not far from the limit of 9, sometimes 1 or 2 pills could become an insurmountable gap. If Yang Kai wanted to reach this limit, he would need a lot of practice and experience. 100 sets of materials, Yang Kai spent 6 or 7 days consuming them. He deliberately failed a dozen times to avoid Kang Si Ran's suspicions. In fact, according to his ability, refining source condensing pills now was as easy as closing his eyes. Naturally, he wouldn't fail. When Kang Si Ran received a notice to collect the pills, Kang Si Ran's expression was extremely interesting. Although he had already experienced this once, Kang Si Ran still couldn't believe that Yang Kai could refine 100 spirit pills in such a short time. In terms of quantity, there was almost no difference from the last time, more than 300 pills. Yang Kai kept more than 200 source condensing pills this time. Alchemist Yang. It is this old master's honor to be able to cooperate with you. Kang Si Ran looked at Yang Kai with a smile. If it weren't for you, my spirit pill plaza would have really closed down. Words cannot express my gratitude for Alchemist Yang's kindness. If Alchemist Yang has any request in the future, this old master will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. It is my duty. Shopkeeper Kong is too serious. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Yang Kai's modesty and geniality made Kang Si Ran smile even more heartily. He had never seen such a young, capable alchemist without putting on airs. Which one of the 3 alchemists of Spirit Pill Plaza wasn't extremely difficult to serve? Every time Kang Si Ran came to pick up the pills, the 3 of them would wear gloomy expressions, as if he owed them millions of source crystals. Even though Kang Si Ran's cultivation was higher than theirs, he still had to put on a polite smile and carefully deal with them. He also had to complete all kinds of strange requests for them. For example, Fan Hong, every time he finished alchemy, he had to find a beautiful virgin to relax with, and this virgin's cultivation couldn't be lower than an Origin Returning Realm Master. There were many Origin Returning Realm cultivator in Maplewood City, but Spirit Pill Plaza definitely wouldn't pay a low price for such a woman. The requirements of the other 2 alchemists were even more outrageous. One wanted to drink the 10,000 safflower wine, which was only available in the City Lord's mansion, while the other wanted to eat the demon flame fruit that grew in the depths of the flame swamp. A small cup of the 10,000 safflower wine cost 1,000 source crystals. What's more, it was a special gift from the City Lord's mansion. If Kang Si Ran hadn't had some connections, he wouldn't have been able to obtain it. The demon flame fruit was even rarer. The depths of the flame swamp was a dangerous place where even a Dao Source Realm cultivator might not be able to survive. The value of the demon flame fruit that grew there was naturally extraordinary. 5,000 source crystals for a single fruit was already considered low, with 7,000 to 8,000 possible. The key was that this thing could only satisfy one's appetite and had no use for improving one's strength. Every time he thought of this, Kang Si Ran's heart bled. This alchemist Yang, on the other hand, not only had an amiable personality, he also didn't have any other requirements. Only a few alchemic pills were enough to satisfy him. In contrast, Yang Kai's noble character was far superior to those 3 pieces of trash. Now that those 3 were in Pill and Artifact Pavilion, that cheap maid Juaning Si could deal with them. Considering all this, Kang Si Ran's mood suddenly improved. Alchemist Yang, do you want to rest for a few more days? With the source condensing pills you provided this time, our Spirit Pill Plaza won't need to worry about supply for the next half a month. Kang Si Ran saw Yang Kai being so conscientious and felt a little moved, so he took the initiative to propose. Oh, If you have enough source condensing pills, do you want to refine other spirit pills? Yang Kai asked. Kong Si Ran chuckled. The demand for other spirit pills is not very high, and this old master still has some in stock, so there is no need to worry. Alchemist Yang, you should take a good rest. Don't tire yourself out. Very well. I'll rest for a few days. Yang Kai thought for a while before nodding and replying. That would be best. By the way, Alchemist Yang has just arrived in Maplewood City. Would you like to go out with this old master tomorrow? Go where? Yang Kai looked at Kong Si Ran suspiciously. Kong Si Ran smiled slightly and said, It's like this. A star envoy from Star Soul Palace has arrived and is now in the City Lord's mansion. This old master is fortunate enough to be invited to accompany the Star Envoy's master tomorrow and can bring one person with him. A star envoy from Star Soul Palace? Yang Kai raised his brow. Seeing him like this, Kong Si Ran secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yang Kai was not so ignorant as to not know about Star Soul Palace. After all, this was the overlord of the entire Southern Territory, the sect where the Bright Moon Great Emperors were. And the Bright Moon Great Emperors was one of the 10 Great Emperors. And as a star envoy from Star Soul Palace, his status was obviously extremely respected. Why would a star envoy from Star Soul Palace come to Maplewood City? Yang Kai frowned. After all, Maplewood City was not very prosperous, so it was impossible to attract such a character. But soon, Yang Kai suddenly realized, could it be because of the matter in Clear Jade Mountain? Indeed. Kong Si Ran nodded. Traces of a Luanfeng have appeared in Clear Jade Mountain. During this time, many foreign masters have come to Maplewood City to investigate. Alchemist Yang, you have been performing alchemy here day and night, so you don't know much about the outside world. The reason the Star Envoy Master came here is naturally because of the Luanfeng. Otherwise, how could so many masters have come to this small Maplewood City? Who are these people? Yang Kai suddenly became curious. He was not here to gossip, but to inquire about the power structure of the Southern Territory. Hearing him ask this question, Kong Si Ran naturally told him everything he knew. The news of the Luanfeng's appearance spread very quickly, and almost all the great sects and great forces in the Southern Territory have come. From what this old master knows, Heavenly Martial Holy Land Orthodoxy Temple and Azure Sun Temple are all great sects second only to Star Soul Palace. In addition, it seems that Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce have also sent masters, but this old master is only responsible for business matters, so he was not notified or contacted with the masters of his Chamber of Commerce. Kong Si Ran said unhurriedly, There are also countless small and medium-sized forces. Now, Maplewood City is bustling with activity. Do they want to track down the whereabouts of the Luanfeng? Yang Kai looked stunned. That's not it. Kong Si Ran laughed in surprise. The Luanfeng is an ancient divine spirit, and even the 10 great emperors may not necessarily be able to defeat her. Who would dare risk their lives to track her down? It's just, after all, the appearance of a divine spirit will naturally attract the attention of many. Moreover, all the great forces know that they won't be able to track her down, but they can't just ignore it. In fact, the people who have come are not the true elders of those sects, but also some newcomers who have come to accumulate experience and see the world. So that's how it is. Although our Spirit Pill Plaza is not a big deal, it is still a property of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, so the City Lord has taken great care of it. This time, in order to welcome and accompany the Star Envoy Master, this old master has been invited. Alchemist Yang, are you interested in joining us? Would you like to see the place where the divine spirit appeared in Clear Jade Mountain? I heard that the world-extinguishing black flames are still burning there, and even a Tao Source Realm cultivator does not dare to enter them easily. However, we will not go too deep either, we just want to relax and broaden our horizons to see what the world-extinguishing black flames are like. I've already deeply experienced those flames, Yang Kai thought secretly. Chapter 1984. When the Luanfeng appeared, Yang Kai was in Clear Jade Mountain. It could be said that among the cultivator who had observed the Luanfeng up close, Yang Kai was the only one who was still alive, the others were all dead. Naturally, he had no interest in Kong Si Rant's proposal. So, he declined Kong Si Rant's invitation. Although shopkeeper Kong felt it was a pity, he did not say anything. After all, not everyone wanted to show their face in front of the Star Envoy Master in hopes of receiving guidance. Everyone had their own aspirations and could not be forced. Kong Si Ran admired Yang Kai's free and easy temperament, so after telling him to rest for a few days, he left. Yang Kai simply packed up and left Spirit Pill Plaza, returning to the secluded home he rented in Maplewood City. The next day, a magnificent, extremely large, and luxuriously decorated ship flew out of the city lord's mansion and headed straight for Clear Jade Mountain. On the ship, there was a symbol of the moon and stars. This was the symbol of Star Soul Palace, the overlord of the Southern Territory. All the cultivators in Maplewood City were shocked. At this moment, Yang Kai rented a white jade dragon horse carriage and ordered the coachman to go to a street in the western part of the city. Even if Maplewood City was not famous in the Southern Territory, it still occupied a vast area. Flying was not allowed in the city, so cultivators who wanted to save time could only rent this white jade dragon horse carriage. The white jade dragon horse was said to have the bloodline of an ancient divine dragon, but it was extremely thin. It had a gentle temperament and was easy to domesticate. It was also very suitable for pulling carriages. After half an hour, they arrived at their destination. Yang Kai paid the fare and got off the carriage. Coming to a remote corner, he took out a set of clothes he had prepared in advance from his space ring and put them on. Lifting his hat to cover his face, Yang Kai walked straight to the bustling street in front of him. Here, Maplewood City's black market. Although he had not been in Maplewood City for long, he had already inquired about the existence of the black market. The so-called black market was a place that could not exist openly, but it was a street that was tacitly permitted by Maplewood City's city lord's mansion. Here, there were many spoils of war from killing and robbing. Many things that couldn't be sold in the open could be found in a good market here. There were also some items of unknown origin that could be sold here. The cultivator who entered and exited the black market all consciously followed a rule. They did not ask about the origin of the goods, nor the seller's name and background. After the transaction was completed, they would have nothing to do with each other. In a place like this, it was easy to find some good things, so it was very popular and sought after by the cultivator in Maplewood City. Every day it was packed with people. However, it was precisely because of that special rule that there were also some speculators. They would sell fake and substandard goods as good goods. This was a test of the buyer's eyesight and knowledge. If they were deceived because of greed, they would not be able to get away with it. He asked for it, so he couldn't blame anyone else. Yang Kai was a little worried that his outfit would attract too much attention. After all, he looked guilty and didn't look like a good person. However, when he entered the black market street, he realized that his thoughts were unnecessary. There were actually a lot of martial artists wearing similar clothes to him, and they were everywhere. This discovery made him immediately relax. As soon as he entered the street, a shifty-eyed old man quietly approached him with a mysterious look on his face. He pulled Yang Kai's clothes. His eyes drifted and signaled him to talk to the side. If you have something to say it, Yang Kai said coldly. Brother, this old man is looking for you to tell you something good. How can I say it in this place? Be careful that the walls have ears, the old man said while looking around. He was as vigilant as a mouse stealing oil. Then don't say it. Yang Kai naturally knew that there were all kinds of people in this place. How could he be in the mood to waste time with a stranger? As he spoke, he strode forward. Hey, little brother, don't go. The old man quickly caught up and stopped in front of Yang Kai. He gritted his teeth and said, Well, little brother seems to be a busy person. Then this old man won't waste your time. Look at this. As he said so, he took out a wrinkled animal skin paper from his chest. It was unknown what kind of monster beast the animal skin paper was made of, but it still had a strong energy fluctuation. On the animal skin paper, there were complicated lines running through it, crisscrossing and looking very profound. The old man just waved the animal skin paper in front of Yang Kai and quickly put it away. Then he said bitterly, "To tell you the truth, little brother, this treasure map is a treasure passed down by this old man's ancestors. This old man's ancestors followed the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. And this treasure map points to the heaven-devouring great emperor's treasure. This old man's strength is too low to look for the treasure. Today, seeing little brother, we hit it off very well. How about I sell this treasure map to you at a cheap price?" The great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yes, the great emperors who had the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle strategy? Who else could it be but him? The old man looked at Yang Kai with exultation. So little brother knows about the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle strategy. That is a top-secret art that even heaven and earth cannot tolerate. To tell you the truth, this secret art is very likely to be in this treasure trove. If little brother can obtain this secret art, it will only be a matter of time before you become one of the 10 great emperors. Haha, I already know the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle strategy, so I have no interest in your treasure map. Go find someone else. I'll sell it to you for 5,000 source crystals. This is a top opportunity. Little brother, do you want to consider it? The old man shouted behind Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him. The old man suddenly became angry. "Brat, if you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. How dare you boast that you know the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle strategy? Do you really think this old man is a fool?" After saying that, he muttered to himself, "Isn't this trick too easy to see through? Should I change to another method?" Just as he was worried that no one had been fooled for several months and that he was penniless, a martial artist walked over from the corner of the street. That martial artist was a young girl who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. The young girl was not ugly, and her figure was also very good. It was just that half of her face had a large crescent-shaped birthmark that ruined her overall beauty, making people sigh and wring their hands. The young girl bounced over from that side, like a happy little elf, with a face full of innocence. Seeing this, the old man immediately greeted her with an extremely kind smile on his face. What are you doing?" The young girl was startled and immediately took a few steps back, looking at the old man warily. "Young girl, don't be afraid. This old man has no malicious intentions." The old man's smile became even more amiable. "Then what do you want to do?" The young girl looked the old man up and down, her clear, beautiful eyes filled with instinctive vigilance. The old man chuckled and pretended to be profound. "This old man and this young girl are destined to meet here, so I want to give you a great opportunity." When the young girl heard this, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and she asked in surprise, "Great opportunity? What great opportunity? Tell me, tell me." In the depths of her heart, she was overjoyed, thinking that the legends and stories Auntie Fong had told her when she was a child were not lies. In this world, there really were such opportunities and good fortune. In those stories, ordinary cultivators, because of the guidance and benefits given by mysterious old men, would soar to the heavens and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, achieving unparalleled greatness and being worshipped by hundreds of millions of people. When she was a child, she listened to these stories with great interest, but this time, after coming out for more than half a year, the young girl thought that Auntie Fong was just trying to deceive her. But now it seemed that this was not the case. Now that a mysterious old man was going to give her a great opportunity, the young girl couldn't be more excited, her heart jumping with joy. In an instant, the old man who was good at deceiving others became an extremely powerful master in the eyes of the young girl, and the reason he appeared in this crowded place was to find a suitable successor. And she was undoubtedly that peerless genius, 1 in 10 million, so she was chosen by this master. As for her casual dress, well, a little sloppy, wasn't this how a master should look? Hehehehe. The old man revealed a mouthful of big yellow teeth and smiled mysteriously, then reached into his chest and took out the wrinkled animal skin paper. "Granny, is there a shop here that sells spirit pills?" Yang Kai stood in front of a stall, looking at the silver-haired, trembling old woman and asked, 500 source crystals for one, refined by this old woman herself. The old woman looked at Yang Kai with a smile and pointed to a pile of unknown things in front of her. Yang Kai frowned and said, I'm asking if there is a shop here that sells spirit pills. Oh, you want to buy two? I'll give you a discount. 900 source crystals for two. No haggling. The old woman raised her hand and waved it back and forth, looking as if she had just taken advantage of him. Don't pretend to be deaf and mute with me. Do you believe I won't flip your stall upside down? Yang Kai glared at the old woman in front of him fiercely, showing off his powerful third-order origin king aura at the right time. The old woman's face changed, and her previous senile appearance disappeared, replaced by a cold look. Little thing, you don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. You really don't know any manners. A first-order origin king pretending to be deaf here? Are you trying to tease me? Yang Kai looked at her contemptuously. Go over there. Don't block this old woman's way of doing business. It's hard to do business these days. The old woman casually pointed in a direction, and in the blink of an eye, she returned to her previous trembling appearance. Following the old woman's directions, Yang Kai soon arrived at the entrance of a shop. The shop assistant was a normal person, unlike the old woman and old man he had met before. After asking Yang Kai why he had come, the shop assistant warmly welcomed him in, arranged a room for him, served him tea, and asked Yang Kai to wait for a moment before retreating respectfully. Yang Kai was not in a hurry and simply sipped his tea while waiting quietly. Chapter 1985. The reason why Yang Kai had come to the black market was because he had no choice but to do so, and the biggest reason was the 300 or so source condensing pills. These source condensing pills had been secretly embezzled by Yang Kai. If he used them himself, he wouldn't be able to use them all, and keeping them would be a waste. As for selling them, he had no good channels. After all, the origin of this batch of source condensing pills was not so open and aboveboard. Yang Kai couldn't open a store to sell these pills himself. If he really did that, he would definitely be criticized by the people of Spirit Pill Plaza. So, he could only come to the black market. This was the best and most suitable place. He basically had no source crystals on hand, so after selling this batch of spirit pills, he could at least save himself some money. Not long after, a round fatty pushed open the door and entered. The fatty's face was flushed red, and his body was full of fat. When he walked, the floor creaked. His two eyes had already narrowed into a slit, and the slit in the slit was shining brightly. As soon as he entered, the fat man cupped his fists enthusiastically and said, This humble one is Jin Fu Gue. Greetings, young lord. He tactfully didn't ask Yang Kai's name, because people who came here didn't like others inquiring about their details. Yang Kai got up and said, Shopkeeper Jin is too polite. Looking up and down, Yang Kai was surprised to find that this fat man was also a third-order origin king cultivator. Moreover, the strength in his body was quite vigorous. It seemed that he had also completed the transformation of his source chi. Even if there were many such existences in Maplewood City, there were definitely not many of them. Like Kong Si Ran and Juaning Si, he could be considered a master in Maplewood City. Jin Fu Gue sat down with a genial face, the chair under his buttocks groaning. He looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, I heard from the shop assistant that young lord has a batch of spirit pills on hand? Indeed. Jin Fu Gue heard this. His small eyes lit up as he asked, Dare I ask what kind of spirit pills young lord has? This Jin has some face in Maplewood City, so young lord can rest assured that young lord will trade here. This Jin has always offered a fair price and has a good reputation. I will never reveal the slightest bit of information about the guest. Please rest assured about this. Shopkeeper Jin can say that. That's for the best. Yang Kai nodded before reaching out to take out a jade bottle from his space ring and pushing it in front of Jin Fu Gue. Shopkeeper Jin, take a look. This is the spirit pill I want to sell. Jin Fu Gue raised his eyes to look at Yang Kai. Then, he picked up the jade bottle, opened the cap, and looked inside. In the next moment, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He exclaimed in surprise, Is it the source congealing pill? Things like source congealing pills were never lacking in demand, especially in the black market. There were at least 8,000 people waiting to buy source congealing pills every day. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, this kind of spirit pill would be snatched up as soon as it appeared. Therefore, Jin Fuguei was very satisfied with the goods brought by Yang Kai. How many guests are there? Yang Kai gestured a number with his hand. Jin Fuguei was moved. 300? Sir, you actually have such means to obtain 300 source congealing pills? He swallowed a source congealing pill. It was enough for a first-order Origin King cultivator to consume for 10 days, a second-order Origin King for 6 or 7 days, and a third-order Origin King for 3 or 4 days. Therefore, 300 source congealing pills might not seem like a lot, but it was definitely not a small number. Any Origin King realm cultivator who obtained these source condensing pills would not have to worry about source chi conversion for the next few years or even a decade. What puzzled Jin Fuguei the most was where Yang Kai had obtained such a large number of source congealing pills. However, this was a confidential matter, so he tactfully did not ask. After pondering for a moment, Jin Fuguei said, "The quantity is indeed not small, but the quality." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Jin can give it a try." Jin Fuguei did not refuse and nodded after hearing this. "Then please forgive this Jin for being rude." While speaking, he poured out a source congealing pill from the jade bottle. Stuffing it into his mouth, he silently circulated his secret art to dissolve it. After a short while, the fat on his face trembled slightly. A look of surprise flashed across his small eyes. These were source congealing pills refined by Yang Kai with the pill recipe provided by Spirit Pill Plaza. In terms of quality, there was absolutely nothing to complain about, even better than the source congealing pills sold by Spirit Pill Plaza in the past. Jin Fuguei was a third-order Origin King and had dealt with spirit pills all year round, so how could he not be able to tell the difference? He was secretly shocked as he realized that the origin of these source congealing pills in Yang Kai's hands was very likely extraordinary. The room fell silent for a while, with only Jin Fuguei tapping his hand on the table again and again, as if he was deliberating about something. After a long time, he said, "The quality of customer's source congealing pills is unquestionable. How about I offer customer this price?" Saying so, he stretched out his hand and gestured. Yang Kai could not help but sneer. "Shopkeeper Jin, in your eyes, is this the only price of my source congealing pills? If that's the case, I'd be happy to go to other stores to have a look." Jin Fuguei lightly coughed and said, "Customer, please listen to me. This batch of source congealing pills is indeed high-quality goods. But if this store sells them, it will require some manpower and labor. You can't just not make a profit, right?" Shopkeeper Jin's words make sense. Yang Kai nodded. "But there is no need to worry about a market for source congealing pills. I don't even need to go to any stores. I only need to stand on the street and shout, and I'm afraid they will all be snatched up." "Shopkeeper Jin, are you sure you want to give up this great opportunity to make money?" Jin Fuguei's face suddenly twitched as he steeled his heart and gestured again. "Then how about this price?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said, 500 for one. Perhaps we will have a chance to cooperate again." Jin Fuguei frowned when he heard this, but soon made a decision, stood up and said, "Then we'll do as customer says. I hope that the next time customer has source congealing pills, customer must consider this store first." Naturally. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "By the way, in addition to source congealing pills, I also have some other pills here. Shopkeeper Jin can help me estimate them." The other pills Yang Kai mentioned were naturally the ones he had obtained from helping the disciples of Blue Feather sect with alchemy. There were many of them and many kinds, but their grade and popularity could not be compared to source congealing pills. Of course, Jin Fuguei did not care about these things. For a black market merchant like him, as long as he could make money, it was enough. Immediately, the two of them counted and calculated. Jin Fuguei took away most of the spirit pills in Yang Kai's hands, while Yang Kai received nearly 170,000 source crystals. This number gave Yang Kai some confidence. After all, he had only earned 30,000 source crystals from helping the disciples of Blue Feather sect with alchemy for an entire month. But now, in just half a month, he had earned 170,000 source crystals, and the biggest reason for this was the high demand and high price of source congealing pills. Coming out of Jin Fugue's shop, Yang Kai was still wearing his black robe. He was not in a hurry to go back and instead wandered around the black market. In this kind of place, it was easy to find some good things, but the chances were very small. After all, there were not many cultivators who did not know what was good for them, and it was rare for them to sell treasures like garbage. Yang Kai wandered around but did not gain anything. Just as he was about to return home, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly came from not far away. There was a trace of anger and grievance in the voice. "Why are you all so unreasonable?" Yang Kai was startled when he heard this voice, and the image of a young girl immediately flashed in front of his eyes. Impossible, right? Yang Kai thought to himself, but he had only been in Maplewood City for a few days and did not know many people. So the only voice that sounded familiar to him was this young girl. His curiosity was piqued, and he hurriedly walked over. Not far away, a group of people was watching something, and many cultivators were pointing at the center of the field. Yang Kai parted the crowd and looked inside. In an instant, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At the center of the field, a young girl in a dark green dress was frowning as she looked forward. She was petite, had a full chest, and a graceful figure. Her face was delicate and pretty, and her skin was fair. The most striking thing about her was the large crescent-shaped birthmark on her cheek. There were also several bulging cloth bags hanging from her waist. No one knew what was in them. Mo Xiaoqi. Yang Kai could not believe his eyes. It really was Mo Xiaoqi, the innocent girl he had met in Clear Jade Mountain. She was still alive? To be honest, seeing this little girl alive and kicking, Yang Kai inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, and the guilt that had been in his heart disappeared in an instant. That day in Clear Jade Mountain, the divine spirit was angry, and the black flame destroyed the world, and Clear Jade Mountain was poisoned, and Mo Xiaoqi had disappeared. Yang Kai thought she had died and felt quite guilty at the time, because if he had been close enough to Mo Xiaoqi, he could have pulled her into the sealed world bead before the black flame reached her. But because of a momentary lapse in judgment, this innocent girl had died under the Luanfeng's wrath. At that time, Yang Kai did feel a little guilty. Although he was not very familiar with Mo Xiaoqi, the impression she gave him was quite good, and there were very few girls like Mo Xiaoqi in this world. Now that he saw her again, Yang Kai was overjoyed, but at the same time he wondered how she had managed to escape from that place. After all, the Luanfeng's indiscriminate attacks were too terrifying, and if he did not have the sealed world bead, he would not have been able to escape death. But thinking about it carefully, this little girl's origins were extremely mysterious, and she had a dazzling array of high-grade artifacts on her. Perhaps she had used the power of some kind of artifact to escape. Thinking so, Yang Kai's evaluation of Mo Xiaoqi rose a few notches. After all, an artifact that could withstand the Luanfeng's wrath was at least an emperor artifact, and Mo Xiaoqi being able to possess an emperor artifact showed that her origins were unimaginable. But at this moment, this girl with great origins was in a predicament. Opposite her, a group of cultivators were surrounding a young man. This young man looked handsome and elegant, but his pair of lustful eyes were constantly sweeping Mo Xiaoqi's body back and forth, especially her full twin peaks, which attracted this young man's attention. However, when he shifted his gaze to Mo Xiaoqi's face, a look of extreme regret appeared on his face, as if he hated the unfairness of the Creator, his expression full of complaints against the blood and tears of the heavens. Chapter 1986. Why are you being so unreasonable? I saw this thing first and even paid for it with source crystals. Why should I give it to you? Mo Xiaoqi was holding something in one of her hands behind her, but as she puffed out her full chest, facing the dozen or so burly men without fear. Girl, you can't say that. Since my young lord has taken a fancy to this thing, he must buy it. How many source crystals did you pay? We'll pay you double. Please take out that thing so as not to hurt our friendship. Opposite them, a man coldly snorted, his aura fluctuating as he spoke. his threatening tone obvious. Do you think I care about your source crystals? Mo Shaoqi pouted before turning to an elderly man beside her and asking, Tell me, did I buy it from you first? The old man was obviously the seller as he wore a frown on his face. Hearing this, he glanced at Mo Shaoqi, then at the dozen or so menacing men opposite him before letting out a hollow laugh. Probably yes. What do you mean probably? Mo Shaoqi looked at him in amazement. Didn't I give you source crystals? I just gave you a few extra source crystals, and you even thanked me. The old man's mouth twitched as he fell silent. The young man who had been surrounded by many cultivators suddenly chuckled and looked at the old man. Old sir, how many source crystals did this girl pay you? The old man hesitated for a moment before replying softly, 8,000. 8,000? That's not much. This young lord offers 10,000. How about you sell it to me? The young man looked at the old man with a smile. 10,000? The old man was overjoyed when he heard this and nodded repeatedly. Good, good. After agreeing, he wore a troubled look. But this thing has already been bought by this girl. What does that matter? When it comes to business, the highest bidder wins. The young man smiled heartily. Turning to Mo Shaoqi, he said, Girl, you should have heard clearly. This young lord has bought this old sir's thing for 10,000 source crystals. Please take out. The highest bidder wins? Mo Shaoqi ground her teeth angrily. Before he could finish speaking, she said, Good. Then I'll pay 20,000. Hearing this, the old seller was pleasantly surprised. He had never thought that his item could be sold for such a high price. At the same time, he was a little vexed. Since the two of them were fighting over it so fiercely, it was obviously a good item. Unfortunately, he didn't recognize it and sold it as an ordinary item, allowing others to pick up a great bargain. The young man frowned as a fierce look appeared on his face. This young lord offers 30,000, more than source crystals? You think you can beat me? 50,000. Mo Shaoqi threw out a number lightly. Immediately, it was as if an invisible sledgehammer had smashed down, smashing the youth across from him. The young man glared at her and roared, Little girl, do you know who I am? How dare you steal from me? How would I know who you are? Mo Shaoqi looked at him with disgust. Besides, you're the one who wants to steal from me, right? You're too unreasonable. Fine, 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 you little girl. He really wouldn't cry until he saw the coffin. This young lord will let you know what's good for you. I am Flying St. Palace's young palace master, Ning Yuancheng. If you know what's good for you, leave this thing behind and scram. If you don't, heh. This young lord will make you leave this thing behind. Ning Yuancheng grinned meaningfully as his eyes swept over Mo Shaoqi's body maliciously. Flying St. Palace. This person is Ning Yuancheng. This girl is in big trouble. When Ning Yuancheng's voice fell, Mo Shaoqi didn't react, but the surrounding cultivator's expression changed slightly. After all, although Flying St. Palace wasn't a first-class force in the entire Southern Territory and couldn't be compared to Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, or Azure Sun Temple, however, it still had some fame. It was far from being comparable to the great forces around Maplewood City. As the young palace master of Flying St. Palace, Ning Yuancheng's reputation was naturally not small. At the very least, in this part of the Southern Territory, his name was well known. During this time, due to the appearance of the Luanfeng, many forces had gathered around to investigate. This caused many forces to head to Jade Clear Mountain to investigate the situation, and Flying St. Palace was naturally no exception. The leader of this group was none other than young palace master Ning Yuancheng. However, after their trip to Clear Jade Mountain, they didn't gain anything and had decided to rest briefly in Maplewood City on the way back. But they hadn't expected to encounter such a situation in the black market. Ning Yuancheng wore a smug expression on his face. He had thought that after he revealed his name and the great force behind him, this woman who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would definitely apologize and even throw herself into his arms to beg for forgiveness. And although this little girl had a large birthmark that affected her appearance, her figure was still quite good, especially her pair of large breasts, which were definitely interesting to play with. When night fell, she would take off her clothes and turn off the lights, making no difference. Flying Saint Palace? What's that? I've never heard of it. Mo Shaoqi frowned slightly, a blank look on her face. Ning Yuancheng's smug expression instantly stiffened, and the faces of the many flying Saint Palace cultivator also became gloomy. Bold madwoman, you dare insult my Saint Palace? Take her down for me. This young lord will let her know what flying Saint Palace is. Ning Yuancheng ordered fiercely. The dozen or so Origin King realm cultivator took action without hesitation. Maplewood City was a small city, and even its city lord was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Its two vice city lords were only first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, so there were only 3 Dao Source Realm cultivators in total, so these flying Saint Palace cultivators didn't put them in their eyes. Not to mention a place like the black market, even if they were on the streets, they would still dare to act. So what if it was the city lord's mansion? Could it oppose flying Saint Palace? The dozen or so people rushed out at the same time, 3 of them moving the fastest and arriving beside Mo Shaoqi in an instant. 2 of them reached out to grab Mo Shaoqi's fragrant shoulders, while one of them sent a palm strike towards Mo Shaoqi's lower abdomen. Strength surged from each of their palms. Fortunately, they knew that their young lord's order was to capture, not kill, so they all held back. The onlookers exclaimed, all of them showing sympathetic looks. After all, a group of old men coming together to bully a little girl. Although this little girl was also a third-order Origin King, it was still enough to arouse sympathy from the onlookers. Yang Kai also couldn't bear to see this happen and averted his gaze, clicking his tongue a few times. His sympathy was not directed at Mo Shaoqi, but at the flying Saint Palace cultivator who had taken the initiative to attack her. What happened on Clear Jade Mountain that day was still fresh in Yang Kai's mind. Even he, who had cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art and had taken countless origin mixing pills, had been injured by Mo Shaoqi's attacks, let alone these ignorant fools. What's more, Yang Kai had only wanted to grab Mo Shaoqi and take her away with him at that time, so he had not used any of his strength. But now, these people had attacked in anger. As for the consequences, sure enough, a series of screams rang out, causing all the onlookers to be stunned. After seeing the change in the situation, their jaws dropped to the ground in shock. The 2 cultivators who had reached out to grab Mo Shaoqi's fragrant shoulders screamed and flew back the moment they touched her, their palms bleeding profusely. It was unknown what had caused these wounds, but they were so deep that even bone could be seen, causing the onlookers to be horrified. The cultivator who had sent a palm strike towards Mo Shaoqi's lower abdomen was in the most miserable state. After his palm struck, although Mo Shaoqi was slightly shaken, the cultivator also let out a scream and fell back, his palm burning with pain. Looking around, the cultivator saw a human face mark appear on his palm for some reason. This face's facial features were distorted as it let out a shrill howl that seemed to reach the depths of one's knowledge sea. This cultivator instantly froze in place as a huge ghost face suddenly appeared in his knowledge sea. This ghost face was green and had sharp fangs, its mouth wide open as it devoured his spiritual energy like it was drinking from a spring, an extremely joyful expression appearing on its face. This cultivator was unable to resist at all, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. What? Ning Yuancheng saw this scene and immediately exclaimed. Everything in front of him was beyond his ability to comprehend. It was clearly his 3 cultivator subordinates who were attacking Mo Shaoqi, but the other party just stood there without moving, her eyes filled with panic, as if she didn't know how to fight back. But before she could do anything, his 3 cultivator subordinates had already suffered heavy casualties. 2 injured and 1 dead, such a result was simply blinding. What kind of secret technique is this? Is this little girl pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Could it be that she is some old witch who has lived for thousands of years and is hiding her cultivation and pretending to be innocent? All kinds of thoughts appeared in Ning Yuancheng's mind, causing his back to be soaked with sweat in an instant. Retreat! At that moment, the remaining cultivators also rushed to Mo Shaoqi's side, but they were all shouted back. Everyone reacted quickly and seeing the situation turn bad, How could they dare to attack Mo Shaoqi at will? One after another, they retreated in fear and shock. A person with a gloomy face walked out from behind Ning Yuancheng. This person seemed to be a middle-aged man who had been standing silently behind Ning Yuancheng before, his expression as calm as an ancient well. Only now did he slowly walk out and stand in front of Ning Yuancheng. As the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, when he went out, he would naturally be accompanied by one or two masters. This person was the Flying Saint Palace master responsible for protecting Ning Yuancheng, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, Lu Yizhi. As a second-order Dao Source Realm master, his eyesight was naturally extraordinary, and he could tell at a glance that Mo Shaoqi's background was extraordinary. Just now, it was he who had sensed the situation and ordered his disciples to retreat. He silently stood in front of Ning Yuancheng, blocking all possible angles of attack as he stared at Mo Shaoqi solemnly, his eyes deep, as if he wanted to examine her from the inside out. You, what do you want to do? Mo Shaoqi didn't come back to her senses until now and shouted with a fierce look on her face. Don't come any closer. I'm not someone to be trifled with. Be careful. Be careful I don't beat you up. The onlookers couldn't help rolling their eyes. You're not someone to be trifled with? Isn't that obvious? Do we need you to tell us that? Chapter 1987. Lu Yizhi frowned slightly. Although he instinctively felt that Mo Shaoqi's demeanor wasn't fake, nor did she look like an old witch who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, he still didn't dare to take her lightly. After thinking about it for a while, he asked in a deep voice, "May I ask young lady's name?" Mo Shaoqi gritted her teeth and glared at him, not answering. Lu Yizhi's frown deepened. The other party's silence really put him in a difficult position, so he could only ask again, "May I ask which sect young lady comes from? I see that young lady looks somewhat familiar, vaguely similar to someone I know. Perhaps our two sects have some kind of relationship. If that is the case, please tell me, lest the Dragon King's temple be washed away by the flood and we fail to recognize each other." He was obviously trying to turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. After all, Lu Yizhi really couldn't see through Mo Shaoqi's mysteries. It was best not to provoke such a person easily, otherwise, it was very likely that it would bring disaster to his sect. Especially now that Maplewood City was filled with dragons and snakes mixed in with people from various great forces, Lu Yizhi felt that Mo Shaoqi was most likely a direct descendant of some super sect. Anyone with a little bit of experience would know what to say in the face of Lu Yizhi's speech. But how could Mo Shaoqi know this? She didn't expect to give Lu Yizhi and the people from Flying Saint Palace a way out, so she simply said, "What relationship? I've never even heard of your Flying Saint Palace, so how could it be related to my spirit us?" Lu Yizhi's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, as he secretly cursed Mo Shaoqi for being so insensible, wondering if she really didn't understand. However, Mo Shaoqi's slip of the tongue just now made Lu Yizhi secretly shocked. Mo Shaoqi clearly wanted to say, "spirit," or something. However, in the star boundary, there were many great forces that started with the word spirit, and there were several that Flying Saint Palace couldn't afford to provoke. For a while, Lu Yizhi couldn't infer the true origins of the other party. Just as he was feeling like he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off, a strange laugh suddenly came from the crowd. Who is it? Lu Yizhi was still annoyed, so when he heard this, he naturally looked towards the source of the sound without any trace of politeness. What he saw was a person wrapped in a black robe, whose face couldn't be seen, but from the sound of this person's voice. But he could tell that this person was a man, a third-order origin, not much different from Mo Shaoqi. The black robe was naturally Yang Kai, the Yizhi man. Others might not know Mo Shaoqi's temperament, but Yang Kai was well aware that if he didn't handle this matter well, even if Flying Saint Palace had scruples, they would still attack Mo Shaoqi for the sake of their sect's face and reputation. When that time came, Yizhi's Yang. Although she had many miraculous abilities, the other party was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator who was able to draw upon the world principles. It was hard to say whether the artifacts on her would be able to display their full potential. Faced with Lu Yiji's inquiry, Yang Kai ignored him and instead walked directly towards Mo Shaoqi while saying, "Young lady, so you're here. Took me a long time to find him." "Me? Young lady?" Mo Shaoqi instinctively felt her heart clench, thinking that her whereabouts had been exposed and that her father had sent someone to catch her. So she subconsciously took out something from her space ring and prepared to escape. But she soon felt that something was not right, because that person's voice was somewhat familiar to her. At that moment, Yang Kai revealed a bit of his face. Mo Shaoqi was taken aback, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. "Ah, it's you. You didn't die." Yang Kai covered his face again. Chuckling meaningfully, he said, "Young lady, don't be too harsh on me. Although subordinate is resilient, he can't block your killing blow. I've been recuperating for many days. I finally recovered." While speaking, Yang Kai quietly winked at Mo Shaoqi. Fearing that this little girl was blind, he quickly sent her a divine sense message, telling her not to speak. Mo Shaoqi nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. The surrounding cultivator listened with black lines on his face, all of them looking at Yang Kai sympathetically, as if they were looking at a poor subordinate responsible for the safety of their noble young lady. Not only did he have to work hard as a nanny, but he also had to guard against his young lady's murderous intentions. "Chem? Young lady, what happened here?" Yang Kai pretended to have only just noticed the anomaly, turning his head to look around as he asked, immediately becoming furious as he shouted, "Who dares be so bold as to attack my young lady? Are you tired of living?" He was a third-order Origin King cultivator, but in front of a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, he was not afraid at all. Instead, his murderous intent was so thick it was almost tangible, overflowing from his body, causing many people's expressions to change drastically. Good, such a bold person actually exists in this world. Hehehe. I'm afraid even if the Star Envoy Master comes, he won't be able to save your life." Yang Kai sneered as he swept his eyes around, the scarlet eyes hidden under his black robes making him look like a mad beast. If it was just this ferocious appearance, it would have been fine. However, the information revealed in his words caused Lu Yiji's expression to suddenly collapse. Even the Star Envoy Master was powerless here, so where did these two come from? Could they be the heirs of the senior leaders of the Southern Territory's Star Soul Palace? Lu Yiji was so frightened, so there was no need to even mention Ning Yuancheng. He had thought that in Maplewood City, as the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, he could do whatever he wanted. No one dared to provoke him. How could he have known that he would suddenly provoke a noble existence that even the Star Envoy Master did not put in his eyes? In an instant, Ning Yuancheng's face turned pale and his legs trembled as he looked at Lu Yiji imploringly. Although the latter was a powerful second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, in front of those great forces, what did such a cultivation count for? Any random person from Star Soul Palace could crush Flying Saint Palace to dust. Secretly gulping, Ning Yuancheng braced himself and cupped his fists. "This friend, please calm your anger. Just now, there was some misunderstanding between this young lady and my young lord. A few disciples who did not have eyes and offended this young lady have already been punished. I hope this friend can be magnanimous and forgive them. Is that so?" Yang Kai squinted at Lu Yiji. "Indeed. Friend, look, this young lady is actually unscathed." "Humph, if young lady was injured, do you think you would still be standing here talking to me?" Yang Kai sneered. Lu Yiji was furious. After all, the gap in cultivation between him and Yang Kai was huge. No Origin King had ever dared to speak to him so shamelessly. But Lu Yiji did not dare show it because the other party's background was not small. There was definitely more than one third-order Origin King protecting this young lady. Perhaps there was an even more powerful master hiding in the dark. When the man in the black robe was talking to him, he made a few strange hand gestures in a certain direction. Obviously, he was informing his companions of some information. Discovering this, Lu Yiji's forehead gradually oozed cold sweat. because under the perception of his divine sense, he could not detect the existence of any master here. There was only one possibility for this situation. There was a master hiding in the dark who was stronger than him. Dare I ask this friend, where are you from? Although Luigi was intimidated by Yang Kai, he was still a little unwilling, so after hesitating for a moment, he still carefully probed Yang Kai's origins. Humph! Yang Kai snorted as he swept his eyes over them, not answering directly. Are you from Flying St. Palace? Yes. Luigi nodded, not knowing why Yang Kai asked this. You want to know where we are from? Sure. Come here and I'll tell you, but you'll have to pay a price. Yang Kai smiled slightly before whispering. Within 3 days, Flying St. Palace will be removed from the Southern Territory, but I don't know if you can afford this price. Luigi trembled as his face suddenly paled. Do you still want to know? Yang Kai stared at him contemptuously. This Lu misspoke. Please don't take offense, friend. Luigi was completely intimidated. So how could he dare ask another word? A group of clowns, frogs at the bottom of a well. This king is too lazy to lower himself to your level. Seeing that young lady is unharmed, this king will let you off this time. But if there is a next time. Yang Kai's expression became angry as he narrowed his eyes and stared at Luigi, slowly saying, You understand. Luigi's entire body was soaked with sweat. So at this moment, he no longer cared about his sect or his face, quickly cupping his fists and saying, Many thanks, friend. Saying so, he quickly pulled Ning Yuancheng, who had been standing in place for a long time, as if 2 of his 3 souls had left his body, and shouted, Let's go! The remaining Flying St. Palace disciples did not dare to linger, quickly picking up the corpses on the ground and following Luigi. Young lady, let's go. Only now did Yang Kai breathe a sigh of relief and quickly shouted to Emo Xiaoqi. At this moment, this little girl was staring at Yang Kai with a look of worship on her face. Her 2 eyes were practically twinkling like stars. Let's go! Yang Kai couldn't help urging her in a low voice when he saw her like this. After all, Luigi was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai might be able to fool him for a while, but he wouldn't be able to fool him forever. If Luigi realized something and came to him for confirmation, it would be over. Acting so presumptuously in front of a second-order Dao Source Realm master, what good would come out of it? Hey, don't go. What happened to the 50,000 source crystals we agreed on? The previous seller, who seemed to be willing to sacrifice his life for wealth, quickly shouted after hearing Yang Kai's words. You have the nerve to ask for 50,000 source crystals? Do you believe I won't take your life? Yang Kai glared at him, causing the old man to smile awkwardly and step back, keeping a safe distance from Yang Kai. Let's go. Yang Kai grabbed Emo Xiaoqi's wrist and prepared to take her away from here. In the next moment, he let go of Emo Xiaoqi as if he had been electrocuted, his palm dripping with blood. Ah, I'm sorry, big brother Yang. Emo Xiaoqi finally recovered and began to apologize in a hurry. Chapter 1988. Maplewood City, inside Yang Kai's cave mansion. Yang Kai and Emo Xiaoqi were sitting across from each other. After leaving the black market, Yang Kai took Emo Xiaoqi and hurriedly fled back here. Along the way, he deliberately checked to see if anyone was following them, and at the same time he took some detours. After confirming it was safe, they returned to the cave mansion. Big brother Yang, you're amazing. Emo Xiaoqi cupped her cheeks with both hands, looking at Yang Kai with a smitten expression on her face, her beautiful eyes shining brightly, not stingy with her worship and admiration. You scared those hateful guys away with just a few words. How did you do it? Yang Kai chuckled dryly. If it were anyone else asking him this question, Yang Kai would definitely think they were mocking him, but since it came from Emo Xiaoqi, it was genuine praise. They were just overthinking it, Yang Kai said perfunctorily. Today's matter was indeed the result of Flying St. Palace's people overthinking it, and it was also the result of the current situation in Maplewood City. If it weren't for the current chaotic situation in Maplewood City, Yang Kai's words today might not have had any effect. But now, there were many people from various great forces in Maplewood City, and although flying St. Palace was not bad, it was not the best, so Luigi would naturally have some scruples. Let's not talk about this. Xiaoqi, why are you here? Yang Kai changed the topic. I've always been here. Mo Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai inexplicably, not knowing why he would ask such a question. By the way, the cave mansion I rented is very close to Big Brother Yang's. So why haven't I seen you before? I didn't live here before. I didn't return until today. Oh, actually, I wanted to ask, Xiaoqi, how did you escape from Clear Jade Mountain last time? Yang Kai looked at Mo Xiaoqi suspiciously. After all, when he came out of the sealed world bead, he had deliberately searched for Mo Xiaoqi, but there was no trace of her at all. At that time, he thought that Mo Xiaoqi must be dead, burned to ashes without leaving any trace. However, he had never expected to see him again in Maplewood City today. That day, I used this thing to escape. Saying so, Mo Xiaoqi took out something from her space ring and placed it in front of Yang Kai. This is... Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He stared at the beast skin on the table, which was emitting a strange energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation was very familiar to Yang Kai. It was the fluctuation of space energy. The beast's skin was only about the size of 2 palms. There were many mysterious lines and runes engraved on the beast's skin, forming a mysterious pattern. Yang Kai reached out and touched it, feeling it carefully. After a while, he was shocked. This thing has the ability to transfer space? Hearing this, Mo Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, Big Brother Yang really cultivates the Tao of space. You can even sense this. You know that I cultivate the power of space? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. That's right, when you fought in Clear Jade Mountain, didn't you use your space force? I noticed at that time because when you used your space force, the feeling was a bit similar to when Uncle Li fought. Uncle Li? It's Uncle Li Wu-yi. He also cultivates the Tao of space and is very powerful. This thing was made by him to save my life. Mo Xiaoqi was not wary of Yang Kai. She didn't know if it was because it was easy to change a leopard's spots, or because Yang Kai had never had any malicious thoughts towards her. Saying so, she explained, Uncle Li said that this thing can open a void corridor at a critical moment, so it's perfect for escaping. I originally had 2, but I used one in Clear Jade Mountain last time, so now I only have this one left. Mo Xiaoqi showed a hint of reluctance as she spoke. You can directly open a void corridor with a spirit array on this beast's skin. Yang Kai was shocked. Although his research and attainments in the Tao of space were extremely extraordinary, it was absolutely impossible for him to make such a thing with his current ability. He could only rely on his own space force to teleport. Moreover, it was easily disturbed. Once the surrounding world energy became unstable, his teleportation would not be able to play much of a role. This was related to his strength, his attainments in the Tao of space, and the world principles of the star boundary. The world principles of the star boundary were countless times denser than those of the homeland star territory. As such, Yang Kai's teleportation was greatly suppressed in the star boundary. But that Li Wu-yi was actually able to make a treasure like this beast's skin. Obviously, his attainments in the Tao of space were far beyond Yang Kai's reach. Big Brother Yang, I'm sorry. Mo Xiaoqi suddenly apologized with a guilty expression. Why are you suddenly saying this? Yang Kai looked up at her. When we were in danger last time, I wanted to take you with me, but the Luanfeng's attack came too quickly, so I could only... Later, I wanted to go inside to find you again, but I couldn't go too deep, so I thought you must have died. Hearing this, Yang Kai chuckled. In this regard, he and Mo Xiaoqi had the same idea. Both of them thought the other party must have died under the world extinguishing black flames, but neither of them had expected the other to have a way to escape. Then how did you escape, Big Brother Yang? Mo Xiaoqi asked. I'm proficient in the Tao of space. Yang Kai casually made up a story. Oh, right, Uncle Li said that those who are proficient in the Tao of space have top-notch escaping abilities. Mo Xiaoqi suddenly realized. Seeing her completely believe him, Kai Yang's heart inexplicably filled with a sense of guilt. Next, the two began chatting casually again. However, under Yang Kai's intentional or unintentional inquiries, he also discovered that Li Wu Yi's cultivation was actually a master from the Emperor realm. He did not inquire about Mo Shaoqi's origin. Sometimes, the less one knew, the better. Mo Shaoqi's background was obviously extraordinary. Something Yang Kai was well aware of. Big brother Yang, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you come with me to look for treasures? Mo Shaoqi suddenly proposed with great interest. Treasures? Yes, yes. Mo Shaoqi nodded repeatedly, taking out an animal skin parchment from her space ring as she spoke. I bought a treasure map today. That person told me it was a treasure left behind by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. Maybe there is a heaven-devouring Great Emperor secret technique inside. This thing, why does it look so familiar? Yang Kai looked puzzled as he picked up the animal skin parchment and observed it carefully, a moment later frowning. How many source crystals did you buy this thing for? Yang Kai looked up at Mo Shaoqi. 7,000. Mo Shaoqi said proudly, it's not expensive, right? If we can really find the heaven-devouring Great Emperor secret technique, we'll be rich. Damn profiteer. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing in a low voice. Big brother Yang, what did you say? Nothing. Yang Kai coughed lightly, hesitated for a moment, and then said earnestly, Shaoqi, when you go out, people's hearts are sinister. Not everyone is as docile and kind as you. You must always be careful. I know Auntie Feng used to tell me that a lot. In the star boundary, there are many deceitful people, so you can't believe everything they say. I know that too. Ha! This treasure map is fake. Yang Kai sighed softly, having no choice but to make things clear. Expecting this little girl to understand on her own was a bit too difficult for her. How could that be? That person swore there was definitely the treasure of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, one of the Great Emperors from a long time ago. Mo Shaoqi looked at Yang Kai in disbelief and said absent-mindedly, could it be that the Great Emperors also lie? Whether the Great Emperors lie or not, I don't know. But the person who sold this thing definitely lied to you. Mo Shaoqi was startled, but after thinking about it carefully, she vaguely understood and shouted, hateful swindler. How dare he fool me? I'm going to find him. Forget it, that person is definitely not here anymore. Where are you going to find him in this vast sea of people? Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. Mo Shaoqi suddenly pursed her lips, stomped her feet, and waved her small fists. I'm so angry. Don't let me see him again, or I'll teach him a lesson. After throwing out these harsh words, her mood seemed to have calmed down a lot, and after thinking about it, she took out 7 or 8 more treasure maps from her space ring and said, Big brother Yang, take a look at these things. Are they real or fake? Yang Kai fixed his eyes on them and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. What about this? Mo Shaoqi took out another thing, a black and useless night sky stone that could only be used for ornamental purposes. Ha! Yang Kai laughed dryly. What about this peerless secret art? Mo Shaoqi threw out another thing. Yang Kai glanced at it and suddenly his body shook. It was a peerless secret art. The pages were yellowed and looked quite old, and on the page were 2 large words, peerless secret art. It was as if she was afraid others wouldn't know this was a peerless secret art. But how simple must a person be to be fooled into buying so many useless things after a trip to the black market? If everyone in the world was like Mo Shaoqi, wouldn't those swindlers have already made a fortune? Yang Kai's silence made Mo Shaoqi extremely depressed, causing her to bury her head in her chest, as if she was shrouded in an invisible shadow. Seeing her look like she had suffered a huge blow, Yang Kai sighed softly and was about to comfort her, hoping she would learn from her mistakes and be more careful in the future, when Mo Shaoqi suddenly raised her head and grinned. This thing is definitely not fake. Saying so, she carefully took out an oval, light blue stone and placed it on the table. Seeing her confident look, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling interested. Releasing his divine sense to probe this thing, he found that it didn't give off any world energy fluctuations, just like a real stone. But what was strange was that this stone-like thing had an inexplicable power on its surface that prevented his divine sense from penetrating it. What is this? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Mo Shaoqi smiled mysteriously. A beast egg. Chapter 1989. This is a beast egg? Yang Kai was stunned. How do you know this is a beast egg? I just know. Mo Shaoqi shook her head and replied with a proud look on her face. Anyway, this thing can't be wrong. I just don't know what kind of monster beast's egg it is, but I can feel that it should be very powerful. You have a secret technique that can sense it? Yang Kai looked at her thoughtfully. That's right. This is what I was fighting over with that guy from Flying St. Palace. Maybe he also saw how extraordinary this thing is. Since you're sure it's a beast egg, then keep it carefully. Yang Kai didn't know much about this, but since Mo Shaoqi had a secret technique that could sense it, it couldn't be wrong. This was probably her only gain from visiting the black market. By the way, Shaoqi, do you know anything about the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques? Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and asked. The heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques. That's the secret art of the heaven-devouring great emperor, of course I know. Mo Shaoqi nodded. The heaven-devouring great emperor relied on this supreme secret art to reach the peak step by step and become a top emperor. In his era, the heaven-devouring great emperor was an extremely powerful existence. Even among the 10 great emperors, he was ranked in the top 3. Oh, then the heaven-devouring great emperors are now. The heaven-devouring great emperors have already fallen. Mo Shaoqi smiled slightly. Rumor has it that the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques were rejected by heaven and earth. In the end, the great emperors were rejected by heaven and earth, so they became the demon race and died. But I know. At this point, she smiled mysteriously and whispered, "This is fake. Then what is the real truth?" The heaven-devouring great emperors were besieged and fell in the shattered star sea. Mo Shaoqi said. His expression suddenly became unprecedentedly solemn. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he said in a serious voice, "The heaven-devouring great emperor's strength was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 great emperors. Those who dared to besiege him..." Shoo! Mo Shaoqi put her finger on her lips. "This is a big secret uncle's secret. I also heard a few words from Uncle Li and Auntie Feng when they were chatting. Big brother Yang, don't go around talking about it, otherwise it is very likely to lead to a fatal disaster. In this world, there are not many people who know this secret. I understand, but why are those existences attacking the heaven-devouring martial monarch?" "I don't know." Mo Shaoqi shook her head. With Mo Shaoqi's character, if she really knew something, she would never hide it. Since she said she didn't know, then she really didn't know. Yang Kai didn't ask more about this matter. Yang Kai instinctively felt that the reason why the heaven-devouring great emperor was besieged might be related to the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques. It seems that it's time to study the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques. Even though Yang Kai knew that Wu Mengchuan didn't have good intentions in teaching him the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques, it was still a secret art mastered by the 10 great emperors. It would be a pity to just leave it alone. The two chatted for a while. Mo Shaoqi then left. Before leaving, Mo Shaoqi gave Yang Kai a sound bead and told Yang Kai that if he wanted to find her, he just needed to pour his divine sense into the sound bead. Yang Kai naturally nodded and agreed. Although Mo Shaoqi was too naive, she had an extraordinary background and was covered in precious treasures. What's more, her knowledge and experience in certain aspects were not something Yang Kai could compare with. Perhaps one day Yang Kai would be able to borrow her strength. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse her kindness. Not to mention, everyone was now settling down in Maplewood City. By deepening their contact, it would be easier to take care of each other if any accidents happened. A sound bead was similar to a communication artifact, but Mo Shaoqi's sound bead was specially made and was more useful than a communication artifact. Judging from the energy fluctuations alone, It was obviously an Origin King grade high-rank artifact. After sending Mo Xiaoqi off, Yang Kai arranged a large number of source crystals in his secluded home and activated all the forbidden spirit arrays without caring about the consumption. Now that he had a lot of source crystals, he naturally wouldn't be stingy in this regard. After ensuring his safety and concealment were safe, Yang Kai summoned the sealed world bead and entered alone. Inside the small sealed world, it was still quiet. Yang Kai released his divine sense and the situation inside the small sealed world was clear at a glance. In the medicine garden, the herbs he had obtained from the severed world were growing vigorously. These herbs were all Origin King grade, and if they were refined into pills, they would be of great benefit to the growth of an Origin King realm cultivator. Previously, Yang Kai was reluctant to use these herbs because they were extremely rare in the territory of Homestar. But now that he was in the star boundary, where the resources were even more abundant, these herbs were nothing to him. Therefore, he decided to refine these herbs into pills to facilitate his cultivation. He could also use these herbs to refine pills to improve his alchemy skills and see if he could break through the bottleneck of the Dao Source grade. If he succeeded, he could be promoted to a Dao Source grade alchemist. In the star boundary, an Origin King grade alchemist was nothing, but a Dao Source grade alchemist was definitely a top-notch character. Yang Kai's current strength wasn't high, so if he had the identity of a Dao Source grade alchemist as a shield, he may be able to save his life in a crisis. After busying himself, Yang Kai collected all the Origin King grade herbs and sorted them out, preparing to refine them into pills after leaving this place. Inside the small sealed world, in addition to the herbs in the medicine garden, there was also the monster insect queen and the ice flower exotic fruit he obtained from the bottom of the ice cliff. The area around the ice flower exotic fruit was extremely cold, but the monster insect queen was sleeping peacefully, seemingly absorbing the cold energy emitted by the ice flower exotic fruit to strengthen itself. After a period of recuperation and fusion, the monster insect queen, which had transformed into a blood beast, was much better, and the large and small wounds on its body also showed signs of healing. After all, although the monster insect queen's physical body was dead, Yang Kai's pure golden blood had a powerful restorative ability. What surprised Yang Kai the most, though, was that the purple and green twin swords given to him by Mo Xiaoqi had actually begun to fuse with the monster insect queen's body. The purple and green twin swords were Origin King grade high-rank artifacts, and when the two swords fused together, they were comparable to ordinary Dao Source grade artifacts. Moreover, they were of the ice attribute, making them extremely suitable for the monster insect queen. When Yang Kai obtained the purple and green twin swords in clear Jade Mountain, he had thrown them into the small sealed world without hesitation. Now, it seemed that the two swords were actually fusing with the two broken pincers of the monster insect queen. This was quite strange. At that time, Yang Kai only wanted to find a suitable weapon for the monster insect queen, so he had thrown the purple and green twin swords into the small sealed world. Now that he thought about it carefully, although the monster insect queen was now his blood beast, the sentience in its body was the manifestation of the sentient sword intent, so it had a natural affinity with sword-type artifacts. A blood beast, a sentient sword intent, and a monster insect body. When all these things were mixed together, Yang Kai didn't even know how to describe the monstrous monster insect queen. Unfortunately, it didn't have true sentience and wasn't a living creature. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have been looking forward to seeing how far it could grow. After observing the monster insect queen for a while and confirming that it was fine, Yang Kai found a place to sit down cross-legged, took a source condensing pill, and began to meditate in his mind while transforming his source chi. He wanted to comprehend the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method that Wu Mengchuan had taught him. At that time in the Bone Prison, although Yang Kai had also briefly reviewed this secret art and felt that it was incredibly powerful and incredible, he didn't have much time to study it carefully. Moreover, after learning about the origin of this secret art, Yang Kai also felt that Wu Mengchuan had ill intentions and was unwilling to cultivate such a secret art. However, not cultivating it did not mean that it was useless. Stones from other mountains could be used to polish jade. Perhaps one could pry into a thread of mystery from this set of cultivation methods. Yang Kai quickly entered a state of selflessness. Cultivating to this point, He had come into contact with a lot of secret arts and secret techniques, so he naturally had some insight. But after comprehending it, he found that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method was more mysterious and powerful than any secret art or secret technique he had come into contact with. Devouring all things with aura from the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and turning them into his own, when he reached the peak and achieved the Emperor physique, he could even devour the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. Yang Kai was shocked. The creator of this secret art, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, was definitely a madman. He even wanted to devour the stars and refine the heavens and earth. But on second thought, Yang Kai admired the heaven-devouring Great Emperor even more. Regardless of whether he was a madman or not, this person was definitely a heaven-defying genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to create such a secret art. There was a rumor that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method was not tolerated by the heavens and earth, which was not a rumor. Such a secret art was indeed not tolerated by the heavens and earth, nor by other emperors. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was eventually besieged by other emperors and fell into the Shattered Star Sea, which could be said to be his own fault. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware of the inappropriateness of this secret art. Devouring and refining everything in the world that contained world energy for one's own use sounded very tempting, and it could allow one to grow rapidly in a very short time, but this kind of unrestrained devouring and refining was bound to be accompanied by great hidden dangers. Devouring all kinds of energy into the same body, if one didn't have a strong ability to withstand and convert it, it would only lead to a conflict between different kinds of energy, and it was inevitable that it would become the demon race. The most obvious example was Wu Mengchuan. The old man's temperament was perverse, cruel, and ruthless. Even his loyal subordinates would be killed without batting an eyelid. Obviously, it had something to do with the cultivation method he practiced. Moreover, if the secret art was really so magical, then Wu Mengchuan wouldn't have been in the third-order Dao Source realm until now. He would have likely cultivated to the Emperor realm long ago. Useless. Yang Kai let out a long sigh. Such a top-notch secret art had fallen into his hands, but it had become useless to keep and a pity to discard, which really made him feel regretful. In any case, he would never joke about his own future by cultivating this heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method. There was more than one path to the Emperor realm. Chapter 1990. Just as Yang Kai was feeling sorry for the heaven-devouring battle law, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind and an exciting idea popped up in his mind. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics allowed one to devour the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's spiritual objects and use them as their own. The stone mongoose's innate divine technique allowed them to devour and refine all kinds of minerals, eliminating the impurities and preserving the essences to strengthen themselves. The two were shockingly similar in some aspects, and moreover, the stone mongoose was not made of flesh and blood. In terms of adaptability and endurance, what creature in the world could be stronger than them? For example, Xiao Xiao could devour and refine the sun's true essence, let alone other things. If the stone mongoose were to cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics, what would happen? Generally speaking, it was impossible for the Stone Puppet clan to cultivate any kind of secret art because although they were extremely talented and powerful, their intelligence was simply too low, making it impossible for them to comprehend the mysteries of any secret art, let alone cultivate it. The creator was extremely fair. He had given the stone mongoose a strong physique and great destructive power. He had even given them an extremely high growth rate. However, he had erased most of their intelligence. If the stone mongoose also had high intelligence, they would definitely become a race comparable to the ancient divine spirits. Moreover, all of them had such intelligence. This was an extremely terrifying thing. However, Yang Kai had a Dharmakaya. The Dharmakaya was originally transformed from the golden stone mongoose and merged with the entire floating continent. It was where Yang Kai's soul clone resided. The Dharmakaya was equivalent to Yang Kai's second body. The stone mongoose could not cultivate any battle tactics, but that did not mean the Dharmakaya could not. As he thought about it, Yang Kai's blood began to boil. He suddenly realized something. In the face of the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics, the Dharmakaya had a unique advantage in cultivation. He quickly used his divine telekinesis to retrieve the soul clone that was residing in the Dharmakaya. Then, he poured the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics and many of his previous understandings into the soul clone. Only then did he appear where the Dharmakaya was in a flash. The soul clone flew out again and entered the mountainous Dharmakaya's body. Then, the Dharmakaya took an extremely strange posture. It looked solemn and dignified as it cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics. At first, there was no movement, but as time passed, a cracking sound suddenly came from inside the huge embodiment. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, thinking that something had gone wrong with his cultivation, but after carefully examining the situation inside his soul clone, he discovered that something was amiss. But that was not the case. The cracking sound continued, followed by rustling noises. Large pieces of rock-like objects fell from the embodiment's body. As soon as they hit the ground, they turned into dust and scattered in all directions. Yang Kai's soul clone, and he couldn't help but grin. The heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics were indeed extraordinary. It was simply a top-notch cultivation method tailor-made for the Stone Mongoose clan. That was because the things that fell from the Dharmakaya were all impurities and useless things that had been devoured. Back then, the Dharmakaya had merged with the entire floating continent. For the past few years, it had been using the Stone Mongoose clan's divine technique to refine it. Unfortunately, the progress was very slow, so its body had always been huge and inconvenient to move. Yang Kai had never thought of using the Dharmakaya in many battles because of this reason. His body was too big. He wanted to get it out of the sealed world bead. It would consume a lot of divine sense. Why would Yang Kai use it unless he had no other choice? Based on the previous progress, Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least 10 or 20 years for the Dharmakaya to gradually shrink to a height of 100 feet. Only then could he use the Dharmakaya at will. But when that time really came, Yang Kai's strength was definitely not at its current level. How much help could a Dharmakaya comparable to a third-order origin king exert? In fact, Yang Kai had always had a headache about the Dharmakaya, but he had no good solution and could only ignore it. But now, the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics seemed to be able to solve this problem. The heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics, coupled with the Stone Mongoose clan's divine technique, allowed the Dharmakaya to refine impurities at a much faster speed. Countless impurities fell from the Dharmakaya, leaving behind only its essence. The Dharmakaya's outer shell seemed to have been peeled off. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the Dharmakaya could become another great help to Yang Kai. But that wasn't all. What excited Yang Kai the most was that the Dharmakaya also had a set of secret arts that could be cultivated to become stronger. The Stone Mongoose clan couldn't cultivate and could only use their divine technique to devour ores to strengthen themselves. Xiao Xiao had grown up this way. But now, not only did the Dharmakaya have the Stone Mongoose clan's divine technique, but it also had the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics. With this two-pronged approach, as long as there were enough materials, the Dharmakaya's strength could be greatly improved in a very short time. *DDD*, where the Dharmakaya was, a meteor shower began to fall. Countless impurities fell from its body and soon formed a thick layer on the ground. With his soul clone presiding over the Dharmakaya's cultivation, Yang Kai didn't need to pay much attention to it. As such, Yang Kai soon began to cultivate in peace nearby, concentrating on transforming the source qi in his body. The starlight in his body had been exhausted, so if he wanted to accelerate the transformation of his source qi, he could only rely on source condensing pills. Although the effect was slower than that of the starlight, the source condensing pills refined by Yang Kai were of high quality, so they weren't bad. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the speed at which he consumed source condensing pills was much faster than that of an ordinary origin king. For an ordinary third-order origin king cultivator, taking a single source condensing pill was enough to support their cultivation for about 3 days. In other words, during these 3 days, the source condensing pill's medicinal efficacies would remain active. But Yang Kai used up all of them in a single day. After thinking about it, he could only think of the reason for this because he was a Star Master. As a Star Master, perhaps the speed at which he transformed his source chi was much faster than that of an ordinary origin king. As such, the consumption of source condensing pills was also much greater. However, this was a good thing for Yang Kai. He didn't need to worry about source condensing pills now. He could just refine more once he ran out. What was most urgent right now was to completely transform his source chi as soon as possible and improve his combat effectiveness to reach the standard for breaking through to the Tao source realm. Time flew by and 7 days passed. Yang Kai walked out of the sealed world bead. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately noticed that someone had touched the barrier around his secluded home. After investigating further, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown, took out his identity token, and deactivated all the barriers. Outside the secluded home, a man dressed like a waiter was waiting anxiously, holding a communication artifact in his hand. He seemed to be constantly communicating with someone. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Come in." The waiter was taken aback when he heard this, but he was immediately overjoyed and quickly pushed the door open to enter. "Greetings, Alchemist Yang." The waiter quickly saluted. "No need to be polite. Did shopkeeper Kong ask you to come find me? What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked at him and asked. This waiter was a clerk from Spirit Pill Plaza. Yang Kai had seen him a few times before, so he recognized him. "Shopkeeper Kong said that you can go to the Pill Plaza as soon as you come out of seclusion. He has something important to discuss with you." Shopkeeper Kong is back? Kong Si-Ran had been invited by the City Lord's mansion to accompany him to Clear Jade Mountain to investigate the situation where the Luanfeng had appeared. Yang Kai knew about this, but that place was now engulfed in black flames, so nothing could be found. Calculating the time, it was about time for Kong Si-Ran to return. Shopkeeper Kong returned the day before yesterday. "Alchemist Yang, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you come with me to the Pill Plaza to talk with Shopkeeper Kong? Shopkeeper Kong has urged you many times," the waiter said with a smile. "All right, I'll go right away." Yang Kai nodded. Although he didn't know why Kong Si-Ran was in such a hurry to find him, he knew that something must have happened. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Kong Si-Ran to have a clerk stand guard at the entrance of his secluded home. Without needing to pack anything, Yang Kai immediately left the secluded home and rushed to Spirit Pill Plaza with the waiter. Not long after, they entered the Pill Plaza and Kong Si-Ran immediately pulled Yang Kai into a secret room. Seeing him acting so mysteriously, Yang Kai couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "What is Shopkeeper Kong doing?" Kong Si-Ran chuckled and said, "Alchemist Yang, there's good news." "What good news?" "Star Envoy Master is going to give us an opportunity. Don't you think that's a good thing?" "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned. Kong Si-Ran's words were so vague that it was difficult for him to understand. "It's like this." Kong Si-Ran poured a cup of tea for Yang Kai and said, "In 3 days, Star Envoy Master will open the 5-colored treasure pagoda in Maplewood City." 5-colored treasure pagoda? Yang Kai was even more confused. "What's that?" Kong Si-Ran suddenly opened his mouth wide, seemingly quite surprised that Yang Kai hadn't even heard of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. But after thinking about all the ignorant deeds Yang Kai had done before, Kong Si-Ran patted his head and said, "This Kong was confused and didn't explain it clearly to Alchemist Yang. Please don't take offense." Yang Kai wore an embarrassed expression, knowing that Kong Si-Ran was giving him face, so he didn't say anything and just stared at him seriously. "The 5-colored treasure pagoda is an emperor artifact." "An emperor artifact?" Yang Kai raised his brow. And among emperor artifacts, it is an extremely high-level one." Kong Si-Ran smiled slightly, seemingly very satisfied with the look on Yang Kai's face. "However, the 5-colored treasure pagoda is a very special emperor artifact. It has no offensive or defensive abilities. If it can't attack or defend, what can it be used for? For cultivation?" Although Yang Kai was a little ignorant about the star boundary, he still knew some common sense. The functions of an artifact were nothing more than offensive and defensive, so it could only be used for cultivation. More or less, Kong Si Ran chuckled. The five-colored treasure pagoda is used for experience, and it has always been a treasure that only the cultivator of Star Soul Palace is qualified to enter. Listening to shopkeeper Kang's words, could the interior of this five-colored treasure pagoda be a world of its own? Yang Kai immediately thought of this possibility. Kong Si Ran looked at Yang Kai in amazement and said with admiration, Alchemist Yang is really sharp and quick-witted. And the interior of this five-colored treasure pagoda is indeed a world of its own, an extremely mysterious one at that. Chapter 1991. After listening to Kong Si Ran's explanation, Yang Kai finally understood what was going on. The five-colored treasure pagoda was a supreme treasure of Star Soul Palace and was extremely famous in the Star Boundary. This was not just because it was an emperor artifact, but also because it was extremely special. The interior of the five-colored treasure pagoda was a world of its own, somewhat similar to the sealed world bead, but much more complete than the sealed world bead in Yang Kai's hands. It was rumored that the five-colored treasure pagoda was born in the hands of great emperors Mingyu, the master of Star Soul Palace, but in fact, before the great emperors became famous, the five-colored treasure pagoda had already taken shape. However, it was later obtained by the great emperors Mingyu and refined into its final form. The space inside the five-colored treasure pagoda was said to be an ancient battlefield that contained many ancient treasures and spirit grasses. The terrain of the battlefield was unpredictable and had always been stored inside Star Soul Palace. It was the most popular and easiest place for Star Soul Palace disciples to go to for life experience. As long as a disciple of Star Soul Palace met certain requirements, they could enter the five-colored treasure pagoda for life experience. There, they could refine their cultivation, improve their combat skills, comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, and comprehend the mysteries of their territory's principles. Although the five-colored treasure pagoda had existed for countless years and countless cultivators had entered it to gain experience and seek out opportunities that belonged to them, the number of treasures inside had never decreased. The reason for this was simple. Entering the five-colored treasure pagoda was not without risk. Many of the disciples of Star Soul Palace had died inside, and the space rings of those cultivators had naturally become the remnants of the five-colored treasure pagoda, serving as targets for the next batch of cultivators to find. The entire five-colored treasure pagoda was divided into 5 levels. The first and second levels were for Origin King Realm cultivators, while the third and fourth levels were for Tao Source Realm cultivators. As for the highest 5th level, it was for the Emperor Realm cultivator to experience and pursue the Great Tao. Inside the five-colored treasure pagoda, there were not only hidden ancient artifacts and spirit grasses and spirit medicines that had grown for countless years. What tempted the cultivator the most was the power of the laws of heaven and earth and the origin of the stars that occasionally appeared briefly. This was because it was a dilapidated ancient battlefield. In the ancient times, countless powerful experts fought there, shattering the heaven and earth, shattering the stars, and collapsing the natural laws. That was why it was inside the pagoda. There were also many fragmented laws of nature and incomplete star sources. Both of them were incomplete, but they contained many mysteries and wonders. If a cultivator could comprehend them, they would be of great help to any cultivator. After the Origin King Realm was the Tao Source Realm, where a cultivator would begin to comprehend world principles. However, at the Tao Source Realm, a cultivator could only use simple world principles. To truly use the laws for one's own use and to enforce the law with one's words was a profound mystery that only the experts of the Emperor Realm could touch upon. In the Star Boundary, countless Origin King Realm cultivators had completely transformed their source chi but were still unable to break through to the Tao Source Realm. The biggest shackle was that they were unable to comprehend the world principles. It was for this reason that Star Master cultivators were so popular in the Star Boundary. For example, Yang Kai had already begun to comprehend the world principles of Shadowed Star when he was just an Origin returning realm cultivator. Although that was only the world principles of a single cultivation star, which could not be compared to the world principles of the entire Star Boundary. However, if one understood one principle, one could understand all other principles. Yang Kai could be considered to have just begun to comprehend the world principles, so he would not face too many bottlenecks when breaking through to the Tao Source realm in the future. He would even have a unique advantage when breaking through to the Emperor realm. However, this kind of welcome was not just from the appreciation and expectation of a master. It was more from envy and plunder. The actions of Yin Lushang of Netherworld sect were the best examples. As such, Yang Kai would not expose the secret of his Star Master status. So, Alchemist Yang should understand why the 5-colored treasure pagoda is open. Do you understand how beneficial it is to us? Kong Si Ran asked with a bright face. I understand. If that's the case, then the 5-colored treasure pagoda is indeed a good place to go. Yang Kai nodded. That's not all. Kong Si Ran smiled faintly. Kong Si Ran smiled slightly. Alchemist Yang. You also know that Maplewood City is filled with dragons and snakes mixed in with snakes. Countless forces, large and small, have arrived. So after Sir Star Envoy opened the 5-colored treasure pagoda, how could these top forces not express their gratitude? What Shopkeeper Kong means is, Yang Kai trembled as he suddenly thought of a possibility. Hehehe, I won't hide it from Alchemist Yang, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, Azure Sun Temple, and many other great forces have all taken out a batch of precious materials and placed them inside the pagoda. Not only are there pills inside, but there are also secret arts, secret techniques, and even Tao Source-grade artifacts. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. If this was really the case, then the entire Maplewood City would be boiling with excitement. In the past, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for a cultivator who cultivated on their own or came from a low background to obtain some benefits from a great force. But this time, such a great opportunity had arrived. Countless treasures were hidden inside the pagoda, waiting for those who were fated to find them. How could any cultivator not rush to obtain them? Heavenly Martial Holy Land even took out 3 Tao Source fruits and placed them inside. Kong Si Ran's expression suddenly became excited, and even his voice trembled. Alchemist Yang, as an alchemist, I'm afraid you know the role of Tao Source fruits better than anyone else. Tao Source fruits used to refine Tao Source pills? Yang Kai exclaimed. Exactly. Kong Si Ran could not suppress the trembling of his hands and spilled water from his teacup. Tao Source fruits. In the entire star boundary, only a few top great forces can cultivate Tao Source fruits, and in the Southern Territory, even Star Soul Palace does not have a Tao Source fruit tree. Heavenly Martial Holy Land is the only one, and only 6 Tao Source fruits are produced every 10 years. Heavenly Martial Holy Land is really bleeding a lot this time. Does Shopkeeper Kong want this Tao Source fruit? Yang Kai saw the strange look on his face and immediately guessed. Of course this old master wants it. Kong Si Ran smiled bitterly. To tell you the truth, Alchemist Yang, this old master has been stuck in the Third Order Origin King realm for more than 200 years. This old master also knows that his aptitude is not high, and if nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid he will be stuck outside the Tao Source realm for the rest of his life. But if there is really a Tao Source fruit, this old master can still break through his bottleneck. Whether he succeeds or not, there is always a glimmer of hope. Although Kong Si Ran was the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza and was considered a member of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, because his strength was not high and his status in Violet Source Chamber of Commerce was not high, he did not have the means to obtain a Tao Source pill from the Chamber of Commerce. A single Tao Source pill could create a Tao Source realm cultivator, and Violet Source Chamber of Commerce would not casually bestow it to its subordinates. Only those with corresponding contributions would be granted. Kong Si Ran had to stay in Maplewood City for another 100 to 200 years, and if he made a certain achievement during this period, he might be granted a Tao Source pill. Yang Kai could somewhat understand Kong Si Ran's excitement. A single Tao Source fruit could be used to refine a furnace of pills, and the limit of a furnace of Tao Source pills was 9. So, as long as he could obtain a Tao Source fruit, no matter who refined it, he would be able to obtain at least 1 or 2 Tao Source pills. Once he broke through to the Tao Source realm, his status in Violet Source Chamber of Commerce would be completely different, and he would no longer have to stay in a small place like Maplewood City. Not to mention Kong Si Ran's desire, Yang Kai also had a need for a Tao source pill. Once he finished transforming his source chi and peered into the mysteries of principles, he would be qualified to break through to the Tao source realm. At that time, a Tao source pill could greatly increase his chances of breaking through. Alchemist Yang, you won't miss the trip to the five-colored treasure pagoda, right? Kong Si Ran calmed down and asked Yang Kai. Of course I will go and watch such a grand event. Yang Kai smiled slightly. That's good. That's good. Kong Si Ran laughed. Kong Si Ran laughed. If you miss this opportunity, you will never be able to enter the five-colored treasure pagoda in your life. But shopkeeper Kong, if this is really the case, then this experience will be extremely dangerous. You and I are both third-order Origin Kings, so we don't have to worry about facing Origin King realm enemies. But what if we encounter a Tao Source Realm Master? Haha, Alchemist Yang is overthinking things. Kong Si Ran waved his hand and smiled. Kong Si Ran smiled and waved his hand. Opening the five-colored treasure pagoda is not so easy. Sir Star Emissary was kind enough to allow the cultivators of my Maplewood City to enter. But how could he open the entire five-colored treasure pagoda? This time, only the first and second layers will be opened, so only cultivators at the Origin King realm and below can enter. No Tao Source Realm cultivators will be allowed to enter. Is that so? Yang Kai was stunned, but after thinking about it for a moment, it was understandable. The five-colored treasure pagoda was an emperor artifact, so opening it once would definitely consume a lot of energy. No matter how strong the Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace was, it was impossible for him to open the entire pagoda. If that were the case, Star Soul Palace would suffer a great loss. However, if this was the case, Yang Kai would be happy to see it happen. As long as there was no Tao Source Realm cultivator, he had nothing to fear. He just had to be careful of the dangers inside the pagoda. Indeed, I called Alchemist Yang here in a hurry to inform you of this matter. This news has not been officially spread yet, and only those who followed Star Envoy Master into Clear Jade Mountain know about it. I also received this news from the City Lord's Master. Since Alchemist Yang knows about it, please make preparations. Many thanks for Shopkeeper Kang's reminder, Yang Kai said gratefully. Alchemist Yang is too polite. Without you, Spirit Pill Plaza's future would be bleak. This can be considered a small repayment from this old master, so there is no need to worry. In that case, this Yang will take his leave first. I really need to go back and prepare. Yang Kai got up and said, See you in 3 days. Kong Si Ran cupped his fists slightly. Yang Kai nodded and quickly left Spirit Pill Plaza. Returning to his secluded home again, Yang Kai took out the herbs he had collected from the medicine garden in the mysterious small world and immediately began to refine spirit pills. Although the ones who entered were all Origin Kings and below, so Yang Kai was not worried about encountering strong enemies. The more spirit pills he had, the better. If he encountered an emergency, they could be used to help him. There were a lot of herbs, so Yang Kai refined one furnace after another without any distractions. Chapter 1992. The next day, the news that Star Soul Palace's five-colored treasure pagoda was about to open spread throughout Maplewood City. Countless cultivator cheered excitedly, praising Star Soul Palace's generosity. Only a few Tao Source Realm Masters were indignant. After all, the opening of the five-colored treasure pagoda this time had nothing to do with them. For a time, Maplewood City's pharmacies, artifact shops, and many other shops were overcrowded. The five-colored treasure pagoda would open in 2 days, so the cultivator naturally wanted to be well prepared. They did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to buy a large number of life-saving and restorative spirit pills. They even gritted their teeth and bought artifacts that they had been reluctant to buy before. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Every cultivator understood this simple truth. If they wanted to gain anything from the five-colored treasure pagoda and escape unscathed, they had to make more thorough preparations. Mo Shaoqi had obviously also received the news and was very interested. She even used a sound bead to inform Yang Kai that they would enter the five-colored treasure pagoda together in 2 days. Yang Kai agreed, feeling a little guilty in his heart. Mo Xiaoqi had informed him as soon as she received the news, but he had already known about it in advance and had forgotten to inform Mo Xiaoqi. If she wanted to go to the five-colored treasure pagoda, Yang Kai would certainly not stop her. Although this girl was simple and could even be said to be ignorant of worldly affairs, she was like a hedgehog. No one in the Origin King realm would be able to do anything to her. Yang Kai continued to focus on alchemy. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, in a secret room, a man and a woman were sitting cross-legged 10 meters across from each other. The man was about 40 years old, with a deep aura and a dignified appearance. He was wearing a black robe with a symbol of stars embroidered in silver thread on his chest. Although these stars were inanimate objects, they looked very real. They flickered with a mysterious light. Silver Star Envoy. Only the Silver Star emissary of the Star Soul Palace dared to wear this kind of attire. It was a symbol embroidered with silver thread. This was the characteristic of a Silver Star Envoy. In the Star Soul Palace, Star Envoys were divided into 3 ranks. From top to bottom, they were Gold Star Envoys, Silver Star Envoys, and Bronze Star Envoys. Even the lowest rank, Bronze Star Envoys, required a First-Order Emperor Realm Master to serve. This middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s was a Silver Star Envoy, which meant that his cultivation had reached the Second-Order Emperor Realm. As for the legendary Venus Emissary, he was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Over the years, the number of times Star Soul Palace had sent out Gold Star Envoys could be counted on one hand. In fact, many ordinary people in the Emperor Realm hadn't even seen Gold Star Envoys. In the entire Star Soul Palace, there were only 3 Golden Star Envoys, and no one knew where they were or what they were doing. Opposite the Silver Star Emissary, she had bright eyes, white teeth, and a picturesque face. Her jet-black hair was soft and straight, and her beautiful eyes were like a pool of clear water, without the slightest impurity. The woman wore a long blue dress, which was decorated with luxurious and small gemstones. These gemstones were not ordinary either, and each of them was emitting a mysterious energy fluctuation. She sat there with her legs crossed, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Her aura was fluctuating, and from time to time it resonated with the world principles. She was on the verge of a breakthrough. The woman's cultivation was at the peak of the Third-Order Origin King realm, and if she broke through, she would naturally reach the Tao Source realm. Your Highness, are you all right? Although the man in his 40s was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, when facing this woman who was at the peak of the Origin King realm, he still acted respectfully. However, her tone was still respectful, which clearly showed that this woman's status was not low. Hearing this, the woman nodded gently and said, "I'm fine for the time being. AI, Your Highness, you are too capricious." The Silver Star Emissary looked annoyed. "You tricked me with the fake face bead and left Star Soul Palace with me. When we return this time, we will be punished by the great emperors." Hearing this, the woman stuck out her tongue and said, "Uncle Xiao, don't be afraid. When the time comes, Sun will plead for you. You are my father's old brother, so he won't really punish you." "You?" Xiao Yuyang glanced at Lan Sun and gloated. "You can't even protect yourself now, so how can you plead for me? The great emperors said that when you return to Star Soul Palace, you will be grounded for 10 years. 10 years? Lan Sun exclaimed and wailed. "You might as well kill me. It's too boring to stay in Star Soul Palace all day, so I wanted to come out and have some fun." "Then you should have chosen a good time." Xiao Yuyang had a helpless look on his face as he smiled bitterly. "You knew you were about to break through, so why didn't you stay in Star Soul Palace and take the risk of leaving?" When Lan Sun heard this, she couldn't help but lower her head and muttered, "I heard about the appearance of divine spirits, but I have never seen one before, so I wanted to come and see the fun. You are the daughter of the great emperors, your body is priceless. Do you think you won't be able to see divine spirits in the future? If all else fails, let the great emperors take you to Dragon Island as a guest, where divine spirits are everywhere. What's there to see about a few big snakes?" Lan Sun looked indifferent. "A few big snakes." Xiao Yuyang's mouth twitched. A dignified second-order Emperor Realm Master was speechless for a while, so he let out a long sigh and said, "Forget it. Now that you can't suppress your breakthrough aura, it's too late to send you back to Star Soul Palace." The great emperors also agreed to let me open the entrance to the five-colored treasure pagoda here. The great emperors will open the real treasure pagoda on the other side and let you enter to break through. In order to deceive the public, we even declared that this was an opportunity that our Star Soul Palace had given to the cultivators of this city. After much difficulty, we managed to convince those from the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, and Azure Sun Temple to help. Otherwise, with my strength alone, I wouldn't have been able to achieve this. However, you must be careful when the time comes. I will use a secret technique to send you directly to the third layer. Find a good place there and comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao. Absorb as much of the broken world principles and stars source as possible. This will be of great benefit to your future growth. I know. Do you know how to draw in the broken world principles and stars source? Father taught me before, and I also learned a set of secret techniques. That's good. But unfortunately, Your Highness is not a star master. If you had succeeded in refining the stars source a few years ago, you would have gained more benefits this time. Lan Sun pursed her lips and smiled. Uncle Xiao is not a star master either, but he still managed to cultivate to the second-order Emperor realm. Although the body of a Star Lord had many conveniences on the path of cultivation, it was not without its advantages. Sun is very confident in herself and believes that one day, she will be able to reach father's height. Xiao Yuyang was shocked when he heard this and laughed. Good. It's good that Your Highness is so ambitious. Unfortunately, Your Highness is not a man. Lan Sun immediately snorted. So what if I'm a man? Am I worse than those men? What Uncle Xiao means is, if you were a man, Uncle Xiao would definitely drink and chat with you. Xiao Yuyang quickly changed the topic without any sense of awkwardness. I don't want to. It stinks. I don't know what's so good about it. Haha. Xiao Yuyang did not say much about this matter and instead solemnly said, Your Highness, the most important thing this time is to break through to your current realm. Of course, if you have enough time, you can also experience the third layer. There are many good things on the third layer, many of which even us old fogies may not be able to obtain. In the five-colored treasure pagoda, what matters most is opportunity and fortune. Strength and cultivation are actually secondary. Sun will remember. 2 days passed by in a flash. On this day, Maplewood City was bustling with activity as everyone gathered in the huge square in front of the City Lord's mansion. Origin returning realm masters and Origin kings. All of them were beaming with joy while all the other cultivators, except for these two, wore gloomy and sullen expressions. This could not be helped though, as Tao Source Realm Masters were not allowed to enter the five-colored treasure pagoda this time, and any cultivator below the Origin returning realm knew they did not have the strength to enter, so naturally, they would not join in the fun. Many Origin returning realm masters did not even have the courage to do so. Those who had the courage to enter the five-colored treasure pagoda were those who had no regard for life or death and were prepared to seek opportunities inside. In front of the City Lord's mansion, a high platform had been built at some point. Atop this high platform, several cultivators of various ages were seated. When everyone looked at them, their faces were filled with respect and worship. After all, these people were all masters from the Emperor realm. Those who had not reached the Emperor realm were not qualified to sit here. Even Maplewood City's City Lord, Duan Yuan Shan, could only bow and smile as he stood to the side. Duan Yuan Shan was a second-order Tao Source Realm Master, and in normal times he would definitely be the king of Maplewood City, but at this moment, in front of these masters from the Emperor realm, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Time passed quietly. More and more cultivators gathered. Everyone was looking around, searching for the legendary treasure of Star Soul Palace, the five-colored treasure pagoda. They wanted to see its true appearance. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find anything. However, some people who knew some inside information said that the real five-colored treasure pagoda was not here, nor was it carried by the Star Envoy Master. Although this was the southern territory and no one dared to be disrespectful to Star Soul Palace, it was still a palace guardian treasure, so how could it be carried around? This time, opening the five-colored treasure pagoda was mainly because the Star Envoy Master had joined forces with many cultivators from the Emperor Realm to rely on the Grand Divine Technique and some masters from Star Soul Palace's headquarters to open a passage into the five-colored treasure pagoda. So, even if the pagoda was not here, it could still be entered. Yang Kai stood in the crowd, listening to the conversations of the surrounding cultivators, and soon learned this news. This cleared his doubts. He had also thought that the Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace carried the five-colored treasure pagoda with him, but he could not understand why. Now, he finally understood. While he was waiting, someone patted him on the shoulder, followed by Mo Shao-Chi's voice, "Big Brother Yang." Yang Kai turned his head and saw Mo Shao-Chi standing next to him with a smile. Beside her, countless cultivators were grimacing as they looked at her with fear. Chapter 1993. Describing Mo Shao-Chi as a hedgehog was the most appropriate description, so wherever she passed, the cultivator would feel pain and avoid her. For a time, the place where she and Yang Kai were standing became a vacuum of space with a radius of 15 meters, and no one dared to approach. "Big Brother Yang, I finally found you. There are so many people here," Mo Shao-Chi said as she turned her head and looked around, like a country bumpkin who had just entered a big city. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile and said softly, "Shao-Chi, what's wrong?" Mo Shao-Chi turned her head, but in the next moment, her beautiful face paled as she covered her mouth with her small hand and pointed to Yang Kai's shoulder. "Ah, Big Brother Yang, your shoulder is bleeding. Who attacked you? It's too hateful." It's fine. Yang Kai's face was calm, as if he had long been accustomed to this. Circulating his secret art slightly, he stopped the bleeding and said, "Just don't touch me casually next time, otherwise, I may die from blood loss." Mo Shao-Chi was startled for a moment before her face quickly turned red, lowering her head and pinching her clothes with both hands, as if she was trying to play with them. "Ha ha, Alchemist Yang, so you're here." At that moment, Kong Si Rant's hearty laughter came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Shopkeeper Kong striding over. "Shopkeeper Kong." Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly. Seeing Alchemist Yang's confident appearance, this Kong is relieved. It seems Alchemist Yang has prepared well this time. This Yang only hopes to retreat unscathed. Alchemist Yang is too modest. There are countless opportunities in the five-colored treasure pagoda. Alchemist Yang will definitely return with a bountiful harvest. "Oh, this girl is... Oh, Shao-Chi is my friend." Yang Kai introduced Mo Shao-Chi to Kong Si Ran. Mo Shao-Chi was simple and naive. However, she wasn't an overly friendly person, so she just nodded lightly and stood quietly beside Yang Kai. "Alchemist Yang," this old man asked the master from the Chamber of Commerce headquarters about some news. "After entering the five-colored treasure pagoda, I'm afraid we'll be separated and won't be able to join forces," Kong Si Ran said with some disappointment. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "Could it be that after entering, the location of the appearance is not fixed?" It was not his first time entering various sealed world and independent spaces for experience, so he was quite experienced in this regard. When Kong Si Ran mentioned this, he immediately thought of a possibility. "Indeed," Kong Si Ran nodded solemnly. "The space inside the five-colored treasure pagoda is an ancient battlefield. The laws of heaven and earth are extremely broken, and there are many uncertain factors. Therefore, even if the cultivator works together to enter, they will appear in different locations." Before this old master had hoped to travel together with Alchemist Yang, but now it seems that has become wishful thinking. Yang Kai smiled and said, "We can't join hands. I'm afraid the others won't be able to join forces either. That's fine too. Everyone will rely on their own abilities." Alchemist Yang is right. This old master also thought of this point, so he specially came to inform you that you must be careful when you enter. Inside the five-colored treasure pagoda, there are many natural traps and barriers. If origin kings like us fall into them, it is very likely that we will die. Every year, countless disciples of Star Soul Palace die here. You must not be careless. Many thanks for shopkeeper Kang's reminder. I will be careful. Yang Kai gently nodded. The two stood in place and chatted casually for a while. By the way, shopkeeper Kong, who are those people sitting up there? Yang Kai gestured to the high platform in front of the city lord's mansion with his eyes and asked. Kong Si Ran smiled wryly. In fact, this old master only recognizes 3 of them. The second one from the left is Master Lu Qi, vice president of my Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. The third one is Master Zhang Yuan, vice president of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. And the one in the middle is Master Xiao Yuyang, Silver Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace. As for the rest, this old master only knows their origins, but not their names. Yang Kai nodded and was about to say something when Mo Xiao Qi's voice came from the side. The first one on the left is Chun, Wen Hao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land. The first on the right is Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple, and the second on the right is Gao Shui Ting of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai and Kong Si Ran looked at Mo Xiao Qi in amazement. You know all of them? Yang Kai asked. Mo Xiao Qi giggled. I have seen many of the names and portraits of the masters of the Emperor Realm, so I know a little. Besides Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yuyang, who is a second-order Emperor Realm Master, the rest are all first-order emperors. This old master admires young ladies' knowledge. Kong Si Ran cupped his fists in admiration. Mo Xiao Qi quickly waved her hand. It's nothing. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, because when Kong Si Ran introduced the masters of the Emperor Realm, even if others couldn't hear them, he would still address them as master to show respect. But Mo Xiao Qi directly called them by their names. It was obvious that this girl didn't care much about these masters. However, at this moment, in this small Maplewood city, a total of 6 masters of the Emperor Realm had gathered. It seemed that all the top forces of the Southern Territory had sent people here. This was a grand occasion. No wonder even City Lord Duan Yuanshan had to stand aside with a smile. The time had not yet arrived, so even though many cultivators were waiting anxiously, they didn't dare to show it. Moreover, not many people in the square in front of the City Lord's mansion dared to speak loudly. After all, with 6 masters of the Emperor Realm sitting in front of them, who would dare to act presumptuously? Yet, there was someone who didn't know the difference between life and death, hawking his wares here. The 9 Transformations Soul Return Pill is a top-notch healing panacea. If you want to buy it, you'd better buy it now. As long as you're still breathing, you'll be as lively as a dragon and as lively as a tiger. There are only 3 of them and they're family heirlooms. Don't waste them. A shout suddenly rang out in the crowd. All the cultivators were startled and immediately rushed to the source of the voice. If one were to ask what kind of spirit pills were the most popular in Maplewood City in the past 2 days, the answer would obviously be all kinds of healing spirit pills. After all, many cultivators had to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda. So who could guarantee that they wouldn't be injured inside? Therefore, the cultivators had already swept up all the healing spirit pills in the major stores, causing the price of healing spirit pills in Maplewood City to increase by more than 3 times. But the supply still couldn't meet the demand. No matter how expensive the price was, could it compare to one's life? Perhaps a single healing spirit pill could save one's life at a critical moment. So naturally, the cultivators wouldn't be stingy with it. As early as last night, the healing spirit pills in Maplewood City had been sold out. Not to mention high-grade healing spirit pills, even the most ordinary pills had all been sold out. At this moment, in this square, someone was actually shouting for the 9 Revolutions life-restoring pill, which had the effect of regrowing flesh and bones and reviving the dead, so how could it not attract everyone's attention? This voice. Yang Kai and Mo Xiao Qi looked at each other and couldn't help feeling suspicious. Why does it sound so familiar? Come and buy it. Come and buy it. The 9 Revolutions life-restoring pill is refined from the legendary Immortal Source Liquid. You should know about the Immortal Source Liquid, right? It is the essence condensed from the immortal tree, a single drop every 1,000 years. It is 10,000 times more precious than 10,000-year stone milk. It is supplemented with many rare herbs and is personally refined by an emperor-grade alchemy grandmaster. Don't miss it. The sounds of hawking were still going on. Yang Kai suddenly remembered who the owner of this voice was. Mo Xiaoqi obviously also reacted, grit her teeth, and shouted angrily, "It's that old swindler." Saying so, she rushed out. Relying on her advantage of being a human-shaped hedgehog, Mo Xiaoqi forcibly cut a bloody path through the bustling crowd and rushed directly to the seller, shouting, "You old swindler, you're actually trying to swindle people again? Just watch how I teach you a good lesson today." The seller looked up and also recognized Mo Xiaoqi, causing his heart to skip a beat. Without waiting for Mo Xiaoqi to react, he suddenly pointed behind Mo Xiaoqi as his eyes widened, as if he had just seen a goddess descend to the mortal world, his eyes shining brightly as he exclaimed, "Wow, the 5-colored treasure pagoda." Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this and turned around to look. Where was the 5-colored treasure pagoda? It was completely empty. I was fooled again. Mo Xiaoqi quickly reacted and quickly turned around. The old swindler was nowhere to be seen. He had long since disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Mo Xiaoqi stomped her foot angrily. 1,000 meters away, somewhere in the crowd, a sloppy-looking old man with a goatee and sloppy clothes exhaled softly and muttered to himself, "That was close. I was almost caught. Why is my life so bitter? That little girl is too much. She wants to hunt me down for just a few thousand source crystals. So bitter. So bitter. How miserable." After feeling sorry for himself for a while, he suddenly tugged at the clothes of a man next to him and whispered, "Little brother, you also want to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Do you need a healing pill to ensure your safety?" "Oh? Does old sir have a healing pill for sale?" The man suddenly became interested. "Hehehe." The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth as he mysteriously took out a jade bottle from his clothes and said with a mysterious expression, 9 Revolution Soul Restoring Pill. This spirit pill is passed down from my ancestors. Little brother, please take a look." Seeing Mo Xiaoqi walk back angrily, Yang Kai knew that she must have returned empty-handed. However, Yang Kai felt quite strange because when he was in the black market, he had some contact with this old man and did not find anything special about him. The only difference was that this old man was a bit wretched, so at first glance, he was obviously not a good person. However, after Mo Xiaoqi rushed out just now, Yang Kai's divine sense had been locked onto this old man. But in just an instant, the old man had shaken off his pursuit and disappeared. This old man was not easy to deal with. This surprised Yang Kai greatly. After all, his current divine sense was far stronger than his current cultivation, almost reaching the level of the Tao Source realm, yet the other party was still able to miraculously escape his pursuit. It was obvious that this old man was not an ordinary person. But then again, most people would not go around swindling others or using tricks that could easily be seen through. Chapter 1994. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. On the high platform, Duan Yuan Shan, who had been bowing and smiling apologetically, quickly walked over to Xiao Yuyang and whispered a few words to him. After receiving an affirmative answer, he turned around and shouted loudly, "Friends of Maplewood City, please be quiet." When everyone heard this, they immediately understood that the meat of the show was about to begin and immediately fell silent as they stared towards the high platform. Duan Yuan Shan smiled slightly and cupped his fists. "We are indebted to Silver Star Envoy Master Xiao from Star Soul Palace for opening the 5-colored treasure pagoda in my Maplewood City. We also received the assistance of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, Azure Sun Temple, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, investing a large number of precious treasures, secret arts, martial skills, and artifacts into this pagoda. My Maplewood City is eternally grateful to all of you for your kindness today. On behalf of all the friends of Maplewood City, this Duan thanks all of you for opening the 5-colored treasure pagoda in my Maplewood City. I hope that all of you will be able to reach new heights in the future, and I wish all of you As soon as Duan Yuan Shan opened his mouth, he was full of praise and flattery, obviously prepared for this. But before he could finish speaking, Xiao Yuyang frowned impatiently and said, "Enough nonsense. Get to the point." Although he was reprimanded in front of countless cultivators in the city, Duan Yuan Shan did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction and instead nodded quickly before continuing. "The time has come, Master. Please open the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Once you enter the pagoda, life, death, wealth, and riches will be up to heaven." As soon as these words fell, the 6 cultivators from the Emperor realm stood up one after another. Below the high platform, countless eyes also turned towards these 6 people. Xiao Yuyang, who was in the middle, let out a long roar as he suddenly formed a series of mysterious seals with his hands, causing the surrounding world energy to hum. A vigorous pressure burst from his body, causing many Origin King Realm cultivator to feel both yearning and fear. Not only the Origin King Realm cultivator, but even the other 5 cultivators from the Emperor Realm were staring at Xiao Yuyang intently at this moment. It was as if they wanted to see some kind of clue from his movements. Xiao Yuyang's movements were extremely fast, his hands flying about, leaving behind only a series of afterimages, making it look as if he had grown countless arms. Accompanied by a soft shout, Xiao Yuyang suddenly pointed his finger forward. Somewhere in front of him, a mysterious rune pattern suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yuyang continued to use his finger as a brush, the world principles as ink, and the void as cloth. Runes slowly appeared one after another, and as soon as these runes appeared, they began to flow according to a certain pattern. It was like a living creature. Chi 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 sounds rang out incessantly. An inexplicable force sputtered into the void, bursting toward level 4. Not long after, a huge circular rune pattern about 10 feet in radius appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Xiao Yuyang shouted again, "Many thanks for your hard work." As soon as he finished speaking, the other 5 from the Emperor realm moved. Their figures flickered, and they stood in 5 different positions. The 5 of them used their own methods to pour their pure and huge source chi into the rune pattern. The whole pattern began to spin. As the power of the 6 masters from the Emperor realm poured in, the pattern spun faster and faster, making everyone who looked at it feel a little dizzy and uncomfortable. The faces of the 6 from the Emperor realm were solemn, and it seemed that pouring in their own source chi like this consumed a lot of their energy. After a while, except for Xiao Yuyang, the other 5 people all looked a little pale. Fortunately, this process did not last long. When the huge rune pattern suddenly turned into a light gate and stabilized, Xiao Yuyang shouted again, "Great Emperors, please act." As soon as he finished speaking, a palm flashed from within the door of light. It was as if some kind of barrier had been shattered, and the shadow of a pagoda suddenly appeared inside the stable light gate. The pagoda exuded a 5-colored light and was so tall that no one could see its true appearance. 5-colored treasure pagoda. Below the high platform, the cultivator who saw this scene exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes widened as they stared greedily at the pagoda exuding a 5-colored light. This was obviously the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace, the famous emperor artifact of the entire star boundary, the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Countless people had only heard rumors about this pagoda, but had never seen it with their own eyes. Now, not only did they see it, they would also be entering it later. Thinking of this, the breathing of the cultivator could not help but quicken. "Thank you for your hard work." Xiao Yuyang sighed softly and nodded lightly to the other 5. The 5 people seemed to have consumed a lot of their strength, so they did not say anything after hearing this. Instead, they returned to their original positions and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. At this moment, a space ring appeared in Xiao Yuyang's hand. He smiled slightly and threw the space ring into the light gate, shaking it with his hand. The space ring instantly shattered, and from the inside of the ring, hundreds and thousands of different colored lights shot out like arrows towards the 5-colored treasure pagoda. It's the treasures taken out by those great forces. I saw an artifact. Wow, that wouldn't be the Tao source fruit, right? If I can obtain this fruit, I can also break through to the Tao source realm. There are only 3 Dao source fruits, but there are tens of thousands of people gathered here. Do you think you can obtain the Dao source fruit? If I can't obtain it, don't even think about it. After learning that these lights turned out to be the treasures placed inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda by several great forces, everyone became excited, especially the existence of the Dao source fruit, which stimulated the nerves and blood of these Origin King Realm cultivator the most. Although they were excited, no one dared to act without permission. After all, Xiao Yuyang was still watching. Xiao Yuyang smiled lightly. Everyone, you may enter. As soon as his voice fell, how could the cultivators who had been waiting for a long time still be able to hold themselves back? They all used their movement skills and secret techniques to rush towards the light gate, lest they be slower than others. For a time, the square in front of the city lord's mansion was very noisy and chaotic. Before anyone could enter, some cultivators were already fighting over who should enter first. Xiao Yuyang didn't care about this, his eyes instead staring at a certain woman in the crowd. Seeing this woman looking towards him, he gently nodded and secretly flicked his finger, sending a soft force towards her. Yang Kai's group of 3 was also mixed in the crowd and was pushed back and forth by the chaotic flow of people, suffering greatly. However, those cultivators who accidentally touched Mo Shaoqi suffered great misfortune as they felt as if they had been pricked by sharp needles, causing them great pain and forcing them to avoid her. When Yang Kai saw this, he immediately signaled to Mo Shaoqi with his eyes. Mo Shaoqi understood and led the way without hesitation. After a series of twists and turns, they finally arrived near the light gate and rushed in. The familiar feeling of being teleported came again, but Yang Kai stabilized his divine sense and remained unmoved. A moment later, his vision blurred as he arrived in a very special environment. He immediately noticed that the world energy here was not rich and was actually quite thin. However, in this world, there was a kind of power that made all cultivators scramble for it, principal strength. Although the principal strength here gave off a very strange feeling, as it was not as complete as the outside world and was instead in a fragmented state, it was precisely because of this state that one could better comprehend and understand. It was no wonder that the 5-colored treasure pagoda was a must-visit place for Star Soul Palace's disciples. In this special environment, Star Soul Palace's cultivator could touch the threshold of principal strength more easily than others. Although the fragmented principal strength had its shortcomings, making it impossible for one to understand its true mysteries, it was still the best place to start. After a cultivator reached the Origin King Realm was the Dao Source Realm, and if they wanted to break through to the Dao Source Realm, they had to comprehend the world principles. Star Soul Palace had a treasure like the 5-colored treasure pagoda, so it was at least 30% easier for its disciples to break through to the Dao Source Realm. This was an extremely terrifying probability. Just as this thought crossed Yang Kai's mind, he heard an extremely shrill scream coming from not far away. Startled, Yang Kai quickly turned his head to look. He found that not far from him, a cultivator who had arrived here first had his throat bitten by a crocodile-like monster beast, blood spurting out like a fountain. The cultivator clutched his throat with both hands but was unable to stop the blood from flowing out. In addition, there were more crocodile-like monster beast biting into his thigh and arm, frantically dragging him under the grass. Gu Lulu. In just the blink of an eye, this cultivator had disappeared, leaving behind only the turbid mud and the filthy water. This place was actually a swamp. The unfortunate cultivator had obviously arrived here before Yang Kai, but after being teleported, he had felt a brief sense of dizziness and had not been able to react in time. In that situation just now, even if Yang Kai wanted to take action, it would have been too late. The ferocious beasts hiding under the swamp moved too quickly. Crash. With a soft sound. Yang Kai immediately caught a glimpse of a crocodile-like ferocious beast that was identical to the one that had killed the cultivator just now. Its pair of beast eyes were full of scarlet, and its appearance was ferocious and terrifying. It opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Yang Kai's throat. With the previous cultivator as an example, Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent. As his figure flashed, he valiantly threw a punch. The fist bloomed with multicolored light as it directly hit the crocodile's head. Asterisk clang. Asterisk as if he had hit something made of gold and iron. Sparks flew everywhere. The crocodile was smashed backward and fell into the quagmire in front of it. However, it did not die immediately. Instead, it swung its tail and drilled into the quagmire. Only then did Yang Kai have the time to release his divine thought. In the next moment, his face could not help but sink. In his perception, he sensed that countless life fluctuations emanating ferocious auras were lurking under the grass and mud, quietly approaching him from all directions. These things were obviously existences similar to the crocodile just now. In fact, their individual strength was not very strong, only about the peak of the 9th order monster beast, equivalent to a 3rd order origin returning realm cultivator. Such a monster beast was not worthy of Yang Kai's attention. But there were too many of them. Yang Kai really did not want to tangle with them. Chapter 1995. If someone like the cultivator just now had been teleported here, it was very likely they would have suffered misfortune. After all, not every Origin King could ignore the discomfort of being teleported like Yang Kai. They would more or less feel dizzy for a while. Thinking so, Yang Kai immediately leapt up, wanting to leave quickly. However, something he had never expected happened. He had only risen to a height of less than 3 feet when a huge pressure suddenly came from the void. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him from the sky, directly pressing him back to his original position. He didn't even have room to resist. A flight restricting array? Yang Kai's face went black as he immediately reacted. When Kong Siran had introduced the interior of the 5-colored treasure pagoda to him before, he had said that there were many natural and unnatural barriers and traps inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda. These barriers and traps had all kinds of strange effects, and the flight-restricting array was one of the most common. In these flight-restricting arrays, cultivators could not fly too high, and once they exceeded a certain height, these barriers would act and suppress the cultivator. What Yang Kai had just encountered was the rebound effect of the flight-restricting array. For a while, Yang Kai did not know whether the flight-restricting array here was artificially arranged or naturally formed. He didn't have time to think about it, because the moment he fell, countless crocodiles leaped out from all directions and pounced at him. Those bloody mouths looked very frightening, and it made one's hair stand on end. Yang Kai pushed his strength and punched out with both fists. In an instant, a series of bangs rang out incessantly. In the blink of an eye, he had sent dozens of crocodiles flying, but the vitality of these creatures was so tenacious that even after being hit head-on by Yang Kai, they still did not die. Instead, all of them turned around and dove into the mud before disappearing. More crocodiles pounced on Yang Kai one after another. Soon, Yang Kai's body was covered in crocodiles, from his arms to his thighs, causing him to feel a sharp pain. Crocodiles were born with amazing bite strength, and even ordinary monster beast could not be taken lightly, let alone these crocodiles that had all reached the peak of the 9th order. An ordinary Origin King. Even if he tried to resist, he would not be able to withstand the bite of a crocodile monster beast. Fortunately, Yang Kai's fleshly body was extremely tough, and when he circulated the 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art, the fierce 5-element sword chi caused the crocodiles to suffer heavy injuries. Many of the crocodiles spat out blood and were forced to release Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai was still dragged into the mud by the crocodiles. It was cold and dark underwater. Most importantly, it wasn't clear water, but muddy mud. Yang Kai couldn't see much even if he opened his eyes. He randomly punched out for a while and found that not only did he not alleviate his situation, but he was sinking deeper and deeper. More and more crocodiles were surrounding him, and he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Secret technique, Moonblade. He flicked his 10 fingers. A series of pitch-black moon blades flew out. Accompanied by a series of sizzling sounds, the pressure on Yang Kai was greatly reduced. In the swamp, dark red blood and dead crocodile corpses appeared. All of them were incomplete. Demonic eye open. Yang Kai opened his eyes again. His left eye had a golden hue, and his vision had finally recovered significantly. Using his divine sense, his slaughter had not only failed to repel these crocodiles, but had instead attracted even more crocodile monster beast because of the bloody smell and the commotion he had caused. Acting recklessly, Yang Kai was furious. With his current strength, even if he faced an ordinary Dao Source Realm Master, he wouldn't be so flustered, but because of a moment of carelessness, he had been forced into such a situation by a group of monster beasts. This made him somewhat angry out of humiliation. With a wave of his hand, Yang Kai directly released the monster insect queen, which was still repairing its body in the sealed world bead, and issued an order with his divine sense. The monster insect queen was now Yang Kai's blood beast and had its own sentience, so naturally it would strictly obey his orders. The purple and green dual swords flickered, and with a flash of light, a wave of sword chi was set off. Kacha. An icy cold aura filled the air. And not only did Yang Kai involuntarily shiver, the encirclement of the crocodile monster beast also slowed down. With a flash of brilliance, the sword chi surged, and the crocodile monster beast was cut in two, dying instantly. Even the crocodiles a little further away were not spared. With the purple and green dual swords in hand, the monster insect queen's strength seemed to have greatly increased. Even without using the clear sky snowfall secret technique, the simplest of sword moves was enough to shine. Yang Kai coldly snorted, and just as he was about to take the opportunity to escape, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a strange place from the corner of his eye. In the depths of the swamp, there was a place that was emitting a clear light. Using his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai found a trace of strong energy fluctuations. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but light up. Urging his strength to protect his body, he dove down. The monster insect queen was like a loyal guard, following closely behind Yang Kai. Whenever there was a disturbance, the sword chi would cut the enemy in two. Not long after, Yang Kai reached the bottom of the swamp and arrived at the place where the clear light was emitting. With the help of the demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai was finally able to see what this thing was. It was actually a palm-sized thing that looked like a Ganoderma. What is this? Yang Kai had a blank look on his face. Although he had a deep understanding of the herbs in the Homestar's territory, after coming to the star boundary, he still felt that his knowledge was lacking, especially when it came to spirit grasses and miraculous medicines. There were many things he had never even heard of before. This Ganoderma in front of him was something he had never seen before, nor had he ever heard of. Just as he was observing it, the clear and misty light suddenly turned green. After a while, it turned red. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai determined that he really didn't recognize this thing, but judging from the aura it was exuding, it was definitely a Dao Source-grade herb. Yang Kai decided to pick it first. In any case, the medicine garden in the sealed world bead was still there, so if he transplanted it, he would be able to figure out its type and function one day. Considering all this, Yang Kai immediately got to work. A moment later, he transplanted this Ganoderma into the medicine garden in the sealed world bead. After doing this, Yang Kai didn't rush out and instead continued to search around. He really did find a few more stalks of medicinal herbs that were exactly the same. After half a day, Yang Kai rushed out of the swamp with the monster insect queen following closely behind. Along the way, countless crocodile monster beast corpses floated on the water's surface, dyeing the surrounding swamp red with blood. It seemed that the ferocity of the monster insect queen had deterred the crocodile monster beast, or perhaps it was because most of them had been killed. But Yang Kai didn't encounter any more attacks and successfully emerged from the swamp. This time, Yang Kai didn't act rashly and instead flew a few meters above the water surface before heading out. There were many types of flight-restricting arrays. Some completely prohibited flight, while others restricted flight altitude. From his first encounter, the flight-restricting array here was undoubtedly the latter type, so as long as he didn't exceed a certain height, he wouldn't trigger it. The swamp seemed to cover a very large area, so Yang Kai flew for half a day before he finally flew out. The monster insect queen had long since been taken back by him. The monster insect queen was still repairing its body, so it wouldn't be of any benefit to it if it went into battle too early. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't want others to know that he had such a helper. The monster insect queen could be regarded as his biggest trump card, so naturally, the more hidden it was, the better. The space inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda was incredibly vast. Tens of thousands of cultivators from Maplewood City had entered this place, but Yang Kai hadn't encountered a single person along the way. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he couldn't find his target. This should be the first layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Kong Si Ran had told him to try his best to reach the second layer after entering the pagoda. Although the first and second layers were suitable for Origin King Realm cultivator, for a third-order Origin King cultivator like Yang Kai, the second layer was naturally better. The way to enter was to find a 5-colored light pillar that connected the sky to the earth. Yang Kai had been looking for this so-called 5-colored light pillar for a long time, but he hadn't found it yet, which made him feel a little disappointed as he didn't know where to look for it. Just as he lifted his eyes to look around, the ground suddenly buzzed. Soon after, it began to tremble intensely. There seemed to be a deafening sound of rolling thunder coming from deep within the ground. Yang Kai's face changed as he hurriedly pushed his Saint Chi while looking around vigilantly for fear of any sudden changes. There was nothing out of the ordinary in the surroundings, but in a location extremely far away, the projection of a true dragon suddenly appeared. It was unknown how long that true dragon was. Its entire body was fiery red, and its dragon tail swayed as it charged straight into the clouds. Soon after, it descended at an extremely fast speed. No one knew where it landed, and then it disappeared. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this. He had never expected that a true dragon phantom would appear in the first layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. This was definitely not caused by some kind of secret technique or secret art, but rather a real true dragon phantom. It might even be related to a true dragon artifact, because when this true dragon phantom appeared, Yang Kai clearly felt a heat in his chest. He had fused and refined a real dragon scale on his chest, and this dragon scale seemed to be resonating with something in the distance at this moment. Yang Kai immediately realized that this might be a great opportunity. No wonder it was rumored that opportunities were everywhere inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda. If one was lucky enough to enter it, they could obtain many benefits, but if they were unlucky, no matter how strong they were, it would be useless no matter how many times they entered. Realizing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and immediately rushed towards the place where this vision was occurring at an extremely fast speed. The location where the true dragon phantom appeared was very far from where he was, so even if Yang Kai used his full strength, it still took him a full 3 hours to arrive. Looking around, Yang Kai could not help being stunned. Because there were already many cultivators gathered here, at least a few hundred, and there was a steady stream of other cultivators who had also seen this vision. This was a mountainous terrain, and at the very center of this valley, there was an altar-like building. This altar seemed to have just broken through the ground and was giving off an ancient and desolate aura. The surrounding earth also showed signs of being refurbished. Chapter 1996. On the ancient and desolate altar, there were more than a dozen unknown objects. These unknown objects were all shrouded in a layer of dark and misty light, as though a bowl was placed on top of them. Through the dark and misty light, although it wasn't very clear, one could still make out some embryonic forms. The objects shrouded in the light curtain were all kinds of things. There were hammers, sword-shaped, dagger-like artifacts, as well as yellowish secret arts and secret tomes. There were also some jade bottles that were obviously very old. Each of them looked extremely extraordinary, especially those artifacts which were exuding extremely powerful energy fluctuations. The lowest was a Tao Source grade artifact. This made Yang Kai's face burn with desire. Not only him, but the other cultivator who had rushed here also looked at the altar with greed and covetousness. Everyone was filled with greed. Could it be that these things were placed here by those few great powers? Maybe the Tao Source fruit is here. Suddenly, a cultivator's voice came from the side. That's not the case. Someone continued, I came earlier. I heard that this altar suddenly emerged from the ground and was not something that originally existed. It seems that a friend triggered the restriction of this place and caused the altar to appear. The things on the altar all emitted an ancient aura. It was definitely not something that was placed here by those great forces. So, the things on this altar have been here for a long time? Are they treasures left behind from ancient times? Maybe so. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and grab them. A treasure left behind from ancient times was actually so well preserved. Its value was simply inestimable. It was countless times more valuable than the treasures placed here by the great forces. As soon as the news spread, many cultivators' blood began to boil. Many cultivator who still wanted to observe for a while could no longer hold back and mustered up their courage to rush forward. Their movements immediately affected the nerves of others, and more cultivator began to move. Even Yang Kai began to move, but he did not rush to the front row. Instead, he fell behind in the middle. This way, he would have enough time to observe the movements of the cultivator in front of him, lest he accidentally fell into a trap. Everyone, please wait. Right at this moment, a loud and clear shout suddenly sounded. Then, a handsome young man in white clothes suddenly flew up into the sky. This young man had rosy lips and white teeth. He was a man of striking appearance, with a pair of spirited eyes and an extraordinary bearing. With one look, one could tell that he had an extraordinary background. Everyone, please calm down and listen to me, the young man shouted again. Many cultivator frowned and looked up impatiently. After all, the treasure was right in front of them. At this moment, someone had suddenly obstructed their path, and it was truly displeasing. Obstructing one's path to wealth was no different than murdering one's parents, and such enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. However, when everyone saw this person's face clearly, many people obediently stayed where they were, and some others also showed a look of understanding. So it's young Master Jiang Chu-he. Among the crowd, a cultivator who recognized the young man cupped his fists and said, "What do you mean, young Master Jiang? Could it be that he wanted to rely on the Jiang family's power to monopolize the treasures on the altar? If that's the case, then please don't say anything more." Exactly. Treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. Although the Jiang family is considered extraordinary in Maplewood City, this is the 5-colored treasure pagoda. If young Master Jiang wants to monopolize it, please think twice. Someone immediately echoed. Everyone followed his gaze and immediately saw a woman surrounded by some cultivators. This woman was not very old, about 25 to 26 years old. She had a petite figure and seemed to be suffering from some kind of illness. Her complexion was sallow, her figure was thin, and her lips were slightly pale. If not for these factors, she would definitely be a stunning beauty if her figure was just a little more voluptuous. Even so, this woman was like a flower swaying in the wind and rain, drawing the pity of others. Seeing that Jiang Chu-he had diverted everyone's attention to her, young Lady Qin's brows furrowed together as a sliver of annoyance appeared on her face. The cultivators surrounding her also glared angrily at Jiang Chu-he, showing great dissatisfaction. Young Lady Qin? That young Lady Qin you from the Qin family? From the crowd, cries of surprise rang out, seemingly indicating that this Qin Yu was quite famous. I have heard that young Lady Qin Yu has read a lot of books since childhood and is very knowledgeable, especially about the sealed world. I wonder how much young Lady Qin knows about this altar? Please enlighten us. This humble one and everyone here will be very grateful. Jiang Chu-he's face was as clear as jade as he smiled gently, completely ignoring Qin Yu's annoyance and the angry glares of the guards around her. Yang Kai's expression changed as he suddenly understood why this Jiang Chu-he wanted to show off at this time. This guy obviously wanted to find out more about the altar. However, if he were to ask Qin Yu alone, she might not be willing to tell him. But now, with so many people watching, Qin Yu had no choice but to say it even if she didn't want to. No one would want to provoke public anger. This Jiang Chu-he was quite scheming, but this method was a little despicable. There were many cultivators like Yang Kai who understood this, but because it concerned their own interests, they didn't point it out. Instead, they looked at Qin Yu with great interest. That's right, young Lady Qin. With so many friends here, if you know anything about this altar, please tell us. If there are any dangers here, we will be very grateful. Under the gazes of so many people, Qin Yu seemed to be a little uncomfortable. Or perhaps it was because the wind here was too noisy. She couldn't help but cough lightly and cover her mouth with a handkerchief. My young lady has been ill since she was a child, so it's not convenient for her to speak. Please forgive her. Next to Qin Yu, a third-order origin king realm guard in his 40s cupped his fists and said with a cold look. Qin Yu gestured with her hand and said softly, "It doesn't matter, since young Master Jiang and all these friends want to know. Then this mistress will tell you." She didn't know what illness she had. Not only did she look listless, but she also sounded weak when she spoke. It was truly heartbreaking to see her like this. However, when they heard that she was willing to talk about the altar, everyone couldn't help but feel shocked, looking at her expectantly. Young Lady Qin has indeed heard of this altar. This Jiang is impressed. Zhang Chuhe's eyes also lit up. His previous actions were just a test, but he didn't expect to hit the jackpot. On the one hand, he also hoped that Qin Yu would explain in more detail so he could understand more about this altar. But on the other hand, he was afraid that others would obtain this information and compete with him, causing his mood to become extremely complicated. This is the Soaring Dragon Altar, Qin Yu said slowly. The first layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda fell silent, with only Qin Yu's weak voice drifting through the wind. Obtain the meaning of a fish leaping over the dragon gate, transforming into a dragon. This Soaring Dragon Altar doesn't appear at a fixed time, and its location is also very erratic. It may appear in the first layer, the second layer, or even the 5th layer. Rumor has it that it has existed since ancient times. So, even if someone from Star Soul Palace enters here, it won't be easy to find this Soaring Dragon Altar. According to the ancient records of Star Soul Palace, the Soaring Dragon Altar has only appeared a total of 8 times. Each time it appears, it is accompanied by the appearance of some rare treasure. If we can obtain one of these treasures, perhaps we can become a fish leaping over the dragon gate and cultivate to the Emperor Realm. A fish leaping over the dragon gate, the Emperor Realm. Many cultivators whispered as their eyes lit up. Most of the cultivators in Maplewood City were at the bottom of the hierarchy. Although their strength was not bad because they had no background or backing, it was almost impossible for them to advance beyond the Origin King Realm. However, Qin Yu's words gave them hope, as if there was a broad road in front of them that led directly to the throne of the Emperor Realm. Chapter 1997. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, countless cultivators became restless. Although all of them felt that the treasure on the altar was extraordinary, they didn't have any concrete proof. Coupled with the fact that there were so many cultivators eyeing the altar covetously, none of them dared to act rashly for fear of provoking a fatal disaster. But now, after hearing Qin Yu's words, everyone's thoughts became lively. The temptation of reaching the Emperor Realm was enough to make them risk their lives. However, some people remained calm and asked loudly, "Dare I ask young Lady Qin, what is so dangerous about this Soaring Dragon Altar?" Danger. There is definitely danger, and it may even cost us our lives. But as for what exactly it is, Qin Yu does not know. After all, this 5-colored treasure pagoda is the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace, and there are very few ancient records about it. This is the first time this mistress has entered. So, hearing this, everyone showed a look of disappointment. Although everyone knew that Qin Yu must have something more to say, she had already revealed a lot of information and had done her utmost. If they continued to force her, it would be tantamount to offending the Qin family. They were all cultivators who made a living in Maplewood City, so who would be willing to offend them? If they did not do well, they would be punished. However, It is said that this soaring dragon altar is an artifact and one made from dragon bones at that, so if one wants to get close to it, one must first resist the dragon pressure of an ancient true dragon. Qin added, seemingly out of nowhere. Made from dragon bones? The dragon pressure of an ancient true dragon? The group of cultivators exclaimed. At that moment, a burst of crackling sounds suddenly rang out from not far away. This sound was extremely fast, and everyone was startled and instinctively circulated their strength to look around. The next moment, someone exclaimed, "Despicable and shameless, acting so sneakily, how hateful." It turned out that while everyone's attention was attracted by Qin Yu and they were listening to her introduce the soaring dragon altar, a cultivator from the mysterious realm had appeared. It was unknown which great force this cultivator belonged to, but he had concealed his figure and aura and was quietly approaching the soaring dragon altar. Their secret techniques to conceal their auras and figures were extremely profound, so no one present was able to discover them. If it weren't for the sudden change in the soaring dragon altar, it was likely no one would have noticed these people taking away the treasures on it. However, at this moment, these people all revealed themselves. There weren't many of them, only 4 or 5 of them, and they were separated into several directions, cautiously approaching the soaring dragon altar. It was unknown which unlucky guy triggered the spirit array near the soaring dragon altar, but from the altar, a beam of light suddenly shot out and bombarded these people. Those people weren't paying attention for a moment, and 2 of them actually lost their lives on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere, and their flesh shattered. The remaining few saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly dodged. Naturally, they were unable to conceal themselves and were exposed. Fortunately, the soaring dragon altar spirit array did not seem to be too powerful, so after the 2 or 3 survivors evaded for a while, none of them were harmed. Exchanging a glance with each other, seeing that their whereabouts had been exposed, they grit their teeth and continued to rush forward. Damn it, they're from the ghost dance sect. A bunch of clowns. How dare you covet the treasure? You're courting death. The treasure is mine. As soon as they saw someone approaching the soaring dragon altar, the remaining cultivator could no longer hold back and quickly used their movement skills. All of them rushed towards the soaring dragon altar, wanting to reach it as soon as possible. All of them wanted to take the treasures for themselves. Jiang Chu, he was the fastest to react, and with a twist of his body, he rushed out a few dozen meters, taking the lead as he stared at the secret art on the soaring dragon altar. At the same time, he waved his hand. A rope-like artifact flew out of Yang Kai's sleeve and wrapped around the secret art several dozen meters away. Young Master Jiang Yu? Someone saw this and was shocked. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chu, he gave a hearty laugh, as though he could already see himself becoming invincible under the heavens after he had obtained the secret art. His insolent attitude was revealed as he said, "Treasures belong to those who are capable. This secret art belongs to this Jiang." But just as his voice fell though, the smile on his face suddenly froze as he stared at his rope-like artifact in a daze and muttered, "How could this be?" His rope-like artifact had only managed to extend 10 meters before it fell limply to the ground, as if it had lost all of its spirituality. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to activate it. Not only him, but everyone else who wanted to use their own artifacts to obtain the treasures on the soaring dragon altar also lost their connection with their artifacts in a very short time. While Jiang Chu, he was in a daze, a great force seemed to have struck him from the sky and smashed him to the ground, covering him in a cloud of dust as his mouth and nose filled with dirt. Ha 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 ha, young Master Jiang. This dog-eating shit move of yours has really been practiced to the point of perfection. This one is truly impressed. The cultivator from before laughed loudly as he rushed past Jiang Chuhi, not forgetting to taunt him before leaving. Damn it! I'll remember you. Jiang Chuhi cursed as he stood up with a face full of dirt and grime. Looking around, all the other cultivators who wanted to fly to the soaring dragon altar suffered the same fate as him, all of them falling from the sky in a tragic manner. This discovery immediately caused Jiang Chuhi's heart to feel much better. In an instant, everyone understood that if they wanted to obtain the treasures, they had to rely on themselves to reach the soaring dragon altar. However, this was definitely not an easy task. Before, the distance was far enough, so no one felt anything, but the closer they got to the soaring dragon altar, the more ferocious the inexplicable pressure became. In the eyes of all the cultivator, the entire soaring dragon altar seemed to have transformed into an ancient dragon, roaring ferociously as it opened its bloody maw, waiting for food to be delivered to its door. Some of the cultivators with weak minds, weak willpower, or low strength actually lost their composure for a moment, their eyes filled with fear as their bodies trembled violently. As for others, even if they could resist this terrifying dragon pressure, they still found it difficult to move, no longer able to run as fast as before. Young lady, On the other side, the Qin family group was still gathered around Qin Yu, and under Qin Yu's instructions, they approached the soaring dragon altar unhurriedly. Qin Yu coughed a few times from time to time, her expression relaxed. On the other hand, the other Qin family cultivators all showed anxious looks, fearing that someone else would take the initiative. Don't worry. Qin Yu finally managed to catch her breath and whispered softly, "The soaring dragon altar is not so easy to get close to. You should take this opportunity to feel the dragon pressure of an ancient true dragon. It will have a great effect on tempering your mind. If you gain enough, you won't be too embarrassed when you encounter a powerful enemy in the future." Although Qin Yu was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, she seemed to have great prestige among this group of Qin family guards. As soon as she spoke these words, the guards no longer became anxious and instead began silently circulating their secret arts to expel distracting thoughts from their minds. While guarding Qin Yu, they slowly walked forward while using the dragon pressure to temper their minds. Suddenly, Qin Yu frowned and glanced in a certain direction. On the other side, Yang Kai grinned at her and walked forward leisurely with a calm look on his face. This person. Qin Yu looked at Yang Kai's back deeply and found that she, who had always been good at reading people, was unable to see through him. He didn't show the slightest eagerness towards the treasures on the soaring dragon altar. While everyone else was trying their best to compete for them, he seemed to be taking a stroll in a garden, calm and relaxed. Qin Yu shook her head secretly and lowered her eyes, but when she raised her head again, a strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes like stars. At the same time, Yang Kai's body tightened, as if there was a pair of eyes that could see through the mysteries of the heavens, peeking into his secrets. Turning around abruptly, Yang Kai locked eyes with Qin Yu. In an instant, Qin Yu's tender body trembled and she began coughing violently. Young lady! The guards were shocked. Qin Yu waved her hand repeatedly as she bent over and covered her mouth with a silk handkerchief, coughing with extreme difficulty. After a while, she gradually recovered. It's fine. Qin Yu gasped for breath, but when she looked up at the position where Yang Kai had been standing, she found that Yang Kai had long since disappeared, causing her to sigh. This little girl is quite strange. At the same time, Yang Kai, who was mixed in with the crowd, frowned. He always felt that this woman named Qin Yu was extraordinary, but her cultivation was only a trivial second-order origin returning realm, which really puzzled him. In particular, when Qin Yu glanced at him just now, it was as if she could see through his secrets, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. If it's not necessary in the future, it's best to avoid contact with this woman. Yang Kai secretly made up his mind, otherwise, he would never know when his secrets would be exposed. At that moment, a scream rang out. A cultivator, who had long since been frightened by the dragon pressure and had lost his mind, stood in place and let out a shrill cry, his eyes trembling, as if he had just seen something extremely terrifying. His strength began to surge chaotically as he attacked in all directions. A moment later, with a bang, this cultivator's head burst open, causing red and white matter to splatter in all directions. The headless corpse fell limply to the ground, a tragic sight to behold. This scene shocked the nearby cultivator. This was not the end, though. The death of this cultivator was like a fuse, and in the next moment, screams rang out one after another from different directions. These people suffered the same fate as the first cultivator, as if they were in a nightmare. Their strength went berserk, and after a few random attacks, their heads exploded. Dragon pressure. Someone in the crowd cried out in horror. Everyone understood how these people died. Obviously, it was because their divine senses were suppressed by the supreme dragon pressure, causing them to meet with misfortune. For a time, some of the more timid and weaker cultivators no longer dared to move forward and instead retreated in order to protect themselves. However, just as their figures began to move, countless streaks of light suddenly shot out from the soaring dragon altar, accompanied by a series of hissing sounds. Everyone turned pale with fright. What no one expected was that these streaks of light did not kill people aimlessly, but instead only targeted the retreating cultivators, not missing a single one. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 corpses were added to the ground. Chapter 1998. This sudden scene stunned everyone on the spot. After a while, someone suddenly shouted, "Don't retreat. If you do, you'll trigger the barrier and die on the spot. Everyone, be careful. Damn it, this is a trap. That damned Star Soul Palace? What should I do?" Many of the weaker cultivators who coveted the treasures were now in a dilemma and began blaming Star Soul Palace, as if this was a trap set up by Star Soul Palace for them. In this situation, the more one moved forward, the more intense the dragon pressure they would have to endure. If one was not careful, one's head would explode. The cultivator who had died tragically before was the best example, but even if they wanted to leave, they could not. The 30 or so corpses that had just fallen were a good example. With this situation, some of the cultivators really did not know whether to advance or retreat, all of them frozen in place for a while. However, this was not the case for everyone. Those who had real strength and confidence in themselves still resisted the pressure of the dragon pressure and walked towards the soaring dragon altar step by step. Their eyes locked onto the dozen or so unknown treasures placed on the altar. Every step seemed to be extremely difficult, but after taking that step, their faces filled with joy, as if they had gained something. Riches and honor were found in danger. This was a truth that everyone knew. Which one of the cultivators here had not experienced many life or death tribulations, so most of them were extremely determined. What's more, without even mentioning whether or not they could snatch the dozen or so unknown treasures, the benefits they obtained in the process of walking towards the soaring dragon altar made these cultivators ecstatic. With every step they took, these cultivators could feel their mental fortitude and perseverance increase significantly. Even under the pressure of the supreme dragon pressure, many origin kings felt the strength in their bodies rapidly transforming into source chi. The speed of this transformation, it was by no means comparable to taking source condensing pills. Yang Kai naturally noticed this as well. In fact, he could completely ignore the dragon pressure from the soaring dragon altar. After all, he had the golden divine dragon source in his body, and although the soaring dragon altar was made from dragon bones, it naturally contained a supreme dragon pressure. However, in front of the origin energy of the golden holy dragon, this kind of dragon might was still useless. It was rumored that in ancient times, there were countless members of the true dragon clan, but within this clan, the suppression of bloodlines was very obvious. Golden Shenglong had an extremely high status in the true dragon clan. Judging from the phenomenon that appeared on this soaring dragon altar before, the dragon bone used to create this soaring dragon altar was likely the bone of a fire dragon. The reason for that was because the silhouette of the true dragon that had appeared was a gigantic red dragon. Red dragons generally used the power of fire. The golden divine dragon source was enough to suppress the dragon pressure from the soaring dragon altar in all aspects, making it impossible for it to approach within 10 meters of Yang Kai. When Yang Kai discovered this, he even had the thought of rushing over and snatching the treasures on the altar regardless of anything else. But when he thought about it carefully, he still didn't want to be so rash. After all, there were hundreds of Origin King Realm cultivator here. Not to mention whether he could escape the pursuit and siege of these people after snatching the treasure. Even if he succeeded, it would be troublesome after leaving the five-colored treasure pagoda. Once the people outside learned that he had obtained so many benefits from the soaring dragon altar, he would likely become the target of public criticism. A man's wealth was his own ruin, and Yang Kai did not believe that these Tao Source Realm masters would not covet the treasures from the soaring dragon altar. If he really became the target of a Tao Source Realm master, his future days would not be easy. As such, he did not do so. At this moment, he mixed in with the crowd and approached the soaring dragon altar step by step, relying on the pressure of the supreme dragon pressure to transform the source chi in his body. While doing so, he also had the leisure to observe his surroundings. Yang Kai took a look at the situation of the others. Not long after, a number of powerful Origin King Realm cultivator were silently recorded in Yang Kai's mind. These people were undoubtedly all existences who had completely transformed their source chi, so while they were resisting the dragon pressure, they were much more relaxed. As such, the speed at which they advanced was much faster. Yang Kai had already opened up a certain distance from the people behind him. Yang Kai quickened his pace slightly, at the same time thinking about how to pack up these treasures without anyone noticing. Just as he was lost in thought, a gnashing voice called out from the side, "You dare surpass this young lord? Die!" As soon as the word die was spoken, a palm print flew towards Yang Kai. From this palm print, a fierce wind howled and seemed to contain great destructive power. Yang Kai's face sank and he instantly raised his hand, poured a powerful force into his palm, and pushed it towards the other party's palm print. Asterisk pa. Asterisk with a soft sound. The two violent forces collided and swept out in all directions. The power was immense. Kai Yang's body swayed slightly before he stopped moving. On the other hand, the person who had taken the initiative to attack him let out a cry of alarm. It seemed that he was unable to resist Kai Yang's attack. His body became unstable and he was sent flying backwards. This man's face changed drastically and his face turned pale. After all, the cultivator who had retreated before had been killed on the spot by the light from the soaring dragon altar, so he was not sure if he would receive the same treatment if he was beaten back. If that were the case, he did not have the confidence to resist the attack from the soaring dragon altar. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, and his body suddenly sank down, like a wooden stake fixed to the ground. He would rather let all the force rush into his body than move his feet. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk a burst of cracking sounds came from this man's body and his face paled as blood flowed from his nose and mouth, his appearance suddenly becoming terrifying. "Young lord!" Someone shouted and quickly took 2 steps forward to block this man's back, neutralizing the last bit of force and allowing him to stand firmly in place without taking half a step back. Yang Kai looked back and saw a familiar face, sneering as he muttered, "So, it's young Lord Jiang." The person who had launched a sneak attack on him was shockingly the one who had spoken earlier, Jiang Chu-he. When Yang Kai saw him for the first time just now, he felt that this person had a dignified appearance, gentle and refined, and had the demeanor and bearing of a young lord. But later, after understanding Jiang Chu-he's intention of shifting his attention to Qinyu, Yang Kai understood that this person was full of evil intentions. Now, it seemed that not only was he full of evil intentions, but he also had no tolerance for others. He was simply an abominable rascal. The reason why he attacked her was because her speed was faster than his, surpassing his own. "Who is your excellency?" Jiang Chu he had suffered a big loss and almost died, so while he hated Yang Kai in his heart, he also feared him. He had never expected that he would not even be able to take a single blow from an Origin King Realm cultivator. What's more, in that situation just now, it was just a casual blow from the other party. If it had been a real life or death battle, wouldn't Jiang Chu he not be his opponent at all? Is this guy even human? Jiang Chu he's heart was filled with shock and fear. When did such a person appear in Maplewood City? You're asking me? Yang Kai grinned. It's just someone that young Master Jiang can't afford to offend. Seeing Yang Kai boasting so shamelessly, a look of unwillingness appeared on Jiang Chu he's face. But after thinking about it, he realized that the other party might be from some great force. After all, Maplewood City had gathered the masters of many great forces recently. Thinking so, Jiang Chuhi's eyes couldn't help but flicker as he cupped his fists and said, "This Jiang has offended your excellency just now. Please don't take offense. At least you have some self-awareness. I'll spare your life for now," Yang Kai sneered. Not bothering with Jiang Chuhi anymore, he turned around and continued forward. Jiang Chuhi stared at Yang Kai's back, his face alternating between green and red. While suppressing his injuries, he also had to resist the supreme dragon pressure. It was extremely tiring for him. At the back of the group, Qin Yu was slowly moving forward with her many guards. After all, her strength wasn't high, so she was unable to move forward as quickly as the others. However, it was also because of this that she was able to witness the scene just now. That person, what's his background? Qin Yu's brow furrowed. As a fellow cultivator in Maplewood City, Qin Yu naturally knew what kind of cultivation Jiang Chuhi had. Although Jiang Chuhi's aptitude wasn't that great, with the resources of the Jiang family and his many years of hard work and cultivation, he had long reached the peak of the Third-Order Origin King realm, with all of his strength converted into Source Qi. In other words, even if Jiang Chuhi wasn't invincible in the Origin King realm, he wasn't someone that could be injured in a single move. However, someone had done it. This surprised Qin Yu, but at the same time it also increased her interest in Yang Kai. "Young lady, what's wrong with that person?" Seeing Qin Yu staring at Yang Kai, a guard couldn't help but ask, "Have any of you seen that person before? Do you know his origins?" Qin Yu asked softly. All the guards shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen Yang Kai before. The guard who spoke earlier said, "If young lady wants to know, after we leave the 5-colored treasure pagoda, subordinate will send someone to inquire about him." Qin Yu nodded. "Remember, just inquire about him. Don't offend him." "Yes." Near the soaring dragon altar, as time passed, the gap in strength between everyone gradually became apparent. Although everyone was basically an Origin King, and many were even Third-Order Origin Kings, under the touchstone of the soaring dragon altar, the difference in strength was quickly determined. Those with superior temperament, perseverance, and strength would undoubtedly walk faster and further. As for the rest, they all fell behind. For a time, with the soaring dragon altar as the center, countless cultivators were divided into several levels, all of them desperately trying to get closer to the center. In the first stage, there were more than 40 Third-Order Origin Kings, and the gap between them was not too great. It was foreseeable that if nothing unexpected happened, these 40 or so masters would undoubtedly reach the soaring dragon altar first. As for the cultivators in the second, third, and even later stages, there was no longer any hope of reaching the soaring dragon altar. However, none of them dared to retreat at will, lest they bring disaster upon themselves, so they could only grit their teeth and move forward. During this period, more and more cultivators died because they could not bear the pressure of the dragon pressure. Within a few dozen meters of the soaring dragon altar, 100 to 200 headless corpses were strewn about, a tragic sight to behold. Chapter 1999. The short 1,000-meter road leading to the soaring dragon altar had become the burial ground of countless Origin King realm cultivators. Half an hour later, the first group of several dozen cultivators was less than 100 meters from the soaring dragon altar. At such a close distance, the dozen or so treasures on the altar could be seen clearly. For a moment, no matter who these people were or where they came from, their breathing became rapid. However, there were only a dozen or so treasures while more than 40 cultivators had arrived first. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible to divide them evenly. More than half of the cultivators were destined to return empty-handed. Everyone obviously noticed this as well, so after approaching within 10 meters of the soaring dragon altar, everyone secretly raised their strength, their eyes flickering with inexplicable hostility. Suddenly, The sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and the surrounding world energy suddenly became chaotic as a golden arrow flew out at an extremely fast speed towards a burly man. Damn! I knew you would attack father here. So you finally couldn't hold back and acted? The burly man seemed to have been prepared. When he saw the enemy beside him make a move, he immediately stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. The next moment, a hexagonal green shield suddenly appeared in front of him, shielding most of his body behind it. Asterisk pong. Asterisk, a loud bang rang out, and although the golden arrow was quite powerful, it was still blocked by the burly man who had been prepared for it. Seeing this situation, the one who launched the sneak attack could not help being stunned. The burly man laughed sinisterly and retracted his shield at lightning speed. He clenched his fists tightly and origin energy surged wildly from his fists. Suddenly attacking his enemy, he shouted, "Overlord's Holy Fist." This was obviously an extremely powerful secret technique, and the moment his fist flew out, there was actually a faint trace of domain filling it. It was obvious that this burly man had already touched the threshold of the Tao Source Realm, and perhaps he was only one step away from breaking through to the Tao Source Realm. Within the fist wind, there was a sense of supremacy. This imposing aura caused the face of the cultivator who had launched the sneak attack to change. He hurriedly turned around and at the same time stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. A 1-meter-long sharp sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He flicked his finger on the tip of the sword and poured his origin energy into the sword. His expression suddenly became solemn. "Water, moon, mirror, flower," he recited in a low voice, his long sword forming half a circle in the air. In the void, a mirror made of sword light suddenly appeared. It was so bright that it could reflect one's reflection. The Overlord Holy Fist arrived as expected, but it was completely blocked by the sword light mirror. The Grand Accomplishment Origin King Realm Masters of the two Grand Accomplishment Origin King Realm Masters pushed forward at the same time, suppressing the other party fiercely. Gotcha! It was as if even space could not withstand such a violent collision of power, and a small crack appeared in that instant. Good, good, good. I finally met a decent guy. Delightful. Delightful. Not only was the robust man not shocked when he saw this, he roared with laughter instead with an extremely arrogant expression. His opponent, on the other hand, was secretly complaining incessantly. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a lunatic when he had just casually launched a sneak attack on a person and wanted to eliminate his competitor in advance. Helplessly, he could only brace himself to fight. The battle between the two of them had just started, but the 40 or so cultivator on the first level seemed to have already discussed it beforehand. All of them began to move. However, none of them approached the soaring dragon altar. Instead, they all attacked the cultivators closest to them, intending to kill them. In an instant, the vicinity of the soaring dragon altar became chaotic. Ambushes and ambushes played out one after another. Often, one cultivator had just launched a sneak attack on his target. But in the next moment, he would be counterattacked by another cultivator, forcing him to grit his teeth and fight 1 against 2. There were solo fights as well. Some fought in a melee, while others joined forces to eliminate the enemy. These elite Origin King Realm Masters belonging to Maplewood City seemed to have become each other's enemies at this moment, and after a short while, their eyes were bloodshot as they unleashed their martial skills and artifacts, creating a dazzling sight to behold. The second and third level cultivator who had fallen behind were dumbfounded for a while, but soon they were pleasantly surprised, because this way they might have a chance to obtain the treasures on the soaring dragon altar. Immediately, none of them uttered a single word as they gathered their strength and moved forward. However, their thinking was obviously too simple. The cultivators of the first level were indeed fighting, but once a latecomer approached, these fellows would all give up on attacking their opponent and join forces to instantly kill the latecomer. It seemed that, in their opinion, only the first-level cultivator could be considered a real competitor, while the latecomers were just a bunch of clowns. What qualifications did they have to get their hands on these treasures? After 20 to 30 latecomers died one after another, the second-level cultivator finally understood the situation and no longer dared to approach at will. Yang Kai was among the second-level cultivator, and when he saw this scene, he could not help frowning. If he wanted to approach the soaring dragon altar at this time, he was bound to be attacked by the first-level cultivator, but if he did not approach, he would not be able to obtain the treasures on the soaring dragon altar. When he thought up to here, he couldn't help but snort coldly and shout loudly. Treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. Aren't all of you taking others too lightly by acting so overbearingly? Friends, if you want to leap over the dragon gate, then follow me. Saying so, Yang Kai set an example and rushed up first. Originally, the cultivators in the second layer were not willing to be stopped in their tracks, but when they heard Yang Kai shout about the carp leaping over the dragon gate and recalled what Qin Yu had said before, all of them were filled with righteous indignation. One after another, they responded to Yang Kai's call and gathered in groups of 3 or 5, advancing forward with ominous looks in their eyes. Smelly brat, you've got a sharp tongue. I'll kill you first. Soon, the 2 masters in front of Yang Kai locked onto him. These 2 masters had been fighting fiercely with each other, but when they heard Yang Kai's words, they both set him as their target. Since these 2 could reach the first level, they were obviously elites among Origin Kings, and when they joined forces, even if they could not defeat a Dao Source Realm Master, they were definitely not something an Origin King in the same realm could resist. One of them summoned a big axe and chopped down at Yang Kai. With a flash of brilliance, a huge axe seal fell like a meteor, unstoppable. The other man stretched out his hand and slapped a small bell in his hand. Every time he did so, his expression would become more solemn, and the bell would emit a strange sound that converged into an invisible shockwave that swept towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and he did not dare to be careless. Circulating his strength madly, he flipped his hand and grasped a big saber. Driving the saber with his divine sense, he chopped down at one of them from a distance. The saber flashed brilliantly as a silent attack rushed straight into that person's knowledge sea, immediately tearing through that person's divine sense defenses and cutting into his knowledge sea. In this person's sea of consciousness, the wind and clouds suddenly surged as if there was a huge force that split his sea of consciousness into 2, rolling up a huge wave. However, the huge wave didn't fall. Instead, it strangely evaporated in midair. The knowledge sea was the source of a cultivator's soul, so when the sea water in one's knowledge sea evaporated, one's soul was bound to be damaged. As if struck by lightning, this person suddenly froze in place, his eyes trembling and filled with horror as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze, unable to utter a single word. The next moment, this person's neck bent and he fell to the ground, dead. What? The other person was shocked as he stared at his previous opponent in disbelief. He was very clear about how difficult this opponent was to deal with. The 2 of them had been evenly matched just now, but now, he had been killed by an Origin King cultivator in a single move. An Origin King absolutely did not have this ability, so the reason for this was that big saber. What level of artifact is this? Just as this person was in a daze, Yang Kai's figure flickered, avoiding the joint attack of this person and the other person, approaching him with a grin on his face while raising the big saber in his hand again. It wasn't until this moment that this person discovered that this big saber was somewhat different from the others. A dark light flowed from this saber, as if there was some kind of inexplicable force pulling on his soul. It was as if he looked at this saber for too long, his soul would be cut open, causing him a faint pain. Horrified, he quickly averted his eyes. The soul-splitting saber, the Emperor artifact that belonged to the Insect Emperor. After Yang Kai killed the Insect Emperor, he had obtained 2 Emperor artifacts from him. One was the Insect Enslavement Bracelet and the other was the soul-splitting saber. However, the power of these 2 Emperor artifacts was too great, and Yang Kai's strength was not high enough at the time to refine them, so he could only set them aside. Later, during several adventures, the Insect Enslavement Bracelet played a role. For example, in the Severed World, it repelled the illusionary Void Butterfly's attack, and under the Blue Feather Sect's ice cliff, it deterred the monster Insect Queen, allowing Yang Kai to subdue it. With these experiences, Yang Kai realized the importance of Emperor artifacts and began trying to refine the soul-splitting saber in his spare time. Although he had spent a lot of energy and time, he still couldn't completely refine the soul-splitting saber. Even if he used it, he could only display a fraction of its power. Just like the Annihilation Thunder bead, Yongkai still couldn't display its full power. However, an Emperor artifact was still an Emperor artifact. Even if he could only display a small amount of its power, it was still not something an Origin King could resist. In particular, the power of the soul-splitting saber was extremely strange. It could be controlled by one's divine sense and only cut one's soul, not one's physical body, making it extremely difficult to defend against. To a certain extent, the soul-splitting saber could be regarded as a soul-type artifact. It was even rarer than a defensive artifact. And Yongkai's divine sense was extremely powerful, so when he used the soul-splitting saber against an enemy, how could an Origin King of the same level resist? In a single exchange, the enemy's soul would be destroyed and they would die on the spot. Yongkai had done this deliberately. Now, there seemed to be an invisible consensus between the first-layer cultivator and the second-layer cultivator not to approach the soaring dragon altar. If Yongkai wanted to deter his enemies, he could only kill a few of them first. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey, Yongkai believed that no one would dare to stop him again. Sure enough, after that person died, the other cultivator saw Yongkai raise the soul-splitting saber again and instinctively retreated in horror. This retreat immediately triggered the soaring dragon altar's barrier. Chapter 2000. A beam of light suddenly shot out from the soaring dragon altar, heading straight for the retreating cultivator. This cultivator's complexion changed drastically, and without even thinking about it, he tried to escape at an even faster speed. At the same time, his body flashed wildly as if he was using all his defensive strength. However, no matter how fast this cultivator was, he could not outrun the power of the soaring dragon altar. In just a breath of time, the beam of light caught up with this cultivator and directly pierced through his body. In front of this beam of light, this cultivator's countless layers of defensive strength were as fragile as paper. Ah! A scream rang out as this cultivator fell to the ground with a thud. Just like the other cultivator who had been killed by the beam of light before, his flesh and bones were all shattered, his death a miserable one. Everyone in the surroundings paled in horror. After all, from the time Yongkai took action to the time these two cultivators died one after the other, only 3 breaths had passed. In just 3 breaths of time, 2 peak Origin Kings had died one after another. No matter what kind of artifact Yongkai used or what kind of technique he used, it was enough to show that he was not someone to be trifled with. In an instant, the eyes of the cultivator near Yongkai changed, filled with dread and panic as they consciously or unconsciously put some distance between them. It was obvious they did not want to become enemies with him. This effect was exactly what Yongkai had hoped for. With a flip of his wrist, he put away the soul-splitting saber and walked forward. Ignoring the numerous cultivator around him, Yongkai was extremely arrogant. Asterisk roar. Asterisk suddenly. A loud roar rang out from the crowd, one that sounded somewhat like the roar of a dragon. At the same time, it sounded like the roar of a beast. Everyone was startled as they turned to look at the source of the roar, but in the next moment, their expressions froze. Because in that position, a man in his 30s wearing brocade robes had used some kind of unknown secret technique to suddenly become extremely red, like a roasted prawn, exuding bursts of hot steam. Above his head, the shadow of a fiery red flood dragon appeared. This flood dragon phantom was almost tangible as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, flickering slightly before diving into the man's body. The next moment, the man's aura suddenly soared, and the aura he exuded was mixed with a trace of dragon pressure. Duan Tianxi. It was Duan Tianxi. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Is he the son of the city Lord Master? I've long heard that this fellow obtained a complete Jiao Dragon soul by chance when he was young. So it's true. This is bad. With the help of this Jiao Dragon's soul, the resistance to his advancement will be greatly reduced. Many cultivators started to shout at the same time. Some looked unwilling, some looked envious, but most of them looked fearful. Yang Kai instantly understood the identity of this person. It was the son of the city lord, Duan Yuan Shan, Duan Tian Ci. That flood dragon phantom was clearly the flood dragon soul he had obtained in his early years. He used a secret technique to resist the pressure of the dragon might in this place. Although the flood dragon was not part of the true dragon clan, it still had a trace of the true dragon bloodline. It was best to use it to fight against dragon might. Duan Tianxi was a patient person and had not exposed this advantage of his. Only when they were close enough to the soaring dragon altar did they suddenly take the initiative to seize the initiative. However, he was not the only one with this plan. Just as Duan Tianxi stimulated the flood dragon's soul, another young man not far away let out a shout and a semicircular, bell-like defensive barrier suddenly appeared around him. The attacks of the surrounding cultivators fell on this young man, but he ignored them all and simply stared at the treasure on the soaring dragon altar with fiery eyes as he walked forward step by step. However, none of these attacks could break through his defense and were all blocked. Its raging fire temple's immovable heavenly king bell. This person is Zong Zijin of Raging Fire Temple. A cultivator recognized the name and artifact used by this cultivator at once. Dao Source Grade Mid-Rank Defensive Artifact? Immovable Heavenly King Bell? That's cheating. How are we supposed to fight? Many Origin King Realm cultivators shouted angrily. Although Zong Zijin could not display the full power of the immovable Heavenly King Bell with his current cultivation, it was still a Dao Source Grade Mid-Rank Defensive Artifact and was not something an ordinary Origin King Realm cultivator could break. Only a dozen or so people working together could pose a threat to him. Zong Zijin walked forward while turning his head to look at the people attacking him and sneered, "This Zong will remember all of you. When this matter is over, this Zong will definitely pay you a visit." As soon as these words came out, many Origin Kings turned pale. "Young Master Zong, this is a misunderstanding. This one had eyes but failed to recognize young Master Zong and offended you. Please forgive this one, young Master Zong. If you had reported your name earlier, I would not have attacked you." An Origin King quickly admitted defeat, fearing that Zong Zijin would settle accounts with him later. "Me too, young Master Zong. As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Young Master Zong, is there a need for this?" Zong Zijin sneered again and again as he continued walking forward, saying lightly, "Good. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's forget about it. But if anyone dares to harass this young master again, I will not let them off easily in the future. We wouldn't dare. Please forgive us, young Master Zong." The cultivator was overjoyed. Zong Zijin obviously knew that now was not the time to be entangled with these people. If he did not take a step back and force them to fight him to the death, it would only benefit others, so he did not push them too far. Besides Duan Tianxi and Zong Zijin, Yang Kai was the fastest to act. Since he had already reached this point, he naturally channeled a little bit of the origin power of the Golden Divine Dragon to resist the invisible pressure of the dragon's might. Therefore, to a certain extent, he was the most relaxed of them all. As the three moved forward, they looked at each other, sparks flying between their eyes. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was feeling bitter in his heart at this moment. He did not feel any joy at all because unlike Duan Tianxi and Zong Zijin, he had no backer or background. If he really took away all the treasures on the soaring dragon altar, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. He was considering whether to let Duan Tianxi and Zong Zijin make the first move to share some of the pressure. But soon, he rejected this idea because no matter how many treasures he took away, he was bound to be targeted. Since that was the case, he might as well go all the way. Just as he made up his mind, Duan Tianxi suddenly formed a seal with his hands and immediately tapped his body a few times. As he did so, Duan Tianxi's aura, which was not weak to begin with, suddenly soared. He did not hesitate to use some kind of powerful secret technique. Immediately, he let out a hearty laugh and shot out several dozen meters, arriving next to the soaring dragon altar in the blink of an eye. Seeing this situation, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat while Zhong Zijin's face also changed as he grit his teeth and sped up. "It's all mine." Duan Tianxi laughed as he stretched out his hand and grasped a long sword-like artifact. Of the dozen or so treasures on the soaring dragon altar, this long sword had the best appearance. It was clear at first glance that it was not an ordinary artifact. Duan Tianxi was a cautious person, so when he picked up this long sword artifact, he also deliberately observed his surroundings. At the same time, he secretly circulated the qi in his body to guard against the unexpected. But what surprised him the most was that he was able to pick up the sword with ease. This result made him stunned, but he was even more pleasantly surprised. Just as he was about to put his first harvest into his space ring, then something unexpected happened. Less than a breath after the long sword left the soaring dragon altar, it twisted and became a withered branch. Not only did it lose its original appearance, but it also lost its spirituality. A gust of wind blew and the withered branch broke in two and fell to the ground. Duan Tianxi's smile suddenly stiffened on his face. The expressions of the many cultivators who were staring at him were also quite interesting. Some were questioning, some were surprised, some were gloating, and some were thinking, Is this fake? After a while, Duan Tianxi roared unwillingly, threw away the half-withered branch in his hand, and grabbed another hammer artifact. He took out the second artifact, but after leaving the soaring dragon altar, it also turned into an ordinary stone. An illusion. This is an illusion. We've all been deceived. Suddenly, exclamations came from the crowd. There was no need for this person to remind them, as almost everyone realized this. After all, the process of Duan Tianxi picking up the two artifacts had been witnessed by everyone, so there was no opportunity to fake it, nor was it possible to swap them out. As such, the only explanation was that the treasures on the soaring dragon altar were not real, but were instead illusions created by a powerful illusion. For a time, the cultivator who was moving forward stopped one after another, dumbfounded expressions on their faces. No one had expected the final outcome to be like this. The soaring dragon altar, the soaring dragon altar, the soaring dragon altar, the carp leaping through the dragon gate and transforming into a dragon. This legendary artifact had turned out to be a huge scam. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. The moment Duan Tianxi used his secret technique to rush forward, he had been burning with anxiety, but now, such a dramatic scene had occurred, catching him off guard. Suddenly, his expression changed as he closed his eyes and opened them again. No one noticed that his left eye had turned into a golden slit. The next moment, he rushed forward. On the other side, Zhong Zijin also arrived near the soaring dragon altar, and after exchanging a glance with Duan Tianxi, he began picking up treasures from the soaring dragon altar before throwing them down in disappointment. These seemingly extraordinary secret arts were all extremely ordinary and useless. After being thrown to the ground, they directly turned to dust and scattered with the wind. Soon, Yang Kai also joined in. He picked up a jade bottle, opened it, and took a look, cursing angrily before throwing it away. Not long after, under the joint inspection of the three cultivators, none of the things on the soaring dragon altar were real. How could this be? Duan Tianxi seemed to be unable to accept this outcome and muttered in disappointment. It seems we were all played. Zhong Zijin laughed self-deprecatingly. Chapter 2001. The soaring dragon altar inside the five-colored treasure pagoda turned out to be a huge scam. The hundreds of origin kings were unable to accept this reality for a while. Near the soaring dragon altar, everyone wore gloomy expressions as they stared at the ground littered with corpses and broken bodies. If the soaring dragon altar was a scam, then what was the point of all these people dying? Some of these people were relatives and friends of those who were still alive. Young Lady Qin, shouldn't you give us an explanation for this? Suddenly, someone from the crowd looked towards Qin Yu. who was at the back of the group, and asked in a cold voice. Qin Yu had long since stopped in her tracks. Furthermore, due to her strength not being high enough, she had not walked very far. At this moment, even her bodyguards were lagging behind the rest of the crowd, with the nearest cultivator being only 30 to 40 meters away. Hearing this, Qin Yu frowned, raised her head, and asked weakly, "This friend, what do you mean?" "Humph. Does young Lady Qin not understand what I mean? You said this place was the Soaring Dragon Altar, and we firmly believed you, but we never expected it to be a scam. So many people have died because of this. Does young Lady Qin intend to pretend to be deaf and mute?" The person who spoke wore a look of righteous indignation, as if Qin Yu had really deceived them and wanted her to take responsibility for the dead cultivator. His statement was approved by many cultivator, and they all glared at Qin Yu, as if they wanted to vent their grievances on Qin Yu. Qin Yu's brow furrowed even more, but before she could speak, one of the guards beside her couldn't help coldly snorting. "This friend, can you please think before you speak? What does this have to do with my young lady? How could it have nothing to do with her? If it weren't for young Lady Qin Yu saying this was the Soaring Dragon Altar, we wouldn't have rushed in here in a hot-blooded manner." Not waiting for the man to finish speaking, Duan Tianxi suddenly sneered, his face filled with killing intent as he stared at the man. How laughable. Think about it for yourselves. Even without young Lady Qin's guidance, would you be willing to let go of such a great opportunity here? After all, Duan Tianxi was the son of the city Lord Master. Moreover, his strength was not weak, and he had an extremely high reputation and popularity among the cultivator in Maplewood City. After hearing what he said, many people lowered their heads in contemplation and found that this was indeed the case. At that time, even without Qin Yu's explanation, everyone would not have ignored the Soaring Dragon Altar and would have swarmed towards it. If that had happened, the result would likely have been the same as it was now. In other words, with or without Qin Yu, the outcome would not have changed. Don't you think it's a little too laughable to pin the blame on young Lady Qin just because she gave you some pointers? Duan Tianxi looked coldly at the cultivator who spoke earlier. How would that person dare to meet Duan Tianxi's gaze? His eyes couldn't help but drift left and right. That's right. Miss Qin didn't do anything wrong. That would be equivalent to becoming an enemy of my raging fire temple. Zhong Zijin also spoke with an indifferent expression. My Jiang family has the same attitude. Jiang Chu, he replied with a smile, standing on the side of righteousness at the right time, helping the Jiang family accumulate reputation for himself. Of course, we won't blame Miss Qin. This is just the irresponsible words of a few people. Miss Qin doesn't need to care about these clowns. Yes, if it weren't for Miss Qin, we wouldn't even know what this thing was. Instead of thanking her, you actually dared to criticize her. You are the scum of my Maplewood City's cultivator community. Scum. We are ashamed to be associated with such people. As everyone shouted, the face of the cultivator who had just accused Qin Yu turned red, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Not far away, Qin Yu smiled lightly. Gracefully bowing, she said, "Everyone here is really reasonable, but this mistress is not wrong. This Soaring Dragon Altar does indeed contain a treasure. Where is it?" Duan Tianxi and Zhong Zijin's faces became hot as they hurriedly asked. Yang Kai's heart sank as he stared fixedly at Qin Yu, lest she say something he didn't want to hear. Qin Yu smiled lightly and said, "This Soaring Dragon Altar itself is a treasure. Perhaps what was placed on top of it before was an illusion, but the Soaring Dragon Altar was made from the bones of a true dragon, an artifact refining material that even the Emperor realm covets." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Qin Yu continued, "However, with our strength, it is impossible to destroy this Soaring Dragon Altar. Otherwise, it would not have existed inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda for so long and would have been taken away by a powerful master. If we rashly attack it, I'm afraid it will trigger a powerful barrier. So this mistress advises everyone not to act rashly." Hearing what she said, Zhong Zijin and Duan Tianxi's expressions gradually calmed down as they turned their heads to look at the huge soaring dragon altar and sighed. A treasure mountain was right in front of them, but they were unable to mine it. This kind of mood was truly confusing. Right, young Lady Qin? Yang Kai, who had not spoken until now, suddenly cupped his fists and said, "Since young Lady Qin has some understanding of the soaring dragon altar, dare I ask, when can we leave here? After all, those friends who retreated before, you saw what happened to them. We can't be trapped here forever, can we?" "That's right. Young Lady Qin, please enlighten us." Many people suddenly realized this problem and all turned their eyes to Qin Yu. Qin Yu glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully before smiling and saying, "You can leave now. Once the treasure on the soaring dragon altar disappears, the barrier around it will also lose its effect. This soaring dragon altar will sink into the ground in half an hour and drift away into the void. There is no telling when it will appear again. However, you can also choose not to leave. After all, the dragon pressure still exists. You should already be clear about the benefits of cultivating here, so there is no need for this mistress to explain." Yang Kai felt very uncomfortable under her gaze, feeling like his secret had been exposed, but he still gratefully said, "Many thanks for young Lady Qin's guidance." Having said so, he did not move. Learning from the mistakes of others, he did not want to be inexplicably killed by the light from the soaring dragon altar. As such, he simply sat down cross-legged on the ground, took out a source condensing pill, and swallowed it while relying on the powerful dragon pressure here. Using this two-pronged approach, he began transforming the source qi in his body. Not only him, but all the other cultivators did not move, waiting for the first person to eat the crab to be born. Most of the cultivators were like Yang Kai. They sat down cross-legged, obviously not wanting to waste this great opportunity. As for the remaining people, they were eager to leave here and go elsewhere to search for treasures. However, none of them had the courage to leave, their eyes drifting left and right as they looked around. Seeing this situation, Qin Yu smiled slightly, turned around, and took a few steps back. "Young lady!" The guards beside her turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted. In a split second, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. But what made them feel relieved was, Qin Yu did not encounter any attack from the soaring dragon altar. It seemed that what she said before was true. Once the treasure on the altar disappeared, the power of the barrier would no longer work. Seeing Qin Yu set an example, the other cultivators calmed down and used their own methods to leave. Soon, there were only a few dozen cultivators left near the soaring dragon altar. Yang Kai was among them. He had already dispersed the power of his golden divine dragon source, and was using his physical body to withstand the terrifying dragon pressure. Under the catalysis of the source condensing pill, he could feel the source qi in his body being transformed rapidly. After a brief calculation, he realized that cultivating here for an hour was equivalent to cultivating outside for about 10 days. Just as Qin Yu said, half an hour later, accompanied by the humming and trembling of the earth, the soaring dragon altar on the ground began to slowly sink into the ground under the influence of an inexplicable force. In less than half a cup of tea's worth of time, the entire soaring dragon altar disappeared without a trace. Even the oppressive dragon pressure had disappeared without a trace. Only then did Kai Yang sigh, rising to his feet. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw the dozens of cultivator left behind also stand up, some alone, some in groups of 3 or 5. However, all of them were safe and sound, and there were no disputes. Soon, these dozens of people flew off in different directions. Yang Kai also chose a direction at random and continued to search for the 5 colored light pillars that led to the second layer. After flying for a short time though, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and increased his speed. 2 hours later, his expression turned ugly. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked behind him. There was no one behind him, but after waiting for a moment, a profound light quickly approached from the distance. When it got close, Yang Kai saw that it was a flight-type artifact similar to the one he had seen before. Aboard this ship, a delicate figure stood on the deck, looking into the distance, and after seeing Yang Kai, she hurriedly turned around, seemingly giving orders to someone nearby. Not long after, the ship flew in front of Yang Kai and slowly landed. Young Lady Qin. Yang Kai looked at Qin Yu and the several Origin King realm guards who came down from the ship and asked with a gloomy expression, "What is the meaning of this, young Lady Qin? Did you think I wouldn't notice you following me?" Hearing this, Qin Yu said apologetically, "Please don't take offense, Your Excellency. This mistress did not intend to follow you. It's just that Your Excellency's speed was too fast for my Qin family's ship to catch up, so we followed you all the way." Yang Kai frowned, but the look on his face eased a little as he asked, "Does young Lady Qin mean you have something to discuss with me?" "Yes." Qin Yu nodded after hearing this. "I have nothing to do with young Lady Qin, so why are you looking for me?" Yang Kai looked puzzled, but he instinctively rejected this weak woman. In front of her, Yang Kai always felt a sense of insecurity. "Actually, it's nothing. This mistress just has a question to ask Your Excellency." "A question? May I ask Your Excellency's surname? Is that it?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Of course not." Qin Yu pursed her lips and smiled before suddenly coughing lightly, calming herself down before saying, "That's not what this mistress wanted to ask." Yang Kai nodded and said, "My surname is Yang. So, it's Brother Yang." Qin Yu understood and immediately moved her lips to whisper into Yang Kai's ear, "May I ask, Brother Yang, is there really no treasure on the soaring dragon altar?" Chapter 2002. Dare I ask, Brother Yang, are there really no treasures on the soaring dragon altar? Qin Yu's voice reached Yang Kai's ears accurately. Why would young Lady Qin ask such a question? Yang Kai looked at Qin Yu in amazement, appearing extremely surprised. Qin Yu stared at Yang Kai deeply, her pair of clear and flawless eyes staring straight into Yang Kai's eyes, as if she wanted to peer into the depths of Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai stared back at her indifferently for a moment before suddenly frowning and whispering, "What young Lady Qin means, is it possible that the dozen or so treasures on the soaring dragon altar were not all illusions?" "Ha." Qin Yu smiled. "This mistress isn't sure, just asking casually. At that time, only you, Brother Yang, Brother Duan, and Brother Zong were near the soaring dragon altar, so you were the ones who examined the dozen or so treasures on it." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "In any case, I didn't see any treasures, and according to my observation, the other two didn't obtain any benefits. So that's how it is. This mistress was overthinking things." Qin Yu nodded apologetically. "Is that what young Lady Qin wanted to ask?" "Yes, I apologize for wasting Brother Yang's time. It's fine, since there's nothing else, this one will take his leave." Yang Kai cupped his fists and turned to leave. "Brother Yang, wait." Qin Yu suddenly called out to him. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned, a little displeased. Otherwise, seeing how this weak woman had a good temperament, he wouldn't have bothered with her. After all, he and Qin Yu had never interacted before. "Brother Yang, please calm down. This mistress wants to ask Brother Yang, are you going to look for the entrance to the second layer next?" "So what if I am?" Yang Kai didn't deny it. "Brother Yang, do you know where the entrance is?" Yang Kai shook his head. He only knew that the entrance was a 5-colored light pillar that connected heaven and earth. How could he know the exact location of the 5-colored light pillar? At that time, Kong Si Ran had not mentioned this to him. However, since it was a 5-colored light pillar that connected heaven and earth, it shouldn't be difficult to find as long as the distance wasn't too far. They should be able to find something. However, seeing Qin Yu's mysterious look, Yang Kai suddenly realized that things might not be as simple as he thought. He couldn't help but ask, "Miss Qin, do you know where the entrance is?" "I don't know the exact location." Qin Yu shook his head apologetically. Yang Kai was speechless. Qin Yu giggled and said, "Although I don't know the exact location, I'm not sure, but I have a rough idea." As she said this, she suddenly recited in a low voice, "Between the mountains, misty clouds, Clear mountain streams, pillars of light appear. Between the mountains, misty clouds, clear mountain streams, pillars of light appear? Yang Kai repeated with a frown. Yes. Qin Yu nodded. Although the five-colored light pillar at the entrance is connected heaven and earth, it is impossible to find it if you don't find the right place. Even if you pass by it, you may miss the opportunity. Did you also read this from an ancient book? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Qin Yu nodded. Miss Qin is really well-read and knowledgeable. Yang Kai was full of admiration. Qin Yu's pale face showed a slight blush, and she suddenly seemed to be more lively. She shook her head and said, "Brother Yang is too kind. This mistress just likes to read some random things. It's not something that can be considered elegant. In fact, this mistress is now looking for the entrance to the second layer. If Brother Yang doesn't mind, how about you go with me?" She actually extended an invitation to Yang Kai. Hearing this, Yang Kai looked up at the ship artifact behind her, an expression of interest on his face. With this ship, he could save a lot of energy and could even rest on the ship and maintain his spirit. It wasn't a bad idea. However, I'm used to being alone. So this one appreciates Miss Qin's good intentions. Yang Kai considered for a moment and tactfully declined Qin Yu's proposal. Qin Yu suddenly showed a trace of disappointment, but she didn't insist. Instead, she nodded and said, "In that case, this mistress won't disturb Brother Yang. I wish Brother Yang the best of luck. You two farewell." Yang Kai cupped his fists, turned around, and left. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. After his figure disappeared, a guard next to Qin Yu stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared and coldly snorted, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Obviously, he felt that Qin Yu wasn't worth it. Qin Yu smiled faintly and said, "He's just being cautious. How is that related to not knowing how to appreciate kindness? I feel that his choice is normal. That's because young lady is kind and benevolent." The guard looked indignant. "By the way, young lady, why did you ask him that before? Aren't all the treasures on the soaring dragon altar fake?" "Perhaps. But there are some discrepancies with what I read in the ancient books. I don't know the specifics." After saying a few words, Qin Yu suddenly coughed violently again. The guard was shocked and quickly said, "Young lady, we should hurry back to the ship. The wind outside is too strong." Qin Yu nodded quickly and turned back towards the ship. At the same time, somewhere in the first layer, there was a petite woman with a striking crescent-shaped birthmark on her face. This woman was none other than Mo Shaoqi, who had entered the five-colored treasure pagoda together with Yang Kai and then separated. At this moment, Mo Shaoqi was riding a monster beast that looked like a cross between a lion and a tiger. This monster beast had a fierce look on its face and was covered in snow-white fur. Its body was huge, and the hot air it exhaled from its nostrils seemed to contain some kind of inexplicable power that corroded the ground with every hit it made. If anyone was here, they would definitely be shocked. Because the beast Mo Shaoqi was riding was the famous silver-maned lion-tiger beast. Although this monster beast did not inherit the bloodline of an ancient divine spirit, it was still extremely difficult to deal with. It was born as a fifth-order monster beast, and depending on its aptitude, it could grow to the 10th order or even 11th order at its peak. In other words, it was a cultivator comparable to an Origin King realm or even a Dao Source realm master. There were even legends of 12th order lion-tiger beasts that had cultivated to the level of the Emperor realm. This silver-maned lion-tiger beast was obviously not comparable to a Dao Source realm master. It was only exuding a peak 10th order aura, but it could not be underestimated. The silver-maned lion-tiger beast was born ferocious and aggressive, not something an ordinary cultivator could subdue. Even if a master from the Emperor realm tried to subdue it, they would not necessarily succeed. The most likely result was that the silver-maned lion-tiger beast would fight to the death and eventually die of exhaustion. But now, this majestic silver-maned liger was being used as a means of transportation by Mo Shaoqi, yet not only did it not show the slightest dissatisfaction, It even obeyed her every command, not daring to go east or west. It was truly unbelievable. In front of Mo Xiaoqi, there was a strange beast about the size of a palm flying about. This strange beast looked a bit like a bat and was quite inconspicuous, but judging from the energy fluctuations coming from its body, it was also a 10th-order monster beast. The heaven-escaping bat, like the silver-maned lion-tiger beast, was an extremely rare species. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of method Mo Xiaoqi had used to get along so well with these two monster beasts and make them obey her every command. No one knew if these two monster beasts were subdued by Mo Xiaoqi after she entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda, or if they were already here. Little bat, hurry up and find the entrance. I'll give you something delicious to eat. Over here, over here. Little silver, hurry up, don't be so slow. Mo Xiaoqi sat on the back of the lion-tiger beast and gave out orders. Obviously, she was also looking for the entrance to the second layer. The heaven-escaping bat, named Xiaofu by Mo Xiaoqi, seemed to have some special abilities as it led Mo Xiaoqi forward and soon arrived at a place surrounded by mountains. Above this mountain stream, clouds and mist curled around its peaks, the peaks of which reached straight up into the sky, making it impossible to see their peaks. Somewhere in the mountains, the sound of a mountain spring could be heard incessantly. The sky-escaping bat flew directly to the vicinity of the mountain spring and began to circle around a certain area. Mo Xiaoqi quickly urged the lion-tiger beast to follow it. When she came to the place, she looked up and immediately giggled. "It's not hard to find. I'm definitely the first one, heh." Just as she was about to move forward, she suddenly remembered something and said, "Right. Let's see where Big Brother Yang is." As she spoke, she took out a round bead from her space ring and sent a few seals into it. A moment later, a look of disappointment appeared on her face. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it! The sound bead doesn't work in this damned place. Is it because the world principles here are too broken? Forget it, Big Brother Yang will definitely come here. Little bat, wait here. When you see Big Brother Yang, bring him to the second layer to find me." After giving this order, she took out a jade slip and poured her divine sense into it. She left some information and handed it to the heaven-escaping bat. Only then did she rush forward happily. Not far ahead, there was a flash of light and Mo Xiaoqi and the lion-tiger beast disappeared. The heaven-escaping bat stayed where it was, but it only circled around once before it suddenly landed beside a pile of rocks. Its body sank into the ground and disappeared. On the third layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, Lan Sun was strolling around, looking around. Her body was emitting a faint fluorescent light, which seemed to have an inexplicable power that kept all dangers at bay. Suddenly, she stopped in a secluded valley and after carefully perceiving her surroundings, a look of joy appeared on her face. "It's here." While speaking, she took out many array discs and array bases from her space ring and started busying herself nearby. 2 days later, she finished arranging everything and took out a large number of source crystals to pile up nearby. Only then did she sit down cross-legged and silently circulate her secret art, beginning to break through the bottleneck of the Tao source realm. As time passed, Lan Sun's delicate body exuded an inexplicable attractive force, and many fireflies suddenly appeared around her. These fireflies looked somewhat similar to the starlight Yang Kai had absorbed in the starlight corridor before. But if one were to perceive them carefully, they would find that the two were fundamentally different. The starlight in the starlight corridor was like a catalyst that could rapidly transform the Saint Qi in a cultivator's body into source Qi. However, the starlight here contained many broken laws of heaven and earth. As the starlight entered her body, Lan Sun comprehended the world principles, and the aura fluctuations on her body grew stronger and stronger. Chapter 2003. 5 days after entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda, somewhere on the first floor, Yang Kai descended from the sky with an indifferent expression. He landed beside the other two cultivator and stared at the dead monster beast corpses on the ground. Unlike Yang Kai's indifference, the other two cultivator were extremely excited. Of these two cultivator, one was dressed in blue, while the other was dressed in white. Both were men and both were third-order origin kings. The three of them did not inform each other of their names. They only knew each other's surnames. The reason why they were gathered here was because they were temporarily working together. After separating from Qin Yu, Yang Kai had been looking for the entrance to the second level. He didn't expect to meet the two cultivator here. The two of them showed up and briefly explained the situation to Yang Kai. Only then did Yang Kai learn that the two of them had actually discovered some rare golden crystal grass. However, the golden crystal grass here was guarded by 4 iron-armed spirit nuns. The iron-armed spirit nuns' skin was extremely hard, and their innate defense was astonishing. The two of them had clashed with the 4 iron-armed spirit nuns, but they hadn't been able to gain any advantage over them. They had no choice but to temporarily retreat and find another helper to deal with the 4 monster beast. Yang Kai happened to be passing by, so he showed up to invite them. After listening to their explanation, Yang Kai immediately decided to join them. Although Yang Kai didn't know what golden crystal grass was, since it could make 2 third-order origin kings so obsessed, it must be of extraordinary value. It was just 4 monster beasts, so it wouldn't take much time. Moreover, he didn't care much about 2 third-order origin kings. Even if they were plotting something, Yang Kai felt that with his current strength, he could easily deal with them. He should be able to handle it. After some inquiries, Yang Kai found out that the golden crystal grass was a rare spiritual herb that could help a cultivator refine his body, even if it was swallowed directly. Could also increase the cultivator's physical strength and defense by a lot. If he could use other medicinal herbs to refine the golden crystal pill, the effect was even better. It was precisely because of the golden crystal grass that the iron-armed spirit and I had gathered here to survive. Once the 3 of them came to an agreement, they attacked without hesitation. Of the 4 iron-armed spirit nuns, the largest one was at the peak of the 10th order, equivalent to a peak origin king, and as long as it was given a few more years, breaking through to the 11th order would not be a problem. Both of them were second-order origin kings. If it was an ordinary monster beast, the 2 cultivators would be able to handle it. At the very least, they would be able to fight it to a draw. However, the iron-armed spirit Ni's defense was astonishing. His strength boundless, and he did not fear death. The previous exchange had caused the 2 of them to suffer greatly, but they did not gain any advantage. But after Yang Kai joined the team, the situation was completely different. Although Yang Kai had concealed his own strength, it was not a problem for him to restrain the iron-armed spirit and I. The other 2 joined forces and used their artifacts to kill the 3 smaller ones. Then, the 3 of them attacked together, and the last big one was unable to escape. Brother Yang is really amazing. Even under the attack of this evil beast, he is still able to remain unscathed. This Zhao admires him, the man in blue said with a somewhat forced smile. And this slightly longer iron-armed spirit and I almost caused Brother Zhao and I to suffer heavy injuries before. I didn't expect Brother Yang to be able to deal with it for so long. This son is truly ashamed. The man in white also said, 2 sirs are too kind. This one's movement skill is just a bit more flexible. Although its strength is great, I don't want to tangle with it, so it naturally can't do anything to me, Yang Kai said lightly. Zhao and Sun glanced at each other. Without saying anything more, they simply laughed and glossed over the matter. After all, when the 3 of them had joined forces to deal with the last iron-armed spirit and I, they had seen Yang Kai's performance. It was not just his movement skill that was flexible. For a time, both of them felt some fear towards Yang Kai. Now that these 4 beasts are dead, let's deal with them first. The blood essence, fur, and teeth of this iron-armed spirit and I are all extraordinary materials. We can't waste them, the man surnamed Zhao proposed. And their fur, in particular, is the most suitable material for refining defensive artifacts. The man surnamed Sun also said with a happy expression. So the 3 of them no longer hesitated and began to deal with the 4 iron-armed spirit and I. Not long after, All three of them showed satisfied looks as they divided up the same amount of materials, leaving only some flesh and bones behind. Then all that's left is the golden crystal grass. I wonder how many there are, but I hope there are a lot. The man surnamed Zhao turned his fiery eyes towards a cave in front of him. Let's go in and see. Yang Kai smiled lightly and took the lead to walk into the cave. The man surnamed Zhao and Sun exchanged a glance before hurriedly following. The cave was dark and damp, and there was an inexplicable smell that made one want to vomit. Near the entrance of the cave, there were many skeletons of other monster beasts, all of them white and gloomy, and when one stepped on them, a bone-chilling sound could be heard. The 4 iron-armed divine nuns had clearly settled down here. After walking for a short time, the 3 of them arrived at the bottom of the cave. In front of them, there was a stone-like structure about 15 meters in diameter. On top of the stone-like structure grew a dozen stalks of grass that exuded a metallic luster, each stalk about 2 fingers long. The 3 of them released their divine senses and, after confirming that there was no danger here, approached the stone-like structure. TSK, there are 13 of them, the man surnamed Zhao said happily. It won't be easy to divide them. The man surnamed Sun frowned as he thought of another problem. Yang Kai chuckled and said, since there are 13 stalks, the 3 of us will each take 4. As for the remaining stalk, we'll convert it into source crystals. The one who takes the golden crystal grass will compensate the other 2 with source crystals. Brother Yang, good idea, let's do that. The man surnamed Zhao and Sun naturally had no reason to refuse and nodded quickly. The 3 of them then divided the 12 stalks of golden crystal grass one by one. After a brief discussion, Yang Kai finally bought the last stalk for 5,000 source crystals. After some work, everyone was happy. It was a pleasure cooperating with you this time. I hope there will be another opportunity next time. The man surnamed Zhao cupped his fists towards Yang Kai with a smile. Yes, Brother Yang's strength is extraordinary. I hope there will be a time when we can cooperate with Brother Yang again. The man surnamed Sun also chimed in. There will be another opportunity, Yang Kai casually said. Since this matter is settled, this one will take his leave. Brother Yang, we will meet again. The man surnamed Zhao and Sun quickly cupped their fists and replied. Yang Kai nodded, turned around, and walked out. When he reached the entrance of the cave, he suddenly turned around and asked, aren't you two going to look for the entrance to the second layer? The man surnamed Zhao chuckled and said, naturally we must go. But this Zhao consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle and would like to recover here for a while. Brother Yang, please go ahead. The man surnamed Sun indicated that he had the same intention. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding and nodded, not saying anything more before leaving the cave. The other 2 sat down cross-legged, took out some restorative pills from their space rings, stuffed them into their mouths, and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. For a time, the cave was silent. After a long time, the man surnamed Sun suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, he should have gone far by now. It's been so long. Could he still be nearby? The man surnamed Zhao asked. Brother Zhao, why did you tell me not to act rashly just now? Golden crystal grass is so rare, yet we let him take 5 of them for free. Moreover, from the way he bid, it seems he has a lot of source crystals on him. If we could kill him, do you think the 2 of us together are his opponent? The man surnamed Zhao heard this and coldly snorted. What? Although his performance was indeed extraordinary and he hid his strength, aren't you and I the same? 2 against 1, what is there to be afraid of? The man surnamed Sun said with an unconvinced expression. That's because you don't know how terrifying he is. The man surnamed Zhao snorted. Remember I told you before that I came from the soaring dragon altar? At that time, I saw this man kill Kuei Sha with a single strike. Kuei Sha didn't even have a chance to resist. Kuei Sha? Kuei Sha of Blood Transformation Sect. The man surnamed Sun was shocked. And how do you think we compare to Kuei Sha? Naturally, we're inferior. Although Blood Transformation Sect isn't a particularly powerful sect, even slightly inferior to Raging Fire Temple. I've heard of Kuei Sha before. That's why I didn't tell you to act. When I first saw him, I didn't remember who he was, but when I saw him act, I realized he was that person. Being able to kill Kuei Sha with a single strike, even if the two of us join forces, we definitely won't be his opponent. So that's how it is. Fortunately, Brother Zhao reminded me in time. Otherwise, if we had fallen out with that person, the man surnamed Sun broke out in cold sweat. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Fortunately, this person seems to be quite ignorant and doesn't even know what the use of golden crystal grass is, intentionally or unintentionally asking the two of us about it. How interesting. And this person is really strange. Since he's so strong, how could he not have heard of golden crystal grass? The man surnamed Sun also wore a puzzled look. Isn't that even better? Since he doesn't know about golden crystal grass, he naturally doesn't know about it either. Golden crystal grass only grows in places where rare ores are gathered. In other words, there are definitely rare ores underground. The man surnamed Zhao smiled slightly. Now that he's gone, there's no time to lose. Let's act quickly. If we find an emperor grade ore, you and I will be rich. How can emperor grade ores be so easy to find? It's rumored that emperor grade ores can only be found in the Star Ocean. This is just the first layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. However, if we find a Dao source grade ore, I'll be satisfied. As the two of them spoke, they no longer hesitated. Using their respective methods, they blasted towards the stone block in front of them. Not long after, a large pit was blasted open on the ground. Immediately after, the two of them changed their methods again, using their strength to transform into various moves as they continued to dig downwards. Sure enough, there's something fishy here. Not far away, Yang Kai, who had used his secret technique Nihility to conceal his aura and existence, coldly snorted. Chapter 2004. Earlier, Yang Kai had felt that there was something strange about the behavior of Zhao and Sunday. After all, the cave of the Iron Arm Spirit and I was dark and damp, and the smell was unbearable. However, after obtaining the golden crystal grass, these two had decided to stay and meditate to restore themselves, which was obviously a problem. If there weren't any other benefits inside, why would they choose to stay in such an environment? Therefore, Yang Kai pretended to leave, but in reality, he was hiding nearby and quietly investigating. At this moment, as soon as he felt the traces of these two using their strength, he immediately confirmed his suspicions. However, in this situation, Yang Kai couldn't just kill them and rob them. After all, although Zhao and Sun had concealed something from him, they hadn't really done anything to harm him, so he could only blame himself for being a little ignorant. It seems it's time to cram some knowledge about the various materials in the star boundary. Otherwise, I will definitely suffer similar losses in the future. Yang Kai didn't know what was underground that was worth Zhao and Sun digging for, but since it wasn't convenient for him to show his face, he could only continue to hide. The movement continued, and soon, a large pit was dug out in the ground of the cave. Zhao and Sun jumped in one after another and continued to dig. After half a day, at the entrance of the cave, Zhao and Sun shot out one after the other, but instead of showing any joy, both of their brows were furrowed, as if they hadn't gained anything. Damn it, we wasted half a day's worth of effort. The man surnamed Zhao cursed. That's right. Who would have thought that it would turn out like this? If we had known, we would have just left. Ha! The man surnamed Sun also sighed. Forget it, it's fate, we can't force it. Let's hurry up and find the entrance to the second layer. We don't know when this 5-colored treasure pagoda will close, so we need to find as many benefits as possible, especially that Dao source fruit. It'll be of great use to you and me. After exchanging a few words, the two no longer had any intention of staying here, summoning their flight-type artifacts and flying away. A moment later, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared from the void. Staring in the direction, the two disappeared with a thoughtful look on his face. From the conversation between the two of them, it seemed that they did not gain anything from the cave. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so frustrated. However, from what they said, it seemed like they didn't say that there were no benefits to being underground. This caused Kai Yang to be puzzled. With a flash of his body, he returned to the cave. When he arrived at the deepest part of the cave, he looked around and saw a huge pit in front of him. Yang Kai jumped in. Not long after, his feet landed on the ground. After releasing his spiritual force, the situation underground was immediately clear. The efficiency of the Zhao and Sun duo was indeed quite good. After all, they were third-order origin king cultivators. In just half a day, they had dug out a hole that covered an area of about 1,000 meters. Furthermore, there were no signs of it collapsing. Yang Kai gasped in amazement. He couldn't help but admire the two's methods. However, there was only one thing in this 1,000-feet-wide cave. An incomparably huge and complete ore. He didn't know what kind of ore it was, but it was light green in color, as if it was covered in moss. But if you look carefully, Yang Kai discovered that it was not moss, but the color of the ore itself. The edges of the ore had been excavated, so Yang Kai could clearly see that this ore had an irregular shape. However, it was about the size of 10 houses. Not far in front of Yang Kai, there were some traces of attack on the ore. There were quite a few marks. Some were several inches deep, while others were just scratches. These marks were obviously left behind by the Zhao and Sun duo. Yang Kai suddenly understood why the Zhao and Sun duo showed such annoyed expressions when they walked out of the cave. It turned out that there were benefits to being underground, but these benefits, the two of them couldn't take them away and could only sigh. Such a large piece of or would not be able to fit into anyone's space ring. The Zhao and Sun duo obviously knew this, so they wanted to take some of it away with them. The traces left behind on the ore were the best evidence of this. Unfortunately, this ore seemed to be extremely hard. Even with the Zhao and Sun duo's strength, they were unable to destroy it. In the end, they could only reluctantly abandon it to avoid wasting time. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned meaningfully. His space ring was no different from others, so naturally it could not accommodate such a large piece of ore, but in addition to his space ring, he also had the sealed world bead. Back then, his embodiment had been stuffed directly into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, let alone this piece of ore. Compared to his embodiment, it was much smaller and more delicate. This ore existed in the first layer of the 5-colored treasure pagoda, so it was definitely not an emperor grade ore. Yang Kai estimated that it was at most a Dao source grade or origin king grade ore. Even so, such a large ore was still extremely valuable. The embodiment now cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle art and needed a lot of materials to devour and refine. This ore could become a good resource for the embodiment to become stronger. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and sat down cross-legged, immediately releasing his divine sense to completely envelop this huge ore. Next, Yang Kai let out a muffled shout and poured out his spiritual energy. In the next moment, the huge ore in front of him disappeared and appeared in the sealed world bead. After doing all this, Yang Kai's body could not help shaking as his face turned slightly pale, and he felt a sharp pain in his head. However, Yang Kai did not panic, and instead quickly took out some spirit pills to restore his soul, and stuffed them into his mouth to refine and absorb them. Time passed slowly, and half a day later, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. His consumed soul had basically been restored. With the help of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's soul recovery speed was several dozen times faster than ordinary people. Otherwise, with his current realm and the effort he had just expended, it would have taken him at least 10 days to recover before he could move again. Sweeping the sealed world bead with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the huge ore had been moved to the embodiment. At this moment, the embodiment was also a little different from before. Although it was still as tall as a mountain, it was undoubtedly much smaller than the last time Yang Kai saw it. Around the embodiment, the impurities that had been refined were now several dozen meters high, forming a thick layer. While Yang Kai was observing for a while, he saw broken stones falling from the embodiment's body. It was quite a spectacular sight. Yang Kai was very satisfied. According to this speed, the embodiment would be able to help him in half a year to a year, and it would no longer be put on hold because of its inability to move. Taking back his divine sense, Yang Kai jumped out of the hole and went outside to identify the direction before leaving. 7 days later, Yang Kai frowned as he looked at the mountain range not far in front of him with an anxious look on his face. He had been looking for the entrance to the second layer these days, but unfortunately he had not found it. Qin Yu's words that day were still ringing in his ears, and he did not think that the other party would deceive him. So he followed Qin Yu's instructions and searched for a place with a mountain range. He had searched several places in succession, but found nothing. He was not sure whether the mountain range in front of him was the target he was looking for. However, he still had to take a look. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he moved forward. Not long after, he arrived in the middle of the mountain range. Looking up, he could not help but feel happy. This was because this place was surrounded by mountains with clouds and mist above their heads. This was very much in line with the first 2 sentences Qin Yu had said. Just as he secretly felt that he had found the right place, a small black shadow suddenly shot over from not far away. Yang Kai instinctively stretched out his hand, and a powerful force came out of his palm and attacked the black shadow. The black shadow's reaction was extremely fast. It was originally shooting straight at Yang Kai, but the moment Yang Kai attacked, it suddenly made a 90-degree turn and shot straight up into the sky. Then, like a falling meteor, it fell straight down, and its mouth kept making squeaking sounds. Its tone was somewhat aggrieved and hurried. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. He stood in place and did not move, staring at the black shadow that suddenly shot towards him. Only then did he see clearly that the black shadow was a palm-sized monster beast. It looked a bit like a bat, and as it flapped its wings, its body was extremely flexible and its speed was extremely fast. At this moment, the bat-like monster beast was floating in front of Yang Kai, its small eyes staring at Yang Kai, revealing a sense of recognition. Yang Kai was surprised. Before he could figure out what this monster beast wanted to do, it let out a series of squeaking sounds before opening its mouth and spitting out a jade slip, indicating to Yang Kai. For me, Yang Kai frowned, but he still figured out the intentions of this little beast. The little beast squeaked again, seemingly responding to Yang Kai, and then slowly flew over to him, loosening its mouth and letting the jade slip fall. Yang Kai took the jade slip and poured his divine sense into it, and after a while, he laughed. It turns out to be Shao Qi. Only now did he realize that this little beast in front of him was Mo Shao Qi's heaven-escaping bat. She had left it here to guide him along the way. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling warm in his heart. But it seems, I really didn't find the wrong place. Moreover, that girl Mo Shao Qi actually entered the second layer so much earlier than me. She really is amazing. Lead the way. Yang Kai put away the jade slip and smiled at the heaven-escaping bat. This little beast seemed to be able to understand human language. Hearing this, it immediately turned around and flew in a certain direction. But at this moment, a shout suddenly came from not far away. "Friend, please wait." While speaking, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. Yang Kai's face sank. Just now, he was so surprised by the spirituality of this heaven-escaping bat that he didn't notice someone approaching. After hearing the voice, he immediately reacted. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yang Kai knew that there were 6 cultivators nearby, and all of them were origin kings. Chapter 2005. Yang Kai turned his head and saw 6 Origin King Realm Cultivator approaching. The one leading this group had a dignified appearance and an extraordinary temperament. At a glance, it was obvious he had an extraordinary background. Moreover, it was someone Yang Kai knew. The young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, Ning Yuancheng. That day in the black market, Ning Yuancheng and Mo Shaoqi had some conflicts over the snake egg. Yang Kai had concealed his appearance and used tiger skin to intimidate the group from Flying Saint Palace. Unexpectedly, on the first floor of the five-colored treasure pagoda, he met people from Flying Saint Palace again. However, at this moment, the second-order Dao Source Realm Master, Louis Ji, was not with Ning Yuancheng. After all, the five-colored treasure pagoda was open this time and Dao Source Realm cultivators were not allowed to enter, so Ning Yuancheng could only bring some Origin Kings with him. Yang Kai did not know what method they had used, but they had actually gathered together and bumped into Yang Kai here. Although they could be regarded as acquaintances, Yang Kai did not panic at all. He had concealed his appearance that day, so he believed Ning Yuancheng would not recognize him at this moment. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Ning Yuancheng faintly. "Isn't that nonsense? Why would I stop you if I had nothing to say?" An Origin King behind Ning Yuancheng snorted coldly. Yang Kai sneered and looked at the man who spoke coldly. "Don't be rude," Ning Yuancheng shouted, seemingly reprimanding the guard. But he immediately raised his eyes to Yang Kai and cupped his fists with a smile, proudly saying, "This friend. This one is Flying Saint Palace's young palace master, Ning Yuancheng. May I know how to address this friend? If you have something to say, say it. There's no need to flatter me." Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. He had a general understanding of the other party's character and naturally knew that it was impossible for him to be so polite. But because he did not know Yang Kai's identity and origin, he was trying to probe him. Perhaps it had something to do with his encounter in the black market. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy. Yang Kai's reaction and demeanor made Ning Yuancheng frown, seemingly quite displeased, but he only hesitated for a moment before saying, "In that case, this one will get straight to the point. Just now, this little beast seemed to have given you something? So what if I am?" Yang Kai suddenly became happy, thinking to himself that it was because of the jade slip. Ning Yuancheng must have thought that the jade slip was some kind of treasure and had suddenly become greedy. "What is that?" Ning Yuancheng's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, "What does it have to do with you? Brat, how dare you?" The guard who spoke before suddenly became furious and shouted, "Young palace master asks you a question. You only need to answer obediently. You don't have the right to ask." Ning Yuancheng waved his hand, stopping the guard from taking any further action. His expression gradually became cold, and he no longer had the patience to deal with Yang Kai. "It's like this. This one is quite interested in your little beast. I wonder if your excellency is willing to part with it. This one is willing to pay." "Not interested." Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish and directly refused. Not to mention that this little beast was a 10th-order monster beast and was not easy to raise. Even if it was Yang Kai's, it was impossible for him to sell it casually, not to mention it was Mo Shaoqi's. After saying so, he turned around and left. "Friend, it seems you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Capture him for me." Ning Yuancheng saw that Yang Kai was not giving him any face, so he didn't bother to put on an act and directly tore off all pretense. He immediately issued an order. The 5 Origin Kings heard this. They immediately took action. But at that moment, the heaven-escaping bat, which had been flying mid-air, suddenly opened its small mouth and let out a series of sharp cries. Sound waves visible to the naked eye spread out like ripples. The sound waves madly spread forward, fanning out towards the Flying Saint Palace cultivators. In an instant, the faces of the 5 Origin Kings and Ning Yuancheng couldn't help changing as they felt a stabbing pain in their eardrums, their blood and qi tumbling uncontrollably, and their source qi tumbling uncontrollably. Everyone looked shocked as they hurriedly pushed their strength to resist the sharp cries and suppress the tumbling of their blood and qi. By the time they came back to their senses, Yang Kai and the little beast had already flown far away, and they could only see their backs in the distance. "Damn it! Chase after them. No matter what, we must grab that little beast. That little beast seems to be able to find precious treasures, and may play a big role in this place." Ning Yuancheng shouted angrily. The other 5 didn't dare to neglect and immediately used their movement skills to pursue. But a moment later, they lost sight of Yang Kai and the little beast. Where did they go? Ning Yuancheng looked around but couldn't find them at all. Reporting to young palace master, "We don't know. They seemed to have suddenly disappeared. One of the guards also looked puzzled. They should be nearby. Search for them. How could something this young master set his eyes on run away? Ning Yuancheng said with a fierce look. The 5 people immediately spread out and began searching the surrounding area. Not long after, one of the guards called out in surprise, "Young palace master, come and take a look. This seems to be the entrance to the second layer." What? Ning Yuancheng was overjoyed when he heard this, but immediately became angry. Nonsense! The entrance to the second layer is a 5-colored light pillar that connects heaven and earth. It's extremely obvious. Do you think this young master is blind and can't see it? How could there be, Ning Yuancheng's voice paused, and he suddenly looked up at the sky and saw a 5-colored light pillar that connected heaven and earth. Frowning, Ning Yuancheng took a few steps back and the 5-colored light pillar in front of him disappeared. But after taking a few more steps forward, the light pillar reappeared. Is it really that amazing? Ning Yuancheng was shocked. Yes, young palace master, it seems that this entrance can only be found when standing in a specific position. Otherwise it would be impossible to detect it even if you were close at hand. The guard who discovered the entrance said with a look of pleasant surprise. Those bastards from Star Soul Palace are really treacherous. Fortunately, this young master is blessed by the heavens. Otherwise, how could I have found this entrance? Ha 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 ha. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's go to the second layer. That guy must have also gone to the second layer. I don't believe he can escape from my palm. Young palace master, that little beast may not only be able to find precious treasures, but also the entrance. Is really a strange beast. Then this young master must get his hands on it. Who knows, I might even be able to find the entrance to the 3rd floor. Ning Yuancheng's face was filled with a fiery light as he led his 5 guards into the 5-colored pillar of light. The next moment, the 6 figures flickered and disappeared one after another. But when they entered the second layer, Yang Kai had already disappeared. At the same time, somewhere in the second layer, Yang Kai was flying with the heaven-escaping bat leading the way. Yang Kai knew that it was looking for Mo Shaoqi, so he followed behind it leisurely while secretly observing the situation in the second layer. There didn't seem to be any difference here from the first layer. The world energy here was extremely thin and not suitable for cultivation. Moreover, the world principles here were extremely fragmented. However, the second layer seemed to be much more dangerous than the first layer. Yang Kai had explored the first layer for a long time but had not encountered many traps or barriers. But after arriving in the second layer, when he released his divine sense, he could feel a lot of hidden energy fluctuations. These were obviously man-made or naturally formed barriers, and once he entered a certain range. Once he entered, it would trigger an attack. However, with the heaven-escaping bat leading the way, Yang Kai did not need to worry about encountering any dangers. This little beast seemed to have a very strong sense of danger and could often avoid many traps and barriers ahead of time. Half a day later, 1 beast and 1 human passed through a canyon that was about 1,000 meters wide and windy. Yang Kai scanned his surroundings and confirmed that there was no danger. But at that moment, the heaven-escaping bat, which was flying above the canyon, suddenly let out a sharp squeak, its voice filled with panic. Yang Kai was startled. Before he had time to investigate what was wrong with it. At that moment, Yang Kai's whole body suddenly sank. At that moment, there seemed to be a terrifying suction force coming from beneath his feet, causing his body to fall involuntarily. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. Yang Kai hurriedly circulated the power in his body. He wanted to resist this inexplicable suction. But soon, Yang Kai discovered that all this was futile. With his 3rd-order origin king cultivation, he was unable to stabilize his body. As for the little beast, who was good at flying, it was also unable to escape this calamity and fell from the sky into the canyon. The wind whistled in his ears as he fell faster and faster, the wind blowing against his face like a knife, causing him unbearable pain. Yang Kai finally panicked. He immediately understood that he had likely encountered some kind of powerful barrier, one that not only he had not noticed but also the heaven-escaping bat. It was unlikely that such a powerful restriction was man-made. There was a high chance that it was natural. This kind of barrier was generally very difficult to detect, and by the time it was detected, it would already be too late. Falling at this speed, even if Yang Kai's physique was strong, even if he used his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art and dragon transformation secret technique, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. This way of dying was simply too miserable. The little beast's sharp squeaks continued to reach Yang Kai's ears, but because it was falling too fast, it was somewhat out of tune. Yang Kai opened his eyes but was unable to see the situation below, so he had no choice but to release his divine sense to investigate. After some time, the situation finally improved. Locking onto the position of the little beast with his divine sense, Yang Kai flicked his finger and sent out a golden blood thread, but in this situation, he was unable to maintain enough accuracy and failed to bring the little beast back to his side. Helpless, Yang Kai stretched out his 10 fingers and sent out several dozen golden blood threads, weaving them into a large net that finally brought the little beast back. The next moment, holding the little beast, Yang Kai escaped into the sealed world bead without hesitation. A moment later, at the bottom of the canyon, there was a soft pop as the sealed world bead rolled a few times before falling still. Only then did Yang Kai dare to release his divine sense to investigate the situation around him. However, the suction force here was too terrifying, and even his divine sense was somewhat unable to resist it, being pulled and deformed, unable to spread far. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai spoke some words to comfort the little beast, telling it to continue staying in the sealed world bead while he jumped out. The next moment, Yang Kai's whole body was sucked in by a suction force and stuck to the ground. Even moving a finger seemed extremely difficult. A natural gravitational field? Yang Kai's expression changed several times. Chapter 2006. The star boundary was vast and filled with countless danger zones. Not to mention the star boundary, even the star territory had this kind of natural gravitational field. In some places, the gravity was several times higher than normal, often enough to catch a person off guard and make them suffer a great loss. However, the natural gravitational field here was even more terrifying. Even Yang Kai, a third-order origin king, was stuck in place, unable to move, so it was easy to imagine how powerful it was. This was definitely a gravitational field thousands of times higher than normal. Natural gravitational fields were extremely rare, and the conditions to form them were also very harsh. Although Yang Kai had encountered one before, he could easily break free from it by circulating his Saint Chi slightly. But here, Yang Kai's face gradually became dignified as he constantly pushed his Saint Chi, but he could only move slowly. It was impossible for him to fly. Looking up, Yang Kai could see the shadow of the sky at an unknown height. Such a high distance, if he couldn't fly, it would be impossible to reach it. Looking around again, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. This canyon was actually not very long. It was only about 1,000 feet long. However, at the bottom of this 1,000-feet canyon, there were piles of white bones. There were bones of demonic beasts, and there were also bones of humans. Most of them had already fallen to pieces and were scattered on the ground. Only a few of them could barely maintain their original shape. There was even a corpse that had apparently died not long ago, as even the blood nearby had not yet dried up. Pieces of flesh were scattered all over the ground, and internal organs had been sputtered far away. It was a tragic sight. This person was obviously the cultivator from Maplewood City who had entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time. Just like Yang Kai, he had been accidentally pulled down while flying over this canyon. As a result, without Yang Kai's help, this cultivator had been reduced to a fine powder. This person must have been very unwilling before he died. Yang Kai thought to himself, after all, he had already reached the Origin King realm. Who would have thought that he would one day fall to his death somewhere? If news of this kind of death were to spread, he would probably become a laughingstock. But why is the gravity here so terrifying? Yang Kai was puzzled. He had encountered many natural gravitational fields before, but none of them were comparable to this one. He had no choice but to use the 5 elements indestructible sword. A 5-colored light enveloped his body, and a moment later, he used his dragon form's secret technique, finally allowing him to move at the speed of a tortoise in this canyon. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai dispersed his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art and dragon form's secret technique and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Maintaining these 2 secret techniques for a long time consumed a lot of his energy. However, the effect was negligible. The losses outweighed the gains, so he decided not to waste any more energy. I won't be trapped in this damned place, will I? Yang Kai had a sad thought. A moment later, he frowned again, and an extremely surprised expression appeared on his face. That's not right. The spiritual energy here. He suddenly discovered that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this place was extremely dense. It was actually extremely dense. In the star boundary, he didn't know how rich the world energy was in the best heavenly abode. After all, he hadn't been to the star boundary for long and hadn't been to the headquarters of any large sect. However, the world energy here was not comparable to that of Blue Feather Sect's headquarters, nor was it comparable to that of the cave mansion he rented in Maplewood City. The richness of the world energy here was almost beyond the limits of Yang Kai's imagination. Sitting here, without circulating his secret art, the surrounding world energy would automatically flow into his body. After a while, Yang Kai's previously consumed strength was restored to its original state. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Since Yang Kai entered this 5-colored treasure pagoda, he had felt that the surrounding world energy was extremely thin. Whether it was in the first or second layer, it was the same. Suddenly, there was an area with such rich world energy. It was difficult not to notice. Moreover, because of the terrifying natural gravitational field here, all the surrounding world energy was firmly attracted to a space less than a meter above the ground, unable to spread out at all. This created a spectacle. Below this canyon, in the space 3 meters above the ground, the world energy was as dense as a thick fog, and there were even signs of it turning into threads. Before this, Yang Kai had just experienced an accident, so he did not pay much attention to it, but now that he was carefully observing it, he was shocked. Is there some kind of treasure underground? This thought uncontrollably emerged in Yang Kai's mind. Only this conjecture could explain the strangeness of this place. Considering all this, Yang Kai could not help feeling a little excited. Forcing himself to stand up, Yang Kai pushed the power in his body and condensed several dozen golden blood threads into his hand. These golden blood threads twisted together and gradually transformed into a drill-shaped object. With a light shout from Yang Kai, the drill-like golden blood threads began rotating and bombarding the ground. The next moment, a loud noise rang out. Golden light overflowed. The several dozen golden blood threads suddenly collapsed, revealing their original forms, no longer able to maintain their drill-like appearance. Somewhere on the ground, there was a flash of fire and sparks. A moment later, Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared at a rice-sized pit in the ground and exclaimed, "So hard!" He was finally able to confirm that there was definitely a treasure underground. This was because the soil on the ground was nothing more than ordinary soil, but for some unknown reason, there was an invisible force that made it so hard that even his golden blood threads were unable to cause much damage to it. Under the full force of Yang Kai's attack, only a small dent the size of a grain of rice was left behind, and in the blink of an eye, that dent disappeared. The ground was flat again. That inexplicable force had the ability to repair itself. Yang Kai's face burned with desire, but there was nothing he could do. Because if he could not dig up the ground, he would not be able to take the treasure underground, but if he did not take the treasure underground in his current state, he could not even break open the ground. He had completely fallen into an endless cycle like the egg or the chicken. If only Xiao Xiao was here. Yang Kai suddenly missed Xiao Xiao's ability. The stone mongoose's innate divine technique allowed him to devour ores to strengthen himself, but he could also shuttle through the ground at will without any restrictions. If Xiao Xiao had not been separated from him, Yang Kai could have used Xiao Xiao's power to drill into the ground and obtain the treasure. Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not know where Xiao Xiao was now. As for the embodiment in the sealed world bead, although it was also a stone mongoose, it was too big, and its impurities had not been completely quenched. So Yang Kai estimated that it would not be able to display its ability to drill into the ground. Just as he was feeling disappointed, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of something. He immediately took out the sealed world bead and sent his divine sense into it to communicate with the heaven-escaping bat. Since this little beast was called the heaven-escaping bat, it should be able to drill into the ground. If he could use its power. The little beast was a 10th-order monster beast, so even if it did not have the intelligence of a human, it was not without intelligence, so it should have no problem communicating with Yang Kai. After a while, Yang Kai carefully reached out and tapped the sealed world bead. With a flash of light, the little beast suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as his divine sense wrapped around the little beast. Once he sensed that something was wrong, he would immediately take it back. After all, the pressure here was too terrifying, and he did not know if the 10th-order monster beast could withstand it. If it exploded and died, he would not be able to explain it to Mo Shaoqi. Fortunately, the situation was not too bad. After the little beast appeared, it showed an expression of extreme hardship and pain. Its whole body seemed to have become much shorter, and the sound of bones creaking could be heard from its body. Its small eyes also gradually turned blood red, as if blood was oozing out of them. But after a while, it seemed to have adapted and squeaked twice at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was overjoyed and said, "Then it's up to you. If you feel that something is wrong, come up quickly. Don't force yourself." The little beast squeaked twice in response before immediately turning around and sinking into the ground as if it had fallen into water. However, its speed was not fast, and after a full 10 breaths, its figure gradually disappeared. Yang Kai waited anxiously in place. He wanted to use his divine sense to investigate the little beast's situation, but he was powerless to do so. As soon as his divine sense left his knowledge sea, it was completely distorted by the terrifying gravitational force, making it impossible for him to investigate the situation underground. A cup of tea's worth of time passed. An incense stick of time passed. An hour passed. Yang Kai's face gradually became ugly. Just when he thought that the little beast's trip this time would be a one-way trip, a small head suddenly appeared at his feet, and with a series of squeaks, the little beast reappeared. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly came to its rescue. He urged his divine sense to wrap around the little beast, bearing most of the pressure for it. After the little beast's body completely drilled out of the ground, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, and at the same time, his figure flickered and he and the little beast directly entered the sealed world bead. Somewhere in the sealed world bead, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground with the little beast lying on his lap, panting for breath, as if it had just experienced a great battle and was somewhat exhausted. "You've worked hard." Yang Kai gently combed its fur and comforted it. The little beast raised its weak eyelids and glanced at him before falling silent. After a while, it suddenly got up, opened its small mouth, and spat out a yellow object about the size of a pigeon's egg. Kai Yang stretched out his hand to catch it, but who would have thought that although this thing looked small, the moment it touched his hand, Kai Yang staggered and almost fell to the ground. It was as if a 10,000 gene object had fallen into his hand. Shocked, he hurriedly circulated his strength to stabilize his body, not making a fool of himself. The little beast squeaked, as if it was taking pleasure in his misfortune. Yang Kai did not pay attention to it, but instead observed the yellow, irregular object in his hand with a dignified expression, his expression changing several times before he finally exclaimed, "Heavy earth!" The thing the little beast brought back from underground was actually a piece of heavy earth. Chapter 2007. I've had a toothache for several days now. It's so painful that I can wake up from my sleep at night. Oh. Both heavy earth and weak water were treasures of the same grade. Both were extremely heavy and had their own unique characteristics. An ordinary cultivator would rarely encounter such treasures. Even for those with high cultivation, it was extremely difficult for them to encounter such treasures. Mo Shaoqi had a weak water bead that seemed to be refined from weak water. Back in Clear Jade Mountain, she had used the power of the weak water bead to imprison the Luanfeng cub. The Luanfeng was an ancient divine spirit. Even if it was a cub, it was not easy to provoke it. The fact that so many people had died in Clear Jade Mountain was the best proof of this. However, after being imprisoned by the weak water bead, it was unable to break free. Mo Shaoqi's background was not small, so it was not surprising that she had a treasure like the weak water bead. As for heavy earth, it was an existence on par with weak water. To some extent, heavy earth was even rarer and more precious than weak water. Not only was heavy earth extremely heavy, but it also produced a natural gravitational field where a cultivator could cultivate, but it could also be used to refine all kinds of treasures. No matter what kind of artifact it was, as long as a bit of heavy earth was added to it, it would become extremely sturdy and difficult to destroy. Moreover, heavy earth had some magical properties. If heavy earth was used to refine an alchemy or artifact refining furnace, it could increase the success rate of alchemy or artifact refining. Alchemists and artifact refiners were madly in need of heavy earth. Not only that, but because of the rich spirituality and earth attribute aura of heavy earth, if a spirit treasure was planted in heavy earth, it could greatly shorten the growth cycle of those spirit treasures. In other words, if a spirit grass had a growth cycle of 100 years, it would only take 10 years to grow on heavy earth. 5 years or even less would allow it to mature. Such a supreme treasure was not only sought after by many cultivators, but also coveted by many great sects. Which sect did not have their own medicine garden? Every sect had a large number of spirit grasses and spirit medicines in their medicine gardens. However, the more precious a spirit medicine was, the longer its growth cycle would be. A few dozen to 100 years was considered short, a few hundred to 1,000 years was normal, and some even thousands of years before they matured. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to cultivate these elixirs with long growth cycles, nor would they have the time and energy to do so. Only the sects had the power to do so, but it still required a lot of time. However, if he had heavy earth, the situation would be completely different. A sufficient amount of heavy earth might be able to make a 1-acre herb garden continuously produce all kinds of spirit herbs and magical medicines. If operated well, it was enough to make a force reach a higher level. Unfortunately, the rarity of heavy earth also made people despair. The heavy earth that occasionally appeared in this world was used to refine some artifacts. It was simply not enough to be used in a medicinal garden. The reason why Yang Kai knew about gravity earth was because he had been cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art required supreme treasures of the 5 elements to cultivate. So Yang Kai had paid a great deal of attention to treasures of the 5 elements, and heavy earth was undoubtedly a supreme treasure of the earth attribute. To a certain extent, it was even more precious than the sun's true essence and was comparable to the soul-warming lotus. The anomaly at the bottom of this canyon was so obvious, so what else in this world besides heavy earth could cause it? The little beast was still busy outside, but at this moment, the gravitational field of the canyon had weakened to a point where it could almost be ignored. After all, the heavy earth had basically been transferred to the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, so the gravitational field caused by the heavy earth had naturally disappeared. As such, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the safety of the little beast. At this moment, with a single thought, Yang Kai pushed his strength and rolled up all the heavy earth in front of him. Outside, he definitely wouldn't have this ability. Only in the Emperor realm would he be able to accomplish this. But this was the small sealed world, the space inside the sealed world bead, and the sealed world bead was Yang Kai's artifact. After some refinement, Yang Kai could dominate everything here. Even so, carrying so much heavy earth while flying was still extremely taxing. After finally bringing the heavy earth to the vicinity of the medicine garden, Yang Kai looked around at the empty medicine garden and smiled knowingly before using his secret technique to bury the heavy earth into the medicine garden. In this way, Yang Kai now had a heaven-defying medicine garden. In the future, if he came across any precious spirit seeds, he could transplant them and shorten their growth cycle. As long as they weren't the kind of spirit seed that would die immediately after being transplanted, there was no need to worry about them surviving. Of course, Yang Kai also left behind a small piece of heavy earth for himself to cultivate his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. After checking his results, Yang Kai was very satisfied. Then, his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already at the bottom of the canyon. Without the gravitational field, the rich world energy aura at the bottom of the canyon was finally free and began to dissipate upwards. There was no trace of the little beast, so it should still be busy underground. Heavy earth was so rare that Yang Kai naturally didn't want to miss out on even a tiny bit of it, so he asked the little beast to search for it underground. If it could find it, that would be great, but if it couldn't, it didn't matter. In any case, his harvest this time was already big enough. Walking forward, Yang Kai soon arrived in front of a skeleton and reached out to take the space ring from its hand. It was unknown how the skeleton had died here, but its flesh and blood had long since disappeared, leaving behind only white bones and a space ring. Of course, Yang Kai had no reason to let go of the wealth of the dead. After searching for a while, Yang Kai actually harvested more than 50 space rings at the bottom of the canyon. In other words, more than 50 people had accidentally fallen to their deaths while passing by this place, and most of these people should be Origin King Realm Cultivator. Except for the cultivator who had just died. The rest should be from Star Soul Palace. After a brief inspection, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Worthy of being a disciple of Star Soul Palace, each of their rings was quite rich. Not only were there a large number of source crystals, but there were also some artifacts and pills. Unfortunately, some of the rings had been there for too long and were damaged, so the things inside could not be taken out. There were also some things that, even if taken out, had lost most of their spirituality and were useless. Yang Kai kept the useful things and discarded the useless ones. All of a sudden, Yang Kai harvested more than 300,000 low-rank source crystals and more than 5,000 mid-rank source crystals, but he didn't see any high-rank source crystals. As for Origin King grade artifacts, there were more than 30 to 40, including 2 Dao source grade artifacts. This made Yang Kai feel a little emotional. The last time he went to the black market, he had secretly sold a lot of spirit pills and earned less than 200,000 source crystals. But now, just walking around the bottom of the canyon had given him such a huge harvest. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's lack of funds had been solved. After confirming that he hadn't missed anything, Yang Kai stood in place and waited with satisfaction. Not long after, the little beast drilled out of the ground and flew in front of Yang Kai, opened its mouth and spat out something. Yang Kai took a look and found that there was no heavy earth, so he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But after carefully observing these things, he became happy again. Earth vein beads? There are so many earth vein beads? This time, the things the little beast had found from underground were all earth vein beads. Earth veins were products of world energy rich to a certain extent. All sects were built in places with earth veins to ensure that their disciples could use them for cultivation. The more powerful a sect was, the better the earth vein it occupied. As for the smaller sects, they could only occupy some slightly inferior earth veins. Every year, many sects and families would fight over land with earth veins, resulting in countless casualties. Chapter 2008. Earth veins could not be moved. Once they were moved, their roots would be destroyed, making them unable to exist for long. Therefore, if one wanted a good earth vein, they could only obtain it by snatching territory. However, there were always exceptions to everything. Some earth veins existed underground for many years, and because of some special reasons, their energy would condense and eventually condense into a special kind of existence, an earth vein pearl. An earth vein pearl was equivalent to an earth vein, and it contained all the energy that an earth vein should have. Earth vein pearls were also very rare. Yang Kai had roamed the territory of Homestar for many years, but he had only seen one in Purple Star's vault, which he eventually placed under his medicine garden in the small sealed world to maintain the abundance of world energy and cultivate spirit grasses and medicines. But at this moment, the heaven-escaping bat had collected a total of 4 earth vein pearls from underground. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly took them and examined them carefully. Soon, Yang Kai discovered that these 4 earth vein beads were of a much higher grade than the one he had obtained from Purple Star's vault. Whether it was the total amount of energy stored inside or the purity of the earth vein beads, it was far superior to the one from Purple Star. If the earth vein pearls obtained from Purple Star's vault were low rank, then the 4 in his hand were at least mid-rank, and the largest one should even be high rank. The richness of the world energy it exuded made Yang Kai gasp in amazement. So many earth vein pearls had appeared below the canyon, which surprised and delighted Yang Kai. But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai felt that this was only natural. If it were not for these earth vein pearls, how could the world energy here be so rich? Although heavy earth was precious, it could not form such rich world energy. Only earth vein pearls could. However, the existence of heavy earth was probably the root cause of the formation of earth vein pearls. The natural gravitational field was extremely terrifying, and the world energy that wandered nearby would naturally sink to the bottom of the canyon. It would gather, condense, and suppress underground for many years. This was how earth vein pearls were formed. The 5-colored treasure pagoda had existed for an extremely long time, and it was impossible to verify just how long this ancient battlefield had existed. For tens of thousands of years, the world energy here had been drawn in by the gravitational field, forming these earth vein beads. This was a reasonable explanation. Yang Kai only thought for a moment before he guessed the truth of the matter. Although these earth vein pearls were not as valuable as the heavy earth vein pearls, they were still quite valuable. Even if it was placed in a large sect, it would be enough to raise the density of heaven and earth spirit chi within the sect by a level. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Kai sent them into the medicine garden of the sealed world bead. Supplemented by the one he already had, 5 earth vein pearls and so much heavy earth, the medicine garden in the sealed world bead could be said to be the best medicine garden in the entire star boundary. Yang Kai couldn't wait to cultivate some spirit grasses and medicines to see their effects. Half a day later, Yang Kai sighed. He gave up on the idea of continuing the search. It seemed that all the benefits underground had been taken away. Without the heavy earth and earth vein pearls, the bottom of the canyon had reverted to the same environment as anywhere else. The world energy here was extremely thin, so it was not suitable to stay for long. Only then did Yang Kai wave to the little beast and fly up into the air with a push of his strength. Without the pull of the natural gravitational field, it was not difficult for him to fly up the canyon. The heaven-escaping bat continued to lead the way, searching for traces of Mo Xiaoqi, while Yang Kai followed behind unhurriedly. 3 days later, Yang Kai passed by a small mountain. Suddenly, he glanced down as if he had sensed something, smiled coldly, stopped and said, "Friend, did you come out on your own? Or do you want me to force you out?" There was no movement below, only the rustling of leaves in the wind. "Stubborn," Yang Kai coldly snorted. Raising his hand, Yang Kai sent out a golden blood thread towards a certain location below. At that moment, a blue light flashed from below and met the golden blood thread head-on. With a bang, the golden blood thread was bounced back. Down below, where there had been no one, a middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged, his face pale as he stared at Yang Kai with resentment. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Yang Kai was startled. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the other party was seriously injured, and it was not an ordinary injury either. It seemed to have damaged his foundation. This situation was completely different from what he had guessed before. He had thought that this person had been hiding here to attack him, but he had actually been hiding here to heal his wounds and had been exposed by Yang Kai. For a moment, Yang Kai could not help feeling a little embarrassed. However, he was not a scoundrel. So after realizing something was wrong, he quickly cupped his fists and said, "Sorry. There seems to be some misunderstanding. Friend, please don't take it to heart. You can continue healing yourself. This one will take his leave first." "Friend, aren't you here to take my life? If you want to kill me, then do it quickly. Why pretend to be merciful?" What happened next was even more unexpected to Yang Kai. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, the middle-aged man did not relax his vigilance and instead shouted angrily, as if Yang Kai really had some kind of irreconcilable hatred with him. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Friend, you misunderstand me. I don't know you, so why would I want to take your life?" After all, this matter was caused by his mistake, so even though the other party's attitude was bad, Yang Kai did not care. Saying so, he took out a jade bottle and tossed it to the man. "This is a bottle of healing pills. It should be able to alleviate your situation." After saying so, he immediately left. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. At this time, he seemed to realize that Yang Kai had not done it intentionally, otherwise Yang Kai could have killed him while he was weak. Reaching out, he caught the jade bottle, opened it, and sniffed it lightly. After confirming that it was really a healing pill, a look of struggle appeared on his face. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to walk away, the man finally made up his mind and called out, "Wait!" Yang Kai stopped, looked back at him, and sighed. "What else does friend want?" "Although I destroyed your hiding place, you should have just moved to another place. I've also compensated you with a bottle of healing pills, so let's forget about this matter. Don't try to take a yard after taking an inch." The middle-aged man heard this, but instead of getting angry, he smiled mysteriously and whispered, "That's not what I wanted to talk to you about. Then what do you want?" Yang Kai looked a little impatient. "Do you want the Tao source fruit?" The middle-aged man stared at Yang Kai and said slowly, "What?" Yang Kai's face became solemn as he immediately turned around and arrived beside the middle-aged man in a few flashes. Sweeping his eyes over the middle-aged man's space ring, he quickly asked, "Did you just mention the source fruit?" "Yes, friend did not mishear. I did mention the Tao source fruit just now." The middle-aged man nodded. "You obtained the Tao source fruit?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. The middle-aged man nodded again and said calmly, "Heavenly Martial Holy Land placed 3 Tao source fruits inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time, and this Zhang was lucky enough to obtain one of them." Before Yang Kai could ask where the Tao source fruit was, the middle-aged man surnamed Zhang smiled slightly and said, "Friend doesn't need to think about it. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to obtain the Tao source fruit. Before I healed myself, I hid it in a safe place." Yang Kai couldn't help coughing lightly. "Why would I kill you?" "That's hard to say." The middle-aged man surnamed Zhang chuckled. "Friend doesn't look like an evil person. Otherwise you wouldn't have left so casually just now. I'm afraid you would have already tried to kill me and seize my treasures. However, the Tao source fruit is extremely precious, especially to people like you and me. I can't guarantee that you will spare my life in front of such a treasure." "What you said makes sense." Yang Kai nodded, agreeing with him. Even if an ordinary cultivator wouldn't take the initiative to kill someone to seize their treasures, whether they could maintain their composure in front of a rare spirit treasure like the Tao source fruit was another matter altogether. "But you took the initiative to call me back and talk to me about the source fruit. What do you want to do?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. "Naturally, I want to give the Tao source fruit to this friend," the middle-aged man surnamed Zhang said solemnly. "Are you joking?" Yang Kai squinted at him, a look of disbelief on his face. The middle-aged man surnamed Zhang shook his head. "When a man is about to die, his words are always sincere. Why would I joke with you about this matter?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he said lightly, "I don't think you're someone who is about to die." The middle-aged man surnamed Zhang smiled bitterly. "In order to escape, I burned 80% of my blood essence. Even if I survive, my cultivation will drop greatly. What's more, I've been poisoned, and even my knowledge sea has been contaminated." Yang Kai's face changed as he released his divine sense to carefully examine the middle-aged man. Only then did he confirm that the other party was not lying. This middle-aged man surnamed Zhang was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He was barely holding on to his last bit of strength to maintain his vitality. Perhaps he had taken some kind of pills before to keep himself alive. With such injuries, even if no one disturbed him, he wouldn't be able to live for more than 2 days. Yang Kai sighed. If it was only your physical body that was poisoned, I might have been able to help you, but even your knowledge sea has been contaminated. There's nothing I can do. This Zhang is mentally prepared. Friend doesn't need to worry about it. The middle-aged man surnamed Zhang was very carefree and chuckled. I don't know you, so whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. But you called me back and said you wanted to give me the Tao source fruit. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Tell me, what do you want? Friend is really smart. The smile on the middle-aged man's face faded as he said, There's not much time left, so I'll get straight to the point. Yang Kai nodded and put on a listening posture. I can give you the location of the Tao source fruit, but after you obtain it, no matter when you find someone to refine it into pills, you must give one to my Zhang family's descendant. The middle-aged man said, I am the patriarch of Maplewood City's Zhang family, Zhang Gao Xian. Although the Zhang family is not a big family in Maplewood City, it has been here for hundreds of years. Many people in Maplewood City know that I, Zhang Gao Xian, am Zhang Gao Xian. After you go out, ask around a little and you will know the location of my Zhang family. After you obtain the Tao source fruit and refine it into pills, if you fail, there's nothing to say, but if you succeed, you will obtain at least 3 Tao source pills. You only need to give one to my Zhang family's descendant, and the rest will be yours. Chapter 2009. After listening to Zhang Gao Xian's words, Yang Kai nodded and said, This request is reasonable, so I agree, but aren't you afraid I won't keep my word? Zhang Gao Xian smiled bitterly. So what if I'm afraid? I don't have long to live, and if I don't have a suitable person to entrust it to, the Tao source fruit will only exist in this 5-colored treasure pagoda. My Zhang family won't be able to obtain any benefits from it, so I can only take a gamble. Unfortunately, I don't have a soul contract with me, otherwise I wouldn't have to worry about anything. Then do you want me to make an oath? Yang Kai grinned. Zhang Gao Xian glanced at him and said lightly, Forget it. Oath, haha. I really have no other choice, and seeing that this friend's temperament is not bad, I decided to do this. In addition, after this friend leaves, I would like to ask this friend to oversee my Zhang family for 10 years. 10 years? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Friend really knows how to ask for an exorbitant price. Is 10 years too much? Zhang Gao Xian looked at Yang Kai in surprise. You should know that what I gave you is a Tao source fruit. An ordinary cultivator would never be able to obtain one even if they spent their entire life trying. With it, your chances of breaking through to the Tao source realm will increase by at least 40% to 50%. As long as this friend's aptitude is not too bad, breaking through is absolutely a foregone conclusion. Yang Kai said lightly, To be honest, even without a Tao source fruit, I can still break through, so this thing isn't very attractive to me. Friend's tone is quite big. Zhang Gao Xian was a little shocked this time as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, trying to see if he was being deliberately mystifying. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's expression remained calm. After a while, he sighed and said, It seems that your aptitude is indeed extraordinary. Even a Tao source fruit can't tempt you. Since that's the case, forget about 10 years, 3 years. Yang Kai shook his head. Zhang Gao Xian's expression changed as he said discontentedly, Then what do you want? It's only 3 years. For a third-order origin king cultivator like you and me, 3 years isn't a long time at all. This condition is more than enough. Yang Kai chuckled and said, It's not a matter of 10 years or 3 years. I just don't want to be bound by time. Even if it was a year, I couldn't say for sure how long I would stay in Maplewood City. If something happened and I had to leave Maplewood City, wouldn't that break the agreement and create a heart demon for the rest of my life? I won't do such a loss-making business. This? Zhang Gaoxian was stunned for a moment before revealing a smile. It seems that this Zhang was not mistaken. Friends should be people who keep their promises. If Yang Kai bargained with him, it meant that he really wanted to make this deal and would keep his promise. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. He could have just agreed and ignored it afterwards. The inner demon that Yang Kai mentioned. This also increased Zhang Gaoxian's confidence in him. If one wasn't a man of his word, it was impossible for him to have an inner demon because of breaking a promise. How about this? I can promise you that while I'm in Maplewood City, I'll help your Zhang family to the best of my ability. If your Zhang family makes any excessive demands, I won't agree. Also, they only have 3 chances to make a request of me. Yang Kai deliberated for a moment before saying, 3 times. Zhang Gaoxian fell into contemplation for a long time before raising his head and saying, Good, we'll do as you say. 3 times is 3 times. However, I need you to send a message to the Zhang family. That's not a problem. Yang Kai nodded. The two of them reached an agreement, and Yang Kai waited quietly to the side. Previously, when the cultivator in Maplewood City heard that Heavenly Martial Holy Land had thrown 3 Dao source fruits into the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he almost went crazy. But now that he had actually obtained one, Yang Kai discovered that this Dao source fruit was definitely a defective product from Heavenly Martial Holy Land's treasury. Thinking about it, if it was really a high-quality Dao source fruit, Heavenly Martial Holy Land would not have been willing to take it out. However, even if it was a defective product, it was still a Dao source fruit, so there was absolutely no problem using it to refine Dao source pills. It was just that the number of pills produced would be slightly lower. Carefully putting away the Dao source fruit, Yang Kai leapt up and quickly disappeared into the void. 2 days later, under the guidance of the heaven-escaping bat, Yang Kai arrived at a desolate valley. After arriving here, the little beast seemed to be in an extremely good mood. With a slight flicker, it drilled into the ground and moved forward at an extremely fast speed, soon arriving behind a small slope. Yang Kai frowned and released his divine sense to investigate carefully. But before he could find any clues, Mo Xiaoqi's voice rang in his ear. Big Brother Yang. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he followed the voice to determine Mo Xiaoqi's position. But when he looked around, he could not see her figure at all. She seemed to be using some kind of secret technique to completely hide her whereabouts. When he was in Clear Jade Mountain, Yang Kai had discovered that Mo Xiaoqi's concealment secret technique was extraordinary. But now it seemed that he had still underestimated her methods. Yang Kai did not know what she was doing acting so mysteriously. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he used his nihility secret technique to conceal his aura and walked forward step by step. After a while, Yang Kai walked to the front of the slope and looked around carefully before discovering some traces, causing him to laugh and ask, Xiaoqi, why are you hiding here? Shoo! Mo Xiaoqi raised her index finger to her lips and motioned for Yang Kai to look ahead. Yang Kai was puzzled and quickly squatted down quietly, following the direction Mo Xiaoqi was pointing to, and glancing over. What he saw shocked Yang Kai greatly, because about 10 kilometers in front of them, there were many cultivators gathered. Roughly counting, there were several dozen of them sitting cross-legged on the ground in groups of 3 or 5, each of them using their own methods to pour their strength into a central position. What are they doing? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. I don't know. It seems they have found some kind of barrier and want to work together to break it. Mo Xiaoqi replied softly. Oh! Yang Kai suddenly became interested. If there's a barrier, doesn't that mean there's a treasure? Why aren't you joining in the fun? Mo Xiaoqi frowned and shook her head. I don't think it's right. What's inside that barrier might not be a treasure. If it's not a treasure, what is it? Yang Kai was surprised. I don't know, so I'm just watching from here. Mo Xiaoqi replied matter-of-factly. Yang Kai couldn't help but be speechless. But he was also very curious about what kind of barrier it was that required so many origin kings to work together to break it. Generally speaking, the more powerful a barrier was, the more extraordinary the treasure hidden inside it would be. A barrier that required several dozen origin kings to work together to break would at least contain a Dao Source-grade treasure, perhaps even an Emperor-grade treasure. It was no wonder that so many people were able to work together peacefully. What do you think is wrong? Yang Kai thought for a while and asked. They were more than 10 kilometers away, and there were so many cultivators there, so he didn't dare to release his divine sense rashly, lest he expose his whereabouts. I can't say, the closer I got to that place, the more panicked I felt, like there was some kind of danger. Mo Shaoqi replied seriously. Are you sure? Yang Kai's face changed. Generally speaking, cultivators had their own telepathy. This kind of feeling was hard to explain, but once it appeared, it meant that something was really happening to the cultivator. Mo Shaoqi had an extraordinary background, and since she had such a feeling, it meant that the barrier over there was likely to be something dangerous sealed inside. I'm still panicking. Mo Shaoqi patted her chest with her small hand. Besides, Xiaofu also has this feeling. Chapter 2010. Of course, Yang Kai knew that the little bat she mentioned was the heaven-escaping bat that had lured him all the way here. This little thing was born with keen senses, and it was thanks to it that Yang Kai was able to avoid many barriers and traps along the way. Since both man and beast had this feeling, it should not be wrong. At that moment, Yang Kai no longer made a sound and instead, together with Mo Shaoqi, hid in the distance and secretly observed. With this glance, Yang Kai discovered something interesting. He and Mo Shaoqi were not the only two cultivators who were hiding and watching. There were also some who had used some kind of secret technique to conceal their figures and auras, hiding in the void or hiding in some unknown place. All of them focused their attention on the scene ahead. Over there, the dozens of origin kings seemed to have been cracking the barrier for a long time, and each of them had consumed a lot of their strength. They all took out pills and stuffed them into their mouths, refining them to restore themselves while continuing to crack the barrier. As the power of these dozens of cultivators poured into the barrier, a fluorescent, flame-like symbol gradually appeared in the center of their gathering. A scorching power surged out from that direction. Raging Cross Flame Seal? Mo Shaoqi suddenly exclaimed in a low voice after seeing this scene. Do you recognize it? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Mo Shaoqi nodded lightly. I've read about it in ancient books, but it's a very ancient sealing technique that basically no one knows how to use now. The principle of this seal is very simple, but it requires a great deal of strength to accomplish. I really don't know what's sealed beneath it. We'll know in a while, Yang Kai added. 10 kilometers ahead, when the Raging Cross Flame Seal appeared, the dozens of cultivators who were cracking the seal suddenly became excited. Someone even shouted, "Everyone, let's work harder. The barrier is about to be broken, and the treasure is about to appear." These words completely aroused the enthusiasm of the cultivators. The cultivators seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they desperately urged their strength to pour it into the center of the seal. As time passed, the Raging Cross Flame Seal became more and more complete. As more and more power poured in, the Raging Cross Flame Seal seemed to be gradually unable to bear it. The blazing flames began to go berserk, and crackling sounds could be heard coming from within the seal. At a certain moment, the flaming cross suddenly trembled. After a series of distortions, it abruptly shrank toward the center. In the next instant, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Countless flames flew in all directions. A violent shockwave swept out from this explosion, sending several dozen origin kings flying. Fortunately, everyone was prepared and had summoned their defensive artifacts, so although everyone looked a little embarrassed, no one was injured. The restriction has been broken, someone exclaimed loudly, and his voice carried a sense of pleasant surprise. The rest of the people looked forward. Everyone's hearts trembled. In the place where the restriction had originally been, the blazing cross seal had already disappeared. In its place was a large pit in the ground. It was dark and seemed to be bottomless. The numerous Origin King Realm cultivator who had just stabilized themselves could no longer hold back. Their figures flickered as they rushed towards the giant pit at an extremely fast speed, attempting to snatch the treasure before everyone else. Everyone had the same thought, and all of a sudden, many people rushed to the side of the crater. They exchanged glances with each other. Hostility grew, and in an instant, a chaotic battle broke out around the giant pit. They were here because they wanted to break the restriction. That was why they had temporarily joined forces, and now that the restriction had been broken, naturally there was no need for them to join forces. Even some cultivator who had been hiding in the dark to watch the show also revealed themselves and rushed towards the giant pit. Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi did not make a move, and there were also a few more cautious cultivators who did not show themselves. Not far ahead, a bright light soon burst out as the power of artifacts and martial skills was displayed. From time to time, someone would be injured and fall. In this chaos, a few people quickly rushed into the giant pit. Seeing this, the others did not hesitate and gave up on their opponents and chased after them. For a time, only a few cultivators with bloodshot eyes were left above the giant pit while everyone else chased after them. It's so lively here. Suddenly, a voice sounded not far from where Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi were hiding. Yang Kai was shocked because although he had been paying attention to the situation in the giant pit, he did not relax his vigilance. He did not notice that someone was close to him until this voice sounded. Turning his head to look, Yang Kai could not help but narrow his eyes. About 100 or so feet to his right, there was an old man with a wretched appearance, sloppily dressed and a goatee. He had one hand behind his back and the other stroking his beard. He was currently looking forward with narrowed eyes. Birds die in pursuit of food and men die in pursuit of wealth. Why bother? The old man suddenly muttered in a low voice with an unfathomable look on his face. At this moment, the old man gave off a kind of ethereal feeling, which surprised Yang Kai. It's that old swindler. Mo Shaoqi also noticed the newcomer. After seeing his appearance, she was furious and immediately wanted to show herself to teach this old man who had deceived her a lesson. However, Yang Kai waved his hand at her. Although Mo Shaoqi did not know why Yang Kai wanted to stop her, she still nodded obediently. At that moment, the old man with the goatee took a step forward, his figure blurring as he appeared a few dozen meters away. He then squatted down and looked at the Origin King Realm cultivator in front of him who had lost an arm or a leg and was howling miserably. This martial artist had been severely injured in the melee, and even half of his limbs had been chopped off. He had managed to escape with his life, but in the end, his physical strength had been exhausted and he had fallen here. Blood gushed out like a fountain, creating a spectacular sight. "Brother, your injuries are very serious." The old man with the goatee stared at the other party with a compassionate expression, like a bodhisattva who had come to save the world. Old sir, save me." The cultivator stretched out his remaining arm and desperately tried to grab the old man, begging with difficulty. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. This old man cannot just ignore it. The injury of a severed limb is not easy to deal with. If it is not treated properly, you will be disabled for the rest of your life. TSK. How pitiful. However, fortunately, this old man has an ancestral spirit pill here, the 9 Revolution Soul Restoring Pill. Can bring flesh back to bone and bring the dead back to life. This old man sees that we are fated to meet, so he will sell it to you at a cheap price. As the old man spoke, he mysteriously took out a spirit pill from his space ring. The cultivator's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a life-saving straw while drowning. He nodded repeatedly and said, "I'll buy it. I'll buy it. How many source crystals is it?" "It's not expensive, just give me your space ring," the old man said with a smile. Saying so, he stuffed the so-called 9 Revolution Soul Restoring Pill into the cultivator's mouth without any explanation, then took off the space ring from his hand without any hesitation. Before the cultivator could react, the deal had already been made. He was so angry that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Sleep, sleep, have a good sleep. When you wake up, everything will be fine. The old man grinned and chuckled as if he was chanting a curse, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Big brother Yang, look at this old man. He's actually robbing people. This is too much. Mo Shaoqi was suddenly filled with righteous indignation. She and Kai Yang were hiding in the dark, watching the old man's actions with their own eyes. She originally thought that this old man was just a swindler, but now, it seemed that he not only liked to cheat people but also robbed people. How could Mo Shaoqi tolerate this? It is indeed too much. Yang Kai nodded seriously. I'll go teach him a lesson. Mo Shaoqi shouted and revealed herself. But before she could do anything, the ground suddenly shook and a rumbling sound came from underground, like muffled thunder. Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi's expressions changed at the same time. Before they could figure out what was going on, streams of light shot out from the pit 10 kilometers away in a panic. It was the cultivator who had rushed in to fight for the treasures. When these cultivator rushed in, there were dozens of them, but now only half of them came back alive. All of them were injured and looked panicked, as if they had seen ghosts in broad daylight. After getting out of the pit, they didn't stop and fled frantically. In the blink of an eye, many cultivator disappeared from Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi's sight. What's happening underground? Mo Shaoqi exclaimed. Something's wrong, let's go. Yang Kai made a prompt decision and wanted to take Mo Shaoqi away from this damned place. Under his perception, he vaguely felt a powerful life fluctuation coming from underground, and it was quickly awakening. His speed was so fast that it was almost unimaginable. Moreover, the strength of the fluctuations made him have no intention of fighting back. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk suddenly, a cracking sound came from the ground. In the blink of an eye, with the pit as the center, the ground within a radius of several kilometers was crisscrossed with cracks of various sizes. It wasn't over yet, as green vines started to emerge from the cracks. These vines seemed to have a life of their own, constantly twisting and squirming as they grew madly. In an instant, the area within a radius of several kilometers looked like a group of demons dancing wildly. It was a horrifying sight. Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi had already leaped into the air. Just as they moved, a vine as thick as an arm suddenly appeared under their feet. The tip of the vine was as sharp as a sword, and it pierced through the place where Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi were standing just now. One could imagine that if the two had been a little slower, they would have been caught in a bitter battle. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out. Yang Kai was shocked and turned his head to look. Not far away, a cultivator who had been hiding in the void had his chest pierced by a sharp vine and was hanging in midair. This cultivator was also an origin king, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of the vine's shackles. In the blink of an eye, even more vines wrapped around him, tightly wrapping around him. Chapter 2011. Immediately afterward, there seemed to be a gurgling sound as traces of blood spread out from the vines at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the cultivator wrapped in the vines instantly stopped moving. Not only that, his entire body shriveled up and soon became skin and bones, as if his flesh and blood had disappeared. Blood essence is being devoured. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. Of course, Yang Kai could see what had happened to this cultivator. In just 1 or 2 breaths of time, the man's flesh and blood essence had been completely sucked dry by the vines that had pierced through his body, leaving him deader than dead. That cultivator was an origin king, but in front of these vines, he was as vulnerable as a 3-year-old child. Wood spirit, it's a wood spirit. A wood spirit is actually sealed underground. At this moment, Mo Shaoqi suddenly screamed, her voice filled with obvious panic. This was the first time Yang Kai had seen her so panicked. Even when she encountered the infant Luan Feng on clear Jade Mountain, She had remained calm, but after learning the truth, her beautiful face immediately paled. Big Brother Yang, let's leave quickly. We are not its opponent. It can quickly restore itself by absorbing the flesh and blood essence of others. After Mo Shaoqi finished speaking, she suddenly stretched out her hand and tossed out a flawless white jade chariot. She pulled Yang Kai and the two of them boarded the chariot at the same time. Immediately after, Mo Shaoqi formed a series of hand seals and poured her strength into the war chariot. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, a dozen or so barriers appeared on the war chariot in an instant, making it look like it was impregnable. Immediately after, Mo Shaoqi shouted softly, "Go!" The chariot trembled slightly. It was about to carry the two of them away from here. But at that moment, countless vines crazily spread out from the cracks in the ground, either turning into whips or thorns. They madly attacked the chariot. For a time, the barriers on the chariot flashed wildly, but fortunately, this chariot seemed to be of a very high grade and its barriers were quite strong. The vine attacks that could instantly kill an Origin King were unable to break through the chariot's barriers. However, with so many attacks, the chariot was also a little shaky and could not escape at all. After a short delay, the chariot was tightly wrapped in vines. Mo Shaoqi's face could not help but turn pale. Moon Blade. Yang Kai coldly snorted. He clasped his hands together and opened them. A huge crescent blade suddenly shot out, cutting the vines that were entangling the war chariot. Although there were results, Yang Kai's face was still gloomy. This was because he realized that he had underestimated the defensive power of these vines. That huge crescent blade could only cut through 4 vines before losing its power. In the blink of an eye, the vines that were cut apart grew back and continued to wrap around the chariot. Big Brother Yang, if you use fire elemental energy, you won't be able to destroy these vines completely. Mo Shaoqi shouted a warning as she stretched out her hand and patted a cloth bag on her waist. Immediately, a fierce beast that looked like a Qilin jumped out of the bag. It was crimson in color and exuded a peak 10th order aura. This fierce beast opened its mouth wide and spat out a fierce flame. Wherever the ferocious flames passed, the vines seemed to have suffered heavy injuries, twisting and retracting. Yang Kai saw this. He immediately had a plan in his mind. Activating his fire sword chi from his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, he condensed a flaming long sword in his hand and slashed it out continuously, cutting down the vines. However, the vines that were cut off did not grow back immediately. Fire attribute energy seemed to be able to restrain these vines. Mo Shaoqi did not stay idle either, and after releasing the Qilin-like beast, she immediately went to work. She summoned the Qilin beast and summoned a crimson handkerchief. Pouring her source qi into it, the handkerchief immediately turned into a cloud of fire and burned everything around it. With the combined power of 2 people and 1 beast, they finally cleared the vines that were wrapping the war chariot for a while. Without waiting for the vines to wrap around it again, Mo Shaoqi had already stomped her foot on the war chariot and it instantly flew out like an arrow from a bow. Behind them, countless vines bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they chased after them, but they were thrown further and further away. After 10 breaths, the war chariot finally escaped from the danger zone and the vines no longer chased after it. Mo Shaoqi gasped for breath, looking as if she had just survived a disaster. Looking back, within a radius of 10 kilometers, countless vines were flying around like tentacles, making one's hair stand on end. Shaoqi, what is a wood spirit? Yang Kai finally had time to ask. It is the product of a divine tree's sentience. It has its own consciousness and is extremely difficult to deal with. Depending on the type of divine tree, a wood spirit has a different innate divine technique. I don't know what kind of ability the one we encountered was, but basically all wood spirits are extremely difficult to kill because the pure wood attribute represents vitality and recovery. Even if it is severely injured, it can recover after a while. There are good and bad wood spirits as well. This wood spirit should be an extremely dangerous creature. I don't know how long it has been sealed away, but its strength must have dropped a lot. Otherwise, with our current strength, it would have been impossible to escape this calamity. A wood spirit is so terrifying? Yang Kai was stunned. Of course, big brother Yang, you must not underestimate it. A master from the Emperor realm once fell at the hands of a wood spirit, so now that it has been released, it must want to restore its strength as soon as possible. Judging from the previous situation, the best way for it to restore its strength is to devour the flesh and blood essence of a cultivator like us. Oh no, this second layer is no longer safe. Mo Shaoqi's face changed when she said this. That's not necessarily the case. The second layer is quite large. Can't we just find a place to hide? What if we run into it? Mo Shaoqi looked at Yang Kai and asked worriedly. Then what should we do? Return to the first layer? Yang Kai frowned. We can only go up the 5-colored treasure pagoda, we can't go down, so we can't go back to the first layer. Mo Shaoqi frowned, but suddenly her eyes lit up. How about we go to the third layer? Yang Kai was stunned. How do we go there? Didn't you say only the first and second layers of the 5-colored treasure pagoda were open this time? The two of them exchanged a glance before Mo Shaoqi opened the 9-star seal breaker shuttle expectantly and took the lead to rush out. Immediately afterwards, her cheers rang out. Big brother Yang. We seem to have really arrived in the third layer. Yang Kai was also overjoyed. When he came out, he found that although this place looked similar to the second layer, there were some differences. The principal fragments flowing around seemed to be much denser. It's not that difficult. Mo Shaoqi giggled, quite proud of herself. Restore your strength first. The third layer is much more dangerous than the second. Yang Kai reminded while releasing his divine sense to investigate the situation around him. After confirming that there was no danger around, he sat down cross-legged, took out a bottle of spirit pills from his space ring, and stuffed them into his mouth to restore the strength he had consumed before. Mo Shaoqi did the same, but before she did so, she released her silver-maned liger, heaven-escaping bat, and the fire-Qilin-like monster beast and ordered them to stand guard around her. The monster insect queen was now able to display the strength of a second-order Dao Source Realm master, but it had been able to fight with it for most of the day. Still, it was unable to kill it. It was obvious how outstanding this blue flame Thunder Wolf's ability was. Yang Kai did not dare to intervene in their battle rashly and simply stood in the distance, constantly using his space force to interfere with the blue flame Thunder Wolf's movements. As time passed, more and more wounds appeared on the blue flame Thunder Wolf's body as the ice domain of the monster insect queen spread out and invaded its body. Its opponent's movements also became slower and slower. This was the terrifying aspect of the ice concept. It could silently weaken the enemy's perception and speed, causing the enemy to become sluggish without anyone noticing, causing them to lose their lives. After another 2 hours, accompanied by a miserable howl, the monster insect queen's purple and green dual swords finally pierced its enemy's vitals, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. The blue flame Thunder Wolf's desperate counterattack forced the monster insect queen to retreat again and again. But this was nothing more than a futile struggle. A moment later, the blue flame Thunder Wolf's eyes lost their light and it fell to the ground, never to move again. Only then did Yang Kai step forward. The monster insect queen opened its mouth and swallowed the purple and green dual swords before crawling over to Yang Kai's feet and intimately rubbing against him. It was impossible for ordinary blood beasts to do this, but the monster insect queen had its own chaotic sentience, so its actions could be explained. Squatting in front of the blue flame Thunder Wolf, Yang Kai pondered for a moment before deciding to condense it into his own blood beast. Forcing out a golden blood thread from his finger, Yang Kai pierced it into the blue flame Thunder Wolf's corpse, sat down cross-legged in front of it, and began forming a series of seals. Half a day later, The already dead blue flame thunder wolf swayed and stood up again. However, at this moment, its eyes were dim, without the slightest trace of spirit. Moreover, its entire body was emitting a faint layer of bloody light. This was the most prominent characteristic of a blood beast. Yang Kai probed it slightly and determined that the strength of this new blood beast had not fallen to the Origin King realm and was still in the Tao Source realm, a fact which satisfied him greatly. With the monster insect queen's large blood beast guarding him, Yang Kai could now explore most of the third layer without worrying about encountering any danger. Immediately, Yang Kai took the two blood beasts and continued exploring. 2 days later, Yang Kai sat cross-legged somewhere in the third layer with a happy expression on his face, as he silently circulated his secret art. At the same time, streams of light visible to the naked eye shot towards him from the sky, like swallows returning to their nest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. These streams of light that could be seen with the naked eye contained the power of the broken laws of this primordial battlefield. This was the biggest benefit of the 5-colored treasure pagoda that Mo Shaoqi had mentioned. Yang Kai had happened to pass by here and discovered this by chance, so he no longer hesitated and quickly began absorbing these streams of light. After absorbing these streams of light into his body, Yang Kai could clearly see the mysteries of these world principles, laying a good foundation for his future breakthrough to the Tao Source realm. But soon, Yang Kai discovered a strange thing. That was, after these streams of light entered his body, the shattered principles they carried with them were too large for Yang Kai to absorb them all, but instead of disappearing, they all rushed towards the location of the sealed world bead and then disappeared. From the information sent back by the embodiment, Yang Kai learned that all the world principles that had disappeared were pouring into the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead had undergone tremendous changes. The space inside the sealed world bead became more and more vast as the world principles poured in, gradually forming the outline of a real world. Inside the sealed world bead, there seemed to be some inexplicable changes because of the influx of these world principles. At first, Kai Yang didn't quite understand what was going on. But after thinking about it carefully, he thought of a possibility. The sealed world bead was an emperor artifact, a powerful master from the Emperor realm who had refined a huge space to form a space artifact. The world principles inside it were not perfect, so even if it could accommodate people and allow them to cultivate, it still could not become a real world. At this moment, the world principles pouring in from the 5-colored treasure pagoda were helping the sealed world bead perfect its own world principles. Once the world principles inside the sealed world bead were complete, the sealed world bead would truly become a real world. Yang Kai could not verify the validity of this guess for the time being, but it was not far from the truth. As such, he did not panic too much and simply let it do as it pleased. In any case, this was the remaining world principles inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, so absorbing more wouldn't affect him. This absorption lasted for more than half a day, and when there were no more streams of light falling from the sky, Yang Kai could not help opening his eyes. Focusing on his comprehension, Yang Kai found that his understanding of the world principles had indeed improved, and he vaguely understood some of the mysteries of the Tao Source realm, but this was far from enough. Moreover, the sealed world bead was not satisfied. It seemed that it could still absorb more world principles and become more complete. Standing up, Yang Kai continued his search. What Yang Kai didn't know was that a cultivation site like the one he had just entered, which should have been enough for a dozen Origin King realm cultivators to break through to the Tao Source realm, had absorbed most of the world principles because of the existence of the sealed world bead. Not only did this shorten the time he needed to comprehend these world principles, but it also caused this cultivation site to become ordinary for the next 100 years. If Star Soul Palace were to learn of this, they would definitely not let him off so easily. To a certain extent, such a cultivation site was a kind of foundation for Star Soul Palace. Destroying the foundation of a sect was no small matter. Over the next few days, Yang Kai kept searching for similar locations, but unfortunately, there seemed to be very few such places, so he had not been able to find one. Over the past few days, he had also encountered some monster beast attacks, but with the protection of the monster insect queen and the blood beast, These monster beasts naturally couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. Yang Kai could either die tragically under the siege of the two blood beasts or flee when the situation turned bad. Yang Kai did not condense new blood beasts and instead began to dispose of the monster beast's corpse, taking out its monster core and all other valuable parts in preparation for future use or sale. His previous experiences in his native star field had taught him that he didn't need too many blood beasts. If he had too many blood beasts, controlling them would consume too much spiritual energy. On top of that, condensing blood beasts would not only consume his golden blood threads, but it would also be equivalent to giving up on the monster beast corpses. After several days of fruitless searching, Yang Kai was in a bad mood. He didn't know when the 5-colored treasure pagoda would close, but this time, it had been open for a long time, so it shouldn't be open for long. This rare opportunity was impossible to come by a second time, so Yang Kai couldn't wait to search for more streams of light. Drawing a line in the space in front of him. At the tip of his finger, an inexplicable force flowed out, and where his finger passed, a dark void crack appeared. Yang Kai was not using his space force at the moment, but he was still able to achieve this. This was all thanks to the power of the world principles. A Tao Source Realm cultivator had a preliminary understanding of world principles and could mobilize world principles for their own use to enhance their own killing techniques. At this moment, Yang Kai had already touched the edge of world principles, all thanks to his bottomless comprehension and absorption over the past few days. However, the world principles he had comprehended were still shallow, so when his finger passed through them, the tiny void crack immediately returned to its original state and could not be maintained for too long. Pushing his divine sense, Yang Kai inspected the origin essence crystal in his body. The origin essence crystal, which was originally black like a black hole, now had a faint fluorescent glow flowing out from its surface. Yang Kai's origin essence crystal was condensed from all his insights and insights into the Tao of space, allowing him to enhance the use of his space force. At this moment, after comprehending world principles, the origin essence crystal was imbued with world principles, making it even more unpredictable. From now on, as long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could slightly mobilize the world principles of this origin essence. What's more, it was the strange and inexplicable space principles. This kind of enhancement was a qualitative change, a fundamental change. Although he could not use this ability too many times with his current strength, once he broke through to the Tao Source realm, the situation would be completely different. Closing his eyes with satisfaction, Yang Kai once again began absorbing the light in front of him with the sealed world bead. 2 days later, the mass of light had shrunk by more than a dozen times, and the light it emitted had become somewhat dim, as if there was not much left after this absorption. Yang Kai was unaware of this and was completely immersed in his own comprehension. Suddenly, a slight groan came from in front of him. Although this sound was soft, it was extremely real. Yang Kai thought it was just his imagination, but when a second groan came, his expression changed and he quickly opened his eyes. At the same time, affected by the change in his mood, the monster insect queen and blue flame thunder wolf, who had been standing guard nearby, also quickly returned and stood guard beside him. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes, a look of disbelief on his face, and only after a long time did he whisper, "There's someone here?" It was not until now that he discovered that there was actually a human figure inside the mass of light in front of him. Previously, the mass of light was too bright, and the principal strength was too rich, so he did not notice any abnormalities inside. It was only now that the mass of light had weakened to a certain extent that the figure inside was revealed. Was this person originally inside? Or did she run in later? And who was this person? Yang Kai was completely at a loss. However, judging from the graceful figure, the existence inside the mass of light was a woman. Yang Kai immediately thought of Mo Shaoqi. After all, in this third layer, only he and Mo Shaoqi were still alive. But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai felt that something was wrong. He and Mo Shaoqi were clearly moving in the opposite direction. So how could she have hidden inside this mass of light in advance? Moreover, the figure's curves were somewhat different from Mo Shaoqi's. Could it be an old monster sealed here? Yang Kai remembered the wood spirit he encountered in the second layer and could not help guessing in his heart, causing him to break out in cold sweat. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the woman opposite him opened her eyes slightly, a pair of bright eyes glancing at him through the mass of light. Yang Kai frowned, got up quickly, and stared ahead vigilantly. But what he did not expect was that the other party would just glance at him before closing her beautiful eyes again, as if he did not exist. But soon, Yang Kai understood why she did this. Not long after the woman closed her eyes, the world energy in the sky began to surge. Near the woman, a number of high-quality source crystals exploded, turning into pure and rich world energy that gathered in one place. Immediately afterward, thunder rolled in the sky and a large dark cloud suddenly appeared. There were even signs of lightning flashing through it. The world energy formed by the exploding source crystals madly gathered in the sky, forming an extremely terrifying phenomenon in the blink of an eye. A breakthrough! Yang Kai could not help but take a few steps back, his face changing dramatically. This woman was obviously trying to break through a great realm here, and the phenomenon in front of him was obviously the world energy baptism that one needed to welcome when breaking through a great realm. At this moment, Yang Kai also noticed that the woman's true cultivation was the same as his, the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm. If she were to break through, she would be a Tao Source realm cultivator. This woman should not be an old monster who had been sealed here for countless years, but a cultivator who came here from Maplewood City, just like him. Yang Kai judged in his heart. However, he did not know what method she used to enter the third layer. This thought made Yang Kai's heart tremble. No matter who this woman was, since she could enter the third layer, she was obviously not ordinary. She had deliberately come to the third layer in order to break through. The huge ball of light from before should have been gathered by her. In other words, he seemed to have robbed her of her benefits. In an instant, Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. This was not a place he should stay for long. What if she wanted to find trouble with him after breaking through? Although Yang Kai was not afraid of a Tao Source realm cultivator who had just broken through, this was still a troublesome matter, so after he reacted, he immediately fled. At that moment, the woman over there seemed to understand Yang Kai's intentions and suddenly said, "Stand there obediently, or I'll teach you a lesson." Her voice was clear and pleasant to the ear. Since Yang Kai had made up his mind to leave, how could he pay attention to her? Immediately, he waved his hand, collected the two blood beasts, and soared into the air to fly away. The woman coldly snorted, raised her jade-white hand, and condensed a large amount of starlight. This starlight condensed into the shape of an arrow in a very short time, and with a wave of her hand, it shot straight towards Yang Kai. A whistling sound rang out, but before the attack arrived, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his back. Startled, he turned around and threw out two punches. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged as the condensed fists collided with the starlight arrow, creating a violent explosion that swept out in all directions. Yang Kai borrowed the force of the recoil to fly far away in an instant. From beginning to end, he did not say a single word. He really ran away fast. Inside the ball of light, the woman ground her teeth as her brow furrowed, somewhat at a loss. Strange. How could there be someone in the third layer, and this guy doesn't seem to be an ordinary origin king. Chapter 2014. The woman herself was not an ordinary origin king, and now that she was on the verge of breaking through, her attack was naturally extraordinarily powerful. It was not something an ordinary origin king could resist. Yang Kai was fine after taking her attack, and even used the momentum to retreat faster, allowing the woman to have a general idea of his strength. A small Maplewood city actually has such a cultivator? The woman frowned, looking quite surprised. But soon, she had no time to think because the world energy baptism for breaking through a great realm was about to arrive, so she could only hold her breath and concentrate. Not long after, huge bolts of energy descended from the sky like bolts of lightning, heading straight for the woman. Oh! Yang Kai fled 100 kilometers or so before slowly coming to a stop. He did not know who this woman he met in the third layer was or what method she used to enter this place, but since he had taken a lot of benefits from her, it was best to withdraw first. The woman was at the critical juncture of breaking through, so it was obviously impossible for her to chase after him, so Yang Kai was not too worried. Behind him, a burst of muffled thunder sounded. Looking back, Yang Kai seemed to be able to see the world energy manifestation in the distance. He immediately knew that the woman was already undergoing the world energy baptism, and once she succeeded, she would be able to break through to the Tao source realm. And judging from the woman's previous state, it was obvious that she had been preparing for this moment for a long time, so her chances of success were not small. Thinking so, Yang Kai took a step forward again, heading in the opposite direction of the woman. In the next few days, Yang Kai's gains were quite small, and he even encountered some dangers. He was chased by a peak 11th order monster beast for a long time. A peak 11th order monster beast was almost equivalent to a 3rd order Tao source realm cultivator. Not something Yang Kai could resist with his current strength. If not for the protection of the monster insect queen and the blue flame thunder wolf, as well as his understanding of space principles, he would have been in big trouble. After escaping the pursuit of the monster beast with great difficulty, Yang Kai had only just recovered half a day ago. Suddenly, he felt the space around him tighten as a vague world force squeezed him from all directions, completely immobilizing him. His expression changed greatly, but before he could circulate his chi to resist, a mysterious spirit array suddenly appeared under his feet. The array spun and sent out a suction force, firmly nailing Yang Kai to the ground. The next moment, it completely devoured him. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came, and Yang Kai finally relaxed. He knew that this was probably because the 5-colored treasure pagoda had closed, and all of the surviving cultivators had been teleported out. He immediately relaxed his resistance and allowed the power of the formation to pull him in. Sure enough, when Yang Kai's vision was restored, they had returned to the square of the city lord's mansion. The crowd was densely packed and jostling shoulder to shoulder. All of them had a pained expression on their faces. It was obvious that they had yet to recover from the teleportation. In order to avoid being too independent, Yang Kai also pretended to be unwell and slowly woke up. Noises immediately came from all around. Maplewood City's cultivator had entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time. Naturally, some had obtained great opportunities, some had returned empty-handed, and some had even died inside. Now everything was over. Of course, the scene was one of joy and sorrow. However, tens of thousands of Maplewood City's cultivator had entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda, but now only half of them had returned alive. The rest had all died inside the pagoda. It could be seen that although there were many opportunities inside the 5-colored treasure pagoda, it was also very dangerous. The several people from the Emperor realm seemed to have been sitting on the high platform without moving. Xiao Yuyang, who was in the middle, swept his gaze across the crowd and fixed his gaze on a graceful woman with a blue veil covering her face. The woman's eyes, which were as bright as stars, also happened to look at Xiao Yuyang. The two looked at each other and the woman nodded gently. Xiao Yuyang immediately let out a hearty laugh, appearing very happy. Master Xiao seems to be in a good mood. Chen Wenhao, who was sitting on Xiao Yuyang's right, glanced at him suspiciously. Xiao Yuyang smiled and said, "It's okay. Brother Chen, do you have any objections?" "I wouldn't dare." Chen Wenhao's face twitched and he quickly admitted defeat. Although he was a master from Heavenly Martial Holy Land and had a powerful First-Order Emperor realm cultivation, Xiao Yuyang was the Silver Star envoy of Star Soul Palace. Even his cultivation was higher than Chen Wenhao's, so how could Chun Wenhao dare to act presumptuously in front of Xiao Yuyang? However, it is quite surprising that so many cultivator in this small Maplewood city were able to come out of the five-colored treasure pagoda alive. Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple swept his eyes back and forth in the crowd, as if looking for good seedlings, and said, "City Lord Duan is blessed. Maplewood City is full of talents. Although the loss this time is not small, those who survived will definitely be able to hold up the sky for Maplewood City in the future. Master Feng is too kind. It is all thanks to several masters' blessings." Maplewood City's City Lord Duan Yuanshan smiled from ear to ear, his tone extremely humble. Just as Feng Ming said, although the opening of the five-colored treasure pagoda in Maplewood City this time caused a huge loss to the city's cultivator, it was definitely worth it. Among those who came out of the five-colored treasure pagoda alive, as long as even 1 in 1,000 could advance further in the future, it would be enough to raise the strength of Maplewood City by several levels. He even saw his son, Duan Tianci, in the crowd with a radiant look on his face. Obviously, his harvest was not small, so how could he not be happy? Right at that moment, Duan Yuanshan suddenly frowned and took out a communication artifact from his sleeve. He poured his divine sense into it, and his expression changed drastically. He raised his head abruptly and looked at Duan Tianci in the crowd, only to see the latter nod at him. At that moment, several other messages were sent out from the communication artifact, and they were all about the same thing. These messages were all from the patriarchs of Maplewood City's great families. "City Lord Duan, what happened? Why do you look so pale?" Feng Ming looked at Duan Yuanshan strangely and asked. "Master, something bad has happened." Duan Yuanshan heard this and hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Feng Ming smiled. "City Lord Duan, please don't be an alarmist. With us here, how could something bad happen?" It was no wonder he was so confident. After all, there were 5 people from the Emperor realm here, one of whom was a second-order emperor. As long as it wasn't one of the 10 great emperors who came to massacre the city, they would be able to deal with it. Duan Yuanshan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "It's like this. My Maplewood City's cultivator broke a seal in the second layer of the pagoda and released an ancient wood spirit from it." "What?" Feng Ming heard this and his face changed, standing up abruptly. "Is this true?" "It's true. This Duan just received the report from the various patriarchs and came to report it without any delay." "Wood spirit? There's a wood spirit in the second layer of the pagoda?" A young woman who had not spoken until now frowned and asked in surprise. This young woman was Azure Sun Temple's Gao Xueting, a powerful First-Order Emperor Realm Master who was on equal footing with Feng Ming and the others. A wood spirit is not easy to deal with, and it's an ancient wood spirit. "Master Xiao, why didn't you tell us this earlier?" Chun Wenhao glanced at Xiao Yuyang with some resentment. Xiao Yuyang rolled his eyes and said, "The five-colored treasure pagoda is not as simple as you think. Even the great emperors couldn't investigate the things inside it clearly. Many of the seals and barriers are very well hidden, and even if the great emperors came here in person, they might not be able to discover them. This wood spirit that was released is most likely sealed in a hidden place." With his explanation, the others didn't have anything to say. "Master, please take action and kill this wood spirit, otherwise, it will become a great disaster for my Maplewood City." Duan Yuanshan looked at the 6 from the Emperor realm with a pleading look. "It's just a trivial wood spirit. Why would City Lord Duan be afraid of it? Moreover, it has been sealed for countless years, so its strength must have declined greatly. There is no need for us to take action. City Lord Duan can kill it himself," Feng Ming said indifferently. Duan Yuanshan said with a bitter face, "Master Feng may not know, but according to the information I received, this wood spirit can quickly restore its strength by devouring the essence of a cultivator's flesh and blood. Moreover, it can spread its wood seed and hide in a cultivator's body, waiting for the right time to break out and occupy the cultivator's body. Among my Maplewood City's cultivators, I'm afraid some of them have already been affected." Such a thing happened? This time, the 6 from the Emperor realm couldn't help but pale slightly. It's true, this information was given to me by my son. He almost suffered a fatal blow from one of his companions who had a wood seed hidden in his body. Duan Yuanshan quickly replied. If that's the case, then the situation is a bit serious, Xiao Yuyang said with a serious expression. Since the wood spirit came out of my Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda, this Xiao can't just sit back and do nothing. How about this, City Lord Duan, you go and activate Maplewood City's barrier and close the city gates, allowing entry but not exit. In addition, make sure none of the cultivators who are still here leave. We'll close the door and beat the dogs. Yes, many thanks for your help, master. Upon seeing this, Duan Yuanshan was overjoyed and quickly turned around, raising his voice as he shouted, Ladies and gentlemen, I have received orders from Sir Star Envoy to ask you to stay here for a while. Sir Star Envoy has some matters to attend to, and after they are done, you will be allowed to leave. I hope that you will cooperate. As soon as he said this, the noisy square below fell silent as everyone looked at Duan Yuanshan in astonishment. Yang Kai, who was using the sound bead to contact Mo Shaoqi, couldn't help but raise his head and frown slightly. He didn't know what Duan Yuanshan and those from the Emperor Realm wanted to do. However, the reputation of the masters from the Emperor Realm was too great. So even though the cultivators who stayed in the square were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to show it and just stood there obediently. The 6 from the Emperor Realm gathered together on the high platform, and after a simple discussion, 4 of them suddenly disappeared, leaving only Xiao Yuyang and the young woman, Gao Shueting, behind. Right at this moment, the whole of Maplewood City buzzed and a bright energy barrier appeared in the sky, covering the entire Maplewood City like a big bowl. Chapter 2015. This sudden change made many of the cultivators' faces turn ugly, but in fear of the strength of the masters from the Emperor Realm, they didn't dare to show any disrespect. All of them began to guess what was going on. At this moment, Xiao Yuyang and Gao Shueting, who were sitting on the high platform, looked at each other and stood up together. In the next moment, 2 extremely powerful divine senses swept out in all directions and enveloped the entire square. Almost everyone stiffened at this moment. After all, being scanned by the divine senses of 2 Emperor Realm Masters was not something anyone would feel comfortable about. In front of these powerful divine senses, the secrets of one's body seemed to be exposed at any moment. But soon, these 2 divine senses were retracted, allowing everyone to relax. From the looks of it, quite a few people have indeed been affected. Xiao Yuyang suddenly smiled lightly as he stretched out his hand and pointed forward, a stream of light shooting out from his fingertip. The stream of light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of a male cultivator in blue and shot straight at his abdomen. The cultivator in blue was a 2nd-order origin king. Seeing the Emperor Realm attack him, he couldn't help but be shocked and shouted, Star Envoy Master, you? He couldn't figure out how a puny origin king like him could provoke the Silver Star Envoy of Star Soul Palace to personally attack him. Before he could finish speaking, the stream of light hit his lower abdomen. The man in blue couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, as if he had been hit by a huge force. He was sent flying and fell into the crowd. At the same time, a stream of light shot out from his back. That stream of light shot out, but at this moment, it seemed to be wrapped in something. Everyone looked carefully and was surprised to find that it was an oval cyan seed. Asterisk pa. Asterisk, a soft sound rang out. The stream of light burst and the seed also disappeared in the explosion, turning into dust. Vaguely, a sharp cry came from inside the seed. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed. Everyone knew that there should be something abnormal in the blue-clothed man's body, and the reason why Xiao Yuyang attacked him was to get rid of this abnormality. Turning their heads again, the blue-clothed man whose body had been pierced by the stream of light looked pale at this moment, as if he had been seriously injured, but he stood up shakily and wasn't in danger of dying. Xiao Yuyang didn't look at him, Instead, a cynical sneer hung at the corner of his mouth as he flicked his 10 fingers. Streams of light like the one just now shot out in all directions, hitting different cultivator in the crowd. At the same time Xiao Yu Yang's actions, Gao Shueting also made her move. The young woman had a solemn expression on her face as she formed seals in the air with one hand, which transformed into rune patterns. Shortly after, they split into many small nets and shot out in all directions. Those small nets seemed to have their own spirituality and quickly found their respective targets, directly covering the cultivator's body. Those cultivators covered by the small nets all let out a muffled groan. But the small nets seemed to pass through something invisible and passed through the cultivator's body. But at this moment, cyan seeds appeared in these small nets. The young woman made another hand seal and those small nets exploded. The seeds caught in the nets also exploded. What is this? A cultivator cried out in horror. He retreated. Although the 2 great emperors were venerable realm masters and didn't intend to take anyone's life, after seeing that there was such a strange seed in the body of a nearby cultivator, many of the remaining people were still terrified. And at this moment, in the square, shrill screams came from all directions. Then, violent power surged. Among the crowd, strange tree-like existences suddenly appeared. At first glance, these things did not look any different from trees, but they exuded an extremely evil aura. In the center of the trunks there was a human face. Yang Kai was also shocked at this moment. He saw with his own eyes that a cultivator next to him had undergone a huge change in a very short period of time. This cultivator was originally talking and laughing with his companions, discussing the opportunity of entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda with an excited look on his face. But just now, he suddenly became extremely painful. At the same time, his abdomen lit up with a cyan light. His skin cracked and blood flowed out, and from his flesh something seemed to have drilled out. In the blink of an eye, this cultivator turned into a tree-like existence in front of him. The cultivator's face was embedded in the center of the tree trunk, struggling and howling with a ferocious expression. Soon it stopped moving. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk green vines shot out from the inside of the tree, crazily lashing out in all directions. Several nearby cultivators were caught off guard, and one of them was pierced by the vines. A gurgling sound came from the vines, as if they were swallowing something. The pierced cultivator's body shriveled up in a very short period of time. Wood spirit! Yang Kai exclaimed. How familiar was this scene in front of him? It was the scene where he had encountered the wood spirit on the 2nd floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. But he never expected to see it again in this square of Maplewood City. At the same time as he shouted this, Yang Kai quickly retreated, while at the same time urging the fire sword chi of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to cut down the vines stabbing at him. With a bang, the fire sword tempering art cut off the top of the vines, and Yang Kai used this force to retreat. At this moment, many cultivators recognized the culprit behind this mutation, and in an instant, the name of the wood spirit began to spread across the square. All of you, circulate your strength to resist this king. Don't let the wood seeds invade your bodies, otherwise, your fate will be the same. Xiao Yu Yang's angry shout suddenly came from the high platform. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately understood and hurriedly circulated his strength to cover his body to avoid being hit by the wood seeds. The other cultivators who reacted quickly were the same as Yang Kai. Some of the slower cultivators were lucky enough to escape, while others were unlucky and had the tiny wood seeds invade their bodies, turning them into wood spirit clones in a very short time. On the high platform, Xiao Yu Yang coldly snorted, his strength surging violently as he pointed his finger and killed several wood spirit clones. Gao Shueting was also extremely powerful. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, she no longer showed any mercy and began killing the wood spirit clones. At the same time, the other 4 great emperors of the Emperor Realm were doing the same thing in Maplewood City. Previously, when many cultivators returned to the square from the 5-colored treasure pagoda, many of them had immediately left. Among these people, there were naturally cultivators whose bodies had been corroded by the blackwood seed. At this moment, seeing that the situation was not good, they all revealed their true forms. For a time, the 6 great emperors' venerable realm cultivators killed the wood spirit clones like they were chopping melons and vegetables. After realizing that the wood spirit was difficult to deal with, the cultivators of Maplewood City also exerted their strength to protect themselves. For a time, the entire Maplewood City fell into chaos, but the overall situation was still very clear. These wood spirit clones were not powerful, but their methods were too strange. The wood spirit seeds they emitted could silently invade a cultivator's body. However, if a cultivator was prepared, the chances of being invaded would be greatly reduced. With the cooperation of the many cultivators, the crisis of the wood spirit seemed to be quickly resolved. Half a day later, the corpses of the wood spirit clones were lying everywhere in Maplewood City. These corpses originally belonged to the cultivators of Maplewood City, but after being corroded by the wood seeds, they were transformed into another kind of existence. The 6 great emperors' venerable realm cultivators deliberately split up and patrolled the entire Maplewood City in order to avoid eliminating the root of the problem. Sure enough, they found some hidden wood seeds during this patrol. This situation lasted for 2 days before the chaos in Maplewood City gradually subsided. In these 2 days, thousands of cultivators in Maplewood City had died because of this. Could be seen how terrifying the wood spirit was. It did not even need to take action personally. It only needed to spread its wood seeds to achieve this. If it was really allowed to grow, it was likely that the entire Maplewood City would be plunged into an abyss of misery. Yang Kai finally realized how terrifying this fellow was. He felt that Mo Shaoqi's claim that the masters of the Emperor Realm had fallen at the hands of the wood spirit was not baseless. In these 2 days, he had been actively cooperating with the other cultivators to hunt down and find the wood spirit clones. After all the cultivators in Maplewood City had done so. If he did not do so, he would definitely be regarded as an outsider and be viewed as an enemy. During this process, Mo Shaoqi and Kong Siran had asked him many times about his safety. After hearing that he was fine, the 2 of them were relieved. After everything was settled, Yang Kai went to Spirit Pill Plaza to meet with Kong Siran and agreed on the next time he would come to Alchemy. Only then did he leisurely head to his rented cave mansion. He needed to properly sort out what he had gained from entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, the venerable realm masters of the 6 great emperors had gathered together, with Duan Yuanshan still standing below. The expressions of the several masters of the Emperor Realm were not as relaxed as before. Instead, they were a little dignified. "Master, has the wood spirit really been completely destroyed?" Duan Yuanshan hesitated for a long time before asking cautiously. He had personally killed 2 of his confidants before, so he fully realized how difficult it was to destroy the wood spirit, so his mood was very heavy. "If I say that it has been completely destroyed, you definitely won't believe me." Xiao Yuyang raised his head and glanced at him. "Master means." Duan Yuanshan's expression changed slightly. Xiao Yuyang sighed and said, "There are many kinds of wood spirits, each with different innate abilities. This wood spirit is truly beyond this king's expectations. This king cannot guarantee that it has truly ceased to exist in this world. Perhaps, there are still some hidden wood seeds that we have not yet detected." Duan Yuanshan looked shocked and said, "Even with master's means, you can't be sure?" Gao Shueting said, "We can't be sure unless you summon all the cultivators in Maplewood City, and let us check them one by one with our divine sense. How could I dare to trouble the 6th master to mobilize so many people?" Duan Yuanshan was startled and hurriedly apologized. Chapter 2016. How many cultivator were there in Maplewood City? There were tens of thousands of Origin Kings and Origin returning realm masters entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time, not to mention the people below. Although there were no exact statistics, there were at least 4 or 500,000 cultivator in Maplewood City, if not 1 million. With so many cultivator, if the 6 great emperors were to inspect them one by one, not to mention whether or not they had the time or energy to do so, even if they did, it would not be for a short period of time. During such a long period of time, there might be some kind of change. Therefore, this method was completely impossible to implement. Although we can't be sure whether the wood spirit is dead or not, you can rest assured that it has lost so many of its wood seeds. Even if it is not dead, I'm afraid its yuan qi has been greatly damaged, so it will be impossible for it to come out and cause trouble in a short time. You only need to instruct the city's cultivator to check their own condition to prevent any future trouble. Gao Shueting said lightly. Yes, master. With things having gotten to this point, Duan Yuanshan also knew that there was no other way, so he could only nod and agree. Good, you can leave now. We still have some things to discuss. Xiao Yuyang suddenly waved his hand and ordered. Duan Yuanshan apologized again and quickly retreated, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Although this was his city lord's mansion, the Emperor Realm Masters in front of him were all extremely powerful and were not people he could afford to provoke. It was already extremely rare for him to see even one of them, let alone all 6 this time, so how could he dare to disobey? After Duan Yuanshan left, Xiao Yuyang suddenly stretched out his hand and waved it, sending out an invisible force that covered the room where the 6 people were. 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes. He was a little surprised and asked, Master Xiao, is there something you need to be so cautious about? Is it because of the wood spirit? Violet Source Chamber of Commerce's Vice President Lu Qi also asked in surprise. Xiao Yuyang smiled lightly. Naturally not. How could a trivial wood spirit make this king pay so much attention to it? This king is going to discuss something with you. It's about the Shattered Star Sea. Shattered Star Sea? As soon as he said this, the other 5 from the Emperor Realm couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. Feng Ming of Orthodoxy Temple said thoughtfully, Master Xiao means, the entrance to the Shattered Star Sea is about to open? Everyone else also looked at Xiao Yuyang with excitement, as if they were very concerned about the Shattered Star Sea. A few days ago, I received a message from the great emperors. The entrance to the Shattered Star Sea is indeed about to open, but the great emperors are unable to calculate the exact time for the time being. They only know that it should be soon. Xiao Yuyang's expression turned solemn as he looked towards the south and cupped his fists slightly. Everyone naturally knew who the great emperor he was talking about was. In the entire southern territory, only one of the 10 great emperors could be called great emperors. The masters of Star Soul Palace, the great emperors of Bright Moon. Since it was said by the great emperors, it shouldn't be wrong. Gao Shueting nodded slightly. Master Xiao, are our sects aware of this matter? Xiao Yuyang smiled and said, Junior Sister Gao, rest assured, the great emperors have already sent a message to your sects to inform them of this matter. In addition, the great emperors have sent a message saying that since we are fated to meet here, we should discuss this matter briefly. You two are really delusional, Xiaoyang chuckled. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. The specific opening time of the Shattered Star Sea hasn't been determined yet, so don't you think it's too early to discuss this? However, the opening of the Shattered Star Sea has always been a grand event in my southern territory. Once the news spreads, even people from the other 3 territories will come. However, there is a limit to the number of people who can enter each time. What we need to discuss now is how many people each sect can send. Oh. Inside the secluded home, all the barriers were opened and the sealed world bead was left on the ground. Yang Kai had already entered the sealed world bead. He transplanted the several spirit grasses and medicines he obtained from the 5-colored treasure pagoda into his medicine garden one by one. He could only recognize less than half of these spirit grasses and medicines. He didn't recognize most of them and didn't know what they were used for. Among them, there were several spirit mushrooms that were constantly changing colors. They were his first harvest from the 5-colored treasure pagoda, collected from the swamp. Judging from the world energy it was emitting, it was a Tao source-grade medicinal herb and should be quite valuable. Although they had not been processed for so many days, these spirit mushrooms were still full of vitality. After transplanting them into the medicine garden, they instantly adapted. After all, the medicine garden in the sealed world bead had 5 earth vein beads to condense world energy and a huge amount of heavy earth. Planting these spirit grasses and medicines here was much better than planting them in the medicine gardens of any great force. Yang Kai believed that in time, these spirit grasses and medicines would grow healthily. As for the 5 golden crystal grasses, Yang Kai knew what they were used for, but if he wanted to refine the golden crystal pill, he would need to purchase other herbs, so he wasn't in a hurry for the time being. Yang Kai transplanted them into the medicine garden. In addition to these harvests, there were also various monster beast body materials. Yang Kai sorted them out a little and prepared to sell them in a few days. In any case, he didn't need to refine any artifacts now, so these monster beast body materials were useless to him, so he might as well exchange them for source crystals. There was also a Tao source fruit. Yang Kai took it out and looked at it for a while before putting it away. He didn't have much desire for the Tao source fruit, but now that he had obtained it, it was naturally the icing on the cake. He believed that as long as he refined it into a Tao source pill, it would help him break through to the Tao source realm faster. Of course, the premise was that all of the Saint Qi in his body had to be converted into source Qi. Next, Yang Kai took out a jade bottle and stared at it solemnly. The most important harvest he had gained from entering the 5-colored treasure pagoda this time was this jade bottle. After absorbing a large amount of world principles in the 3rd layer, which not only allowed him to gain a preliminary understanding of principle strength, but also made up for the lack of principle strength in the sealed world bead. This jade bottle was the one he obtained from the 1st layer of the Soaring Dragon altar. The dozen or so treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar were basically all fake, formed by illusions, but only the thing in this jade bottle was real. At that time, he had used his demon eye of annihilation to see through all illusions. While he was inspecting the dozen or so treasures on the Soaring Dragon altar with Duan Tian Ci and Zhong Zijin, Yang Kai had quietly taken out another jade bottle and swapped it for something else. Chapter 2017. Yang Kai did not expect such a thing to happen. If they were outside, this thing might have really escaped. But this was the sealed world bead's small sealed world after all. So Yang Kai was only stunned for a moment before he reached out to grab it. The world energy in the small sealed world moved according to his will, and the small figure only managed to fly less than 10 meters before it was fixed in place by an invisible force. Even so, it was still struggling restlessly, and a series of resounding dragon roars could be heard coming from within. Only now did Yang Kai see its appearance. This was a true dragon that had shrunk countless times, and it was a crimson fire dragon covered in flames. Yang Kai was startled and asked in amazement, "A baby dragon?" But soon, he discovered that this was not the case. The thing that looked like a baby dragon was actually twisting and turning into a drop of crimson. It was only about the size of a pinky nail, but it was like magma. Even from 10 meters away, Yang Kai could feel the scorching power coming from it. Yang Kai's face changed, and soon, as if he had thought of something, he exclaimed, "Dragon blood! It's the blood of a true dragon." What was in the jade bottle was not a baby dragon, but a drop of true dragon blood. Judging from the previous scene, this was a drop of fire dragon blood. If a cultivator who cultivated fire attribute secret art were to obtain it, it would definitely be of great benefit. However, it was not useless to Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai did not cultivate fire attribute secret art, he could integrate true dragon artifacts with his monster transformation secret art. The true dragon scale had been integrated into his body, covering the vital part of his heart. He had long been prepared to integrate the dragon bone sword into his body. The dragon bone sword was refined from a true dragon spine and a dragon bead. It was only crudely refined back then. It did not harm its foundation, so there was no problem in integrating it. Integrating the dragon scale had given Yang Kai great benefits, and he had been constantly thinking about the dragon bone sword. But before, he was not strong enough to integrate it. Later, his strength had improved, but he did not have enough time. Now, he had obtained another drop of true dragon blood. If he could integrate it properly, he might be able to obtain a part of the true dragon's power. After all, he had the golden divine dragon source in his body. Yang Kai's expression changed, but deep in his heart was pleasantly surprised. Until this moment. Only then did he realize that the jade bottle containing the dragon blood was not an ordinary item. Probing it slightly, he found that the jade bottle was densely covered in restrictions and was extremely cold. This kind of cold was very strange. When he held it in his hand, he did not feel it at all, but he could use his divine sense to examine it. However, it seemed to be able to freeze divine sense. Only such a treasure could restrain a drop of dragon blood. Pondering for a moment Yang Kai, but he did not rush to integrate it. Back then, he had suffered greatly when he used the monster transformation art to fuse with the dragon scales. Therefore, he planned to do some research first before making any further plans. After making up his mind, he carefully put away the dragon blood. His figure flickered as he exited the small sealed world. Over the next few days, Yang Kai wandered around the major shops in Maplewood City. He even went to the black market a few times. The monster beast body parts he had obtained from the 5-colored treasure pagoda were all sold by Yang Kai in exchange for a considerable amount of source crystals. After that, Yang Kai spent a lot of source crystals to purchase many strange ancient books before returning to his cave mansion and reading them behind closed doors. His experiences after entering the star boundary. He knew that he had to learn all kinds of information about the star boundary as soon as possible. So, although these ancient books were messy, they were exactly what he needed at the moment. Among them, there was an introduction to the star boundary's major sects, sealed worlds, and the distribution of forces. There were even some illustrations of the topography and landforms. This well-known information was not difficult to find. Yang Kai spent a few days reading and finally had a general understanding of the star boundary. Some of the ancient books also recorded some secret information, but Yang Kai did not know whether it was true or not. Unfortunately, he did not find many records about the true dragon clan. He only knew that there was a dragon island in the star boundary, and there were many members of the dragon race living on that dragon island. However, he found a lot of information about integrating a true dragon artifact into his body. Most of them said that it required the assistance of a special secret art, and it varied from person to person. Even if someone could successfully integrate it, if their physique was not good enough, they would be killed by the backlash of the true dragon artifact. Yang Kai felt that he should have no problems. He had the monster transformation secret art, and his physique was tyrannical enough. He also had the golden divine dragon source, so he had the unique conditions to integrate a true dragon artifact. However, this matter could not be rushed. His top priority at the moment was to break through to the Tao Source realm. The promotion of a great realm was enough to make his strength undergo earth-shattering changes. Time flew by and half a month passed. Yang Kai walked out of his secluded home and went to Spirit Pill Plaza. According to his previous agreement with Kong Si Ran, he entered Spirit Pill Plaza's alchemy room to perform alchemy. 10 days later, when Yang Kai finished refining enough spirit pills and walked out of the alchemy room, Kong Si Ran was already standing there waiting with a smile on his face. Shopkeeper Kong. Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly and greeted, "Alchemist Yang, thank you for your trouble this time." Kong Si Ran seemed to be in a good mood, his smile wrinkling his old face. "It's just an agreement. Shopkeeper Kong doesn't need to worry about it." Yang Kai smiled and said, looking at Shopkeeper Kang's expression, "Did something good happen?" "Not really, but the 2 alchemists sent by the headquarters arrived 5 days ago." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai understood. Kong Si Ran had been worried about the supply of pills in Spirit Pill Plaza. Previously, all the alchemists in Spirit Pill Plaza had been poached by the rival alchemist pavilion. If it were not for Yang Kai refining pills for him several times, Spirit Pill Plaza would have closed down. Gong Sun Mu is one of the 3 great disciples of the wondrous pill great emperors. Kong Si Ran smiled slightly. Yang Kai couldn't help but pale. Originally, this old master was not qualified to know such a secret, but I have been inquiring about that cave mansion all these years, so I know more than others. Gong Sun Mu was the last disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors, and he was also the youngest one. The wondrous pill great emperors seemed to be very fond of him, but I don't know how Gong Sun Mu offended the wondrous pill great emperors and was expelled by the great emperors 3,000 years ago. In the end, he lived in seclusion in the Southern Territory and died in a foreign land. It's really sad. Gong Sun Mu has such a great background, so how can shopkeeper Kong be sure that it is his cave mansion? Yang Kai was shocked, but he still asked cautiously. Kong Si Ran smiled and said, "Naturally, this old master has his reasons. Let me put it this way, when Gong Sun Mu was expelled from the wondrous pill great emperors, he had a servant with him. That servant was only responsible for taking care of his daily life, but he was later driven away by Gong Sun Mu, whose temperament had changed greatly. The information this old master obtained was from the descendants of that servant. Chapter 2018. Back then, Gong Sun Mu's status was illustrious, so even the servants by his side were not weak. After being chased away by Gong Sun Mu, they lived in seclusion in the southern region, got married, had children, and created their own family. But after generations, the family's descendants had varying aptitudes, so they eventually declined. More than 100 years ago, there was only one descendant left in this family, and when that descendant was being chased by his enemies, he was saved by Kong Si Ran. Unfortunately, that descendant was too seriously injured at that time, and Kong Si Ran was powerless to save him. Before that descendant died, he happily told Kong Si Ran the family's secret. This was also how Kong Si Ran was able to obtain information about Gong Sun Mu's cave mansion. But Yang Kai didn't have any doubts after hearing it. First, he had been in contact with Kong Si Ran for so many days, and he felt that Kong Si Ran was a good person, not an evil person, so there was no need for him to deceive him. Second, there were many coincidences in this world, and even he had experienced many of them. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai said, "If that is really Gong Sun Mu's cave mansion, then it is necessary to explore it. But why did shopkeeper Kong come to me? Your Chamber of Commerce is full of talents, and there are many people who are stronger than me, right? Wouldn't it be better to ask those people to go with you?" Kong Si Ran chuckled. "Alchemist Yang, you worry too much. My Chamber of Commerce's headquarters is indeed full of talents, and there are countless Dao Source Realm masters. If I ask them to go with me, the chances of success and safety will be greatly improved. But if that's the case, how much benefit will this old master get? Alchemist Yang should know that this is a private action, not a matter of the Chamber of Commerce. If the masters of the headquarters really know about it, this old master won't even be able to drink soup. This old master has always planned to find someone with similar strength to me to go with me. I hope Alchemist Yang can understand this." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "I understand shopkeeper Kang's concerns. It is this old master's fortune that Alchemist Yang can understand." "Alchemist Yang, what do you mean?" Yang Kai smiled. "Since it involves alchemy grandmaster Gong Sun Mu. Of course, I am very interested." Kong Si Ran was overjoyed. "In that case, it's settled. However, this old man still has a request." "Shopkeeper Kong, please speak." Kong Si Ran's expression turned solemn as he said solemnly, "If there are still Dao Source pills left in that cave mansion, this old master needs to take one first. That's not a problem." Yang Kai agreed without even thinking about it. Kong Si Ran was startled, not having expected Yang Kai to agree so quickly. A trace of gratitude appeared on his face as he said, "Many thanks, Alchemist Yang. This old master knows that his aptitude is lacking, and without a Tao Source pill, it would be impossible for him to break through to the Tao Source realm in this lifetime. However, how rare is a Tao Source pill?" This time, when the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, this old master was not fated to obtain the 3 Tao Source fruits. This old man will not be in a hurry to explore that cave. However, Alchemist Yang can rest assured, regardless of whether there are Tao Source pills inside or not, everything related to alchemy will belong to Alchemist Yang. As for the other things, the two of us will discuss how to distribute them later. Okay. Yang Kai nodded. When are we leaving? A month from now. In a month, this old master will be waiting for Alchemist Yang at the pill shop. This old master also needs to make some preparations during this month. Also, there is also an auction being held in the city. This old master wants to join in on the fun and see if he can gain anything. Instead, their figures flickered and they arrived beside the old woman, assuming a protective posture as they stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. "This one is Yang Kai. Greetings, old madam. May I ask if this is the Zhang family?" Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. "Yes, this is the Zhang family," the old woman replied in a deep voice as she tapped her staff. "It's good that this is the Zhang family." Yang Kai smiled lightly and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Old madam, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about me? Why did you attack me as soon as I arrived?" "Misunderstanding?" The old woman sneered. "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not depends on who you are here for. You said before that you don't know that old thief Lu Baichuan?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Never heard of him. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.